Plundering the Heavens Chapter 854 to Chapter 905. What's the point of cultivating if you don't have extraordinary abilities? Just this answer made Feng Xing look down on this arhat from the Permitha temple. Of course, he subconsciously let go of his guard. He felt that this arhat was an idiot. He was such a smart person. From the first day he entered the Tao sect, he knew that realms and immortality were all illusory. Only strength was real. However, this arhat in front of him had such a good status, such a good background, and was surrounded by top-notch experts. Yet, he was willing to be immortal. If he wasn't an idiot, then what was he? Even the little monk Xianxia, although he didn't know how to fight, his abilities were real. He was really puzzled. How could Xianxia lose so many times against such an opponent? Pursing his lips, Feng Xing decided not to talk to him. He sneered and stood up from the ground. He placed the dragon pattern ominous blade on the arhat's neck and said with a smile, "Monk, I won't talk to you anymore. Hand over the Taishang Dao scripture so that you don't suffer." The arhat looked at Feng Xing quietly. His expression was calm, but there was no trace of panic. This surprised Feng Xing. This monk didn't seem to have any cultivation, but his courage was much stronger than most of the people with high cultivation he had met. However, very quickly, he glared and his eyes were filled with ferocity. He thought that it was fine if this monk cooperated, but if he didn't, then he would chop off one of his arms first. "You won't kill me." After a while, the arhat suddenly spoke softly. Feng Xing was stunned. He glared and said, "Why should I?" Huining said plainly, "If you kill me, you will only make me give up this shell and reincarnate again. However, in the process of reincarnation, that Tao scripture will be lost in the 6 realms and can never be found again. Are you looking down on me?" Feng Xing glared and chuckled. "When I was in the Foundation Establishment realm, I already had the ability to destroy souls, let alone now." The meaning behind these words was to warn Huining. "If I kill you at my hands, then I'll obliterate your body along with your soul. Do you still want to leave a strand of your soul to reincarnate?" That was simply wishful thinking. Then, when Huining heard this, he shook his head lightly and said lightly, "You won't. Although I am immortal, my soul and junior brother Xianxia's soul are twins. Since the first time the two of us fought for the inheritance of the true Buddha 10,000 years ago, we have been destined to live and die together. If you destroy my soul, he will not be spared." "There's such a thing?" Feng Xing's brows trembled, and he remained silent. He did recall that Xianxia had once said that the relationship between Xianxia and the arhat of the Permitha temple was rather mysterious. It could be said that they were each other's Buddha's tribulation, and they were each other's inner demons. Only each other could destroy the other. The two of them had agreed to debate for 10 lifetimes to determine the Buddha's fruit. It was also because of this kind of refinement that they had to be willing, so no one could force the other. Simply put, the two of them were destined by karma. The winner would be the Buddha, and the loser would be the inner demon. He. Feng Xing shook his head and discarded these thoughts, then said fiercely, "Even if I can't kill you, I have plenty of ways to make you suffer. I'm not bragging to you, but I have at least 108 ways to make you wish you were dead yet unable to live." Huining glanced at Feng Xing indifferently. "Is it interesting?" Feng Xing was immediately choked and could not breathe for a long time. After a long silence, he said dejectedly, "It's boring." Speaking of which, Feng Xing was also a person who was the best at observing people's expressions. He could really tell that the arhat of the Permitha temple was a patient and determined person. According to the words of his 5th uncle, who was the best at torturing people, this kind of bastard had rough skin and hard bones. He valued his heart more than his life. Their flesh and skin were all tools. It was the most boring to torture them. Often, the person who was torturing them would be mentally distorted, but they would still look like they were enjoying it. Therefore, whenever he encountered such people, there was no need to torture them. It was better to think of other ways. "I don't believe that you can't be afraid of anything, right?" Feng Xing became distressed and asked fiercely. "A monk doesn't lie," Huining said indifferently, then glanced at Feng Xing. "I'm really not afraid of anything." Feng Xing instantly rolled his eyes. The way he looked at the arhat was a little strange. Although he did not say a word of vulgarity, for some reason, Feng Xing heard a hint of "I'm not bragging, but you just can't do anything to me" from his words. "I'll bring you back first." I don't believe that I can't deal with you, Fangxing laughed coldly. He started to ponder in his heart and could not help but laugh secretly. The Arhat has been kidnapped. I'm afraid that even the ancestors will be alarmed. I have to solve this problem as soon as possible. Just as Fangxing and the Arhat were playing a game to see who could win, in the Demon Province, the clans of the Pure Land were also in an unprecedented chaos. The 10 great ancient clans could not hold back anymore and all came looking for them. Even the area around the 100 Break Mountain was only guarded by a few people. The others all gathered at the place where the Arhat was kidnapped to discuss countermeasures. I've already activated my clan's secret tracking technique to search for the whereabouts of the Arhat. However, there was no result. Occasionally, a trace of his aura leaked out, but it quickly disappeared without a trace. That person should be good at hiding his aura, and he's very powerful, a man in a silver robe with a single horn on his forehead said with a frown. He was one of the 10 great ancient clans of the Pure Land, and he was the best at tracking. I've also deduced 3 hexagrams, but I can only conclude that the bastard is in the southwest direction. I can't confirm his exact location. I think that bastard has a technique to hide the secrets of heaven. After 3 hexagrams, I can't deduce any more. A divine son of the ancient clans who was wearing a hexagram's robe said. Using the hexagrams to deduce, he could only deduce 3 hexagrams at most. If he exceeded this number, the hexagrams would be messed up, and there would be a backlash. There was no other way. All the ancient clans were silent. Today, it had been a whole day since the Arhat was kidnapped from the Permitha temple. Every one of them had tried their best to find the traces of the Arhat. Some of them sent people, some of them put in effort. It could be said that they had done everything they could. However, there were no clues at all. This made them more and more anxious and angry. Many of them secretly swore to find that bastard and cut him into pieces. The people from the North Deep clan are here, at this moment, someone reported. Very quickly, 2 figures could be seen flying up the mountain. It was a skinny young man who was riding on a 5-colored divine bull. Beside him was a beautiful lady who was riding on a strange fish. When the 2 of them arrived at the mountain, their faces were extremely dark and cold. Worry and rage could be vaguely seen between their brows. Ask away. The man who was riding on the 5-colored divine bull didn't even greet the other ancient clan's divine sons and asked the lady directly. The lady nodded and looked at the 3 ancient clans' divine sons and the monks from the Permitha temple. She said directly, "Brothers, master. I heard that before the Arhat was kidnapped, there was a rare treasure that appeared in the valley that you were guarding?" Hearing this question, the few of them looked a little upset. After a while, the monk from the Permitha temple nodded and said in a low voice, "That's right. We went in to check it out because a rare treasure appeared. That's why that person got the chance." "What rare treasure?" "Let me see." The lady said immediately with a serious expression. The expressions of the 3 divine sons and the monks from the Permitha temple were a little awkward. They were even a little indignant. However, when they saw how serious she was, they still handed over what they had obtained earlier after a slight hesitation. They even ordered those who had obtained the rare treasures to list out the items and place them all on the ground. There were treasured armors, spiritual herbs, broken weapons, treasured scriptures, relics, and so on. There were many kinds of items, but there weren't many of them. There were only 1 or 2 kinds of each. The lady who was riding on the strange fish looked at these items carefully, and her brows furrowed even more. Suddenly, she looked especially distressed, as if she was hesitating. The man who was riding on the 5-colored divine bull also looked at her closely, as if he was waiting for her to give an answer. The others didn't know what was going on, but they could vaguely feel that the siblings had some guesses and were here to verify them. "It's him." In the end, her gaze fell on a spirit herb. After hesitating for a while, she still said it in a low voice. "Are you sure?" The man who was riding on the 5-colored divine bull pressed. The lady's expression was a little gloomy as she said in a low voice, "I'm sure. These spirit herbs were originally snatched from the bottomless ruins by us. They don't grow anywhere else. I've also seen that broken weapon, and I also know that he has a lot of Buddhist scriptures." Evil creature. The man who was riding on the 5-colored divine bull couldn't bear to listen anymore. He clenched his fists tightly, making cracking sounds. "What did you see?" Beside him, everyone was silent. Someone asked in a low voice, his eyes cold. The person who kidnapped the Arhat is the little devil Nanzhan, Fangxing. The man who was riding on the five-colored divine bull's eyes were gloomy. He said a name viciously, but it immediately shocked the cultivators. The little devil Fangxing, although this name was not as well known in the Pure Land as it was in the Divine Prefecture and Southern Vision, many people had heard of him. They knew that he was a person who was neither good nor evil, but had great abilities. Previously, he had seized 17 mountains in the Pure Land in one day, which made the 10 great ancient clans firmly remember his name. There were even people who were prepared to deal with him. However, later on, the North Deep clan issued an edict saying that he was prepared to exchange 10 mountains for one, which made the 10 great ancient clans restrain themselves a little and didn't have time to deal with him. But now, he was the one who kidnapped the Arhat. Wasn't this devil on good terms with the North Deep clan? Why did he kidnap the Arhat? The other ancient clans didn't know about the Taisheng Dao scripture, so they couldn't figure it out. However, the guardian monk of the Permitha temple suddenly thought of something. His face was full of anger as he shouted at the lady who was riding the strange fish, "So it's him. The North Deep clan has done this. If you don't give us an explanation, don't even think about letting this matter rest. This matter has nothing to do with the North Deep clan." The man who was riding on the five-colored divine bull shouted coldly, but he quickly raised his head and looked coldly at the lady who was riding the strange fish. His voice was low and deep, with a hint of anger. He said, "But, we have a way to save the Arhat. Miss Hui are you thirsty? Miss Hui are you hungry? Miss Hui are you tired?" In the middle of the desolate mountain range, a horse and 2 people were slowly strolling. The horse was a donkey with a red tassel on its head. Its skin was covered with scales, and its 4 hooves were on fire. It looked like a strange beast. The person sitting on the horse was a tall woman wearing a red coat. Her face was covered with makeup, and she had red lips and big eyes. She was extremely ugly. Beside the horse, there was a young servant wearing a gray robe. He had a handsome appearance, and he had a diligent appearance. Just like that, he slowly walked towards the 100-break mountain range. He looked very ordinary. When they arrived at the 100-break mountain range, they saw a huge formation between the mountains and valleys in front of them. Every 5 kilometers, there was an orthodoxy. The formation was extremely strict. No one, or even any living creature, could cross this line. There were even countless patrolling cultivators at the side of the formation. They were looking at every person who approached the line of defense. If they found anything strange, they would immediately arrest them and capture them for interrogation. The 2 people on the donkey slowly approached the line of defense. The servant had sharp eyes and noticed that on the top of a mountain not far away, a huge bronze compass had suddenly started to turn. The needle seemed to be pointing in their direction. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and immediately formed a hand seal. A faint green mist floated over and enveloped him, the donkey, and the young lady. Then, he quietly retreated. The needle on the compass seemed to have lost its guide. It slowly trembled a few times, then stopped moving. "Damn it, the defense is so tight." After retreating to a safe place, the young servant cursed angrily. His appearance changed, and it turned out to be Fangxing. It was already the 4th day after he kidnapped the Arhat from the Permitha temple. However, he still hadn't found a chance to return to the territory of the Divine Prefecture. He didn't know what went wrong. On the 2nd day after he recovered from his injuries, he was preparing to sneak back. He suddenly realized that the cultivators of the Pure Land had already set up a line of defense at every important intersection. No one was allowed to pass through. He guessed that they were targeting him, but he didn't let it go. After all, he had the ghost blinding technique and the 1000 panacea pill. It shouldn't be difficult for him to sneak back without being noticed. However, he didn't expect that as soon as he got close to the line of defense, a bronze compass would point at him. It immediately caused chaos among the cultivators of the Pure Land. Countless people shouted and rushed towards him. Fangxing's reaction was extremely fast. His strength was also strong. He immediately killed a group of people with the god-striking bow and escaped calmly. However, it was a pity that after that, the defense of the Pure Land became tighter and tighter. Previously, they had set up a line of defense at every major road. Now, From the south to the north, the entire demon abyss was guarded by the people of various orthodoxies. No one was allowed to pass through. When Fangxing got close to the line of defense, no matter how he changed, he would be guided by the bronze compass. It was difficult for him to hide, let alone sneak past. He didn't understand. What was that bronze compass? How could it be so mystical? Moreover, the cultivators of the Pure Land had put in a lot of effort. To set up such a line of defense, it consumed at least 70 to 80% of their strength. In other words, in order to set up this line of defense, they left less than 30% of their strength in the 100 Broken Mountain range. Miss Hui Er, it's not easy to bring you back to your husband's house. These people are too ruthless. In a deserted place, Fangxing took down Miss Hui Er from the donkey and took off her wig, revealing a bald head. It was Huining from the Bayan Temple. In the past few days, Fangxing had tried to sneak back several times, but he always used this method. He disguised Huining as a woman and rode on the back of the donkey, while he followed by the side and pretended to be a servant. Needless to say, this method was very good. Every time they got close to the defensive line, even though it was extremely dangerous, the cultivators of the Pure Land really didn't suspect them. Perhaps no one would think that the master Huining they were looking for was actually the young lady sitting on the back of the donkey. After Huining came down, his face was a little pale. He looked at Fangxing with a gloomy gaze. No matter how high the Dharma was, he couldn't help but get angry. You're still not satisfied? I haven't even beaten you up yet. Fangxing rolled his eyes and looked at Huining fiercely. Since I've fallen into your hands, all the humiliation is just a calamity. You don't have to worry about it, Huining said faintly. Then, he frowned, but can you stop calling me Miss Hui Er? Fangxing asked, why? Huining said, you're disturbing my chanting. Fangxing immediately stopped talking. He threw a roasted rabbit leg over angrily, hypocrite. Huining ignored him. He took the rabbit leg and ate it slowly. He didn't mind at all. Fangxing pointed at him and said, look, you're eating meat so casually. Where are the rules and precepts? Huining said faintly, the so-called rules and precepts are only to restrain a secular heart. Only when the desire for food and lust is gone can one calm down and worship Buddha. My heart is like an ancient well. I'm wholeheartedly devoted to Buddha and don't care about the 5 colors. What's the use of rules and precepts? Fangxing was speechless. He said angrily, you're far worse than my junior brother Xianxia. I forced him to eat. Huining said, that's because his dharma is still a level lower. That's why he wants to be free but can't. You're right. Fangxing got angry, if you're so right, why don't you hit me? I can't beat you, Huining smiled faintly. He slowly tore the meat off the rabbit leg and ate it. He ignored Fangxing and looked leisurely. Fangxing, on the other hand, felt a little angry. He felt that he couldn't argue with this monk. It's time for you to let me go back. After eating the rabbit leg, Huining got up and went to the stream to wash his hands. He then wiped his hands on the back of the green donkey as he spoke. This made the donkey very depressed. It didn't know if it should avoid him. It kept looking at Fangxing and wanted to ask if it could send this monk flying with a kick. Dream on. If you're so capable, run away yourself. Fangxing ignored the donkey and retorted angrily. He looked like he was taking pleasure in Huining's misfortune. Why should I run away? I'm not only safe with you, but there's also someone to roast rabbit legs for me to eat. Huining's words made Fangxing furious again. He glared at the monk angrily. This monk was not a good person. He didn't have any awareness of being a hostage. As a mortal, he needed 3 meals a day. Every time he was hungry, he would tell Fangxing directly. Seeing that he didn't make a fuss and cooperated obediently, Fangxing didn't want him to starve. He would poke him when he was free. This monk was also sarcastic. Usually, one sentence would make Fangxing choke to death. Then you should be a hostage and wait for me to bring you back to your in-laws. Fangxing could only reply angrily in the end. Huining sighed faintly and said, but if you don't let me go, things will get worse. What do you mean? Fangxing turned around and looked at him. Huining was silent for a while. Then, he said lightly, nothing. It's all fate. I can accept it. You're playing tricks. Fang Xing glared at the monk from behind and secretly spat a mouthful of saliva. Even if we use your Baiming family's Taoist source as a guide and refine the soul guide to ensure that the demon can't escape back to the divine land, he's still too slippery and strong. Unless he's surrounded by 2 or 3 divine sons, it'll be hard for us to catch up if he wants to escape. Furthermore, the Arhat is in his hands. We have to be careful. This line of defense can only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. At this time, on a mountain peak 300 miles west of the 100 Break Mountains, the divine sons of the ancient clans from the Pure Land were also discussing. That's right. We also don't know why that demon kidnapped the Arhat. It must be a plot by the divine prefecture. Right now, the battle situation in the 100 Break Mountain range is urgent and we can't waste any more time. After a period of time, that little demon will make contact with the divine prefecture and work together from the inside. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for us to continue trapping him on this shore. We must think of another countermeasure. The divine sons of the various clans were discussing in a cold voice. However, their eyes were only looking at the 2 siblings from the Baiming family. What did he say? The man riding the 5-colored sacred cow ignored the hints from the other clans and only looked at the woman riding the strange fish. The woman put down the jade talisman in her hand helplessly. She held her forehead and said, I called him using the sound transmission jade talisman, but he didn't respond. The man riding the 5-colored sacred cow's gaze turned cold. Then what are you waiting for? Let's act according to the plan. The woman was a little hesitant. She said softly, Brother, he's one of us after all. Nonsense. The man riding the 5-colored sacred cow's gaze suddenly became indignant. At this time, you're still thinking for him? This person is so lawless. He even dared to kidnap the Arhat. How is he qualified to be one of us? Just this matter alone, even if the Arhat returns safely, the merit of our Baiming family will be greatly reduced. If I meet him, I'll kill him without hesitation and clean up the family. You're still thinking about this now? What a joke. Don't be so childish. Quickly act according to my plan. Maybe we can make up for it. The woman riding the strange fish hesitated for a long time. She said in a low voice, I'll listen to you. That night, a secret letter was sent to the robbery territory on the bank of the Moon River. The little monk Xianxia, who had been anxiously waiting for Fang Xing's news in the robbery territory, was shocked. When he received the secret letter, he was so shocked that he trembled. Then, this secret letter was seen by Wang Qiong and Chu Xi. The 2 Shu were also shocked speechless. Chu Xi was so anxious that her face was full of tears. She was about to rush into the demon state's territory to save Fang Xing, but she was hugged by Wang Qiong. Very soon, this news spread to the territories of the divine continent, causing an uproar. Some people were gloating, some were anxious, some discussed countermeasures, and some watched coldly from the side. There was only one sentence in the secret letter: Fang Xing wanted to kidnap the Arhat, lost the Pure Land, and was in danger. The news that Fang Xing wanted to kidnap the Arhat and had fallen into the Pure Land was like a big stone, stirring up a huge wave in China. Originally, the cultivators of China were curious about where the little devil had gone. Usually, they saw him idle day after day, either squatting on the roof of the palace at the top of the mountain and singing folk songs at the top of his lungs, or riding on the gate of the village and looking at the territory of China or the demon province from afar. From time to time, he would taunt them and look for people to fight. But now, he had not shown up for 4 or 5 days. Even young Master Fusu's request to discuss matters with him was rejected. Some of the demons who had recently entered the demon abyss, or old friends from the northern and central regions of China, were also received by Chu Xi. Only now did the cultivators suddenly realize that little devil was not cultivating in seclusion, but had actually gone to the territory of the demon province to kidnap the Arhat. He must have grown up eating dog's guts since he was young. What was the identity of the Arhat of the Permitha temple in the demon province? It was almost equivalent to Xiaoxitu of the Fuyao Palace in China or a few other young masters. He dared to kidnap someone. Could it be that he had fallen into the enemy's hands? Of course, it was also because this matter was too shocking that the cultivators firmly believed that Fang Xing had fallen into the enemy's hands. In their opinion, since that little devil dared to kidnap the Arhat, he must have fallen into the enemy's hands. It would be too abnormal if he did not fall into the enemy's hands. Even Xianxia, Chu Xi, and the others were terrified when they saw the secret letter. They had no choice but to believe it. Because at the bottom of the letter was written "Greetings to Baimingqingdi," and they had all heard from Xianxia that Baimingqingdi's identity was Fangxing's blood relative. She was the big cousin who had once searched for him with Nanzhan in China for nearly 10 years. It was also because of this that China became lively. Some people were extremely excited about this. After all, it was not good for people who had a bad impression of that little devil. After hearing this news, they even felt relieved. That little devil was arrogant and unreasonable. Now that he had fallen into the territory of the demon province, it could be considered that he was asking for trouble, right? When they chatted in private, they even felt a great sense of satisfaction and sighed that the heavens had eyes. Some people also felt that the little devil had made great contributions to China, and he was even the first person recorded in military service in the Zhenyuan division. After all, he was also an enemy of the demon province. Since China had benefited from it, they had to find a way to save him so that they would not be disappointed. And more people were looking at the attitude of the Yuan family. After all, the little devil was a member of the Yuan family. The little devil was a member of the Yuan family. Less than 4 hours after the news came, young Master Fusu, who had just come out of seclusion, rushed to the territory of the robbery. He was wearing a red robe, with slender tassels on his temples and a ponytail on his head. Behind him, the 3 beauties followed behind him like the wind. He hurried through the air. When he arrived at the northern gate of the robbery, the robber guarding the gate did not even have time to report before he pressed down on the gate with his palm. Then, he directly broke into this territory. With silent but fierce power, he walked up the mountain and stopped at the gate of the palace. Chu Xi, Wang Qiong, Xianxia, and the others had all walked out of the palace and looked at Fusu with heavy expressions. Beside them, there were some old friends of Fangxing who had recently arrived in the depths of the demon abyss. They were either from the demon land or the central region, and they all had heavy expressions. Did you encourage that idiot to assassinate the Arhat of the Nirvana temple? When he arrived in front of the palace, young Master Fuso looked down on everyone and directly looked at Xianxia. Xianxia was taken aback, and his expression was a little embarrassed. He took a step back subconsciously, and his eyes were filled with panic. Even the other cultivators who came out of the palace, as well as some of the cultivators who had followed young Master Fusu into the robbery territory, looked at the little monk Xianxia in surprise and shock. They were all very concerned about whether the Yuan family would rescue Fangxing. Even Chu Xi had immediately sent a greeting card to the Yuan family. Unexpectedly, after young Master Fusu arrived, he directly reprimanded Xianxia. The little monk Xianxia had been with Fangxing for a long time. He looked a little mischievous, but after all, he was still inexperienced. At this time, he was forced by young Master Fusu's murderous aura. All the cultivators looked at him in surprise. His face immediately turned red, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Young Master Fusu took another step forward and said in a low voice, "From the moment I saw you by his side, I suspected that your Lingshan temple was up to no good. You intended to use this idiot to drag my Yuan family into this mess." I tried to remind him, but unfortunately, he didn't believe me. Now, he actually went to kidnap the Arhat of the Nirvana temple. In the end, he caused himself to be framed. Monk, do you dare to say that you didn't instigate this? This time, his prestige was astonishing. Daoqi condensed around him, and even muffled thunder sounded in the air, echoing his voice. On the other hand, Xianxia took a few steps back. His handsome face was flushed red, as if blood was about to seep out. The silence around him made him feel even more pressure. After a long time, he suddenly let out a low sigh and chanted a Buddhist name. He said in a low voice, "Senior brother's kidnapping of the Buddha from the Permitha temple is indeed related to me. If I wasn't afraid of death, he wouldn't have done this. It's really you." Xianxia hesitated and blamed himself. He wanted to say more, but young Master Fusu had already shouted in a low voice, causing him to pause. Zhu Xiao, who was around, also looked at Xianxia in shock, as if they understood. After all, from the literal meaning, coupled with Xianxia's embarrassment, most people believed that young Master Fusu's speculation was true. After all, if it wasn't true, why would he blush and feel guilty? However, He didn't know that Xianxia was timid and was scared to this extent. Your Lingshan temple is hiding in Nanzhan. Relying on a few wisps of Buddha's aura in the Lingshan ruins, you accept those traitors who are not accepted by the big families and orthodoxies everywhere. Under the banner of escaping into the Buddhist gate, you want to compete with the Nirvana temple and obtain the true inheritance of Buddhism. It's wishful thinking. It's fine if you reincarnate in someone else's body. Our clan is tolerant, and no one will argue with you. However, you really made a good plan. You actually chose such a stupid thing that my Yuan family lost outside. Do you want to use him to provoke our Yuan family and even the Divine Land and the Nirvana Temple to fight head-on so that you can benefit from it? The twin arhats of the Lingshan Temple. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? The murderous aura on young Master Fusu's body gradually increased. Wisps of murderous aura gathered, and a rune gradually appeared on the back of his palm. I really didn't think that way. The little monk Xianxia seemed to be shocked and slowly took 2 steps back. Rumor has it that your soul is immortal, and your true spirit is eternal. Young Master Fusu gently spread out his palm. Huang Ying, who was next to him, sighed softly and gently handed an ancient sword to him. He slowly unsheathed the sword, and the sword energy gradually increased in a strange way, monstrous and terrifying. Then let's go through another round of reincarnation. Swoosh! The long sword in Fusu's hand suddenly unsheathed. For a moment, the sword light illuminated the area, and even tore the dark clouds above the 9th heaven. Then, the murderous aura suddenly rose. The sword was like a meteor, as if it was shuttling through the cracks of some kind of law of heaven and earth. In an instant, it was pointed at Xianxia's face. There were many masters present, and few could even see the direction of his sword clearly. They could only feel the power of the little monk Xianxia. Young Master Fusu's sword was filled with murderous aura. It had already reached a certain mysterious realm, even surpassing the realm of slaying the 6, who in the field could resist it. Even the little monk Xianxia looked at the long sword that was pointing straight at his face. His face was full of fear and horror. He staggered a step back and strangely opened up a distance. However, young Master Fusu only shook the tip of his sword slightly and once again locked onto him, stabbing straight at the center of his eyebrows. At this moment, Xianxia felt a sense of despair. He did not look at the sword light in front of him, nor did he try to dodge it again. Instead, he gently lowered his head, put his palms together, and silently chanted the name of Buddha. It was as if he had given up the thought of survival and was just waiting to be slaughtered. Stop! Right at this moment, a sharp cry broke the silence. It was Xianxia. She summoned her sword spirit and strode over, as if she wanted to stop him. Unfortunately, young Master Fusu turned a deaf ear to her cries. He steadily thrust out his sword with a ruthlessness that did not match his appearance. Whoosh! The moment she saw Xianxia step forward to stop him, Wang Qiong had already moved. Although this woman was arrogant, she knew her limits and knew what was good for her. When she was with Xianxia, she was in charge of all the patrols and rewards and punishments. However, she listened to Xiaxia's opinion on important matters. She had always known where the 3 mountains of the Great Snowy Mountain came from. It was also because of this that she believed in Xiaxia's arrangements on other matters. Seeing that Xianxia wanted to stop him but was powerless to do so, she hurriedly made her move. Step back! 2 delicate shouts were heard. It was Hong Kai and Ziyuan who were beside young Master Fusu, who moved at the same time to stop Wang Qiong. Fusu's sword seemed to be unstoppable. However, at this moment, almost at the moment when Xiaxia's expression changed drastically and was about to stop him, another 2 people moved. Suddenly, a golden light and a black light flew out from the crowd that walked out of the temporary imperial residence. The golden light was sharp like the scorching sun and emitted a shocking radiance. In an instant, it arrived halfway and flicked towards Fusu's sword light. On the other hand, that black light was shockingly like a collapsing mountain, and it covered the heavens and the earth as it smashed down towards Fusu's head with a rumble. It seemed like it took a long time, but in fact, it was only an instant. The cultivators present had varying cultivation levels, but only these 2 people had the qualifications to stop Fusu's sword light. Moreover, even if it were these 2 people, the golden light that rose later was slightly slow and almost couldn't stop it. However, that black light descended from the sky and fiercely smashed towards Fusu. The shocking ferocity caused Fusu to have no choice but to withdraw his sword light to block it. Bang! The sword light finally turned around and flicked away that black light, whereas Fusu's gaze was fierce as he coldly swept it out. I want to kill, who dares to stop me? His voice was unusually cruel, and his murderous aura couldn't be suppressed. Facing this gaze, those with lower cultivation levels, even Xianxia, subconsciously took a step back as they couldn't bear it. However, among the crowd, another two people stood out. One was wearing golden armor and had a handsome appearance, while the other was 30 feet tall and wore black armor. Young Master Fusu had killed Xianxia with his sword, thinking that he would kill him with one strike. There were not many people present who could see the path of Zhu Xiu's swordsmanship clearly, and there were even fewer who could react in time. There were even fewer who had the ability to stop him and force him to turn his sword light around. However, even he did not expect that there would be two such people among the group of people who had walked out of the palace. This made his heart slightly tense. Judging from the two people's moves just now, they were enough to make him take notice of them. Thus, his heart turned cold, and his gaze became extremely cold. His clear eyes shone with a cold light as he looked in the direction of the two people who had attacked. Demon Clan? After he saw the appearance of the two people clearly, he could not help but be startled. Both of them were monsters. The golden-armored young man was young and exceptionally handsome, but he didn't conceal his demonic aura at all. He held a golden spear and looked at Yi Chen with an unconvinced look. The other one was even more obvious. He was a ferocious ape that was 30 feet tall. The ferocious aura around him was almost tangible. He held a water and fire cudgel in his hand and grinned at Yi Chen with a strange smile. My little great-grandmother told you to stop. Didn't you hear her? The young man in golden armor was not afraid of young Master Fusu at all. He took a step forward and shouted coldly. Although he looked fierce, the words he said made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Many people looked at Xianxia curiously. They thought, this delicate little girl looks a few years younger than you, but she is actually your little great-grandmother? Xianxia blushed under the stares, but the young man glared at the crowd and said, what are you looking at? Can't she be more senior? What kind of relationship was this? All the cultivators were a little speechless. One was a human, and the other was a demon. They were not related by blood at all. As they thought of this, someone looked at the fierce ape again. They did not know who this person was. On the other hand, the fierce ape grinned as well, and as if he was deeply afraid others would misunderstand, he chuckled as he explained. The little girl isn't my great-aunt. She's of a different race and isn't related by blood at all. But I owe him a favor, so I'll help his wife. Young Master Fusu's eyes turned cold. He did not care about the messy relationship between the two people. From the looks of the two people, he could tell that they were wholeheartedly following the will of Xianxia. In addition, when he came in, he saw the two coming out of the palace. It seemed that they were close to Fengxing. Once they heard that he had fallen into the Pure Land, they immediately came to discuss it. They were even faster than him. Now that everyone was looking at them in harmony, young Master Fusu, Yuan Buyu, was proud of his identity. If his first attack failed, he would not immediately make a second attack. He just looked at Xianxia coldly and said, I killed this monk to punish the spiritual mountain temple's ambition of using the power of the Yuan family. Secondly, it was to cut off the source of trouble for that stupid thing. Since you are his Taoist companion, why did you send someone to stop me? I don't know why little Joe did that, he didn't tell me either. Xianxia plucked up her courage and took a few steps forward. She looked into Mr. Fusu's eyes and said, but I'm very sure that he doesn't want anyone to kill his junior martial brother when he's not around. I'm his Dao companion, so of course I have to help him protect the person he doesn't want to see hurt. Moreover, little Nine is so smart, how can he be so easily deceived? Young Master Fusu, please understand that it is still too early to fight and kill. It is better to let senior brother Xianxia live first, and quickly discuss how to save little Nine. Xiaoxi's attitude towards young Master Fusu was very respectful. Her words were sincere, but neither servile nor overbearing, which actually made young Master Fusu unable to act up for a moment. At this time, he looked at the little girl a little more seriously. For someone of his status, there was naturally no lack of skilled servants around him. However, there were not many people around him who could distinguish the situation clearly and take up the responsibility at the critical moment. Rescue? Haha, how? After a long silence, young Master Fusu sneered in a low voice and looked at Chu Xi playfully. He is trapped in the territory of the demon state, but that territory is so big, do you know where he is exactly? Moreover, who knows if this is a trap? If in order to save him, we and the rest of the divine land are sacrificed, and we end up trapped in the enemy's formation, who can bear this bitter fruit? This, Chu Xi didn't know what to say for a moment. Although she had been the empress of the Chu region for 10 years, and her vision and vision were not bad, she was still a delicate person in her bones. After hearing that Fang Xing was in trouble, she panicked at the first moment, and now, she only wanted to save him, but she had not thought about how to save him. Young Master Fusu's indifferent words hit the key points of her words, making her not know what to say for a moment. However, at this time, another girl in a light golden dress came to Chu Xi's side and held her hand. It was a person from the demon land who came from the palace. She comforted Chu Xi, then turned to young Master Fusu and said, I cultivate the art of all life, and I am the best at divination. I think I can divine the location where Brother Fang Xing is trapped, and if we want to save him, it won't be too difficult. As she spoke, she comforted Chu Xi in a low voice, Don't worry, I have done a simple divination just now. Brother Fang Xing is in danger, but he is not in a hurry, and he will not be in danger in a short period of time. However, his fate is always changing, and there are too many disturbances, so we have to think of a solution as soon as possible. The art of all life? As soon as she said this, not only young Master Fusu, but even Wang Qiong and Zhu Shou couldn't help but look at the girl. There were 3,000 ways, and the art of life was the most difficult. Even in the cultivation world, cultivators who cultivated the art of life were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Among the younger generation, other than the disciples of Tianji Palace and Tea Fairy of the northern region of China's Yin Spirit Path, no one had heard of anyone who had attainments in the art of life. This girl from the demon land looked young, but she had the confidence to divine the location of Fang Xing in the Devil's Abyss where the law had collapsed. This arrogance and self-confidence made the cultivators feel a little surprised. Some people couldn't help but think, although the little devil Fang Xing had enemies all over the world, there was no lack of capable people among his friends. Nonsense. Out of everyone's expectation, after hearing the words of the girl in the golden dress, young Master Fusu was silent for a while, then scolded coldly, The art of life, divine the location of that stupid thing? Do you think this is a child's play? Look at your young age, even if you cultivated from a young age, how many of the 49 art of life can you cultivate? Moreover, even if you are really a genius and cultivated 49 art of life, there is still the elusive one. In this Devil's Abyss, the law is broken, the sky is broken, and the earth is broken. The impact on the art of life is even greater. How accurate can you be? Of course, I will try my best. The girl in the golden dress also blushed a little and said forcefully. However, young Master Fuso lightly flicked his sleeve and said softly, You can't bear the life of Zhu Shou from the divine land with just the word try your best. Forget it, Yu Jizi of Tianji Palace will come to the Devil's Abyss in the next 2 or 3 days. Let's wait for him to come and make a decision after the deduction. Now, don't make trouble. After all, that stupid thing is a member of the Yuan family. I won't sit back and do nothing. I have already sent people to find out the truth. After saying that, he flicked his sleeve and put it behind his back. He coldly looked at Xianxia, who was standing next to him without saying a word, and turned to leave. A group of people who came out of the palace looked at each other. They wanted to stop him, but they could not. According to what young Master Fuso said, Yu Jizi of Tianji Palace would only arrive in 2 or 3 days, but could Fang Xing wait that long? However, with young Master Fusu's strength and cultivation, if he wanted to leave, how many people would dare to stop him? Sister sang is he really okay? Chu Xi was helpless. She grabbed the hand of the girl in the golden dress tightly and pleaded. The girl in the golden dress also frowned and said in a low voice, I have already deduced. In this demon abyss, there is indeed a great impact on the deduction of the life technique. I have used all my strength, but I can only know that his life is temporarily not in danger. It's just that in the process of my deduction, I felt too much interference that made me frightened. There is even a power beside him that I dare not speculate about, and this power will turn into a sword hanging over his head at any time. This is also the reason why I suggest that we save him as soon as possible, but what young Master Fusu said is not unreasonable. If we are not sure, it is too dangerous to go deep alone. At this time, the general red embellishment in red armor said softly, moreover, with Fusu's arrival, I can mobilize less than 30% of the power in the Abyss Suppressing Division. The cultivators of most of the Divine Land only respect Fusu. If he doesn't speak, I can't mobilize them. It is still too weak to go deep into the territory of the Demon Province with just the few of you. Be careful, but no matter what, we can't just sit back and do nothing. Xianxia was so anxious that she was about to cry. The longer it dragged on, the more impatient she became. Making a plan before taking action is the best strategy. The evil ancestor has already told me to follow little ancestor Feng Xing after entering the demon abyss. There will definitely be benefits. Now that he has fallen, I don't care how dangerous the territory of the demon province is. I must go and save him. If you don't go, I will go myself. The golden-winged little King, who was holding a long spear, shouted, looking down on everyone. Hee, as long as I have money, I can also go to the territory of the demon province. The three Zhangtal fierce ape, Kong, also said, looking as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. Oh, damn gorilla, you are still talking about money at this time. Can I give you a mountain? The golden-robed Wu Sang glared at Kong angrily. On the other hand, Kong's eyes lit up. He stretched out 2 fingers and said, then I can go twice. For a moment, Zhu Xiu was talking about it, and there was an endless stream of opinions. They all had good intentions, but it was difficult for them to make up their minds. On the other hand, Xianxia, after listening to Kong's words, fell silent and seemed to be thinking about something. While all the cultivators were discussing how to save Feng Xing, the handsome little monk put his palms together and stood silently to the side. Although all the cultivators understood Feng Xing's temperament and no one blamed him, no one comforted him at the moment. They only left him standing there silently, looking down. A look of determination gradually rose on his handsome face. His hand slowly reached into his sleeve and took out another piece of jade paper. There were 2 pieces of jade paper sent by the demon province. One was for publicity, and the other was specially for him. There was only 1 line of words on the jade paper, little monk, don't harm my cousin. It's better to rescue junior brother Feng as soon as possible. After all, with their intelligence, if they weren't really trapped, they would have returned long ago. Why would they be delayed for so long? Although the divination shows that his life is not in danger, the divination is ever-changing. No one knows what will happen in the next moment, so the rescue must be done as soon as possible. However, the problem is that although our fellow cultivators from the demon land have agreed to help, and General Red Embellishment is also willing to help, we are still too weak to go deep into the demon province to rescue people. During the discussion, Wang Qiong resolutely interrupted the cultivators and analyzed the pros and cons of the situation. In our demon land, the little sage of 9 mountains, Lion Rock Mountain, and Sister Fairy, Fox Fairy has a close relationship with the little ancestor, and she's always trying to make friends with the Yuan family. I'm afraid she will only listen to the Yuan family's orders and won't go with us to rescue him. However, Wei Wuji, the Taoist child of Mount Wuing, repeatedly asked me to put in a good word for him in front of the little ancestor. It seems that he's interested and we can rope him in. Little King, who was dressed in golden armor and looked very heroic, said loudly. He already had the power of a little ancestor. Most of the demon land had already rushed to the demon abyss, but not many people came to visit. Only Wu Sang and Wu Edian of Fusong, Little King of Gu Blade Mountain, Kong of Great Sage Mountain, and a few others came. They could only be regarded as half of the forces in the demon land. It seems that we still have to ask the Yuan family to agree to this matter. Wang Qiong said and looked at Xianxia. None of the cultivators were stupid. Other than madmen like the Little King and fierce people like Kong, there were really not many who dared to barge into the demon state's territory to rescue someone with just a few people. Now, Wang Qiong and Xianxia had become Feng Xing's backbone here. Even if others were willing to take this risk, the 2 of them had no choice but to act calmly and consider all aspects thoroughly before making a decision. I'll go talk to the Yuan family, Xianxia said quietly with a hint of determination. The surrounding cultivators and demons all looked at her in surprise. Their eyes flickered and they did not hold out much hope. When Chu Xi saw this, she only smiled calmly and said, "Thank you for your help. Please wait here for my news. I think I still have a way to convince the Yuan clan to agree." She paused for a while, and a fierce look appeared in her eyes. To put it bluntly, no matter what they plan to do, it's all about profit. Since he's unwilling to help, then these 10 mountains shall be given to him. 10 mountains. Chu Xi's words caused all the cultivators to be stunned, and they were unable to react for a moment. These were the 10 mountain peaks of the 100 Break Mountain range. Every single one of them represented boundless good fortune and immortal destiny in the future. Now that this little girl had agreed to save the Yuan family, would she hand over the 10 mountains just like that? It was hard to tell that she could be so ruthless even though she was so delicate and weak, especially to the demons of the land of demons who had not even occupied a single mountain. This was an indescribably huge gift. It must be known that even if the land of demons sent out all their juniors and masters this time, they were not confident that they could occupy a mountain range in the 100 Break Mountain range. After all, there were only 100 mountains in the 100 Break Mountain range. However, the orthodoxies of the Divine Prefecture and the Demon Province were as numerous as flies in a toilet. According to the estimation of the land of demons, as long as they could occupy a mountain, they would already be very lucky. Because of this, when they first entered the demon abyss and heard that Feng Xing had occupied 10 mountains, they were extremely shocked. Now that he heard that Chu Xi had the courage to hand over the 10 mountains in order to save Feng Xing, he was even more shocked and tongue-tied. However, after listening to Chu Xi's words, Wang Qiong said, "Junior sister Chu Xi is right. All the orthodoxies are scheming for benefits. As long as they are willing to send troops to rescue us, it doesn't matter if we give them the benefits. You go ahead. If the Yuan family thinks that these 10 mountains are not sincere enough, then we can also count the 3 mountains of the Great Snow Mountain. When junior brother Feng comes back, we will take back 20 mountains." "Well, this is not the time to be polite. Sister Qiong, I won't say anything more." Chu Xi simply agreed and said subconsciously, "Senior brother Xianxia, please help me entertain the people of the land of demons." Halfway through her words, she couldn't help but hesitate. She looked around and didn't know when Xianxia had disappeared. Where did he go at such an urgent time? Chu Xi was stunned and a little surprised. Well, where did the little monk go? Little Pun King also said at this time, could it be that he slipped away because of the critical situation? Zhu Shou of the other land of demons didn't know Xianxia well, so he couldn't help but feel confused at this time. Some people even remembered that Child Fusa vowed that Xianxia deliberately lured Feng Xing to kidnap the Buddha of the Nirvana temple and deliberately provoked trouble. They couldn't help but be a little suspicious. After all, it was important to save people now. Even a good-for-nothing like Wu Yidian didn't slip away. Where did the little monk sneak to? Xiaojiu believes him, which means that he is trustworthy. Chu Xi shook her head and said goodbye for Xianxia, but she had no time to pay attention to him. She asked Wang Qiong to receive them and flew away from the village. On the other side of the extreme Yin River, on the tallest mountain peak, there was a huge temporary imperial residence. Now, Chu Xi had already stated the purpose of her visit. With her hands clasped at her abdomen, she stood quietly under the scorching sun and waited. Opposite her were the 2 female attendants, Huang Ying-er and Hong Ke-er. The 2 of them were looking at her indifferently and did not invite her to sit inside. They only allowed Zi Yuan-er to pass the letter in. "You want to give me 10 mountains in exchange for my Yuan family's sincerity and send most of the elites to save that idiot?" After waiting for a full hour, Chu Xi's forehead was already dripping with sweat. Only then did a voice come from the temporary imperial residence. "I've already thought about it. If I want to save Xiaojiu, I need detailed information about the terrain and the distribution of the Devil Province's forces. I also need most of the cultivators to feign an attack to distract the Devil Province's cultivators. I also need a group of cultivators who are skilled in formations to break the various formations set up by the Devil Province's cultivators along the way. In addition, after the rescue is successful, I need someone to receive me. Even if I can't save the person, I need the person who is rescued to return in one piece," Chu Xi answered quickly and calmly. "In the end," she said, "this line of work requires too much manpower and resources. Moreover, the cultivators under the way of robbery have just been accepted not long ago and can't be put in an important position. Only the Yuan clan can do this, haha, you're young, but your mind is clear. In the palace, after a long silence, the young master of the Yuan family suddenly said in a playful tone, now, I have Huang Ying-er's sweet and soft voice, Hong Kei-er's slender legs, and Zi Yuan-er's exquisite feet by my side, but after all, I haven't gathered all the best women in the world. In front of that chaotic demon, I always lose. Seeing that your cultivation is not bad and you have a good waist, are you willing to be a maid by my side? His words were actually full of temptation. When Chu Xi suddenly heard these words, she was stunned at first, and her face was filled with disbelief. Then, a hint of anger immediately appeared on her face. She looked towards the palace coldly and fiercely, and she forcefully suppressed her anger and scolded in a low voice, young Master Fusu, please behave yourself. I am Feng Xing's official Taoist companion, and he is also a member of your Yuan family. Speaking to me like this, isn't it, absurd? She actually scolded young Master Fusu directly, and it caused the atmosphere to become heavy. Little sister, you've crossed the line. Before Fusu could speak, Huang Ying-er, who was guarding the door, said indifferently, young Master Fusu values your intelligence, and that's why he gave you an immortal fate to accompany him. Not only are you not grateful, but you're scolding young master. Isn't that disrespectful? Hong Kei-er also said coldly, that idiot was rude earlier, and now that he's gotten himself into trouble, he's thinking of our young master? What Taoist companion? Does he really think he's someone important? Why don't you take a look at what that idiot is, and who are you to dare speak to our young master like this? Not to mention that young master was just joking, even if he really wanted to bestow you with this blessing, we might not agree to it. With your cultivation, you're clumsy, and can only be a servant girl. How can you be on par with the three of us? Inside the palace, the most mean voice of Zi Yuan came from afar. Chu Xi bit her lower lip tightly, and blood seeped out. Her fingers were already clenched so tightly that they turned white, but she did not rebuke. Her gaze was resolute, and she waited for the master of the palace to reply. Hee, the three of you don't have to be so nervous. I was just casually mentioning it. After a long while, young Master Fusu's voice rang out again. This time, he first comforted the three female attendants, and then said indifferently to Chu Xi, 19th sister-in-law, you've given me 10 mountains in exchange for a nod. That's more than enough. However, I still want to ask you something. These 10 mountains that you've mentioned originally belong to the Yuan family. What's the meaning of you giving them to me? Boom, when Chu Xi heard this, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. She could not help but take 2 steps back and said loudly, this territory belongs to little Jiu. Heh. After a long while, the voice in the palace laughed and said, but the little Jiu that you've mentioned belongs to the Yuan family. After the chuckle, his voice gradually deepened under Chu Xi's shocked gaze. Since he is a member of the Yuan family, then everything that belongs to him naturally belongs to the Yuan family. Since he was still here before, there was no need to guard against him for the time being. Now that he has fallen, this territory should naturally be taken over by the Yuan family. Although you are his cultivation companion, you have not slept with him, and you have not obtained the approval of the Yuan family. To put it bluntly, you are an outsider. That territory is so important, and the generations of the demon lands are also eyeing it covetously. How can I be at ease leaving it in the hands of an outsider? Hee, for the sake of safety, I think it's time for the Yuan family to send someone to take over. Chu Xi was extremely shocked. Even the sword spirit automatically sensed it and flew out. She looked at the summer palace and endless anger rose in her heart. How can you be so excessive? Little Joe is trapped, but you don't think about rescuing him. Instead, you want to snatch his things? Nonsense. Sir Fusu's voice was as calm as water, as if he did not want to argue with Chu Xi. Don't talk nonsense. When did I say that I would not save him? Although he is stupid, he is still a member of the Yuan family. Since he is in danger, I will naturally save him. It's just that I cannot trust the people from the demon lands. Moreover, this matter is too important, and I cannot put more people in danger for him alone. Naturally, I have to think normally. Demon Feng Xing, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings this time. In the demonic abyss, in the territory of the demon continent, a huge silver lizard flew in the air. When it spread its wings, it was at least 100 meters wide. With an indescribable ferocity, it descended on a black mountain range. On the back of the lizard, there were 7 or 8 demon continent cultivators with extremely powerful auras. One of them was holding a bronze compass with a circumference of a few meters. At this moment, the needle on the compass was spinning rapidly and finally pointed at a valley in the distance. "It's there. Set up the formation and inform the other teams to hurry over." On the back of the silver lizard, a woman in white shouted and activated the message talisman. Whoosh! It was also at this moment that a figure suddenly charged into the sky from the valley. The 2 demon sword wings on his back spread open with a whoosh. They were not much smaller than the wings of the lizard. Under the wings, Fangxing held the dragon mark ominous blade in his hand and charged directly at the silver lizard. His ferocious aura was invincible. He swung the blade through the air and slashed down. Impressively, the sky was filled with blade shadows and the void was shattered. "This is the 4th group. Do you really think I don't know how to kill?" With an angry roar, Fangxing's blade shadows slashed out and the demon continent cultivators on the back of the lizard were sent flying. Even the silver lizard was heavily injured. It wailed and fell into the valley below, smashing into the mountains and causing the earth to tremble. Whoosh! Fangxing directly rushed forward and caught the green compass in his hand. He glanced at it coldly and saw that on the compass, the runes appeared and the needle spun rapidly. Then, it firmly pointed at him and did not move at all. "It's this stupid thing again." Fangxing's gaze turned cold. He exerted force in his fingers and with a cracking sound, he crushed the compass into pieces. Then, he rushed down and saw that at the entrance of the valley, the Arhat of the Permitha temple was already waiting for him. He didn't say much and quickly led the donkey away from this place. He rushed deeper into the Black Mountain range and found another safe place to hide. "They're getting faster and faster. Are you still not going to send me back?" Buddha Huining said with a trembling voice as he grabbed the ears of the donkey tightly to prevent himself from falling off the back of the speeding donkey. "In your dreams. I want to see how many of them can be sent over for me to kill." Fangxing shouted fiercely and ignored him. As time passed, his current situation was not too good. In the beginning, the ancient clans and orthodoxies of the Pure Land only set up a big formation at the place where he was heading to the Divine Prefecture to prevent him from passing through. However, gradually, they started to send out countless teams to search for him. Each team was equipped with a flying surviving species of the untainted land. They held a green compass and searched everywhere. Although this method was a little stupid, it was really useful. Once the compass entered within 10 miles of Fangxing's body, it would sense and point out his location. Now, in less than 2 days, Fangxing had been unintentionally discovered by 4 small teams, and his hiding place had been found. Of course, these 4 teams weren't that lucky either. They were all killed by the ferocious Fangxing. As for Fangxing, once he was discovered, he had no choice but to flee and find another place to hide. What made Fangxing most curious was how the green compass was made. At first, he thought that it was a treasure of the Pure Land that could point out his presence. However, he later realized that it wasn't that simple. If it was really a treasure, how could the Pure Land have so many of them? He had never heard of a treasure that could be mass-produced. Now, not only did the Pure Land set up countless compasses on the defensive line, each team that came out to search for him also had one. How many compasses were there in total? Moreover, every compass had a miraculous effect and could accurately point out his location. And when that compass was pointed at him, he also had a faint feeling of a sudden impulse, as if some dormant bloodline in his body was boiling. This also made him secretly guess that the appearance of this compass should be related to the Biming family. Only the Biming family could use his bloodline to make a fuss. However, how could the Biming family be so sure that he was the kidnapper and why they made such a compass? Fangxing faintly guessed a possibility, and his brows furrowed tightly. He and the green donkey dashed left and right in the continuous Black Mountain range at an extremely fast speed. They plunged into the depths of the mountain range and didn't even know where they were going. It was easy for them to get rid of the cultivators of the Pure Land who were chasing after them. However, even if they were temporarily safe, it wouldn't be easy for them to completely escape. After all, the cultivators of the Pure Land seemed to have put in a lot of effort. Nobody knew how many people they had sent out to search every inch of the mountain range, damn it, you are forcing me to play hide and seek with you. Alright, if you want to play, then let's play. While running quickly in the mountain range, Fangxing became more and more anxious as he thought about it. His eyes gradually turned cold and he said in a low voice, "From now on, I will kill every team you send. I will kill them all at once. Let's see how many you are willing to let me kill." He was a little annoyed by the relentless pursuit of the cultivators of the Pure Land for the past 2 days. He couldn't hold back his murderous intent anymore. Fangxing, it was also at this moment that a thunderous voice suddenly rang out from behind Yao Yao. Eh? They have caught up? Fangxing was shocked. He turned around with the saber in his hand and signaled the green donkey to run first while he killed another group of pursuers. However, when he turned around and scanned the area with his spirit sense, he didn't find any pursuers approaching. How audacious of you to kidnap the Arhat of the Pure Land. Aren't you afraid that the heavens and earth won't tolerate you? The voice shook the void as if it was ringing in his ears and sweeping across the sky like muffled thunder. Fangxing then realized that someone was using the 1,000-mile sound transmission magical power to talk to him. This magical power was used to shake the void from afar and transmit the sound far away to the surrounding regions. After carefully identifying the source of the sound, he realized that it was from the place where he was discovered just now. The other party must have chased after him but found out that he had disappeared. Therefore, he simply used the 1,000-mile sound transmission magical power to shake the entire area and speak to him who hadn't escaped far. Don't tolerate your mother. Do you really think I'm a fool and will answer you casually? Fangxing kept his saber and turned to leave. He wasn't stupid enough to respond to that person with the 1,000-mile sound transmission. If he did that, his position would be locked on immediately. He turned around and was about to continue on his way. However, what the voice said next made him suddenly stunned. Even if you're not afraid of courting death, you don't even want the life of the Arhat of the spiritual mountain temple? Fangxing stopped abruptly. His gaze was cold as he glared fiercely behind him. The voice sounded again and scolded, "Fangxing, the Arhat of the spiritual mountain temple came to find you and coincidentally fell into the hands of the North Deep tribe. If you still cherish his life, bring the Arhat to Silence Valley to exchange. Seeing that you also have the bloodline of the North Deep tribe, I will spare your life. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for using all kinds of torture on this little monk until the moment you appear." The voice rumbled and gradually dissipated into the wilderness. Fangxing's eyes were filled with extreme shock. Little monk Xianxia actually fell into their hands? He held the dragon-patterned saber, and his heart was tumbling like a raging wave. It infected the saber, causing the murderous aura on the saber to increase layer by layer. At this moment, in the area of Silence Valley, which was also the place where the Arhat of the Permitha temple was first kidnapped, the little monk Xianxia was dressed in white and sat quietly on the mountain peak. There was a formation inscribed around him that turned into a prison, trapping him inside. Opposite him, his cousin, Baimingqingdi, slowly walked up the mountain peak and sat opposite him. She didn't speak for a long time. "I won't let them torture you. I just want to force my cousin to quickly return the Arhat." Baimingqingdi seemed to be apologetic. After a long silence, she said to Xianxia in a low voice, "You guys didn't trap senior brother, right? You guys didn't trap senior brother, right?" The little monk Xianxia opened his eyes and asked calmly. Baimingqingdi was silent for a long time and said in a low voice, "That's right. He's so powerful that he won't be trapped by us so easily. We've done our best, but we can only set up a line of defense so that he won't have a chance to escape back to the Divine Land. Even until today, we haven't been able to find his shadow. It's because I have no other choice that I had to use this strategy to provoke you to come here as a bargaining chip in our hands. My cousin values you very much. If he knows that you're in our hands, he'll definitely agree to return the Arhat in exchange for your safety." She seemed to be eager to explain and said a lot in a moment. However, the little monk Xianxia just breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "I'm relieved that senior brother isn't trapped." Seeing the genuine relief on Xianxia's face, the elder cousin faintly felt a little bitter in her heart. After a long time, she smiled bitterly and said, "Little monk, I'm sorry about this, but I have no other way. My cousin is so daring that he even kidnapped the Arhat. He's cutting himself off from the Pure Land and leaving no way out. Now I only hope that he can care about your life and send the Arhat back as soon as possible. It's okay as long as senior brother is fine, the little monk Xianxia nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, I actually thought that since senior brother is so powerful, he shouldn't be trapped by you so easily. But I'm still a little worried, so I simply came to have a look. But senior sister Biming, he hesitated for a moment and said tentatively, since I'm here, can you tell Xianxia fairy the truth and tell them not to come? Biming Qingdi was slightly stunned and didn't know how to answer. Impossible. But at this time another person answered the little monk Xianxia for her. At the foot of the mountain, a handsome man riding on a 5-colored divine bull slowly walked up the mountain. His voice was filled with an uncontrollable murderous aura as he said coldly, that evil creature has committed such a grave mistake. He has cut himself off from the Pure Land and the Biming family. Even if he has cultivated a human body and a demon form, he will never be able to return to the Biming tribe. This time, it's not just you. Anyone who dares to save him will fall into my trap. At that time, I will kill them one by one. I want to see how long he will hide before he is willing to stand up and speak. Hearing this, the little monk Xianxia's face was full of shock and fear. He hurriedly said to Biming Qingdi, you must stop him. Biming Qingdi hesitated for a moment and didn't know how to answer Xianxia. He doesn't understand senior brother, but don't you understand? Before she could answer, Xianxia's next sentence had already sounded in a hurry, senior brother is not to be trifled with. Doing this will kill you. In the end, the Yuan family is still unwilling to help. Instead, they are determined to seize Little Nine's 10 mountains. When Chu Xi returned to the robbery palace and said this, Zhu Xiu who gathered in the robbery palace fell silent and looked at each other. They did not place too much hope on the Yuan family. After all, the big families always put their own interests first. Because of this, even if they wanted to ask the Yuan family to help, they did not use Fang Xing's identity. Instead, they followed the standard way of asking for a chance from the Yuan family with the gift of 10 mountains. But they did not expect that young Master Fusu's means were more ruthless than they had imagined. Now there are people gathering outside the village. I'm afraid they will soon take it by force. Someone reported the situation outside the village to Wang Qiong. She said in a low voice with a gloomy face. Can't they wait? Wait for me to go out and kill them to vent my anger. Little Punking was furious. He raised his golden spear and was about to rush out. What's the use of going out now? Wu Sanger pulled little Punking back and scolded, how many can you kill alone? Can you turn this situation around? If you are injured by the Chinese masters, it will be a waste of our help to save the people. Is it worth it? Little Punking's cultivation was much higher than Wu Sanger's, but he behaved himself in front of her. He frowned and said, then what should we do? Do we just let these people ride on our heads? When have I ever been bullied like this? Wu Sanger rolled her eyes at him and said, Big Brother Feng has bullied you a lot in the past. Little Punking's face was burning. After a while, he said stubbornly, that's different. Who asked him to be so senior? If they want to snatch it, then let them. Sister Chu Xi, anyway, our goal is to save that troublemaker. You don't have to worry about this. He never wanted you to help him guard the mountain. If we go against these people, we'll just lose the bigger picture because of a small gain, and we'll miss a good opportunity to save him. Chu Xi thought to herself. Why don't you listen to me? Who is going to help and who is going to take advantage of the situation? Don't thank me for my kindness and don't say your hatred. Just write it down and hand it to Fang Xing. Let him do as he sees fit. Seeing Chu Xi's face full of self-blame and grievance, Wang Qiong and the others relaxed and said a few words with a smile. At this moment, Wu Sanger also said, I have done another divination just now, but it is the divination of those who want to save him. I feel that there is something wrong with the divination. Although Big Brother Feng's fate is vague and hard to predict, his life is not in danger at the moment. Instead, it is us who are in danger. Based on this, I feel that the prediction of him being trapped is not very accurate. Or maybe even if he is trapped, he has a way to escape. If I use our fate to predict, it is not a big problem to find a path deep into the demon's abyss that is the least risky. Are you trying to say that the rumor of him being trapped is false? Kong Kong of the Great Sage Mountain suddenly asked in a low voice. Wu Sang'er said, it is difficult to decide. However, the demon province views the other three regions as enemies after all. Moreover, we do not know the girl from the Biming family. We do not know how people are alike. We can only believe half of the letter sent from the demon province. When the cultivators heard this, they felt that Wu Sang'er's words were reasonable. Cultivators who cultivated in the art of fate could predict the fate of heaven and the hearts of people. Although Wu Sang'er was young and her cultivation was not high, she was the only one among the younger generation of the demon land who cultivated in the art of fate. Everyone still believed in her. However, even if your divination shows that little ancestor is not in great danger, we cannot just sit and do nothing, right? Little Peng King hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice. Wang Qiong also nodded and said, entering the demon province to save someone just because of the rumor may seem a bit stupid. However, if we clearly heard that he was trapped and did nothing, I am afraid it will make people's hearts even colder. This time, even if it is a little dangerous, I still have to go. I hope that Fairy Sang'er can enlighten me and give me some clues so that I can enter the demon province safely. Even if it is just to find out some information, it is also good. I am going too. The ancestors have suppressed me for more than 10 years to break through the gold core. It was not easy for me to break through the gold core and learn a lot of skills. If I do not go to the demon province, how can I hone my skills? Little Peng King also stood up. After saying that, he scratched his head and said, also, the evil ancestor told me that little ancestor Fang Xing is a narrow-minded person. If I go to save him, he may scold me for being fooled by others, but he will remember my kindness. However, if I do not go to save him, I am afraid that he will not say anything, but he will bear a grudge in his heart. In the future, he will find a chance to make things difficult for me. That makes sense. Such straightforward words resonated with many people, and they all nodded in agreement. Wang Qiong and Chu Xi were speechless. They thought that Fang Xing's reputation was really not that good. At this moment, Kong Kong also opened her mouth and said, if that is the case, if we do not take this opportunity to do him a big favor, wouldn't it be a loss? Even Wu Yidian, who had been cowering behind Wu Sang'er and did not dare to say a word in front of others, stood up and said, you want me to go save him? I will not go even if you beat me to death. What if I die inside? However, I have decided to stay here and do as you said. I will remember who comes to fight for the territory, and who speaks ill of you. I will also remember them. When the time comes to settle the score, I will have something to rely on. When the cultivators heard this, those who did not understand looked at him with strange expressions, thinking that this guy was really cunning. However, Wu Sang'er laughed and held Chu Xi's hand, saying, so, Sister Chu Xi, don't be sad. Everyone knows that Big Brother Feng is very capable, but they don't know that we are not idiots. Now that I have been cultivating the living being's great technique that Uncle Jen taught me for more than 10 years, I want to take this opportunity to see if I can really predict the fate of heaven and all living beings. This time, I will go to the demon province with everyone, and predict the good and bad along the way. Even if I can't save anyone, I will try my best to let everyone come back safely. As they talked and laughed, the plan was already set. Everyone wanted to do Fang Xing a favor, but they seemed to have completely forgotten about the dangers involved. As for Chu Xi, she could only bow gracefully. There was no need for her to say anything. Seeing that the Yuan family had forced Chu Xi to hand over the 10 mountains and were even about to attack the territory of the robbers, the reaction of the robbers, the Great Snow Mountain, and even the demon land was beyond everyone's expectations. They actually gave up the 10 mountains and went deep into the demon province alone to save Fang Xing. This decision greatly surprised the orthodoxies of the divine prefecture. Some were shocked, some sneered, and some took the opportunity to plot against the territory of the Great Snow Mountain. At this time, Chu Xi and the others had already descended the mountain. They looked back quietly, ready to embark on this unexpected journey. General Red Embellishment sent a letter. He can't go forward, but he will send people to attack the territory of the demon province to help us reduce the pressure. The Taoist of the Tianyi Palace in the northern region of the Divine Prefecture sent a letter saying that he is ill and can't go forward, but sent people to send 10 Tianyi fog pearls. The people of the Fengtian Dao sent a topographic map of the demon abyss, and also said that if necessary, they are willing to help us back. The Han family of the central region immediately seized 3 territories of the Great Snow Mountain. Before leaving, the orthodoxies had different reactions. They all expressed kindness or malice. There were also countless cultivators on top of the mountains, in the valleys, or in the forests. They looked at the group with strange gazes. They wanted to see if the robbers had really given up on the 10 mountains, and they also wanted to see how many friends the infamous little devil had who would risk their lives to save him after hearing that he had been trapped. Regardless of success or failure, the news of this rescue mission would spread far and wide. I always feel that those people are looking at us as if they are looking at idiots. I'm so angry. Little Pung King scratched his head and glared at the surrounding a few times, unconvinced. That devil is trapped in the territory of the demon province. How much hope does he have to come back alive? You only have so few people, but you want to enter the demon province to rescue him. Aren't you afraid of getting yourself trapped? First, there are no reinforcements. Second, there is no guarantee of success. What are you if not idiots? From the side, a few more people arrived. They were Fox Fairy Maiden, Nine-Headed Little Saint, Shadowless Mountain Taoist, and the others. At this moment, Fox Fairy Maiden looked angry. She looked at Little Pung King and the others. The demon land is already weak, but you still want to waste your time on such useless things. Even if you can come back safely, you have missed the opportunity to attack the demon province and occupy the territory. Is it worth it? For that little devil, you have ruined the fate of the demon land. Can you bear this mistake? Sister Fox, you are responsible for the matter of the demon race. There should be no worries. Wu Sanger stood up and said to Fox Fairy Maiden, "This time, we have to go, or else we will feel uneasy." Sanger, you, Fox Fairy Maiden was so angry that she couldn't say anything. She glanced around and suddenly found that the short and wretched Shadowless Mountain Taoist, Wei Wuji, had also sneaked into the group that wanted to rescue Feng Xing. She was so angry that she went crazy. She scolded in a low voice, "Wei Wuji, they think they are heroes and want to die. Why are you joining them?" Shadowless Mountain Taoist didn't turn his head and said, "I also know that it is safe to follow you and flatter the orthodoxies of the central region, but I don't know why I suddenly feel that it will be more beneficial for me to go with them. So I have decided to go with them. Are you crazy?" Fox Fairy Maiden was so angry that she clenched her teeth. Shadowless Mountain Taoist wanted to cry but had no tears. He thought that his lifeline had been grasped by that little devil more than 10 years ago, so he had no choice but to go. But he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he laughed strangely and said, "Coquettish Fox, you are not crazy and have always been known for your intelligence. But last time, you lost very badly. How many times have you been stripped naked? Since then, I have decided not to stand on your side at critical times. You will regret it when you go to die." Fox Fairy Maiden was so angry that her face turned green. But she didn't say anything. She flicked her long sleeves and turned to leave. Wu Sanger performed a divination on the group and confirmed their location. Then, they sped up and disappeared into the mountains. On the hillside behind them, Wu Idian squatted behind a big pine tree and looked at the people at the foot of the mountain sneakily. He took out a stack of rice paper and licked his writing brush. He started to write honestly, "The people who saved you, your little wife, Chu Ci Fairy Maiden, Wang Qiong, the disciple of the Great Snow Mountain, Little Golden Eagle King of the Lonely Blade Mountain, Kong Kong of the Great Sage Mountain, Sister Sanger, the Taoist of the Shadowless Mountain, Wei Wuji, the people who promised to help, the General in red armor of the Abyss Subduing Division, the Old Taoist of the Heavenly Tao, the Fatty of the Tianyi Palace, the people who took advantage of the chaos to snatch your territory, the Yuan family of the Central Region, the Han family, the Meng family, the Lihan Heaven, the people who risked their lives to help you, my good brother Wu Yidian. Don't provoke senior brother too much, or he will really get you killed." At this time, on the mountains around the Silence Valley in the territory of the Demon State, even Baiming Qingdi, the eldest cousin, fell silent after hearing Xianxia's words. Her expression was awkward, but there was also a hint of guilt. It seemed that she did not expect Xianxia to say such a thing after being frightened. Moreover, looking at his expression, it could be seen that the little monk was very serious and was indeed thinking for her. He was really afraid that if he angered Feng Xing, it would bring about a fatal disaster to him. It was precisely because of this that she was stunned for a moment, and many memories flashed through her mind. From the pilgrimage mountain to the ancestral land of the Huangfu family, which had turned into the demon domain, to the ultimate, Beko Keikyang, and so on. Looking at Xianxia's anxious expression, she suddenly felt a little bitter in her heart. On the other hand, the young man riding the five-colored divine bull sneered when he heard this. He looked at Xianxia coldly and said, "Little monk, did your spiritual mountain temple really place the only variable on that evil creature? I'd like to see how much ability this little bastard, who has left the protection of the family's providence for 700 years and still managed to survive, still has. How dare he do such a rebellious thing?" After saying that, he scolded coldly, "Come on, torture him." Such a cold sentence scared Xianxia so much that he shrank his head and did not dare to say a word. However, Bai Mingqingdi was also shocked. She hurriedly stood up and said, "Big brother, why do you have to do this? After all, he is also the Arhat." The young man riding the five-colored divine bull said coldly, "He is just the inner demon of the Arhat, the last tribulation of the true Buddha." As he said that, he stepped forward coldly and was really going to torture Xianxia. Bai Mingqingdi stood at the side awkwardly, not knowing how to stop him. On the other hand, Xianxia was frightened and exclaimed, "Hey, hey, hey, there's no need to torture him. Senior brother will definitely be here soon. What are you so anxious about? Heh, if you don't show your true colors, how would that little devil be willing to show himself?" The young man riding the five-colored sacred cow shouted coldly, simply strode forward, and took out the whip that was usually tied to his waist. It was a soft whip made of Mingxian silk whips. With one whip, the big tree directly withered, and the hard stone immediately shattered into powder. Even a master of Jiadan Mahayana stage, after being whipped by such a whip, would immediately feel pain in his soul. He couldn't help but cry out loud, and tears could even come out. "There's no need to get serious. My senior brother will be here soon. Don't be impatient. Can't you be more patient?" Xianxia was so scared that his face turned green, and he shouted like a coward. "Big brother, don't torture me." Bai Mingqingdi couldn't help but try to persuade him, but he was pushed aside by the man riding the five-colored divine bull. "Little monk, if you want to suffer less, just hope that bastard will come soon." The man riding the five-colored divine cow waved his long whip and shook it in the air. With a crack, he lashed it at Xianxia's bald head. "Senior brother, save me!" Xianxia was frightened and struggled to shout. Whoosh, just as the whip was about to fall on Xianxia's smooth little head, a sound of something tearing through the air suddenly came from afar. An object flew over from afar like a meteor and almost instantly arrived in front of the man riding the five-colored divine bull. The man's whip was about to fall on Xianxia's head, but he was shocked by this sudden change. He subconsciously turned around and whipped the stone. Boom, as the whip lashed out, it had already channeled its spiritual power. The whip silk was like iron, and its strength was like silk, fixing the stone in the air. "Who ambushed me?" The man riding the five-colored divine bull was furious as he shouted at the place where the stone had flown from. "Be careful." At this moment, he didn't even lock onto the person who had thrown the flying stone at him when he heard a loud shout in his ear. The one who shouted was the monk from the Permitha temple who had just arrived. This group of people rushed back at the same time, their faces full of fear. The man riding the five-colored divine bull suddenly realized that something was wrong and turned to look at the flying stone. Boom, it was also at this moment that the flying stone cracked, and an astonishing explosive power surged out, turning into a ball of black lightning that suddenly shrank into a black ball. Then, with a loud rumble, it spread outwards, directly surrounding the man. The power of lightning contained within it was so strong that it actually caused the weather in the sky to change, and even lightning was drawn down from the dark clouds. Ka! 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 The wild force sent the man flying along with the cow. Smoke rose from their bodies as they flew hundreds of meters into the valley. Even the eldest cousin and Xianxia were within the range of the explosive force, but they were only at the edge, so they were not seriously injured. Of course, the two of them were also frightened by this earth-shattering event. They looked at the distant sky in the west at the same time. "Damn it, who kidnapped my junior brother Xianxia?" In the distant sky, on top of a mountain more than 10 miles away, a loud shout rang out, causing the valley to reverberate endlessly. Impressively, a man with a slingshot in his hand was looking fiercely in this direction. Beside him, there was a green donkey with a cunning and ferocious gaze. On the back of the donkey, there was a monk in black sitting quietly, looking somewhat helplessly in this direction. He really came? Bai Mingqingdi looked at the mountain in disbelief. He subconsciously had the urge to hide to the side and not dare to see him. Senior brother, fortunately you came quickly. Xianxia was so relieved that he was almost moved to tears. Who is it? The explosion alarmed the other cultivators of the Devil Province who were hiding nearby. They all jumped up and shouted, and some even flew into the air. Boom! The cultivator hiding on the mountain no longer hid his figure. He stretched out his hand and lifted the donkey's abdomen. An astonishing power burst out and directly lifted the donkey into the air. With a shake of his shoulder, a pair of black wings spread out behind him and he flew straight into the air. Then, he pulled the donkey and flew directly toward the mountain. Whoosh! 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 When he was 5 kilometers away, the needles of the cyan compasses that covered almost every mountain simultaneously turned and pointed towards him. It's that evil creature. The cultivators of the Pure Land were shocked when they saw this. Some of them subconsciously attacked him. On the other hand, Fang Xing, who'd flashed over from midair, had shockingly swept over with a single wing. Bang! The wing was like a tornado that swept over, and even more terrifying was that the tornado was completely formed from countless sharp and terrifying sword lights, and it wasn't inferior to the simultaneous attack of over 1,000 flying swords. Those cultivators that obstructed before him cried out endlessly with shock as they fluttered down from the sky like flies. Boom! The newcomer landed on a mountain peak adjacent to the mountain where Xianxia was. The impact caused the rocks to collapse and a large pit to appear. Then, he slowly put the green donkey on the ground and looked coldly at the place where Xianxia was. His voice was mixed with indescribable anger. You bastard Baiming family, how dare you trick my junior brother Xianxia into coming here, and you even want to torture him? His voice was like muffled thunder, and his anger was monstrous. Suddenly, he placed the dragon blade on the neck of the monk in black on the back of the green donkey. His voice seemed to be filled with endless anger. You dare to torture my junior brother Xianxia? Do you think I don't dare to kill this monk? Whoosh! This action immediately seemed to draw out the souls of the surrounding Zhuxiu. For a moment, the void was silent, and no one dared to make a sound. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the neck of the monk in black, and they didn't dare to breathe. The newcomer was naturally Fang Xing. After hearing the voice from thousands of miles away, he was also very nervous. Through the matter of the compass, he had already expected that someone from the Baiming family would deal with him. When he heard that Xianxia had been captured, he had already determined one thing in his heart. It must be known that the little monk Xianxia was not a fool. He would not foolishly come to the territory of the Devil Province to find him. Since he had been captured, he must have been led here or provoked by someone. The only person who could make him believe and lead him here was naturally his eldest cousin. Thinking of this, he was angry in his heart. From these two things, he thought of other more terrible possibilities. Since this woman could trick Xianxia, wouldn't it be extremely terrible if she also tricked others here? Because of this, he immediately rushed over without stopping. Originally, he wanted to squat nearby to take a look at the terrain, but he suddenly found that the guy riding on the 5-colored divine cow was actually going to torture Xianxia. This really made him unable to bear it, so he directly hit him with a rune stone. However, the distance was too far, so it was not enough to kill him directly. Cousin, let go of the Buddha. Don't do anything disobedient anymore. Seeing that Fang Xing had placed the knife on the body of the Buddha, Bai Mingqingdi had no choice but to speak softly and persuade him gently. However, until now, she did not dare to look at Fang Xing and subconsciously avoided him. Don't call me cousin. I can't recognize a cousin like you. Fang Xing was extremely angry and glared at Bai Mingqingdi fiercely. Bitch, how dare you treat the little monk like this? Are you still human? Cousin. I didn't want to either, but who told you to do such a thing and kidnap the Buddha? Hearing this, Bai Mingqingdi's expression was painful and she was speechless. After a long time, she raised her head and tried to explain. Who kidnapped your family's Buddha? Fang Xing pointed at the black-robed Buddha and shouted, I just King brought him out for a stroll. Even if I abducted him, look at him. Is there a single strand of hair missing from his body? Damn, he even became fat from eating too much. But what about you? Not only did you trick the little monk over, you even wanted to torture him. Stinking woman, have you forgotten how we fished you out of the white jade capital like a dead dog? Bai Mingqingdi's face suddenly turned pale. She had also traveled thousands of miles with Xianxia and Fangxing, and they had a close relationship. In Beko Keikyang, she had acted according to the decree of the old clan of the North Sea. When she was in deep trouble, Xianxia had disregarded everything to disrupt the situation and helped her distract the Yuanying's pursuit. Then, she had been rescued by Fangxing. Only then did she escape from Beko Keikyang. Otherwise, she would have fallen and become a chess piece sacrificed for the general trend of the Pure Land. In this way, both Xianxia and Fangxing had saved her life. Because of this, Fangxing's scolding made her expression even more painful. Evil creature, bastard, how dare you sneak attack me, hand over your life. It was also at this moment that a rumbling sound resounded from within the gorge, and a figure suddenly soared into the sky with a murderous look as it pounced towards Fangxing shockingly. It was the man on the 5-colored azure ox that Fangxing had shot into the gorge with a slingshot. Even though that slingshot didn't take his life, his injuries were indeed not light. Only now did he recover from his injuries, and he was both embarrassed and annoyed, and the flames of rage attacked his heart as he leaped up with the intention of fighting desperately. Go to hell. Fangxing casually drew his bow and shot another talisman stone at the man. The explosion caused the man to howl as he fell into the valley. Fangxing continued to point at Bai Mingqingdi and scolded, "Bitch, are you still a human?" Fangxing's scolding made Bai Mingqingdi speechless. She didn't think that what she did was wrong. She had expected that Fangxing would scold her for going against him for the sake of the Arhat, and she already had an explanation in her heart. After all, personal feelings were not important, and righteousness came first. However, she didn't expect that Fangxing didn't care about righteousness at all. He didn't even care that she had tricked Xianxia to come over. On the contrary, he flew into a rage when he saw his brother torture Xianxia and she didn't stop it. This was in line with Xianxia's advice before. This made her think of a lot of things for a while. She was stunned and couldn't speak for a long time. The other cultivators of the Pure Land, the disciples of the ancient clan, and even the guardian monks of the Permitha temple were stunned by what he had done to the divine son of the North Deep clan, the famous true body Arhat Bai Mingxiao on the merit list. If the first time was because he hid in the distance and launched a sneak attack, causing Bai Mingxiao to be unable to react in time, then what was going on the second time? He almost sent him flying with a slingshot without even looking. That ease was like a strong man knocking down a naughty child with one kick. This strength was too terrifying. After all, Bai Mingxiao was also one of the divine sons of the ancient clan, representing the top of the younger generation of the Pure Land. How could he be so useless? For a moment, they really had a feeling of unfathomable depth towards this little devil, even if they knew that he relied on the slingshot and the talisman stone in his hand. This achievement was, after all, shocking to the point that it made people panic. This is my fault, and I really feel guilty. But for the sake of the overall situation, I have to do this. I don't expect you to forgive me. I only hope that you will quickly release the Arhat, and don't continue to make big mistakes and end your own life in the Pure Land. After a long time, Bai Mingqingdi smiled bitterly and said in a low voice. Since you've already captured the little monk, I have no choice but to release him. Fangxing said angrily, glancing fiercely at the cultivators around him, who were staring at him covetously. All of you, behave yourself. Now that your Buddha is here, if you don't want me to chop off his head, you should obediently let my junior brother Xianxia go. When we leave the territory of your devil province, I will let him go as well. I always keep my word. Bao Spawn, you've already committed a heinous crime by abducting a young Arhat, yet you still dare to bargain? In the void, a skinny monk glared angrily and shouted loudly. It was the head of the Permitha temple's Dharma protector monk. My ass, I'm just bringing your Arhat out to play. What's wrong with that? Fangxing rolled his eyes and raised the god-striking bow, scaring the surrounding monks into retreating at the same time. However, Fangxing only carried the god-striking bow on his back and said loudly, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Do you think I'm a fool to release your Arhat here? What if all of you rush up together? I brought him here now to show you that he's still alive. It's impossible for me to release him. We'll talk about it when I return to the Chinese territory. Otherwise, we'll just break up. You guys kill Xianxia, and I'll kill him. The unreasonable attitude made Zhu Shou speechless. Xianxia almost cried. Senior brother, don't be serious, hee. Are you trying to negotiate with us? The skinny monk first bowed to the black-robed Arhat in the air to show his disrespect. Then, he raised his head and looked at Fangxing coldly. Vile spawn, quickly release the Arhat and leave. The Permitha temple promises not to make things difficult for you this time, but next time, Aya, are you talking about conditions? Fangxing interrupted him and sat down. He said, I'm not bragging. If I really want to talk, I can talk to you for an entire day. He looked like he was ready to talk for a long time, and his face was filled with ferocity and disdain. A scoundrel was difficult to deal with, and it was even more difficult to deal with a powerful scoundrel. Fangxing naturally wouldn't let the Arhat go so easily. He had to negotiate with the other party. He didn't believe that the other party could do anything to him. After all, the Arhat was in his hands. Now that they were standing face to face, if they dared to hit Xianxia once, he would dare to hit the Arhat twice. Let's see who would win. However, he didn't expect that the people around him would look at him coldly after he said that. There was disdain and contempt in their gazes. They didn't seem to be afraid of him. What are these thieves and monks planning? Fangxing's heart immediately perked up as he stared coldly at the group of monks. Evil creature, you're being unreasonable. Do you really think you have any chance of winning? A cold voice sounded. Behind the rune prison where Xianxia was, a man covered in black smoke suddenly appeared. It was Bai Mingxiao, who had been knocked into the valley twice in a row. This person was tough, or rather, his cultivation was unfathomable. He was able to climb out of the valley unscathed after being hit by 2 runestones in a row. However, from the looks of it, he didn't dare to be as arrogant as before. He quietly climbed up and stood behind Xianxia, in case Fangxing hit him with the god-beating bow again. His face was filled with deep hatred as he looked at Fangxing with a venomous gaze. Chance of winning? What chance of winning? It's a fair exchange. We'll go our own ways. How can there be any chance of winning? Even Fangxing couldn't help but be stunned by the senseless sentence. You can leave, but this inner demon can't. The guardian monk of the Permitha temple suddenly opened his mouth and gently pointed at Xianxia. Fangxing was stunned for a moment before he flew into a rage. He jumped up and said, Stinky monk, don't play such tricks with me. Do you think I'm a fledgling who's kidnapped for the first time? If you don't hand over my junior brother Xianxia, I'll kill your Arhat first. At this time, he was also shocked and angry, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Now, even he had taken a step back and didn't bother with them. He had come back to exchange the Arhat for Xianxia, but from what they said, they actually wanted to keep both the Arhat and Xianxia? Where did these monks get the background to talk about such unreasonable conditions with an expert like him? Did they really think that he didn't have the guts to kill the hostage? Senior brother, you should go. At this moment, even Xianxia spoke with a bitter expression and said helplessly. Go my ass. I came here to exchange for you. How can I leave if I don't bring you along? Fangxing cursed and looked at the monk of the Permitha temple coldly. He growled, Stinky monk, we agreed to exchange the Arhat for Xianxia. How dare you go back on your words now? Do you really think that I don't dare to kill the hostage? As he spoke, the dragon-patterned fierce saber was once again placed on the Arhat's neck, and the fierce and barbaric aura erupted. A monk doesn't lie. It's not the Permitha temple that agreed to exchange. The Permitha temple's Dharma protector monk had a Buddhist seal on his face, and a look of shame appeared on his face as he softly chanted. Fangxing's eyes lit up as he looked at Bai Mingxiao, who was still smoking. That's right, I lied to you. Evil creature, no matter how capable you are, even if you become a perfected immortal, you won't be able to take this little monk away. Bai Mingxiao sat cross-legged behind Xianxia to heal his injuries. At this moment, when he heard this, he laughed in a low voice and his eyes were clear. Brother, what's going on? Even Bai Mingqingdi was shocked and looked at Bai Mingxiao in horror. Bai Mingxiao just glared at Bai Mingqingdi, then looked at Fangxing coldly. He said in a low voice, You evil creature, unfilial descendant. You're a disciple of the Bai Ming family, but you're so daring and cause trouble. Do you know how much merit points the Baiming family has lost for you this time? Even if we save the Arhat, I'm afraid that we can't make up for this mistake. Now, the tribes of the Pure Land have stopped fighting and specially agreed to divide the 100 Break Mountains territory equally according to the amount of merit. Originally, the North Dark tribe could have the most fortune because of Qingdi's great contribution. However, because of you, we've lost more than half of our territory. How can you make up for this mistake? His voice was indifferent. Not only was he scolding Fang Xing, but he was also explaining to Baiming Qingdi. Since it has come to this, we can only make up for it with merit. Baiming Zhao's voice suddenly turned cold. He first bowed to the Buddha seal of the Bayan temple, then looked at Baiming Qingdi and said, I know that you're soft-hearted and wavering. I was afraid that you'd make a mistake, so I didn't tell you about it. Now that it's done and the merit is at hand, don't blame me. Baiming Qingdi looked panicked and said with a trembling voice, What did you hide from me? Baiming Xiao was silent for a while, then said in a low voice, the twin Arhats will not meet each other. The day they meet is the day we debate. Boom. Hearing this, Baiming Qingdi's face suddenly turned pale. He seemed to have realized something. Xianxia also looked at Fang Xing with a bitter expression and said, Senior Martial Brother, it's like this. Before I came, I was already prepared. When I see Senior Martial Brother Huining, I'm destined to debate with him for the 10th time. I can't go back with you. But don't worry, since I'm here, I will definitely let you go back. He turned to look at the black-robed Arhat and said with a slightly raised voice, Senior Martial Brother Huining, can you promise me that no matter who wins or loses, you will let Senior Martial Brother leave with a scripture? The black-robed Arhat opened his mouth, but he could only make a muffled sound. Only then did the cultivators realize that there was a talisman on the Arhat's mouth, N. After hearing Huining call out twice, Xianxia looked at Fang Xing and said, Senior Martial Brother Huining has already agreed. After this debate, no matter who wins or loses, they will inherit the other party's great Tao. The winner will be the successor of the true Buddha, and the loser will be the successor's inner demon. Simply put, the two of us will become one. You are my senior martial brother Fang Xing, so you are also his senior martial brother. He will not make things difficult for you, Are you kidding me? Fang Xing felt his throat go dry. After a long time, he said, if you're destined not to go back, then why did you call me to save you just now? If you don't save me, he will hit me, F***ck, you're not even afraid of death, and you're still afraid of him hitting you? Xianxia said with a bitter expression, Senior martial brother, death is death, but that whip really hurts. Before he came, he knew that he was doomed to not be able to go back. The words of the little monk Xianxia made Fang Xing stunned. After learning that the little monk had been captured, he rushed over without a moment's delay. He also thought that he would admit defeat this time and return the Buddha to them. He would also think of other ways to get the Taisheng Taoist scripture. But this time, he would not think about it for the time being. He would bring the little monk Xianxia back first. To him, this was a huge concession. However, he did not expect that he would not be able to do this right from the start. For a moment, his anger surged and rushed straight into his brain. He looked fiercely at Baiming Qingdi. I thought you just wanted to force me to let go of your monk. I didn't expect that you wanted to harm the little monk Xianxia. His fierce eyes made Baiming Qingdi's heart tremble. She staggered back a few steps and waved her hand. I didn't. She did not even dare to look at Fang Xing. She looked directly at Xianxia and said with a sobbing tone, Little monk, I really didn't expect that this would harm your life. I didn't know about this. I really didn't know. I thought that as long as Fang Xing released the Buddha, he could take you back. If I had known that this would harm you, I would not have done this. Believe me. As she spoke, she subconsciously stepped forward as if she wanted to untie the ruined prison around Xianxia. What nonsense are you talking about? Baiming Xiao took a step forward, pushed her aside, and shouted coldly, What do you mean by harming him? This is the karma of Buddhism. It was already destined 10,000 years ago. I helped Buddhism to promote this matter 100 years in advance. I am a great hero of Buddhism. I have at least 100,000 merits on the merit list. In the 100 Break Mountain, our Baiming family will get the largest territory. Do you think it's worth it? This round of scolding made Baiming Qingdi speechless. She just looked at Fangxing with pleading eyes, and her voice was filled with helplessness and sincerity. I really didn't want to. This is really what I didn't know before. When I chop off your head, I will definitely apologize to you. Fangxing roared angrily, his eyes filled with killing intent. Suddenly, he turned around and grabbed the black-robed Buddha by the collar. He was about to fly into the sky and leave. He didn't believe that when the two of them met, it was destined that the day of the debate would come. Since he couldn't save Xianxia at the moment, he might as well take the son of Buddha away. One of the two sons of Buddha was missing. Let's see how they would debate. If they really couldn't, he could be ruthless and find a chance to kill the son of Buddha. If they wanted to debate, let Xianxia debate with a dead man. No matter how stupid the little monk was, could he lose to a dead man in a scolding? Unfortunately, even though he had thought of everything, he was unable to grasp the progress of the matter. The guardian monks of the Bayan temple saw through Fangxing's thoughts. They didn't have the anger and nervousness they had at the beginning. Instead, their eyes were filled with compassion. At the same time, they lowered their heads and silently chanted scriptures. Starting from these monks, the cultivators of the other clans also began to chant scriptures. Even Baiming Xiao was no exception. As for Baiming Qingdi, his face was filled with confusion for a long time before he gently closed his eyes. In the surrounding heavens, only Fangxing and the green donkey didn't chant scriptures. They rushed into the sky, dashing left and right. They were ferocious and wanted to find a way to escape. However, as the endless deep and mysterious chanting sounded around them, they suddenly felt as if they had fallen into a swamp. Buzz 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 buzz, the endless chanting seemed to have filled every inch of space in the surrounding valley, surrounding him entirely. Those scriptures even manifested dazzling golden Buddhist words. They rose from the heads of every cultivator of the Pure Land who was chanting and slowly floated to the 9 heavens. Then, from the 9 heavens, there were vaguely beautiful flower petals falling one after another, like fallen petals in profusion. A deluge of heavenly flowers. Almsgiver, I know that you are sincere. However, the cause and effect have already been decided. Why force it? In Fangxing's hand, the black-robed arhat that he was holding suddenly spoke. The talisman that was previously sealed on his mouth had disappeared without a trace. At this moment, he was also sitting cross-legged, as if he had taken root in the air, fixing him in the air. Even though Fangxing had the strength of 100,000 kilograms, he couldn't move him at all. He tore his clothes, and then watched as the black-robed Buddha's figure rose into the air as if blown by the wind. Fangxing wanted to rush over and grab him again, but he was forced back by an invisible force. The black-robed Buddha sat in the air. 9 rays of Buddhist light appearing above his head, as if he had turned into a real Buddha. At this moment, Xianxia, who was in the rune prison, also flew up. She was hundreds of feet away, facing the black-robed Buddha. One black and one white, the twin Buddha, separated by hundreds of feet, looked at each other silently. And between them, golden Buddhist light seemed to collide, and then rose up, changing vaguely. To the left of the two of them, it turned into an indomitable phantom of a huge Buddha. The Buddha's palms were pressed together, and his body was covered in golden scriptures. His gaze was faint, benevolent, and silent as he looked at the black and white Buddha sitting cross-legged before his chest. Body like a Bodhi tree, heart like a mirror. Always wipe it, don't let dust fall. Golden clouds appeared around them, and within the clouds, a clear and proud voice rang out. Everyone looked up and saw the illusion that appeared in the clouds. Dressed in robes as white as snow, an exceptionally handsome young monk held a white lotus flower in his hand. He chanted softly under the Buddha's throne, and as the Sanskrit voice spread throughout the great Buddha's hall, heavenly flowers descended from the 9 heavens. The celestial voice drifted through the air, and all the monks bowed their heads, thanking him for imparting the meaning of Buddha. The Buddha opened his eyes and nodded lightly. The young monk was satisfied and prepared to inherit the true Buddha's legacy. This method can make people cultivate Buddhism, but it can't make them become Buddhas. All the monks bowed, and as the Buddha nodded, a black-robed sweeping monk spoke, attracting countless gazes. I have a prayer that can explain the meaning of Buddha. The black-robed sweeping monk bowed to the Buddha and chanted, there is originally no Bodhi tree, nor is there a mirror. There is originally nothing, where does dust fall? The world was silent, and all the monks were speechless. The young monk was stunned, and the Buddha smiled. If so, you can impart the great Tao to me. Xianxia, are you convinced? The Buddha spoke, looking at the young monk, shocking the world. Disciple is not convinced. The young monk frowned, and his voice spread throughout Mount Numinous and all the worlds in the world. The scene changed, and it was once again under an ancient pine tree. The black and white monks had fulfilled their promise of 1,000 years ago, debating on the peak of the mountain. Junior brother, it has been 1,000 years. Are you still not enlightened? My Tao is not wrong, so why should I be enlightened? The white-robed monk said, cultivating Buddhism is to cultivate the body, like climbing a mountain step by step. Senior brother, you only talk about the scenery at the peak, but you don't point out the path. How can you make people climb up the mountain and become Buddhas? This is seeking karma, and I won't take it. The peak is empty, everything is empty, and Buddha is also empty. Why do you need to cultivate? Once you are enlightened, you will be free. 2,000 years ago, the black and white monks debated on the sea. The wind swept away the clouds, and the world became clear. Junior brother, 2,000 years have passed. Are you still not enlightened? My Tao is not wrong, so why should I be enlightened? The white-robed monk spoke, pointing at the sea. Everything seeks truth and spirituality, and that is the reality of the world. Senior brother, you said that everything is empty, so aren't the fishes and prawns real? How can everything in the sea not be real? After 10,000 years, the sea will turn into mulberry fields, and there will be endless changes. There will be a reason to rely on. Buddha sits in the void, taking pity on the world. Throughout the ages, a thought can be born and extinguished. If the final Buddha loses himself, how can we see this piece of reality? The mysteries of heaven and earth have their own cause and effect, and their own rules of the great Tao. The cycle goes back and forth. So what if everything changes? So what if you don't see it? When nirvana comes, everything is empty, so why should we see its reality? The endless scenes changed. The two monks debated on the mountain, in the sea, in the mortal world, on the battlefield, beyond the sky. The white-robed monk lost every time, but he refused to accept it. He reincarnated again and again, looking for proof of his experience and enlightenment. Unfortunately, every time they debated, the black-robed monk won. Gradually, the white-robed monk became less and less talkative. Junior brother, 9,000 years have passed. Are you still not enlightened? My Tao is not wrong, so why should I be enlightened? The white-robed monk smiled bitterly and let out a long sigh. However, senior martial brother, 9,000 years have passed and I've come to understand. You cultivate the void and I cultivate the perfection. The two of us have gone further and further on this path and it seems like there's no possibility of reconciliation. Junior brother, you should know that my Buddhist theory is better than yours. Why are you so stubborn? Senior brother's Buddhist theory is better than mine. Unfortunately, I think my path is the right one. You cultivate emptiness, and you seek results. However, I wish to cultivate perfection, and I wish to pursue the results. Be it Buddhism or Taoism, the most important thing is oneself. Even if I know that your Buddhist theory is the true meaning, I will never give up on myself. This may be called stubbornness, but it is what I have comprehended in my lifetime of cultivation. I cultivate my body, mind, and Buddhism to achieve perfection. Since you are so stubborn, you will never see Buddha's fruit. My Buddha is between cause and effect, and my Tao is above my body and mind. If I don't have myself, even if I cultivate Buddha's fruit, where will I be? Junior brother, you have lost. I have lost. Buddha asked us how to cultivate Buddhism back then, and I have already lost on this question. Logically speaking, I should have taken Buddha's fruit in this life, but you have regrets in your heart. I will stay with you for another 1,000 years. I hope you can give me an answer. Endless images and Zen theories appeared from the golden cloud and entered Zhu Shou's heart. It represented the process of the twin Buddha's 9 lives debate, and it also represented the collision of the two Buddhist ideas. Even though Feng Xing did not understand Buddhism, after the golden cloud enveloped him, he gradually became enlightened. He understood what Xianxia meant by debate, and he also understood why Xianxia had lost. Stupid monk, what void Buddha's fruit? If you have the ability, cultivate until you disappear. Feng Xing was extremely excited. He jumped up high and shouted at the black-robed Buddha, my junior brother is right. Unfortunately, no one listened to his words. In the air, the two Buddhas faced each other from afar. The black-robed monk opened his eyes and looked at him with a deep gaze. "Junior brother, are you still not enlightened?" Xianxia also opened his eyes and shook his head with a bitter smile. "Senior brother, is my Tao really wrong? Something bad is going to happen." As soon as he heard Xianxia speak, Fangxing couldn't help but cry bitterly in his heart. When the golden cloud Buddha's light appeared, he had already seen the process of Xianxia and Huining debating 9 times in their previous lives. He knew the cause and effect, so he naturally knew that when the sweeping monk Huining recited the Buddhist mantra, Xianxia had already lost. However, he was not convinced of his defeat, so Buddha gave him a chance to let Huining completely defeat Xianxia before he could obtain the Buddha fruit. In the end, Xianxia lost 9 times in a row, but he only persisted with his obsession. In other words, if Xianxia did not admit defeat, he would not lose. But this time, as soon as he opened his mouth, he did not have the obsession of the previous 9 lives. This was like scolding someone. It all depended on one's breath. In the end, before he started scolding, he was already discouraged. How could he gain momentum? There are only high and low Buddhist principles. There is no right or wrong. Huining also spoke indifferently. He clearly had no cultivation and was just a mortal. However, at this moment, 9 rays of Buddha's light shone brightly behind him, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Every word that came out of his mouth turned into golden scriptures that flew in all directions. Wherever the golden light passed, lotus flowers bloomed on the hard stones of heaven and earth, turning into a peaceful world of colored glass that reflected his Tao and proved his Dharma. "Junior brother, if your Buddhist doctrine was wrong, I wouldn't have debated with you for 10 lifetimes. I obtained the fruit of Buddha 10,000 years ago. It's just that your Buddhist doctrine is shallow, so you can't beat me even after 9 lifetimes." Xianxia's expression was sad. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Now is the 9th life, but I still haven't proven my Buddhist principles." Huining nodded softly. "Since you can't let go of yourself, how can you obtain the Buddha fruit of the Great Way?" Xianxia lowered his head for a long time. Huining said softly, "Do you still want to debate?" Xianxia sighed softly. "I've already said what I should say, and I've already asked for what I should ask for. What's the point of saying it again?" After saying that, he smiled bitterly and looked down at Fangxing with an apologetic smile. Then, he looked at Huining and said, "I'll return this 10,000-year-old Buddha fruit to you. It's a pity that I haven't stayed enough in this beautiful world." "Good." Huining put his palms together and sighed softly. Beside the two of them, the illusory shadow of the great Buddha gradually turned into countless runes, and then descended like a tide, wrapping Xianxia and Huining in the middle. At this time, Xianxia and Huining were both silent and began to chant the Buddha in a low voice. Xianxia looked up at the crowd. There was a trace of regret between his brows that was difficult to eliminate, but he could only close his eyes. Clang, in the Lingshan Temple of Nanzhan, an ancient bell in front of the mountain gate suddenly rang. The clear and melodious sound spread throughout the ancient temple. The sound of the bell didn't stop. It sounded faintly and continuously. It had already sounded 36 times. The Buddha tribulation has arrived ahead of time? The chief monk of Lingshan Temple and the others listened carefully to the bell. They were shocked at the same time and gathered at the gate of Lingshan Temple. The bell had rung more than 36 times, and it was still ringing. There was only one possibility, and that was that it would ring 108 times. The fact that the bell had rung 108 times only meant one thing: didn't you say that Xianxia wouldn't lose in this life? A monk exclaimed in shock and asked the chief monk of Lingshan Temple in disbelief. "It's too early, the short and fat chief monk of Lingshan Temple whispered. "We've lost 100 years of karma, and our plan hasn't been launched yet. Then, if Xianxia loses, what will our Lingshan Temple be?" Someone said in shock, and the expression on his face was extremely complicated. "Without the Arhat, Lingshan Temple will no longer have anything to rely on, and we will naturally no longer be Buddhists." The chief monk of Lingshan Temple shook his head with a wry smile. "Of course, I'm still the butcher who slaughters pigs." He pointed to monk Jiu Ro and said, "You're still the devil that everyone has to kill." Then he pointed to other monks with a wry smile and more helplessness. "You're pill demon who betrayed the Huangfu family. You're the true disciple of the pure Yang sect who deceived your master and destroyed your ancestors. You're a heartbroken person who drifts and has no one to rely on. You're a sinner that the world can't tolerate. You're a despicable demon barbarian. Every time he pointed to someone's face changed greatly, and their expressions were extremely distressed. Without the Arhat and Xianxia, Lingshan Temple would no longer be a Buddhist sect, no matter how many Buddhist scriptures they had, no matter how many masters were disappointed and escaped into Buddhism. It was just a mountain gate that accepted the abandoned disciples of many orthodoxies. The world didn't know that, unlike Nirvana Temple, Lingshan Temple was not a monastery for quiet cultivation of Buddhism, but a place where countless heartbroken people could not let go of their obsessions. Nirvana Temple was the real place of inheritance of Buddhism. The monks of Lingshan Temple were sad, but they were unwilling to cross the shore. They all had obsessions in their hearts. Without Lingshan, how can there be the shore? In a panic, Monk Jiao suddenly said in a low voice, "Xianxia won't lose like this." While the monks were in despair, he had a resolute look in his eyes. If he lost, Buddha would have given the fruit of Buddha to Huining 10,000 years ago. Why would there be another 10 rounds of debate? We're not real Buddhist disciples. Buddhism cultivates the shore, but we're only in Lingshan. Buddhism cultivates the void, but we only want to cultivate to perfection. Since 10,000 years ago, Nirvana Temple has already obtained the Buddha's true Dharma. Not to mention 10 rounds of debate, even if it was 100 rounds, Xianxia would still lose. However, we've cultivated for 10,000 years and have our own principles. Who dares to say that we're wrong? These words caused all the monks to look at each other with a weird expression. However, the chief monk of Lingshan Temple looked anxious. "Oh, damn, say something that I can understand." Monk Jiao said, "Chief monk, you have to believe in that troublemaker. Believe in our backup plan. Damn, Xianxia, let's not be the son of Buddha. Go back and be the fourth master with me." In the Devil Abyss, in front of the Desolation Valley, Xianxia had lost before the debate. Endless Buddhist scripture runes wrapped him and Huining, and even their bodies seemed to fade. Xianxia, who was wrapped in the Buddhist scriptures, looked indifferent, as if he had seen through it. However, Fangxing couldn't see through it. He was so scared that his face turned green. For a moment, his eyes were burning with anxiety. With a bang, he ran all his mana, and a monstrous sea of blood appeared behind him. Endless illusions of fighting on the battlefield appeared and then strengthened his body. This was the true meaning of the array-breaking scripture. Whoosh, the two big wings of the sword demon behind him spread out and rushed straight into the sky. The golden runes that filled the sky originally suppressed him and made him unable to move. However, at this time, he broke through these laws and rushed directly into the sky. Then, without saying a word, he grabbed the back of Xianxia's collar and pulled him away from the sky. He had already seen that the endless Buddha's light had the ability to refine. If Xianxia was allowed to stay here, he would eventually turn into the 10th Buddha's light and strengthen the back of Huining. At that time, Huining would become the real son of Buddha, and Xianxia would disappear from this world forever. In desperation, Fangxing wanted to take Xianxia away by force. He didn't understand the true meaning of Buddhism. He only knew the life and death of Xianxia. If he didn't want you to die, you couldn't die. Perhaps it was because he was so angry that the power he released broke free from the suppression of the Buddha's light around him. It also seemed that after Xianxia lost, the illusion of the Buddha disappeared, causing the Buddhist connotation that suppressed all things around him to lose its law. Fangxing, who couldn't even move, successfully rushed into the void at this time. Then, he grabbed Xianxia and was about to beat the void and escape directly. "How dare you stop the Buddha's fruit from descending? Evil creature, quickly retreat and watch the ceremony. How dare you be so rash?" His action scared the cultivators of the Pure Land, who were full of expectation, so much that their faces turned pale. The 10 lives of debate and the Buddha's fruit descending into the world was such a sacred scene. Where did this little devil get the courage to stop it? Rumble. On the left, the Buddha seal of the head of the guardian monk of the Permitha temple turned into a giant Buddha. Its golden palm shone brightly and covered the sky and earth. It directly slapped down toward Fangxing and Xianxia, trying to slap them back into the Buddha's light that filled the sky. On the right, Bai Mingxiao roared angrily and turned into the form of 3 heads and 6 arms. He held 6 magic treasures in his hands and stepped on the demonic cloud. He looked fierce and ferocious, and directly attacked Feng Xing. In the surrounding sky, the other cultivators of the Pure Land also shouted and rushed into the air to stop Feng Xing. The matter of the 10,000-year-old Buddha's fruit was so important that at least 30% of the power of the Pure Land was gathered in the Silence Valley. It was just that the Arhat was in the hands of Feng Xing at first. Later on, the 10 Lives of Debate was activated, so Zhu Xiu didn't make a move. Until now, when Feng Xing disturbed the inheritance of the Buddha's fruit and angered the cultivators of the Pure Land, they attacked together. Hundreds of people appeared, densely packed in the sky, almost like a military formation. I don't care about the Buddha's fruit. Today, I will kill whoever wants to kill my junior brother Xianxia. Feng Xing roared angrily and rushed over with a murderous look. If people block me, I kill them. If Buddha blocks me, I kill Buddha. The furious Feng Xing also turned into the form of 3 heads and 6 arms. He lifted Xianxia and rushed toward Zhu Xiu of the Pure Land. The formation-breaking scripture was activated to the extreme. At this moment, he was like an invincible general on the battlefield. Bam! The Paramitha Temple's Dharma Protector Monk's Buddha seal, which had transformed into a golden body, actually staggered from the collision. The golden palm that seemed to blot out the sky and earth even cracked from the collision. It failed to stop Lu Xing from descending, and Lu Xing managed to escape. He actually mastered the 3 heads and 6 arms of the Baiming family. A terrifying light shot out of Baiming Zhao's eyes. His 6 arms took out 6 weapons and attacked toward Feng Xing. Get out of my way. Feng Xing waved the dragon pattern ominous blade, and 9 dragon shadows flew out from the blade, rushing forward like a tide, and suddenly clashed with the 6 magic treasures that Baiming Xiao had taken out. He did not care about any techniques or the principle of mutual promotion or restraint, 1 blade to break the 6 treasures, and 1 power to break 10,000 spells. Baiming Zhao's 6 magic treasures had not yet formed the great sky matrix in the air, but had already been shattered by his blade. His whole body rushed over, and when he brushed past Baiming Xiao, he had no time to pull back his blade. He actually freed an arm and fiercely slapped towards Baiming Zhao's face. Smack! This slap turned all 3 of Baiming Zhao's heads into a bloody mess. He screamed and fell into the valley. Then, Feng Xing faced Zhu Xiu of the Pure Land and rushed forward. You want to kill my 4th leader, so I will start a massacre in your Pure Land. How dare you? The result of the debate had been revealed, and they were waiting for the arrival of the Buddha fruit. At this important moment, which was related to the inheritance of Buddhism for thousands of years, Feng Xing actually tried to take Xianxia away by force and even made a mess in the Silence Valley of the Pure Land. This really made Zhu Xiu of the Pure Land roar endlessly. One by one, they rushed up to the sky with endless anger. They did not hold back at all. Endless secret skills, magic treasures, and magic powers blasted toward Feng Xing. Zhu Xiu, who represented almost 40% of the power of the Pure Land, suddenly made a move and turned into an inescapable net. However, Feng Xing's current ferocity was also vividly displayed. He turned into 3 heads and 6 arms, holding the dragon pattern ominous saber, holding the god-beating bow, pinching the thunder seal, pinching the rain seal, and running the magic destruction formula. He also freed 1 hand to pick up Xianxia. The 2 big wings of the sword demon behind him flapped, and he alone was like a battlefield. Around him, countless broken corpses and armor roared silently in the air, cheering for him. He rushed to kill everywhere. Divine thunder rolled from the sky, and the heavy rain within 100 miles was majestic. Boom! 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 A young female cultivator rushed over with a flying sword in her hand. Her sword was pointed at Feng Xing's back, and her killing intent was monstrous. However, Feng Xing turned around and slashed down with his saber, shattering the female cultivator's flying sword and turning half of her body into dust. She didn't even make a sound before she vanished into thin air, no longer existing in this world. A burly man with an iron rod in his hand hit Feng Xing's head with monstrous ferocity. However, Feng Xing turned around and pinched the fist print. Countless divine thunder fell from the sky and directly hit the top of the man's head. Only 3 souls fell leisurely, and 7 spirits were destroyed. When he fell to the ground, only an empty shell was left. 3 ordinary-looking handsome youths rushed over and were struck by Feng Xing's divine power of destruction. At the same time, they aged extremely quickly, and in the end they were all skin and bones. Their hair fell off, and even their skin turned into sand. They rustled as they scattered down from the sky, completely vanishing. The ferocity that Feng Xing showed at this time was like devouring the world. The Iron Sword Bodhisattva was killed by that demon, the Herculean Arhat's divine soul was scared away by that devil and was destroyed. Not good, the 3 Bodhi sons have all been drained of their lives by that demon. They've fallen just like that. At this moment, screams of fear and misery rang out incessantly. Who knew how many people were intimidated by Feng Xing's ferocious aura and stayed far away, not daring to approach? How many geniuses and Taoist-level figures who were renowned for their talents were actually killed by that demon at this very moment? Those geniuses were people who had truly stood out from thousands of trials and tribulations. They were people who were determined to show their brilliance in the upcoming Great War of Gods and Demons. But at this moment, before the Great War of Gods and Demons had even begun, before they even had a chance to shine, they had already disappeared. Under the effect of the formation-breaking scripture, Feng Xing was like a general on the battlefield, invincible. The formation-breaking scripture, the cultivation of martial arts, the cultivation of battle intent, but more importantly, he had to cultivate the power of invincibility. He was like an invincible general on the battlefield. Wherever he passed, heroes bowed their heads and blood flowed like a river. This did not mean that his strength alone could defeat thousands of soldiers and horses. Instead, it was the kind of invincible power that he had cultivated. Wherever he went, everyone's hearts trembled, their spirits were stolen, and their courage was intimidated. Before they even started fighting, they had already lost half of the battle. In this way, he was naturally invincible, and the more he fought, the more ferocious he became. After this kind of battle momentum was cultivated, he was almost not afraid of the enemy having more people. On the contrary, the more people the enemy had, the easier it was to cultivate this kind of invincible power, and its power would multiply. Now, with anger, he rushed left and right. Wherever he passed, the geniuses of the Pure Land were defeated one after another. His power became stronger, and his combat strength became stronger. For a moment, there was a kind of unstoppable momentum. He was about to bring Xianxia out of the encirclement. It was also at this moment that the guardian monk of the Permitha temple couldn't help but frown and shout, "Where are the cultivators of the Pure Land? How can we allow this devil to destroy the Buddha's descent into the world? The son of the true Buddha is about to be born, and this is a golden opportunity. Those who help the son of Buddha to return to his position will have great merit, and those who have great merit will have great good results. They will achieve the Arhat Bodhisattva realm and be blessed by the guardian Vajra light. The day when their sins will be washed away is now. How can there be no one in the Pure Land? If we don't obtain the fruit of enlightenment now, prove the great Tao, and obtain the blessing of the Buddha's light, when will we wait?" As soon as these words were spoken, countless cultivators were tempted. In the mortal world, there was the merit of following the dragon. Once one became an emperor, the followers around him would be extremely powerful. In Taoism, there was the saying, when a man achieves the Tao, his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. An immortal appeared and forged the Tao of eternity. In Buddhism, there was also the saying, follow the Buddha and achieve good results. Those who followed the true Buddha would have great merit and could become Bodhisattva, Arhat, and Vajra. Normally, if one wanted to cultivate this fruit of enlightenment, it would require endless hardships and endless karma. However, if one was born with the Buddha, one would become a Buddha in one step. The cultivators of the Pure Land would rather give up the opportunity in the 100-Break Mountain to serve the son of Buddha. It wasn't necessarily that they didn't have the thought of obtaining the fate of Buddha. In normal times, how many people could obtain the fruit of Bodhisattva and Arhat? Even the divine sons of the ancient races and the top geniuses would only receive such a title after they had done endless merit. To a certain extent, it was only a title. It symbolized their identity and status, but it couldn't be blessed. In other words, the real ancient Buddhism didn't recognize it. However, the words of the Buddha's seal were obviously warning Zhu Xiu that if he obtained the fruit of enlightenment, he would become a real fruit of enlightenment. It wasn't like before, where it was just a title, but a real fruit of enlightenment, a fruit of enlightenment that was blessed by the Buddha's light. Slay the devil and seize the fruit of enlightenment. It's time. Suddenly, among the cultivators of the Pure Land, a few strong auras shot up to the sky, shocking Zhu Xiu. At this moment, 5 figures shot up to the sky and trapped the invincible Feng Xing in the middle. they were the divine sons of the four ancient clans. Among these people, except for Bai Mingxiao who attacked directly from the beginning and exchanged one blow with Fang Xing, the divine sons of the other three clans also attacked. But seeing Fang Xing's invincible power, they didn't want to fight with him until both sides were injured, so they didn't really fight him head-on. After all, they didn't have any deep hatred, and they didn't have any benefits. With how precious their lives were, who would be willing to risk their lives against a desperado like Fang Xing? But at this moment, under the influence of the fruit of enlightenment, they suddenly attacked. Evil creature, today, I'm going to clean up the North Deep clan and restore the reputation of my clan. Bai Mingxiao was still the first to rush over. Riding on the five-colored divine bull, he rushed over with a rumbling sound. He had already transformed into a three-headed and six-armed form. He made all kinds of seals, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. The pitch-black starry sky behind him suddenly turned into the appearance of a boundless blue sea. Vaguely, an indescribably huge beast could be seen floating and sinking in the sea, swallowing and spitting out stars. The divine son of the North Deep had arrived. Devil, be a ghost under my sword and help me slay the fruit of enlightenment. A woman in a black robe jumped out of the void. With a shake of her body, she turned into a half-human and half-snake. However, unlike the snake clan of the demon land, although she was half-human and half-snake, she was filled with a sacred aura and wasn't an ordinary form of demon chi. She swam over from afar with two black swords in her hands, intertwining in the air like an invisible pair of scissors, trying to cut Fang Xing in half at the waist. The goddess of the Hua clan had arrived. Kill, kill, kill. Let's fight for the true Buddha's will. I'm the true Buddha, and you're the devil. A bare-backed youth rushed toward Fang Xing. He suddenly took off his outer robe, revealing the 7 strange eyes on his chest. They opened at the same time and flashed with a faint cold light. Under the gaze of these eyes, even the void seemed to freeze. The surrounding illusions were born and destroyed one after another. It was as if a saint immortal had appeared and was drawing the stars and the void into his body, refining the 7 divine eyes and restoring the divine might of his ancestors. The divine son of the 7-eyed clan had arrived. Someone came on a horse. When he got closer, it was discovered that he was one with the horse. His 4 hooves were galloping, and he rushed over with a spear in his hand. Wherever he ran, the void trembled and the earth trembled. Those who saw him felt as if their bodies and souls were about to tremble, and even their souls seemed to be about to jump out of their bodies. Layers of ferocious might were shaved off by this tremor, and they were as weak as bare-handed babies in front of him. The divine son of the Centaur clan had arrived. The 4 divine sons of the ancient clans suddenly joined forces and rushed over. Every one of them displayed a top-notch secret technique or an astonishing magic treasure. Their might almost instantly resisted Fang Xing's already invincible ferocious might and even showed signs of suppressing it. This was a fierce battle. How could the divine sons of the ancient clans of the Pure Land be ordinary? In particular, they had already cultivated the demonic form of a human body and were born with a kind of terrifying magical power, and now, the 4 divine sons had joined forces to fight Fang Xing. Their magical powers were coordinated, and their might was displayed to the extreme. If you want to become a Buddha, you must first ensure that you don't become a ghost. Faced with the charge of the 4 divine sons, Fang Xing also bared his teeth in anger and roared angrily. He actually rushed toward the 4 of them by himself. He brandished the ominous blade and performed various great techniques. His aura was monstrous. Using the carefree body technique, he traversed the void with an ethereal posture. It was as if he had split into 4, and the 2 huge wings of the sword demon swept over. The divine son of the North Deep was entangled by the endless light of the sword demon. The void around him collapsed and turned into a sword domain. The 9 dragon shadows of the dragon pattern ominous blade appeared and wrapped around the goddess of the Hua clan in the middle, resisting the 2 ancient swords. For a moment, they were entangled and couldn't be separated. The will of the pilgrimage mountain manifested. Behind him was a towering mountain that carried the power of heaven and earth. It broke the invisible prison of the divine son of the 7-eyed clan and even caused him to bleed from his 7 eyes. In the end, facing the divine son of the Centaur clan, he directly operated the formation-breaking scripture to the extreme. He single-handedly carried a battlefield and forcefully clashed with the divine son of the Centaur clan. The 2 of them fought on the battlefield and the sky changed color. Surprisingly, he wasn't at a disadvantage even though he was fighting 1 against 4. It was a pity that in the eyes of some people, besides being shocked by Fangxing's ferocious might, they also secretly shook their heads. This kid is ferocious. He won't last long. It was like a person who had gone crazy could temporarily fight with 4 people, but in the end, he would still lose. In a short period of time, Fangxing had resisted the 4 divine sons of the ancient race, but in the long run, he was almost certain to lose. Senior brother, this is my fate. I can't seek the great Tao. Why do you have to change my fate and tire yourself out for me? Behind Fangxing, Xianxia sat cross-legged in the void. His face was pale as he begged in a low voice, "Don't worry about me. Go by yourself, little monk, listen to me. Your life is the most important thing. If you admit defeat now, you will definitely regret it in the future." Xianxia closed his eyes with a pained expression and said in a trembling voice, "But it's not right to do this." When Fangxing heard this, he was so angry that he suddenly turned his head and scolded, "Bullsh*t. I'm about to lose my life. How can I care about right and wrong?" Xianxia seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and his expression was difficult to tell whether he was happy or sad. This is the general trend. Isn't it a joke for you to change your fate against the heavens? The divine son of the seven-eyed clan shouted. While Fangxing was turning his head to speak, he suddenly turned into a cage of heaven and earth, shrouding an area and fiercely suppressing Fangxing. Then, the goddess of the Hua clan, who was entangled with the dragon pattern ominous saber in the distance, split the sky and the earth. It was as fast as lightning, and with a chi sound, a terrifying wound appeared on Fangxing's back. He staggered back while howling. However, it was also at this moment that the divine son of the North Deep, Baiming Xiao, seized the opportunity. He separated 2 hands and pulled 2 large stars from afar, smashing them toward Fangxing as if they were going to destroy the world. Die, devil! The 4 divine sons were not ordinary. Almost in the blink of an eye, the battle was reversed, and Fangxing was in danger. At this moment, he had really activated his dermic powers to the extreme. However, he had used up all his power, leaving behind only regret. "Ah!" Fangxing shouted, and his chi and blood surged. Apparently, he planned to use his tough body to take the blow, and then turn back to kill. Seeing that this blow was about to hit Fangxing, Baiming Zhao's eyes were also full of ferocity, and he looked very pleased. Below, Baiming Qingdi saw this scene and couldn't help but close her eyes. Around them, Zhu Shou of the Pure Land was full of expectation, his eyes wide open. However, just as Baiming Zhao's blow was about to hit Fangxing, something strange happened. Bang! Baiming Zhao's body suddenly shook, and his face was full of surprise. His whole body fell from the sky like a piece of wood. Behind him, the handsome little monk was wearing a white robe, but he had a ferocious expression on his face. He stood in the void with a huge wooden fish in his hand, completely devoid of the sacred look he had before. He was as fierce as a butcher, glancing at Zhu Shou around coldly, and he shouted like rolling spring thunder. "Who dares to hit my senior brother? I'll beat him to death." They were all stunned, whether it was the cultivators of the Pure Land or the guardian monks of the Permitha temple, they were all stunned at this time. Or rather, they were frightened by the change of the little monk Xianxia. What was going on? Ever since the little monk appeared, the impression he had given to Zhu Shou of the Pure Land and the monks of the Permitha temple was that he was timid, holy, and merciful. In addition, the son of the Permitha temple had won 9 times in the debate. Everyone believed that his dharma was higher than that of the son of the Permitha temple. Therefore, Zhu Shou of the Permitha temple looked down on him and thought that he was just a sad monk who was born at the wrong time. However, just when Fangxing was careless and was in danger, Xianxia suddenly changed. He knocked out the divine son of the North Deep, Baiming Xiao, with a wooden fish. In addition, he shouted angrily, which made the monks and cultivators feel extremely strange. This change was too big, wasn't it? Even the other divine sons of the ancient clan forgot to continue attacking for a while. Haha. Ha 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 ha. While everyone was shocked, Fangxing laughed out loud and said, "Well done, little bald donkey." As he spoke, he flipped his sword wings and forced Zhu Shou to retreat. He shouted sternly, "Let's break out side by side." Xianxia also raised the wooden fish and shouted, "Senior brother, I'll listen to you." 2. 2. And me. Below, there was a donkey's cry, but halfway through, it suddenly turned into a vague human language. A ball of fire rushed up. It was the green donkey. It was afraid that Fangxing would abandon it, so it rushed into the air in horror. Now, its 4 hooves were on fire, its back was covered with scales, and there was a single horn on its head. Not only did it look strange, but it also had an indescribable ferocious aura, which was on par with Fangxing and Xianxia. Good disciple, it's more important to save your life. Charge with me. Fangxing laughed, then roared and rushed straight toward the endless crowd in front of him. You're indeed a devil. That's why you're showing your true colors. Below, the head of the guardian monk of the Bayan temple had saved Bai Mingxiao, who had just fallen into a coma and fallen into the valley. Then, he looked at the murderous Xianxia behind Fangxing and shouted angrily. Then, he waved his sleeve and shouted, various orthodoxies, sons of God, fellow Taoists, today is the day to seek Buddha's enlightenment. Please form a great formation and trap these devil disciples in it, boom. 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 Without waiting for his soft instructions, the various formations in the sky had already been set up. They were continuous, forming a formation that was like a steel wall. The divine princes and experts of the 4 ancient clans were also floating in the air, eyeing Chen Fan. Demon, surrender now. Countless people shouted loudly, and their voices shook the heavens and the earth. You want to kill us? Let's see if your saber is fast enough. Fangxing laughed out loud and slowly lifted up the dragon pattern ominous saber. Around him, a monstrous battle intent was released. From time to time, images of ancient battlefields and iron-blooded soldiers charging in battle formations appeared around him. All kinds of images and endless murderous auras twined around him, turning into wisps of murderous auras that poured into his body and wrapped around his saber, making him look like he was surrounded by black smoke. Charge with me. The sword demon flapped his wings, and Zhuqingmu and Xianxia took the lead in charging. The battle started again, and a sea of blood surged into the sky. The Desolation Valley had turned into a battlefield for the Buddhist sect that had been passed down for 10,000 years. Today is the day to seek Buddha's enlightenment. Countless cultivators from the Pure Land also charged at Fangxing and the others under the lead of the divine princes of the ancient clans. This battle was almost at its peak. Fangxing and the others were under immense pressure. The orthodoxies had already formed arrays when Fangxing was fighting the divine princes of the 4 ancient clans. Now that they were here, their power had increased by more than 3 times with the help of the arrays. In such a battle, Fangxing had no time to dodge the arrays. To a certain extent, he could only fight head-on and create a bloody path. Xianxia had Dharma power, but he didn't have any battle techniques, so he could only make up for it. The green donkey had many strange phenomena, but its cultivation level was too low to participate in the battle, so it could only stay alive. As a result, Fangxing almost single-handedly provoked the entire fierce battle. Don't worry, Arhat. The situation has been set. No matter how fierce that demon is, he won't be able to escape this time. During the battle in the sky, Buddha came to the side of the black-robed Arhat and softly comforted him. The black-robed Arhat Huining didn't know how to cultivate. To ensure his safety, the monks from the Permitha temple had already helped him 5 kilometers away and protected him. Why do you call him a demon? The black-robed Arhat shook his head gently and calmly looked at Fangxing, who was fighting in the distant sky, and said softly. This person disturbed the descent of the Buddha's enlightenment and wholeheartedly protected the inner demons. If he isn't a demon, what is he? Buddha frowned and softly replied. Sigh, it feels chaotic. The black-robed Arhat Huining lowered his head and smiled bitterly. Then, he looked at Buddha and pointed at Zhu Xiao, who was fighting in the distant sky, and said, Uncle Master Buddha, why do you think the cultivators of the Pure Land are fighting for us and risking their lives to fight Fangxing? Buddha was slightly stunned, but he still answered, of course, it's to attain the Buddha's enlightenment. The black-robed Arhat Huining nodded and chuckled. He then said, then, why do you think fellow Fang is doing this? Buddha was slightly speechless and didn't know what to say. Kill the demon and attain the Buddha's enlightenment. On the battlefield in the distant sky, Fangxing charged left and right and killed continuously. The cultivators of the Pure Land and the ancient clan's divine sons were also fighting with their lives. They shouted loudly and attacked Fangxing, Xianxia, and the others. Under the temptation of the Buddha's enlightenment, this group of people really fought with their lives and burst forth with indescribable courage. The array crushed, the divine light whistled, and countless secret techniques were used, seeking Buddha's enlightenment and enlightenment. They didn't hide their desire to save the Buddha's enlightenment. Usually, the cultivators of the Pure Land had titles such as Arhat and Bodhisattva. They were just empty titles and had no substance. But now, they had the title of Arhat and Bodhisattva. This was a real improvement in cultivation. Once they achieved the enlightenment, not only would they be revered in the Buddhist sect forever, but they would also receive the blessing of the Dharma and have unimaginable magical powers. To a certain extent, the blessing of such magical powers could even compare to a breakthrough in the self-severing realm. It was such a heaven-sent opportunity that made them attack like crazy. Even the ancient clan's divine sons no longer relied on their identities and were willing to join forces to take down the demon and facilitate the advent of the Buddha's enlightenment. Now, no matter how fierce Fangxing was, he was almost suppressed. He was like a mosquito that had fallen into a spider's web. He seemed to be struggling fiercely, but in fact, once he stopped struggling, he would die. There was almost no chance for him to escape. Kill. 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 Today was the day to seek Buddha's enlightenment, but it was also at this moment that something strange happened. It turned into an unimaginable change. Fangxing, who was in the fierce battle, had suffered countless injuries. He could no longer be as impenetrable as he was in the beginning. He couldn't help but show flaws, and then he was swept by other people's weapons or divine lights. Such injuries, in addition to the consumption of energy in the fierce battle, were a fatal problem. No one in the Golden Core realm could have inexhaustible mana and an indestructible body, no matter how strong they were. But Fangxing, who should have been exhausted and waiting for death, seemed to be getting fiercer and fiercer as the battle went on. Around him, a faint golden Buddha's light gradually gathered and produced a slight golden light. That kind of fine light almost shone through his clothes, making people see the tiny golden characters under his Buddhist robe, tightly wrapped around his body, gradually turning into a kind of defensive light that was impervious to swords and sabers, invulnerable to spells. At the same time, there was an inexhaustible mana surging out from an unknown place, pouring into his body, making him tireless, fighting fiercely, his expression majestic, captivating people's minds. What kind of Buddhist supernatural power is this? Some Pure Land cultivators noticed this change and frowned, looking terrified. Swoosh, the goddess of the Wa clan sent a sword flying from the sky. It was extremely mysterious and slashed at Fangxing's shoulder. But suddenly, the sword was bounced off by the golden light around him. The sword hummed softly and flew back into her hand. When she looked again, she was shocked to find that Fangxing's shoulder was not damaged at all. Not to mention seriously injuring him, her sword from beyond the sky didn't even cut through that part of his Dharma robe. Impossible, how is this possible? The goddess of the Wa clan was shocked and cried out. She seemed to gradually think of something, and her expression suddenly became terrified. It's the Buddhist Tao immortal. For a moment, her voice spread to the surrounding regions. That devil has achieved the Buddha's position and received the blessing of the Buddhist Dharma. Whoosh, the chaotic battlefield fell into a momentary silence. Everyone looked surprised and indescribable. What does this mean? We were fighting for the sake of attaining Tao realm, so why did that demon become the Tao realm instead? What's going on? Even the Buddha seal, who was 5 kilometers away, suddenly opened his eyes at this moment. His face was full of disbelief as if he had seen a ghost. The black-robed Arhat, Huining, smiled faintly and said, "You're wrong. Junior brother Xianxia is not an inner demon. Before the real Buddha's fruit descended, he is the same as me, a Arhat." Our 10 lifetimes debate awakened the ancient meaning of Buddhism, but the Buddha's fruit hasn't descended yet. The real successor of Buddhism hasn't appeared yet. In other words, we are the same. Protecting me is equivalent to sending Buddha to the West, and there will be good results. Protecting him is also an immeasurable merit. He can obtain my Buddha's position and also receive the blessing of the Buddha's light. The Buddha seal's expression had become strangely aggrieved. However, the Arhat was still sighing softly. You used the Buddha's fruit as a prophet to ask Zhu Xiu of the Pure Land to help, but Fangxing volunteered to protect you. One is for profit, and the other is for the heart. It's obvious who's better. What's the point of comparison? The Buddha seal was stunned and shook his head repeatedly. How is this possible? How is this possible? It shouldn't be him, it shouldn't be him. Huining's expression turned solemn as he bowed with pressed palms. The first guardian Vajra of Buddhism since the end of Dharma has appeared. Vajra's glaring eyes, demons flee, even Fangxing could faintly feel the changes in himself. He felt that his thoughts were clear and his strength was boundless. There was also a gentle yet resolute force surrounding him. If he wanted to kill someone, the gentle force would become as tough as fine steel with a single thought, possessing the ability to destroy everything. If he wanted to defend himself, the force would wrap around him tightly and block the endless power outside. Even in the midst of a fierce battle, all the fearful thoughts were expelled by this force. All that was left was the will to fight, to kill in all directions, and to be invincible. When everyone faced Fangxing, it was as if they were facing an invincible Vajra who stood in front of the Gautama Buddha. The Vajra was invincible, and the Gautama Buddha was not in danger. He held the spirited mountain in his hand and stepped on the shore of the Nirvana realm. He faced all demons and devils and destroyed everything. Before the battle even started, they had already started to feel afraid. Those who stand in my way shall die. Fangxing roared and threw a punch forward. Boom! The goddess of the Hua clan raised both of her swords to block, but she was hit by the sharpness of the punch. Her figure flew backward like a kite. Bang, 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 Fangxing stomped on the ground, causing the earth to tremble and the void to tremble. The Centaur race's divine son could originally control this kind of trembling force, but at this moment, as if he had been struck by lightning, he was sent flying by Fangxing's palm. No one knew where he landed. Get lost. Fangxing's angry roar was like thunder. He took another step forward and waved his iron fist. The 7 eyes on the 7-eyed race's divine son's chest bled at the same time. He closed his eyes in pain and staggered backward continuously. It seemed as if he had no more strength to fight. In the end, Fangxing took another step forward and tore with his hands. A large array that was blocking in front of him was torn apart by him. The cultivators of the Pure Land within the array were sent flying in all directions. They screamed in agony as countless of them were killed and injured. They fell to the ground like a rain of corpses. He was invincible. This ferocious aura shocked all the cultivators of the Pure Land. There were still countless cultivators in the sky. They were as dense as mosquitoes and flies. Among these cultivators, there were many experts who had the power to fight against Fangxing. However, at this moment, under King Kong's angry gaze, they lost their courage and didn't dare to step forward. In the Pure Land, Buddhism had always been a peculiar existence. He was not the most powerful, but he was in charge of the merit list. He was not the most powerful, and even the Paramitha temple was pitifully small, but it was highly respected. Even the great Yang deity was respectful to the Paramitha temple. He was also not the most famous, but everywhere the Paramitha temple was, the cultivators of the Pure Land respected it. They even used titles such as Arhat and Bodhisattva to represent their status, which showed the prosperity of the Dharma. Legend has it that the reason why the Pure Land could be preserved was related to the Buddhist sects. This was one of the reasons why the Paramitha temple was so influential. It was precisely because of this influence that cultivators in the Pure Land subconsciously held Buddhist Tao immortals in awe. Fangxing obtained the Vajra Tao immortal and became the first Buddhist Vajra since the Dharma-ending era. This scared the guts of the cultivators of the Pure Land. Why did they risk their lives? Wasn't it because they wanted to follow Buddhism and achieve good results? However, the devil was the one who obtained the Tao immortal first. What did this mean? Could it be that the Arhat they protected was fake, and the one he protected was the real one? Fangxing was already invincible. The appearance of this scene dealt a heavy blow to the confidence of the cultivators of the Pure Land. Impossible. How could he have the support of the Dharma? How could he achieve the Vajra Tao immortal? Amidst the silence, the head monk of the Paramitha temple was the first to shout. His face was filled with grief and pain. He roared loudly and soared into the sky. He transformed into a 10-meter-tall Vajra Buddha statue and slammed his palm towards Fangxing. At this moment, he seemed to find it very difficult to accept this fact. He exerted the power of the 10-meter-tall Vajra statue to the extreme, and it was like a dazzling sun that soared across the sky. However, in the eyes of the cultivators, they were even more shocked when they saw this scene. They suddenly realized that the guardian monk's Vajra statue was surprisingly similar to Fangxing's. The golden light seemed to be of the same origin. The only difference was that the golden light on the monk's body was cultivated from the inside out, while the Buddhist light on Fangxing's body came from an unknown place in the void. It was the support of the Buddha statue. As for which one was stronger, it was not something that the people present could distinguish. There were even people who guessed the reason behind Reverend Buddha's grief. This person was originally a peerless genius in the Pure Land, but he was willing to protect the Arhat and wait for the birth of the true Buddha. According to some people's prophecies, when the Arhat obtained the Buddha fruit, he would become the first guardian since the end of the Dharma age. When the Arhat became the Lord Buddha, his status would be higher than all the other Buddhas, and he would only bow to the Buddha. But now, the first guardian monk had fallen into someone else's hands. No one would be willing to accept this. It was simply a shaking of their Tao heart. Wayaya, stinky monk, you still dare to attack? I'll chop you up. Fangxing shouted. The more he fought, the more refreshed he felt. He felt that the whole world was on his side. Wherever the Buddhist light shrouded, it was his home ground. All the power in the heaven and earth could be manipulated at will, and he could split mountains and split seas with a wave of his hand. It could even be said that now, he could only use 30% of his strength to unleash 100% of his power. For someone like him who was wholeheartedly pursuing stronger power and breaking through to the 6 severance realms, this feeling was simply a dream. He couldn't wait to have more battles to hone himself. He was subconsciously overjoyed and struck out with his palm. The clouds collapsed and the wind split, and the sky changed color. The battle between the two guardian Vajra had stirred up endless changes in the weather, and in the battle in the sky, under the attack of Fangxing, the Buddha seal retreated step by step. The strength of the Buddha seal was originally between the 5 severance realms and the 6 severance realms. In terms of cultivation and foundation, it was about the same as Fangxing. In terms of ferocity and experience, it was even inferior to Fangxing. Under normal circumstances, when the two fought, Fangxing had a higher chance of winning. But now, Fangxing had received the blessing of the Dharma and turned into a guardian monk. His strength had at least increased by 3 times. How could the Buddha seal have any chance of winning? Boom. 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 Compared to the Buddha seal's Dharma body, Fangxing, who was only the size of a bean, was beaten back by the Buddha seal. The Buddha seal roared but was extremely helpless. The cultivators of the Pure Land seemed to be strangled, and no one spoke for a while. Wahahaha, I feel so powerful. Fangxing laughed and looked insufferably arrogant, but his eyes were secretly looking around. He was not stupid. He was still in the encirclement. Seeing that he had inexplicably received such a strong blessing, he shocked the cultivators for a while. If he did not take this opportunity to run away with Xianxia and Donkey, when would he wait? The reason why he beat back the Buddha seal with a heavy blow was to deepen the impression of his invincibility in the hearts of the cultivators. Fortunately, no one came out to stop him when he escaped. The effect seemed to have been achieved. Zhu Xiu was afraid of him and revered him like a god, but only one person, instead of being in awe, smiled. If this is the Buddha's tribulation, then this Buddha's tribulation is too weak. The black-robed Buddha, Huining, sighed in a low voice, and then raised his head. There was a faint divine light in his eyes that no one dared to look directly at. He gently pinched the Buddha seal with his right hand and raised it in front of his chest, while his left hand gently pointed out. There seemed to be a smile in his eyes as he looked at Fangxing. His voice was so low that only he could hear it. Is the Buddha fruit destined to appear in this way, or has our debate just begun? If I don't fight for the Buddha fruit, it's disrespectful to Buddha. Then I'll fight for it. As his finger gently pointed out, there was a sudden change between the heavens and the earth. Countless lotus flowers bloomed between the void mountains, and the sound of Sanskrit resounded between heaven and earth. Rays of golden light descended from the sky and enveloped Zhu Xiu. The Buddha seal that was repelled by Fangxing was suddenly enveloped by countless rays of golden light. Its injuries were all healed, and its body shone brightly, as though it had transformed into a true Vajra Buddha. It flew up into the sky with an incomparably divine aura, and its boundless might shook the heavens. Still not convinced? Fangxing glared. Although he knew that the Buddha seal had become far more powerful than before, he was still not afraid at all. He raised his blade and was about to advance. "It's not over yet," the black-robed Buddha sitting on the mountain peak spoke softly with a smile on his face. He pointed to the void again. The sound of Sanskrit rang out, and heavenly flowers fell. In an instant, the black robe of the goddess of the Hua clan turned white. It fluttered like a fairy, yet also like a bodhisattva with benevolent eyes. The god of the seven-eyed clan wore a golden gauze robe. His skin was bronze, and his aura was unparalleled. The god of the centaur clan wore golden armor, and the spear in his hand shone with golden light. It seemed to have instantly increased in quality. Golden light gathered around the god of the North Deep, Baiming Xiao, and turned into a golden lotus that wrapped around his body. It was sacred and terrifying. Lotus flowers bloomed under Baiming Qingdi's feet, sending her up to the 9 heavens. Her aura was ethereal, and it was far more powerful than before. As for the Buddha seal that had been repelled by Fangxing just now, it stood up again. It was injured all over, and the golden light on its body was much brighter than before. For a moment, the void was silent, and a total of 6 people rose into the air, facing off against Fangxing. The aura on their bodies did not lose out to Fangxing. That kind of sacred and mysterious feeling was enough to shock one's mind. It was enough to prove that they were people who had obtained Buddhist fruit. A total of 6 people, whether they were arhats or bodhisattvas, appeared in the world with a point of the Buddha's seal. 1 against 6, Fangxing's path was blocked again, and the danger was even greater than before. Even in the formation formed by the ordinary cultivators of the Pure Land, there was a faint golden light, like a golden sea. Fangxing, Xianxia, and the green donkey were trapped in the middle of this golden sea. The flowing Buddha light was like waves, surging back and forth, illuminating everything, causing illusory Buddha shadows to appear in the surrounding sky. They sat motionlessly, looking at Fangxing and the others. The monk, who originally had no cultivation, only needed to point out with a finger to summon 6 Buddhist fruit thrones. The strong and the weak were immediately judged, and the number of people was immediately judged. So what if you have more people? Fangxing, who had just taken 2 steps toward the Buddha seal with his broadsword, retreated again, muttering and cursing. He had thought that he had obtained a glimmer of opportunity, but in the blink of an eye, he realized that it was just a dream. The situation was as serious as ever, or even more serious. Huineng, the arhat of the Permitha temple, had no cultivation, but he had great magical power. Fangxing, as a pure child, received the blessing of the Dharma and turned into a guardian Vajra. However, Huineng was just a mortal, but he had mobilized 10,000 years of Buddhist essence and enlightened 6 arhats and bodhisattvas. To a certain extent, this was already a great power that only Buddha could have, and he had it at his fingertips. Vaguely, this seemed to have proved the strength of his Dharma. For a moment, both Fangxing and Xianxia were silent. Even the green donkey, who had just learned to speak, did not dare to say a word. It was obvious that this situation was not something that could be won by a human. Fangxing had just defeated the 4 divine sons of the ancient clans and tore the formation with his bare hands. His Vajra glared at him and he was invincible. He looked relaxed, but in fact, he had risked his life to protect the little monk from being taken away. However, he was not invincible. In terms of realm, he had only cut the 5 realms. Even with the blessing of the Dharma, he only had the ability to cut the 6 realms. Originally, he had obtained the Guardian Vajra fruit, which had already shocked the cultivators of the Pure Land and given him a glimmer of opportunity to leave. However, it was destroyed by Huineng's finger. It was amazing to have more people. Xianxia only had 1 Guardian Vajra, but Huineng had 6. Now, this was no longer a simple change in momentum. The change in momentum of Zhu Xiu of the Pure Land was even more powerful. Originally, because Fangxing had obtained the Guardian Vajra fruit, the faith of the cultivators of the Pure Land was shaken. Now, Huineng's move had greatly increased the confidence of the people of the Pure Land. Since Huineng could easily enlighten the Guardian Vajra fruit, if they served him well, they would not have to worry about not receiving the blessing of the Dharma. Moreover, one followed the Guardian Vajra and shouted to fight and kill, while the other sat on the lotus platform and enlightened all living beings. The difference between Huineng and Xianxia was also obvious. One was a mortal, while the other was a Buddha. One had a dim life, while the other had a Buddha's light, cousin. Fangxing, you'd better admit defeat. You can't escape. Why? Bai Mingqingdi spoke at this time, as if he wanted to persuade Fangxing. Congratulations, you have become a bodhisattva. She hadn't finished speaking when Fangxing glanced at her again, causing her to be unable to speak any further. Bao Spawn, since it has come to this, what else do you have to say? Bai Mingxiao opened his mouth and said coldly, in terms of status, even if you were lucky enough to be favored by Buddhism, you would still be a Vajra. But I was enlightened by the Arhat and became an Arhat. In terms of Buddhism, I am above you. In terms of merit, I helped the true Buddha to come to the world, which is immeasurable. But you, on the other hand, are protecting the inner demon and disturbing the fate of Buddhism, which is a sin to the heavens. In terms of the general situation, you and the inner demon have fallen into the tight encirclement of our Pure Land cultivators. You can't escape even if you have wings. This cold shout made all the cultivators of the Pure Land nod their heads in satisfaction. To be honest, they thought that the 10 Lives debate would go smoothly, but in the end, there were so many accidents, which really made the cultivators of the Pure Land feel very bitter. To them, this devil had done everything he could to stop the inner demon from coming to the world, which was simply a sin to the heavens. But they almost let this devil save the inner demon. Bai Mingjiao's shout was exactly what they were thinking. My ass, I just wanted to bring my junior brother back. What's wrong with that? Fangxing looked very angry, but he didn't have the slightest intention to rush forward and attack. He put his hands on his waist, rolled his eyes and scolded. I have never seen a Vajra talk like this. Zhu Xiu of the Pure Land was speechless, and he secretly rolled his eyes. Although this man had always been called a devil, he now had the Vajra Buddhahood. Moreover, this Buddhahood had been bestowed upon him by the Buddha's power. No one in Buddhism could deny it. Even if Huining became a real Buddha, he would not be able to deny his Vajra status. In other words, unless he was killed now, this devil's Vajra fruit was fixed, and Zhu Xiu of the Pure Land couldn't deny it even if he wanted to. But since you have become a Vajra, can't you pay attention to your image when you speak? You stopped the Buddhist fruit from coming to the world, that's a big sin. Bai Mingxiao didn't seem to want to attack, but after all, he had just become an Arhat, and he didn't want to be discouraged, so he could only shout angrily. Then I also said that you want my junior brother's life, that's a sin of killing. Isn't that a sin? Fangxing's reply was bold and confident. You. How dare you? The twin Arhats, the debate of 10 lives, the winner is Buddha, and the loser is a demon. This was decided by Buddha thousands of years ago, so how can you treat it as a sin of killing? You have a glib tongue, how can you accept the Vajra fruit? The head of the guardian monks of the Permitha temple shouted loudly, and his body shone with a golden light, and his voice was monstrous. Fangxing rolled his eyes indifferently. You think you're so great just because you have Buddhist support? Hee, the goddess of the Hua clan said with a faint smile, do you have any objections to this? Fangxing said, if your Buddha is really so powerful, then why doesn't he come out and beat me up? His words made the 6 Arhats in front of him speechless, and after a while, they shouted in unison. How dare you, Huining, the Arhat has already shown his great power, enlightened the Arhat Bodhisattva fruit, and you still dare to be so presumptuous? Your Arhat is so powerful, let him come and beat me up, nonsense. Arhat doesn't have any cultivation, so why would he need to do anything about vanquishing demons? Didn't they say that Buddha is omnipotent? How can he be the Arhat without cultivation? The Buddhist Dharma is profound, so how can you talk nonsense? It seems like you don't even know what the Buddhist Dharma is, so why are you talking nonsense? I don't dare to talk nonsense about the Buddhist Dharma, but where did you get the courage to talk nonsense? Of course I know what the Buddhist Dharma is. What a joke, why don't you tell me? The Buddhist Dharma is just quarreling, and whoever wins the quarrel is the one with the most logic. Impudent, how dare you insult the Buddhist Dharma? If I'm wrong, you can ask Buddha to come out and beat me up. No one expected that the first guardian Vajra since the end of the Buddhist Dharma would start cursing in the first confrontation with the 6 Arhats and Bodhisattvas. Of course, under normal circumstances, this should be called a debate, but looking at the Vajra's vulgar and shameless appearance, no one would be embarrassed to admit that it was a debate. Moreover, the Vajra was cursing 6 people alone. With his hands on his waist, he was eloquent and had a glib tongue, scolding the 6 arhats and bodhisattvas until they were speechless. This kind of combat power could really be said to be sweeping away all his enemies. He stole the Vajra fruit for a while, but he's still a devil. He only knows how to pester endlessly, shamelessly, and be cunning. Everyone, why do you have to talk nonsense with him? Let us join forces to kill this devil, remove his fruit, and return peace to our Buddhism. In the end, the Vajra could not take it anymore, and shouted sternly, all the blame will be borne by the Paramitha temple. The other arhats and bodhisattvas also nodded. They really did not want to quarrel with this Vajra. Previously, because they saw that Fangxing was the first guardian Vajra to be blessed by the Buddhist Dharma since the end of the Buddhist Dharma, they did not dare to fight with him. After all, Fangxing's Vajra was blessed by the unseen, and to a certain extent, it could even be said that he was recognized by Buddha. On the other hand, they were enlightened by Huaining, and in their hearts, this devil's fruit seemed to be more legitimate than theirs. This was also the reason why they did not dare to fight with Fangxing, afraid that they would trigger the unseen taboo and become the sinners who killed the Buddha. The status and significance of the first legitimate guardian Vajra in the Buddhist Dharma were probably only below that of the twin Buddha. Cutting off the Vajra would definitely cause great karma. The cultivators of the Pure Land were smart people, and they did not want to be the first to be affected by this karma. But now, a sentence from the Vajra temple made them want to kill. With the Paramitha temple willing to bear this karma, they were not afraid anymore. Murderous intent filled the air, and they were about to attack. Fangxing had been waiting for this moment. Suddenly, he shouted and pointed his knife at Huaining, who was in the distance, and shouted, do you see that? Quarreling is bullshit. In the end, it all depends on whose knife is faster. You talk about this and that, but in the end, don't you still need someone to be your fighter? Then let me ask you, you debated with my junior brother 9 times. Isn't that equivalent to taking off your pants and farting? Boom, for a moment, there was silence. Everyone looked at Fangxing and Huaining. No one expected that this devil would take this opportunity to attack the black-robed Arhat. No one in the Pure Land had ever dared to reason with the Arhat. The only person who could reason with the Arhat, Xianxia, had already lost 10 lifetimes, but now, this devil was going to argue with Huaining? There is a limit to one's strength. So what if your strength is exhausted? Unexpectedly, Huaining actually spoke. Though he had no cultivation, when he spoke, the Buddhist aura around him buzzed and trembled. It naturally transmitted his every word into Zhu Xiu's heart. You are the first guardian Vajra since the end of the Dharma. Vajra cannot be defeated, and the Dharma cannot be destroyed. But what you are protecting is junior brother Xianxia's Dharma. With your supernatural power, you maintain a strand of his fate. This is a great kindness, and Huaining respects you. But now, I want to ask you, if you are about to be defeated and your knife is broken, what are you going to use to protect him? He spoke softly, and his expression was calm. Just like now, I am powerful. What are you going to use to protect junior brother Xianxia's Dharma? Fangxing suddenly choked. He had originally found that some of the principles in Buddhism were specious, but they were very serious. Xianxia lost because he couldn't win an argument, so he thought of a crooked idea and planned to argue with Huaining. If he won, maybe the monk would come to his senses and let him and Xianxia go with tears, but he didn't expect that Huaining was really a reasonable person. With one sentence, he made him speechless. Yes, his own reason was to use his knife to speak, but now his knife was not as hard as others. How could he reason with others when he couldn't beat them? It wasn't until a long time later that Fangxing finally raised his head slowly. His voice was cold, and he answered Huaining very seriously, since I was a child, there have been many times when my knife was not hard enough. When I was 10 years old, 9 uncles in the valley were killed. I could only escape without any tricks. But later, I still sneaked into that Taoist sect, learned some skills, and then killed Xiao Jianming, turning the blue cloud sect upside down. Later, there were many times when I provoked people who I couldn't afford to provoke. I couldn't beat them or scold them, but after that, I found a chance to take back everything with interest. Gradually, his expression became ferocious. Monk, remember, if my knife is not hard enough to protect my junior brother Xianxia today, then you'd better promise to leave me here with you. Once I escape and sharpen my knife, I will come back to you. Even if I become a devil, I will not hesitate to kill you and slaughter all your Buddhist believers. If you don't believe me, you can try. Devil. Devil, Fangxing's words were also passed into the ears of the cultivators of the Pure Land. For a moment, thousands of waves were stirred up. Everyone's face showed a mixture of shock and anger, and even a faint trace of fear. Fangxing was indeed a devil. How could he say the words of slaughtering Buddha in such a blatant manner? It was obvious that he did not fear Buddhism at all. Most importantly, these were clearly ridiculous words, but after he said them, the cultivators faintly had a feeling that he could do it. They believed that if he escaped, a great calamity would descend upon the Buddhist sects. After all, he was a famous little devil. How many disasters had he caused along the way? Even the cultivators of the Pure Land had heard many rumors about him and knew what he had done. They knew that he was extremely daring and that his actions were absurd and unexpected. However, he was always able to disturb the world. Now, if the Arhat were to descend, it would be the time for the Buddhism sect to rise. However, at this critical moment, if they were to become enemies with this demon, it would be a disaster for the Buddhism sect. How can you be free with such a strong obsession? Even the Arhat of the Paramitha temple, Huineng, was silent for a long time and sighed softly. I will be free if you don't provoke me. Fangxing replied with a gloomy face, if you think it through, don't stop me from leaving with Xianxia. He. Huineng shook his head gently and said, impossible. Such a resolute answer stunned Fangxing and the cultivators of the Pure Land. Huineng said indifferently, 10 generations of debate have determined the Buddha's fruit. Now that it has been 10 generations, the Buddha's fruit should come. As a disciple of the Buddha, I must take over the mantle. If the protector is dissatisfied with the Buddha's decree, he will fall and become a devil in the future. If he harms the disciples of the Buddhism, it will be the doom of the Buddhism. Since we can't avoid it, why should we be afraid? If you come to take revenge for the devil, the Buddhism will send a protector to stop you. How can all the karma and fortune be changed just because of your words? Phew, vaguely, there seemed to be less murderous intent in the world. The cultivators of the Pure Land all heaved a sigh of relief. Fangxing's words brought great terror to the cultivators. Everyone felt like a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. However, Huineng's words cleared away the terrifying flames and returned peace to the area. The Pure Land cultivators' murderous intent rose again. It seemed like they couldn't avoid this battle anymore. Master. Can I escape? Even the green donkey could feel the pressure. It was restless and asked with a trembling voice. Nonsense. Fangxing turned around and glared at it. Are you stupid? Find a chance to escape. I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of you later. As he spoke, he drew out his ominous dragon blade and glared at Zhu Xiu of the Pure Land. The situation was too grim, and it was practically a dead end. Their chances of victory were less than 10%. It seems like you are determined to kill my junior brother Xianxia, Fangxing said in a low voice as he walked forward slowly. The ominous dragon blade in his hand hummed and was wrapped in murderous intent. I don't want to kill him. It's just that he is the only one who can help me get the Buddha fruit. The Arhat in black let out a long sigh. Now that the 10 lives debate is over, and even the 10,000 years Buddha fruit has been born, we are just waiting for the Buddha fruit to come. Everything has been decided for a long time. Why do you have to go against the Buddha's will and do such a heaven-defying thing? The blade is coming for your head. Let me ask you, are you going to dodge it or not? Fangxing's footsteps became faster and faster as he shouted loudly. My body is not here, and the blade is not here either. What's the difference between dodging or not? Huineng looked calm and said in a low voice. If you dodge, it means that you don't want to die. If you don't dodge, it means that you deserve to die. Fangxing suddenly shouted. With a rumble, he suddenly accelerated and rushed toward the 6 arhats and bodhisattvas. His 2 big wings flapped toward the goddess of the Hua clan and the divine son of the Centaur clan. The murderous blade in his hand slashed toward the divine son of the Seven-Eyed clan. His big hand was wrapped with destructive power and hit the Buddha seal. The thunder seal was also pinched at this time. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and it rumbled and fell toward Baiming Xiao and Baiming Qingdi. He was going to fight 6 arhats and bodhisattvas alone, the battle of Buddhism. However, this ferocious aura was no longer as successful as it was before. The goddess of the Wa clan looked down and made a Buddha seal with her hand. Lotus flowers bloomed in front of her and resisted Feng Xing's sword demon wings. The divine son of the Centaur clan shouted. Golden light flowed on his body, and he opened another big wing with a spear. The 6 eyes on the chest of the 7-eyed clan opened at the same time, emitting golden light and sealing the void. He was going to seal Feng Xing's murderous blade. Baiming Xiao and Baiming Qingdi, one with a golden chain and the other with an ethereal figure, easily dodged the divine thunder in the sky. Swoosh, Feng Xing did not fight to the death. He just made a bold move and then quickly returned to his original place with the Xiaoyao body movement technique. His face was as calm as water. He originally wanted to test the waters, but the result of this test was terrible. He was no match for him. Feng Xing transformed into the guardian Vajra of Buddhism and received the blessing of the Dharma. However, after the 10,000 years of Buddha connotation appeared after the 10 lives of debate, it also gave Huining the magical power to enlighten the Bodhi fruit position and confer the 6 arhats and bodhisattvas at once. It also gave them the blessing of the Dharma. Their strength was already extremely strong. Now that they had the fruit position and the magical power, they were even more unafraid of Feng Xing in the slightest. Moreover, he had attacked by himself just now, but he still couldn't break through. If he brought Xianxia with him, there would be no way. For a moment, he gritted his teeth in hatred, and his eyes shone brightly. Senior brother, it seems that I still can't escape this disaster. Xianxia looked around helplessly and shrank his head, looking a little unwilling. He smiled bitterly and sighed in a low voice, "You'd better take my martial nephew away. Although I don't want to die and disappear from this world, the general situation is like this. I really don't have much chance of survival. If I force myself to live, it will harm the lives of you and my martial nephew. That's not the result I want. I just want to ask you, do you still want to die now?" Feng Xing also turned to look at him. His expression was calm, and he laughed at the little monk in a low voice. Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, "Only a fool wants to die." "Senior brother, you're right. If I die, everything will be for nothing. I got senior brother Huining's method, but it's a pity that it's not my method. If there's any possibility, I will live. I can't give up this beautiful world, that's my junior brother." Feng Xing laughed in a low voice and said, "Then I can only use the last method to save you." He suddenly turned his head and looked at Huining. "Stinky monk, do you really think that you're destined to eat my junior brother Xianxia today? It's not appropriate to eat, but there should be a result today," Huining said in a low voice. His face was expressionless, but he had a resolute expression. He was like a Buddha sitting in the void and chanting sutras. "I just asked you, Vajra used his supernatural power to protect you, but what will you do when your supernatural power is exhausted? You only said that you wanted to vent your anger and take revenge, but you fell into the devil's path. So what if you slaughter all the monks of the Buddhist sect in the future? Junior brother Xianxia's method has been lost, and he is gone. How can he make up for it? Do you really think that I can't protect junior brother Xianxia?" Feng Xing asked in a low voice. A cold glint flickered in his eyes as he confronted the black-robed Buddha. "You can unleash your ferocious might and massacre everyone. However, the general trend is like this. Even if you kill until blood flows like a river, it will just be a mantis trying to stop you. Not only will you not be able to save junior brother Xianxia, but you will also add to your sins. In the end, even you and the divine beast that has obtained great luck will fall into karma and be unable to struggle. Is it worth it? Is it what you want?" The black-robed Buddha, Huining, replied in a low voice and said firmly, "If you're too stubborn, you'll fall deeper and deeper." Those words were like thunder in spring, shaking everyone's hearts like a stick. Huining seemed to be using a method to convince Feng Xing to stop struggling in vain and kill more. However, what he said was true. Even Feng Xing had to admit that although the monk liked to talk reason, his reasoning was really reasonable. All the cultivators had already turned to look at Feng Xing. They did not know if the devil was going to follow the good advice or fight to the end. If he listened, it would be a good thing and the Buddha fruit would appear in the world again. If he did not listen, the sea of blood would flip over and slaughter everyone. However, in the end, the Buddha fruit would still descend, but it would only increase the amount of killing. What you said makes too much sense. I'm too embarrassed to scold you again. After a long while, Fangxing finally spoke in a low voice. His eyes fiercely glared at Huining, and his voice was low, mixed with a chilling killing intent. But do you really think that you've forced me into a dead end? Let me tell you, I'm very capable. He, since you asked me seriously, I'll answer you seriously. Now, my knife is still in my hand. With me here, you won't be able to eat junior brother Xianxia. After saying that, he turned to look at Xianxia and said in a fierce voice, "Shitty, blame me for being incompetent. My knife is not hard enough, and my ability is not great enough. I can't help you win today. The only thing I can do is to prevent you from losing too thoroughly." As he spoke, his butcher knife lit up. Xianxia, the sharp butcher knife was placed on Xianxia's neck. He gritted his teeth and the veins on his forehead were bulging. "I know that if you are refined by him, you will disappear from the reincarnation of heaven and earth forever. It is said that you have turned into his inner demon, but in fact, you have only become a part of the Buddha with his Dharma. Now, we really can't escape, so let me kill you. At least you can still have a soul to reincarnate and continue to live in this beautiful world." Xianxia smiled. His white monk robe was like a lotus flower. He smiled easily and happily. "Senior brother, hurry up and save yourself the pain." Fangxing said, "Okay." He slowly raised the butcher knife. In the Buddha's light that filled the sky, it looked bloodthirsty and ferocious. Huining suddenly understood what he wanted to do. His expression changed drastically and he suddenly shouted, "How dare you commit such a heinous crime? Devil, stop!" The cultivators of the Pure Land also saw it. At the same time, they were shocked. The shock in their hearts was extreme, and they rushed forward one after another. Kill the Buddha, the first Buddhist protector since the end of the Dharma was going to kill the Buddha. Facing the crazy cultivators of the Pure Land, Fangxing smiled ferociously, but his eyes were red. At the same time, there were tears in his eyes. He shouted hoarsely, "If I do something wrong, ask Buddha to come and beat me." He was the first guardian Vajra of Buddhism since the Dharma ending period. Unlike the Baiming siblings, the goddess of the Hua clan, the goddess of the Seven-Eyed clan, and the divine son of the Centaur clan, he wasn't a fruit throne that had been borrowed by Huining with the supreme Dharma and the newly appeared Buddha's fruit throne. Fangxing was the real guardian Vajra and had been blessed by the Buddha's fruit throne itself. At this time, less than half an hour after the fruit throne descended, he raised the butcher's knife against the Arhat, killing Buddha. He didn't hesitate to kill Arhat Xianxia to stop the 10 lives of Buddha from descending. Zhu Xiu of the Pure Land had already gone crazy. Even though Fangxing was invincible and protected the little monk, they weren't too worried. After all, there were too many cultivators and masters on the Pure Land side. Under the heavy siege, no matter how fierce the devil was, he was just a butterfly that fell into a spider's web. He couldn't escape, and the Buddha's fruit would descend sooner or later. But at this time, they were terrified and dumbfounded. If the Arhat of the Lingshan temple was really killed, then things would be really troublesome. If he was dead, what Buddha's fruit would there be? It was supposed to be the 10 lives of debate to determine the Buddha's fruit, but now they had to wait for the 11th life. But now that the Buddha's fruit throne had descended, if the Arhat didn't carry the Buddha's fruit throne for 10,000 years, what would happen? And one life lasted for 1,000 years. Who knew what kind of changes would happen in 1,000 years? Countless thoughts spun madly in their minds. Everyone rushed forward like mad demons, wanting to stop Fangxing. Unfortunately, with Fangxing's ability, who could stop him when he raised the knife? "Senior brother, I'm going." Xianxia, who was under the knife, had a calm and indifferent expression. He fixed his eyes on the black-robed Buddha, Huining. "Now I have figured it out. I am me, not someone's inner demon. I am Xianxia monk. I have my own method. No matter how great your reason is, you can't destroy my method. Debating for 10 lifetimes is just a joke. Now that senior brother has helped me reincarnate, I will not debate with you in the next life." As if saying goodbye, Xianxia's voice was very relaxed, but there was a hint of surprise in it. On the other hand, Huining, who heard these words, lost his indifference as well. His expression was perplexed and pained, conflicted and helpless. "Junior brother, if you don't debate with me, how am I supposed to live?" Whoosh, the murderous blade chopped down. Fangxing's eyes were red, but his hands were terrifyingly steady. He held the butcher knife tightly and slashed at Xianxia, who was sitting on the ground. In his heart, there seemed to be a ball of anger burning. That ball of fire was crazily influencing the fate and variables of the world. Dark clouds gathered in the sky above Lingshan Temple, changing the color of the sky and earth. It was as if night had fallen. Is a great calamity about to befall the Buddhist sects? Standing in front of the mountain gate, the chief monk of Lingshan Temple, wine and meat monk, and the others all looked up at the sky with solemn expressions. In the Permitha Temple of the Pure Land, a pool of white lotus flowers in the main hall suddenly withered. Who wants to destroy our Buddhist sect's luck? In the main hall, an old monk suddenly opened his eyes with a terrified expression. In the world, whether it was in the cultivation world or in the mortal world, countless people who were focused on cultivating Buddhism suddenly raised their heads at this moment. Their expressions were extremely solemn. The murderous aura from the unseen world made them feel alarmed. No matter how powerful a person was, they could not help but feel frightened. The prayer beads in their hands fell to the ground. The old monk knelt on the ground and chanted sutras, praying for the calamity to pass. Between heaven and earth, the Buddhist light was dim, and there was a hint of extinction. However, in the extinction, there was a hidden chance of survival. Hearing the sound of the wind coming from above, Xianxia chanted sutras in a low voice and prayed in his heart, "Please don't hurt." On second thought, he felt that with senior brother's ability, he would definitely not hurt if he cut off his head with a single slash. However, before this thought flashed through his mind, he suddenly heard a bang and felt a sharp pain in his head. Fang Xing's saber had been aimed straight at Xianxia's head, but all of a sudden, he felt a sense of foreboding and hurriedly swung the saber horizontally. As a result, Xianxia, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground and stretching his neck, quietly waiting for the saber to come, let out a strange cry. He was slapped on the back of his head by the saber for a long time. Even though Fang Xing had held back his strength, he was still slapped flat on his face. "Senior brother, it doesn't hurt, does it?" Xianxia covered the back of his head and sat up while shouting. Through the gaps between his fingers, he could see that there was a big bump. Phew, almost all the cultivators of the Pure Land heaved a sigh of relief at the same time when they saw the scene. They felt as if they had survived a disaster and almost wanted to thank the heavens. If the saber had really cut off Xianxia's head just now, they did not know how many people would have been scared to death. However, at the same time, endless questions arose in their hearts. Why did this devil stop at the last moment? Looking at his posture just now, that ferocious power, it doesn't seem like a joke at all. Even Xianxia covered his head and looked at Fang Xing in confusion. At this time, Fang Xing had raised his saber and was listening with a strange expression, looking in the direction of the Silence Valley. The valley hidden in the mountains was quiet and without any movement. Today, the sun was setting in the west, and the shadows were elongated, as if a monster with its mouth wide open was quietly shrinking there. It looked frightening and deep. The Buddha's aura and the golden cloud floating in the air also faintly formed a vortex there, as if there was something hidden inside that made people's hearts palpitate and uneasy, and it could attract people's attention. After a long while, the 6 Arhat bodhisattvas who were slowly approaching Fang Xing were suddenly startled and turned their heads to look at him. At this moment, there was a sudden rumble. Endless spiritual light appeared in the valley and spread out, turning into a large array. "There's a change, quickly take down this devil." At this moment, the 6 Arhats were shocked, and the ones who reacted quickly rushed directly to Fang Xing. The golden chain in Bai Mingzhao's hand seemed to have a life of its own, and fiercely entangled Fang Xing. The others also used their own magical powers, trying to take down Fang Xing before the change appeared. They were all people of high status, and had good vision and reaction to the overall situation. At the same time, they thought of the same thing. In order to prevent the change from affecting the overall situation, they had to make a heavy move and capture Fang Xing first, but at this moment, a water curtain in the air suddenly bounced open, revealing 2 figures, one black and one gold. That water curtain was some kind of magic treasure. It turned out to be an illusory mirror, perfectly concealing their existence. For a moment, they quietly approached Fang Xing. Only a person with a powerful divine sense like Fang Xing could sense something when they were about 1,000 feet away from him. Only then did he manage to change the knife in his hand and slap the head of the handsome monk in time, making him fall flat on his face. "Little ancestor, come here." After the 2 figures appeared, there was a loud shout. Swoosh! In the golden shadow, a sharp and terrifying golden spear stabbed straight at the divine son of the Centaur clan who was the last to him. Rumble. Almost at the same time, a huge cudgel that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth swept across the area, stirring up endless fierce winds that seemed to be able to destroy the world. It directly hit the backs of the goddess of the Wa clan, the seven-eyed clan's divine son, the head of the Permitha temple's guardian monks, and the others. It's you. Fangxing was surprised and overjoyed. He jumped up excitedly, and with a shout, he turned into a Dharma form with 3 heads and 6 arms, and rushed directly at Bai Mingxiao who was swinging the golden chain at him. He brazenly pulled the golden chain with his arms, and under his unparalleled power, he directly pulled Bai Mingxiao over, and then slashed down with his blade. Bai Mingxiao was so frightened that he summoned 6 magic treasures to block, and his figure retreated hundreds of feet. Let's go. Fangxing took this opportunity to wake Xianxia and the green donkey up and rushed in the direction of the Silence Valley. At this moment, the black and golden figures forced the divine son of the Centaur clan, the divine son of the Seven-Eyed clan, the goddess of the Wa clan, and the head of the guardian monks of the Baiyan temple to turn around to defend themselves. Bai Mingxiao was repelled by Fangxing, which caused a huge gap in the encirclement of Fangxing and Xianxia. Bai Mingqingdi was the only one left in front of Fangxing. B*tch, I'll kill you. Fangxing's eyebrows furrowed and his killing intent was piercingly cold. Without any hesitation, he slashed with his saber. Bai Mingqingdi's figure was ethereal. After being shocked, she felt sad and confused. She didn't stop him and dodged with the wind. You're smart, Fangxing. Xianxia and the green donkey seized a way out and rushed to the Silence Valley as fast as lightning. You hate me so much. I did it for your own good. Bai Mingqingdi was miserable and sorrowful. While she was thinking, Fangxing had already rushed out of the encirclement of the 6 masters and met up with the black and golden figures who came to support him. They used the teleportation magic sense and rushed to the Silence Valley like a meteor. There was a distance of about 3 miles between them and the Silence Valley, and there were several large formations of Taoism in the middle. However, when they rushed over, a woman with 2 wheels broke through the water curtain and rushed into the large formation to kill. She was quite organized and had disturbed the large formation after a few rounds. Therefore, Fangxing, Xianxia, the green donkey, and even the golden and black figures rushed into the Silence Valley smoothly. Boom! 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 At the moment when they rushed into the Silence Valley, the spiritual light at the entrance of the valley soared, and a small black cauldron rose above the valley, emitting endless majestic power. Under the guidance of the formation flag, it turned into an extremely mysterious large formation, which firmly guarded the Silence Valley. Until then, Fangxing's laughter, as if he had survived a disaster, sounded in the valley. Wahahaha. Why are you here? To save you, someone in the valley answered in a low voice, full of curiosity. Why are your eyes red? Did you cry again? Ha 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 ha, you're so kind. I'm touched by you. Do you think this is good for you? Bai Mingqingdi's clothes were as white as snow, without a speck of dust. She looked sad. I'm really thinking about you. In the valley, several people were either sitting or standing, looking at Fangxing with a smile. The first one was wearing a white dress. She was delicate and exquisite, and her porcelain-like face was covered with dewy tears. She was Chuxi. Beside Chuxi was a girl in a pale golden dress with a smile on her face. She was Wu Sanger, an old friend of the demon land. Beside Wu Sanger was a short man in a grey robe. He looked wretched and had a flattering smile on his face. When he saw Fangxing, he subconsciously wanted to hide. It was obviously Wei Wuji, the Taoist disciple of the demon land. Beside him, there was an exceptionally handsome man with a golden spear on his shoulder. His heroic spirit was breathtaking. Who else could it be but the little Pun King of the Lonely Blade Mountain? Beside the little Pun King, there was a 30-meter-tall black gorilla holding a water and fire stick. He looked fierce, but when he grinned, he looked even more fierce. Behind him was Wan Qiong, a disciple of the Great Snow Mountain, who was dressed in apricot yellow and full of heroic spirit. It was the sudden appearance of this group of people that prevented Xianxia from being killed and helped Fangxing escape into the Silence Valley. For a moment, Fangxing was moved. After a long time, he calmed down and sighed. You bastards are too kind. The group of people were speechless. They thought that they had been scolded before they were thanked, but how did you guys appear in such a timely manner? Fangxing had a lingering fear in his heart. He glanced at Xianxia and said, I almost killed the little monk, it's better to chop him off. There's a big bump on the back of his head. It's painful and ugly, Xianxia also cried out in frustration with a sullen face. Fortunately, we made it in time. Chuxi and the others were also relieved. She said with a smile, 7 days ago, we received a message from the Baiming family of the Demon Province. They said that you planned to kidnap the Buddha of the Paramitha temple, but failed and were trapped in the Demon Province. Your life was in danger, so we all rushed to save you. Fangxing rolled his eyes and said, I'm so capable, how can I be trapped so easily? In fact, I succeeded in the kidnapping, okay? The others secretly rolled their eyes at him, thinking to themselves that he still didn't forget to brag about his abilities even at this point. Wu Sang'er smiled and said, at that time, we did consider this point, but we could not confirm it. Moreover, the situation was urgent, and we had no time to confirm the authenticity of the news. We could not come to a decision during the discussion. But what the little Pung King said was very reasonable. If you were really lost, wouldn't we be watching you die if we did not save you? Even if the news of your disappearance is fake, if we turn a blind eye to it and don't come here, I'm afraid you'll be angry when you find out. You'll think that we don't care about your life and death. Fangxing slapped the back of little Pung Queen's head and nodded, that makes sense. The little Pung King almost cried, what I said makes sense, but you still hit me? Fangxing said, who told you to speak ill of me behind my back? You admitted it yourself, how can that be called speaking ill of me? The little Pung King still did not dare to argue with him, and walked to the side while muttering, that's the truth. That's why we still came. No matter what, we must first confirm your safety. Wang Qiong spoke and took over the conversation, before coming here, we also hoped to get help from the orthodoxies of the Divine Prefecture, but the result was disappointing. Forget it, I'll tell you in detail when there's a chance. In short, there were many people who helped us. For example, the one that could turn into a water curtain to hide us was a treasure given to us by the young palace master of the Tianyi Palace. It was a great help. Moreover, General Red Embellishment of the Abyss Subduing Division also sent people to attack the Demon Province, which helped us a lot. After we got on the road, we felt that the news of your disappearance was most likely fake. The Demon Province set up many deceptive formations to lure us into the trap. However, with Fairy Sang'er's all-living beings' great technique, which could predict the fortune of the formation, and we were careful, not only did the deceptive formations set up by the ancient tribes not capture us, but we also beat them at their own game. We broke a few of the formations and took hostages to interrogate them. We were able to determine the real location where they lured you to. We were afraid that you would really fall into their trap, so we covered our breath and wiped our tracks along the way, heading straight to the Desolation Valley to look for you, ready to lend you a hand when necessary. Kong, the three Zhangtal fierce ape, grinned and said proudly. Anyway, that's the truth. We didn't arrive too late. When the little monk was brought to the Desolation Valley by the people of the North Deep, we had already arrived. We wanted to take the opportunity to rescue the stinky monk, but more and more people from the Demon Province came, so it was not easy to do so. Later on, we saw how you brought the Arhat to exchange for the monk. We should have appeared earlier to rescue him, but we felt that the difference in strength between the two sides was like heaven and earth. If we acted rashly, we would only fall together. Therefore, we endured for the time being. Sister Sang'er personally pushed it, and with the divine power of the Sealing Zen Cauldron, she set up a formation that isolated the heaven and earth in the Desolation Valley. Then, we looked for the right time to rescue you. The rest of the words were said by the little Pung King, who couldn't hold it in anymore. You saw what happened after that. We originally wanted to make a move after making sure it was safe, but we realized that you wanted to kill the little monk personally in order to protect his real spirit. We were afraid that you would regret it, so we hurriedly made a move. Luckily, Sister Sang'er was powerful. She deduced the trajectory of the ancient clan's formation and taught it to us. Then, we borrowed the ore-concealing treasure that Tianyi Palace gave us and took advantage of the situation to get closer. Only then did we break through the encirclement and brought you into the valley. The route of Chu Si's group was not complicated, and could be understood in just a few words. After hearing it, Fangxing sighed inexplicably. His first reaction was to stand at the entrance of the valley and shout, "Motherf asterisk King Biming family, you've miscalculated. Ha 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 ha, you actually wanted to lure my friends here to threaten me. Do you really think they're easy to deal with?" Outside the valley, Zhu Shou of the Pure Land had already surrounded the valley. He was already confused and distressed by the sudden arrival of this group of people and the formation that sealed the entire Silence Valley. After hearing Fangxing's words, his face became even uglier. The divine son of the North Deep, Biming Xiao, was especially furious. His face was extremely distorted. If it wasn't for his profound cultivation, he would have really spat out a mouthful of blood. The truth was really as Fangxing said. The North Deep had shot themselves in the foot. The original plan was to lure Xianxia here so that he could be used to exchange for the Arhat of the Nirvana Temple. However, Biming Xiao did not know what to do. He thought that Fangxing would not release the highly respected Arhat of the Nirvana Temple just for a monk who was not related to him. Thus, he wanted to trick more people to come and force Fangxing to submit. But he probably did not expect that this group of people were not only friends of Fangxing, but also dared to go deep into the devil abyss to save people. How many of them were ordinary people? This trap plan was useless in front of them. Instead, they really went deep into the devil abyss. When the opportunity came, they helped Fangxing when he was in a desperate situation and temporarily resolved the great crisis. If there was no plan to lure them in from the beginning, things would not be so troublesome. Of course, that would be even worse. Once Xianxia died, the situation would have fallen into a terrible state. The other ancient clans were not fools. With Fangxing's words, they naturally understood the whole story. The way they looked at Biming Xiao was already extremely dissatisfied. Even the guardian monk of the Bayan temple, Buddha Yin, was looking at Biming Xiao coldly. It was almost as if he was blaming Biming Xiao. However, Biming Xiao had good intentions, so it was not convenient for him to voice out his dissatisfaction. And all these gazes made Biming Xiao feel ashamed and angry at the same time. Devil, even if you temporarily escaped into the valley, you will not escape death today. With a loud roar, the magic treasure in his hand smashed on the great array outside the Silence Valley. At the same time, he ordered the people of the North Deep clan to attack the great array outside the Silence Valley with all their strength, causing layers of ripples. Do you really think that a mere great array can stop us? Hurry up and capture them. Otherwise, when we fight our way in, not only you and that monk, but everyone else will not escape death. At this time, in order to break the great array of the Silence Valley, he had really used up all his strength. Unfortunately, the great array of the Silence Valley was an existence that used the pilgrimage cauldron as the array source, and was personally pushed down by Wu Sang-er, a genius in sorcery and the successor of the great art of all beings. If they attacked it head-on, how many people could break the mighty power of the pilgrimage cauldron? If they were to push down, how many people could compare to Wu Sang-er's formation skills? For a moment, the magic treasures rumbled, and the divine power interweaved. The great array of the Silence Valley shook and flashed, but there was no sign of damage. After a few glances, Fangxing knew that it was impossible for the people of the Pure Land to fight their way in. He laughed and said, "Look at how good you are at bragging. If you have the ability, try to fight your way in. Ha 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 ha, I will wait for you here." Come on, Xianxia and the green donkey were also full of anger. One on the left and the other on the right, they straightened their necks and shouted, "If you have the ability, come on." Wayaya, when it came to scolding, how could Biming Xiao win against the three of them? They were so angry that they wished they could hit the great array head-on. Fangxing, on the other hand, curiously looked at Wu Sang-er and said, "Don't talk too much. You guys sounded so powerful just now, as if you had considered everything. Don't tell me the final result is to trap us in this valley? You talk too much, you talk too much." Hearing this nickname, Wu Sang-er, who was originally like a lady, almost jumped up and said, "I didn't like it when you called me talkative before, and now you call me talkative again. I risked my life to come in and save you. Let me tell you, I have tried not to talk too much in front of others. Few people know my nickname. They all say I am a gentle lady, and there are many people who want to marry me. We haven't seen each other for 10 years, and you don't even know me. You are obviously laughing at me, and you even suspect that I will trap us in this valley. That is not only laughing at me, but also laughing at the living being spell that Uncle Jen taught me. After a while, Fangxing was stunned. He hung his head dejectedly and said, all right, I was wrong. How can we escape? When Fangxing asked this question, he was confused. Half of it was because of Wu Sanger's words, and the other half was because he couldn't figure it out. When he kidnapped Huining, the black-robed Buddhist disciple of the Paramitha temple, he even set up an ambush here to fake the birth of a treasure. At that time, he had observed the valley and found that there was only one way in and no way out. Moreover, the cultivators of the Pure Land reacted very quickly and had a large number of people. When they entered the valley, they had already surrounded the valley. If they couldn't leave, they would still be trapped. It was just that they were slightly relieved. Moreover, the defense was different from the outside. No matter how strong the Sealing Zen cauldron was or how good Wu Sanger's tactical formation was, if they didn't find a way to escape, the people of the Pure Land would find a way to break the formation sooner or later. At that time, they would be in even more danger. I've practiced the art of living beings for more than 10 years. Don't you believe in my power? Wu Sanger was very confident and even a little proud. She looked up at the mountains at the end of the valley and smiled. When I first came here, I chose this place to pick you up because of the special terrain of this valley. You see, this valley doesn't look special from the outside, but if you use your spiritual power to sense it, you will find that there are 9 earth veins converging here, forming a 9 dragons converging diagram. In short, it's like a crossroad that extends in all directions. Earth veins? When Fangxing heard that, he was slightly stunned. His brows furrowed, thinking that it was useless. He had heard that cultivators who were proficient in the earth escape technique of the 5 elemental escape techniques could travel through the veins of the earth, and it was extremely marvelous. Unfortunately, this technique was once popular in the ancient times, but it had declined now, and only a few people knew of it. He had only seen it used by Lu Mimi, the nascent soul elder of the Tai Hao clan when he was in the sinkhole. However, the earth escape technique she knew wasn't very profound, and she could only move stealthily through the veins of the earth for a while. As for the cultivators in the valley, he had never heard of anyone who had learned the earth escape technique. Even if someone had learned it, it would be impossible for them to leave this place through the earth veins. Under the watchful eyes of the cultivators of the Pure Land, the earth escape technique might not be safe. Don't worry. Wu Sanger seemed to have noticed Fangxing's confusion. She smiled confidently and said, before we came, we had already made preparations. In the Divine Prefecture, General Red Embellishment had already set up a teleportation altar. Here, I want to make use of the 9 earth veins to create a teleportation array. As she said this, she seemed to be worried that Fangxing did not understand and seemed to be showing off a little. She said proudly, simply put, I can set up a simple teleportation altar here. It won't be a problem to send us back. A teleportation formation? Fangxing was stunned when he heard that. His face was full of admiration. He had come into contact with the teleportation formation many times. He knew that it was an extremely complicated formation. It involved countless topographical formations and runes. A slight mistake would cause a huge deviation. If that happened, the cultivators who were teleported would be in a miserable state. They would either be torn apart by the turbulence of the void or be teleported to an unknown place. Among the cultivators in the Tianyuan continent today, it was said that those who could build a teleportation formation altar were at least in the Yuanying realm. But now, Wu Sanger was so confident that she could build a teleportation formation altar, and according to what she said, she could build a simple teleportation formation altar in a short period of time. This ability could be said to be heaven-defying. How long do you need? Fangxing asked solemnly. He was rather impressed by this chatterbox of the past. When I was setting up the formation in the Extinction Valley, I've already measured the veins of the earth here. I have a rough idea of it. I should be able to complete the teleportation formation in less than 6 hours. I'll need all of you to protect me. During these 6 hours, I can't let anyone interrupt my teleportation formation. Also, be careful. Don't let the cultivators of the Demon Province attack. The Sealing Cauldron may have a supreme way, and the formation created with it is impregnable. However, the Demon Province does not lack talented people. They might find a way to break through the formation. Be careful. Wu Sang'er had an absolute advantage in the way of formations. Everyone agreed to her words. They split up. Chu Xi accompanied Wu Sang'er to push the teleportation formation in the valley. Fang Xing and the others went to where the formation flags were set up. They guarded the formation and prevented any accidents from happening. Once the teleportation formation altar was completed, they would be teleported away. Demon, you can't escape death even if you're imprisoned in the valley. Outside the valley, the North Deep tribe, the Seven-Eyed tribe, the Waladi tribe, the Centaur tribe, and the other ancient clans, as well as the forces of various orthodoxies, had surrounded the Extinction Valley. They kept shouting and attacking the teleportation formation outside the valley. They had even called out all the talented people who were good at formation theory. They were anxiously trying to break the teleportation formation that covered the Extinction Valley. However, it was easy to set up the teleportation formation, but difficult to break it. Moreover, Wu Sang'er was good at formation theory. It was impossible for these people to break the teleportation formation in a short time. They were sweating profusely, but it was useless. Bastards, come in if you dare. I'll kill one of you if you come. If there are two of you, I'll kill your whole family. Fang Xing stood in front of the valley with a big saber on his shoulder and scolded the group. You scum, how dare you be rude to the little ancestor of the Lone Edge Mountain? I'll make you pay for it later. The golden-winged little Pung scolded coldly with his golden spear in his hand. I'm not trying to scare you. Let me tell you, if you offend Uncle Fang, you're going against me, Wei Wuji. Just you wait, just you wait. One day when you think you're safe, I'll sneak into your house and kill your whole family. Wei Wuji, the Taoist child of the Invisible Mountain, was even more energetic. He rode on a big rock and scolded enthusiastically. Come on, whoever dares to come in will have a taste of this beautiful flying kick from your Uncle Donkey. Idiot. The green donkey also occupied a mountain and showed off. However, he was not very good at talking. Basically, they were good at talking. As soon as they started cursing, the morale of the cultivators in the Pure Land was greatly boosted. Some of them couldn't help but curse back. Immediately, they joined hands and cursed them until their faces turned pale. Most of them didn't even care about their curses. They blocked their hearing and started to bombard the great formation outside the Silence Valley, Arhat. That cauldron seems to be the legendary Zen sealing cauldron of the northern region of the Divine Prefecture. It's very mysterious and has endless Taoist connotation. It's extremely difficult to break the formation outside the Silence Valley. The person who set up the formation is an expert in formation, so it's not easy to break her formation. It'll be very difficult to catch them in a short period of time. Although I see that they've hidden in the valley and can't escape even if they have wings, I still feel that something is wrong. Those people are quite capable. If they really use some method to escape, it'll be over. Arhat, do you have any good plans? Outside the valley, the black-robed Arhat from the Permitha temple stood in front of the black-robed Arhat and asked in a low voice. They were really helpless. Wu Sang'er and the rest had planned for a long time. Their plan was brilliant and they had gained the upper hand by hiding in the valley. It wasn't something that the cultivators of the Pure Land could easily break through. The Arhat was even more suspicious and worried. He had to take the initiative to ask the black-robed Arhat for advice. Although the Arhat didn't have any cultivation, the 10,000-year Buddhist connotation had appeared in the world. The Arhat could obviously control a part of the Buddhist connotation. From the Arhat's point of view, the 10,000-year Buddhist connotation was the only thing that could match the huge cauldron on the pilgrimage mountain. However, after he asked this question, the black-robed Arhat frowned slightly. He looked at the valley from afar and didn't speak for a long time. Arhat, the Arhat was slightly stunned and called out softly. After a long time, the black-robed Arhat seemed to have woken up from his daze and turned to look at the Arhat. I'm asking if the Arhat has a way to break through the Great Formation in the Silence Valley? Although it was a little strange, the Arhat still repeated in a low voice. When the black-robed Arhat heard this, he smiled faintly and said, perhaps there is a way. The Arhat was overjoyed and said hurriedly, please teach us. When the Arhat in black heard this, he only laughed and said, wait. The Arhat was puzzled and didn't know what to say. At the same time, Wu Sang'er, who was controlling the formation in the valley, stuck many strange formation flags into the ground. Then, she inserted all kinds of mysterious runes into them. Vaguely, they formed a formation that looked simple but was actually extremely complicated. The entire process was quick and smooth, and it carried an aura that was in accordance with the laws of the Great Tao. It was as if someone had mastered the laws of heaven and earth. It's much smoother than I imagined. It looks like we can get out in an hour. A smile appeared on Wu Sanger's face. Then, she took out the last stack of talismans she had prepared and scattered them in the air. Using her spiritual power, she guided the talismans to the positions she had calculated and put them into the array formation. Gradually, a powerful and strange aura began to flow through the valley. It was as if invisible mountains were moving, or as if the earth itself was rumbling. Mountains and rivers were changing, and the cosmos was being twisted. However, if one looked closely, they would see that nothing had changed in the valley. Those with high cultivation bases knew that the energy of the earth had been borrowed and gathered into the spell formation, which caused the changes to occur in their divine senses. It was also at this moment that a mist suddenly surged out of the valley. It was a vast expanse. Oh no, they are twisting the earth veins. They must be plotting something. There were many capable people in the Pure Land who felt the changes in the earth veins and were all shocked. Fight, break the great formation at all costs. Outside the valley, Bai Mingxiao turned pale with fright. He roared and used all 6 of his magic treasures to attack the great formation. Needless to say, the cultivators of the Pure Land also knew that something was wrong. They all used all their power to attack the great formation. Haha, you are too late. At this moment, Wu Sanger's face was a little proud. She inserted the last rune into the great formation. The transportation great formation was completed, but the next second, Wu Sanger's smile froze. She exclaimed, "What is going on?" The moment the teleportation matrix was successfully set up, something strange happened. As Wu Sanger inserted the last talisman in her hand, there was an earth-shaking tremor. She did not see the runic matrix that she had expected to be built with the runes as the core. Instead, the entire valley was filled with a thick fog that came out of nowhere. Indistinctly, there was an illusory sound of Sanskrit chanting. The void trembled, and streams of light gathered in all directions. The power of the teleportation matrix that she had just set up was suddenly pulled away. Boom! 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 The earth was suddenly swept by a strange and inexplicable power. All the power of the earth veins disappeared at the same time. The disappearance of the power of the earth veins and the formless change of the surrounding terrain caused the formation that enveloped Silence Valley to lose its foundation. All the power that was drawn out from the Sealing Zen Cauldron returned to the Sealing Zen Cauldron at the same time. The Sealing Zen Cauldron that was floating above the valley also fell straight down. It felt the aura from Fang Xing's body and fell into his palm. How did the formation break? Fang Xing held the Sealing Zen Cauldron and looked around blankly. He was not the only one. The Green Donkey, Little Pun King, Wei Wuji, the Taoist child of Mount Wuing, and the others who were cursing to their heart's content in the valley had also suffered a calamity. Outside the valley, the cultivators of the Pure Land were bombarding with magic treasures, divine lights, and so on. They were only safe because of the Great Formation. Now that the power of the Great Formation had been withdrawn, they were exposed to the magic treasures and divine lights. Suddenly, they screamed and ran back into the valley in a panic. They were frightened and shouted loudly to ask what had happened. It was the same for the cultivators of the Pure Land. They didn't have any hope of breaking the Great Formation outside the Silence Valley. They didn't expect that the Great Formation would suddenly disappear. They couldn't believe what they were seeing and thought that it was a trap. The formation is broken. Kill our way in. Bai Mingxiao was the most annoyed. He was stunned when he saw this scene, and then he was overjoyed. Did the Arhat break the formation? The formation was broken by us? Indeed, the defensive formation is gone. Let's kill our way in. After a moment of silence, Zhu Xiu of the Pure Land came to his senses and rushed into the valley like a tide. *CK, it's over. Within the gorge, Fang Xing and the others turned pale with fright, and they each held their magic treasures as they prepared to resist the enemy. Until now, they still didn't know what had happened to the teleportation formation that Wu Sanger had set up. Not only did it fail to form a teleportation formation, but it also caused the defensive formation that covered the entire Desolation Valley to lose its foundation. There was no time to set up another formation, so they could only fight with their lives on the line. Looking at the dense crowd of cultivators outside the valley, they couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. "Sonny, what's going on?" The little Pun King rushed to the front with the golden spear in his hand and shouted at the same time. I don't know either." Wu Sang'er was obviously frightened by this change. He cried out anxiously, his voice sounding like he was about to cry. No matter how strong her pushing technique was, she was still a little girl after all. She had never experienced any storms, so she was quite frightened at this moment. "Senior brother, it seems like," at this moment, Xianxia opened his mouth with a face full of doubt, as if he had discovered something. However, before he could finish his words, there was another change in the valley. The Sanskrit that was so low that it was almost undetectable suddenly became much stronger. Then, the void in the valley trembled, and the earth rumbled as if an earthquake had occurred. Then, at the place where the 9 earth veins converged, a black dot suddenly appeared. The black dot trembled and grew bigger. After a few seconds, it turned into a secluded ancient temple that stretched for many miles, quietly floating in the air. Creak, following a muffled sound, the 2 heavy wooden doors of the ancient temple slowly opened, revealing a bottomless black hole. At this moment, everyone was stunned by this strange scene. The cultivators of the Pure Land who rushed in suddenly stopped and didn't dare to move forward. Meanwhile, Fangxing and the others also raised their heads and looked at the ancient temple in surprise. As expected, it appeared here. At this moment, the black-robed Buddhist Huining of the Permitha temple suddenly stood up and looked at the ancient temple in the Desolation Valley from afar. "Buddhist disciple, this is, the guardian monk of the Permitha temple," Buddhist Seal, was shocked and asked. "This is the reason why I asked you to wait in this valley 10 days ago." The black-robed Buddhist Huining's eyes were solemn as he said in a low voice. "Why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere before?" It was also at this moment that Fangxing took a few glances at the ancient temple. He had an extremely strange feeling in his heart, and a thought faintly arose in his mind. After a short while, lightning flashed in his mind, and he seemed to have understood something. He immediately shouted loudly, "Quickly go in." After saying that, he threw Chu Xi and Wu Sang'er into the ancient temple. Then, he rushed into the ancient temple. With his reminder, Xianxia, the golden-winged little rock, Kong Kong Shu Daozi, and even Wan Qiong rushed into the ancient temple. Now that the army of the Pure Land had rushed into the valley, the only way was to enter the ancient temple if they didn't want to die in battle. "Divine Son, someone in the Pure Land asked in panic. Bai Mingxiao and the others were also surprised and no one dared to go forward. The appearance of this ancient temple was too strange. Furthermore, it was too much of a coincidence. It made them think that it was the doing of Fangxing's people. They were afraid that there might be an ambush inside. At that moment, they didn't dare to go inside. Each and every one of them crowded around the entrance of the valley, not daring to go forward. Thousands of years, time and space, the secret of the ancient monk, reincarnation and rebirth. It was also at this moment that the Dermic seal of the Permitha temple, which was about 10 miles away from the Terminus Valley, flew into the Terminus Valley with the help of the monk's Dermic seal. When he arrived in front of the valley, he put his palms together and bowed to the ancient temple. Then, the Buddha's aura in the air exploded around him and turned into 9 rays of Buddha's light behind him. He took a step forward and walked into the ancient temple. Previously, the Buddhist disciple called us here to wait for this ancient temple to appear. The guardian monk turned around and explained to Bai Mingxiao and the other divine sons in a low voice. Then, he turned around and entered the ancient temple. Follow him in. Bai Mingxiao and the others saw that the Buddhist seal entered the ancient temple without explaining in detail. Their hearts were in turmoil. Previously, the Permitha temple had indeed sent out a Buddhist decree for the ancient clans to gather in the Desolation Valley to discuss important matters. However, the 100 Break Mountain area was in a fierce battle. Although the ancient clans respected the Permitha temple, not all of them were willing to delay the great opportunity in the 100 Break Mountain area for the sake of the Permitha temple. Therefore, only the 3 ancient clans arrived first. If it wasn't for Fangxing's kidnapping of the Buddhist disciple, even the North Deep clan wouldn't have sent anyone here. Then, Fangxing dared to kidnap the Buddhist disciple. Under the North Deep clan scheme, the twin Buddhist disciples met and the time of the 10 lifetimes debate arrived. Big things happened one after another, causing Zhu Xiu to forget the reason why the Permitha temple had invited them here. No one expected that the ancient temple that the Buddhist disciple had been waiting for would appear again after Fangxing and the others entered the Desolation Valley. Even the Buddhist disciple thinks so highly of it. It's a great opportunity. The seven-eyed divine son shouted coldly and flew forward. I'll go in and take a look too. Since we've obtained the Buddhist fruit throne, we should protect the Buddhist Dharma. How can we let the Buddhist disciple go into danger alone? The goddess of the Hua clan also let out a low bellow and flew into the door of the ancient temple. Since the Centaur clan has placed most of our bets on the Buddhist disciple, we naturally have to follow him, the Centaur divine son also laughed viciously in a low voice. Then, he charged into the ancient temple on his four hooves. They didn't have a deep understanding of the ancient temple. Even in the legends of the Pure Land, there weren't many records about this ancient temple that often appeared in different spaces and places. The monks of the Permitha temple also didn't have a clear explanation for this ancient temple. But now, even the Arhat had entered the ancient temple. They also believed that there must be opportunities inside, so they had no choice but to enter. At that moment, regardless of what thoughts they had, Bai Ming Xiao, Bai Ming Qingdi, the seven-eyed divine son, the goddess of the Hua clan, and the Centaur divine son followed closely behind the Buddha seal and dashed into the ancient temple. Then, they disappeared without a trace. Even their auras were cut off. In the Pure Land, there were many capable people who wanted to enter as well. However, when the last divine son of the Centaur race dashed into the gate of the ancient temple, the two heavy wooden doors of the ancient temple were closed. Then, the ancient temple gradually became illusory, like ripples on water. After a while, it disappeared from the Desolation Valley. Thick fog emerged and filled the entire Desolation Valley. However, the ancient temple had disappeared without a trace, as if it had never been there. This, the Bodhisattva killed people and the skeleton monk comprehended Tao. What is this? Among the cultivators of the Pure Land, who were looking at each other in dismay, someone cried out involuntarily. It was as if he had seen an unimaginably terrifying scene. However, the other ordinary cultivators could only see the thick fog and nothing else. Only those with strong divine will can see this illusion. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Retreat quickly. Someone shouted. The ordinary cultivators naturally wouldn't take the risk. Seeing that the ancient temple was closed and there were no more opportunities, they hurriedly left the valley. The Buddhist disciple and the others. Where did they go? After leaving the valley, someone asked with a trembling voice and a terrified expression. The events that had transpired in the past few days were truly incomprehensible. The fruit of Buddha was supposed to descend upon the world during the debate of the 10 lives, but the process was disrupted by the demon. Until the very end, the moment when the Arhat accepted the fruit, the mysterious temple appeared and took the Arhat and the others away before disappearing without a trace. The rest of the events were not something that could be guessed by anyone. Only someone thought with a heavy heart that the Buddhist disciple and the 4 divine sons of the ancient clans disappeared at the same time. The power of the Pure Land was greatly reduced. Back when Jinluzi and the others were chased by the longevity sword, they must have escaped into this ancient temple. After entering the mysterious ancient temple in Silence Valley, Fangxing frowned and looked around while explaining to the others. Back in the outskirts of the Devil Abyss, he had gone to a valley to look for Jinluzi and the people from the Great Snow Mountain. In the end, he did not see them but saw many illusions. In one of the illusions, he even saw Jinluzi and the others being chased by the longevity sword and being forced into a mysterious ancient temple. He wanted to find the ancient temple again but could not find any clues. He did not expect to see the ancient temple again in Silence Valley. It was gloomy inside the ancient temple. The light was dim, and even the divine senses were suppressed to the extreme. Fangxing, Wu Sang-er, and the others wandered around the ancient temple along the small path. There was only silence. They did not encounter any danger, but they did not see anyone either. It was as if the ancient temple was a dead land without any signs of life. Moreover, when they looked from the outside, this ancient temple was quiet and sacred, full of a peaceful feeling. But when they entered, all they could see was devastation and decay. Who knew how many years had passed? Moreover, there was a thick baleful aura everywhere. Even with their cultivation, they felt uncomfortable. How could it be a sacred ancient temple? It was clearly a dilapidated temple that had been abandoned for who knew how many years. Jinluzi and the others clearly entered the ancient temple. Where are they now? Fangxing muttered and could not help but look at the little monk Xianxia. This ancient temple was clearly in the style of Buddhism. The little monk should know something about it. However, he did not expect Xianxia to also look around curiously. After a long time, he shook his head and said, "Senior brother, I really don't know what's going on with this ancient temple. This ancient temple seems to be something from countless years ago. It's too long ago. Perhaps it was left behind by the ancient Buddhist sections. Moreover, I don't remember much about the Buddhist sections. They were all taught to me by the masters and elders in the Spirit Mountain Temple, but they actually did not know much and told me even less. How do you become a monk? You're not professional at all." Fangxing picked his nose and despised Xianxia for a while. However, Xianxia was also a little helpless. She said, "The monks in our Lingshan temple were not passed down from Buddhism 10,000 years ago. Most of them were frustrated people who were forced to escape into Buddhism for one reason or another since the end of Buddhism. Even the Buddhist scriptures in the temple were found in the exploration of various relics. It is said that the Permitha temple has something to do with Buddhism 10,000 years ago." When he spoke up to this point, he sighed and said, "In this way, it makes sense for the Permitha monastery to say that we're not authentic. So it's a bunch of fake monks. Then why are they still following the precepts?" Fangxing was dumbfounded and had a strange expression on his face. "How many monks in the spiritual mountain temple have you seen follow the precepts? I've seen the chief monk secretly eat pork several times, and the wine and meat master obviously wants to eat it. Many other seniors and masters are also not afraid of fish and are even willing to kill. Only I've always been very strict with them. They want me to follow the precepts and say that whether the spiritual mountain temple can become a true Buddhist sect depends on me." As soon as the chatterbox was opened, Xianxia could be said to have dug up all the secrets of the spiritual mountain temple. All the cultivators were stunned when they heard this. They thought that if this were to spread out, the spiritual mountain temple, the holy land of Buddhism, would lose its face. "Little ancestor, someone is coming." At this moment, they heard the loud shout of the little Peking behind them. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they turned around at the same time. They had just entered this place, so they were very careful. Fangxing was extremely daring, and Xianxia had the deepest understanding of Buddhism, so he naturally walked in front, while the little Peking and Kong Konger were at the back. The Taoist of Mount Wuing was cunning, so he followed Chu Xiai, Wang Qiong, and the green donkey in the middle. At this moment, the little Peking, who was walking at the back, shouted and pointed his golden spear at the temple door. The ancient temple was strange. They had clearly just stepped through the temple door, but they could no longer see the temple door. They could only see the place where they came from. It was dark and deep, and they could not see the temple door at all. At this moment, a figure slowly appeared in the darkness. It was very strange. Zhu Shou's mind was already extremely solemn, but when he saw the appearance of the black shadow, he was greatly surprised. The person who walked out of the black shadow was the Permitha monastery's black-clothed Buddha. He was walking over quietly with his palms together. "Stinky monk, how dare you follow us in?" Fangxing was furious when he saw this, and he shouted sternly, "Tie him up." "Okay." The little Peking agreed quickly. He took a step forward and grabbed the Buddha, who looked so thin that he could not withstand a single blow. However, the Buddha in black did not even look at him. He only looked behind them quietly, at the layers of palaces in the ancient temple that were hidden in the darkness. Just as the little Peking's hand was about to grab him, an angry shout came from the darkness behind him. Then, a golden light flashed, and a skinny monk who was emitting golden light rushed over and slapped the little Peking's hand away. "Yo, there's another one who followed us in. Tie him up too." Fangxing shouted like a mountain king. "Okay." The Taoist of Mount Wuing agreed readily. He took a step forward and was about to attack with the little Peking. "Who dares to hurt my Buddha?" But in the blink of an eye, behind the Buddha's seal, there was a continuous stream of people rushing in. They were all covered in golden Buddha's will, and their cultivation was profound. They looked coldly at Fangxing and the rest, and stood quietly behind the arhat. Baiming Xiao and Baiming Qingdi were also among them. Impressively, the arhats and bodhisattvas that were enlightened by the arhat had all come in. Their aura shook the heavens, and their aura surpassed that of Fangxing and the rest. "Tie him up later," Fangxing shouted hurriedly, afraid that the little Pung King and Rat Daoist would be at a disadvantage. He was secretly on guard. He looked behind them, and only heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that no one else was coming in. The atmosphere became serious again. They fought from the Desolation Valley to the ancient temple, but the murderous aura did not diminish at all. Facing Fangxing and the others, Bai Mingzhao's face was full of murderous intent. He walked over and shouted, "Bastard, you stopped the Buddha fruit from descending today. How many evil things have you done? It's finally time for you to be executed, isn't it? Everyone, the Buddha fruit has descended, and there's no time to lose. Now that we're in this ancient temple, the cause and effect are unpredictable. Follow me to kill the demon and give the Buddhism an inheritance." Hearing his words, the other god's sons stepped forward and even condensed their Buddha seals. Baiming Qingdi was the only one who didn't move. Now that they knew that the black-robed Buddha had called them here 10 days ago for the Desolation Valley, they had many unanswered questions. Since they had followed the Buddha into the ancient temple, their fates were naturally linked with the Buddha's. They couldn't be selfish. Moreover, everyone had seen Fangxing's abilities. They couldn't let such a powerful enemy stay by their side. The most important thing was to help the Buddha fruit first, and at the same time, eliminate all future troubles. Mother***, we're not outside. You have thousands of soldiers and horses. Fangxing looked around and felt that it was gloomy and weird. It seemed that this square was the safest place, but it was not good for him to escape directly. If he encountered any danger, it would be troublesome. In addition, he hated the practitioners of the Pure Land who wanted to kill Xianxia very much. He simply walked over and held the broadsword firmly. "You still dare to talk nonsense at this time? Come up and ask my broadsword first." "Hee, Fang Mo, I'll fight with you. Don't forget to compensate me after this." Kong Konger grinned and stepped forward. He dragged the fire and water cudgel and stared at Zhu Shou of the Pure Land with his weird eyes. "Little ancestor, me too." The golden-winged little Pung King also walked forward and stood beside Fangxing. He held his golden spear and pointed it at the ground. Next to them, Wang Qiong and the trembling Shu Daozi also walked forward and confronted the cultivators of the Pure Land. As for Chu Xiai and Wu Sanger, they were not good at fighting. They knew that they were too weak to fight against the divine sons of the Pure Land. They didn't want to be a hindrance, so they simply retreated and took out their defensive artifacts to protect themselves. They didn't want to be affected by the battle and affect the minds of Fangxing and the others. "Even here, we still have more people than you." Baiming Xiao laughed and walked forward with the people of the Pure Land. Baiming Qingdi was at the back, hesitating. Baiming Xiao and the guardian monk of the Bayan temple looked back at her at the same time. Baiming Qingdi's face turned pale. After hesitating for a while, she slowly walked forward and formed a battle formation with the cultivators of the Pure Land. However, she just lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Fangxing. It is indeed a fierce battle. Fangxing thought to himself as he slowly operated the murderous aura in his body. Although there were only a few cultivators of the Pure Land who entered the ancient temple, including the Arhat from the Bayan temple, there were only 7 of them. However, apart from the Arhat, the others were all top experts. Not only were they the divine sons of the Pure Land, they were also enlightened by Huining and obtained the Taoism. Their strength had improved a lot. On the other hand, regardless of whether they won or lost, there were only 5 people who could fight, so what if they have more people? Fangxing secretly made up his mind. He had to share some of the pressure. He swung his saber and was about to rush forward. No matter how many people there were, he had to fight first. "Die!" Bai Mingxiao shouted. He was the first to activate the golden chain that was enlightened by Huining. He flew up to the sky and wrapped around Fangxing. But at this moment, a strange croak suddenly sounded in the northwest darkness. Then, a golden light shone brightly. The golden light was mixed with extremely strong qi and blood. It was even more dazzling than the Dharma of Fangxing and the 6 people from the Pure Land. Then, they saw a sun flying out from behind a ruined palace in the northwest, rushing towards this direction. I think I heard a familiar voice. Damn it, little bandit, is that you? There was a hint of panic and nervousness in that voice. When it passed into Fang Xing's ears, it was as if he heard the voice of Buddha. Now we have more people. He looked at Bai Mingxiao and couldn't help but laugh. He was relaxed and proud. The Great Golden Crow. Even if Fang Xing covered his ears, he could still hear that it was that bastard's voice. He knew that the Great Golden Crow had entered the ancient temple, but when he first came in, he did not see him, and the ancient temple was so strange. He was secretly worried that something had happened to him, but he did not expect that just as he was about to fight with Zhu Xiu of the Pure Land, this bastard would appear. At that moment, the feeling in his heart was indescribable. His heart was finally at ease, and he felt the joy of reuniting after a long time, and he could not help but laugh. And this sudden shock also made Bai Mingxiao and the rest stop their attacks cautiously. Their expressions were extremely strange. There was actually a creature in this desolate ancient temple? And from the sound of this creature's voice, it seemed that it knew Fang Xing. This caused them to be slightly puzzled. Cousin. Hearing this voice, Wu Sang'er hurriedly raised her head and looked towards the golden light. In the dark of the night, a big and fat crow spread its wings and flew over. Its body was so big that it almost covered the night sky. Its golden feathers illuminated everything within 300 feet. It was really like a scorching sun. Although it was just a crow, the expressions on its face were incomparably rich. It straightened its head and looked at Fang Xing with surprise and joy. Oh my, little bandit, it's really you. I thought I was hallucinating. When it confirmed that the person below was Fang Xing, the crow's eyes suddenly revealed a light of surprise. With a whoosh, it flew down towards Fang Xing like a bolt of lightning. And Fang Xing's happy expression gradually turned to fear. Seeing that the crow was about to bear hug him from the sky, he directly kicked it. Caw. The Great Golden Crow was kicked more than 10 feet away, and rolled on the ground a few times. Motherf * King Crow, are you trying to kill me? Fang Xing pointed his knife at the crow and scolded, and, didn't you say you would go to the Divine Land to find a way for me to recover my cultivation? How come you've been gone for 7 years? There's not even a word of you. I thought you died in some corner of the world. Little bandit, I, the Great Golden Lord, played dirty tricks as soon as I saw you. I'm not done with you. The Great Golden Crow also jumped up from the ground, flapped its wings, and was about to rush up and fight with Fang Xing. Why are they fighting first? The surrounding people were a little speechless. Even the cultivators of the Pure Land were looking around vigilantly, and did not attack immediately. Eh? Sang'er, little great-grandson, orangutan, and sister Iron Ring, why are you all here? After being persuaded by the little Poon King, the Golden Crow discovered the other cultivators of the Demon Lands and was shocked. Cut the crap. Help me fight them first. Let's talk after we kill them. Fang Xing shouted in a low voice. He knew which side to take care of first. You want to fight? Great. The Great Golden Crow immediately put away his anger, and looked at Zhu Xiu with a gloomy look. He said, call those guys here too. There are still people here. Bai Mingxiao and the others looked even more serious. They had changed from attacking to defending. They did not want to mention the feeling in their hearts. Didn't they say that this little devil was hated by everyone? Why would there be people from the Divine Land who risked their lives to save him? Now that they had entered the ancient temple, they could also meet acquaintances, and more than one of them, seeing that the atmosphere was heavy and the murderous intent rose again. The Buddha from the Bayan temple, who had been quietly looking around since entering the ancient temple, finally came back to his senses. He glanced at Xianxia, Fang Xing, and the Great Golden Crow who had just appeared. His eyes were deep, and he said lightly, are you sure you want to fight at this time? He had no cultivation, and his voice was not loud. But when he said it, no one dared to ignore him. Even the Great Golden Crow was shocked at this moment. He seemed to have thought of something, and he looked around vigilantly. The murderous aura in the ancient temple had unknowingly become much thicker. The Great Golden Crow's eyes became serious, and even a little fearful. He shrunk his head and said to Fang Xing, little bandit, if these be * stars did not sleep with your wife, then we should kill them later. This ancient temple is very strange. You should come with me first. The disciples of the Great Snow Mountain are waiting there. I will tell you in detail when we get to the side hall. Fangxing was also slightly shocked. He nodded and looked at the cultivators of the Pure Land. Don't start killing. Follow me first. We can temporarily avoid the murderous aura in the temple. Huining said softly from the side of the Pure Land. He walked towards a side hall in the northeast. Seeing the Arhat's reaction, the others did not dare to be slow. They immediately followed behind and separated from Fangxing and the others. Fangxing and the others did not know what the Great Golden Crow was talking about. They did not dare to say anything and followed him to the side hall in the northwest. However, Xianxia did not say anything. When she walked behind the Great Golden Crow, she kicked him angrily. Why did you kick me? The Great Golden Crow turned around and glared at her. Fangxing explained helplessly, my wife has never slept with me. How can she not be angry when you said that? You have a wife? The Great Golden Crow looked at Xianxia in surprise. He quickly plucked a golden feather from his body and handed it to her. What is this? Xianxia was stunned. She looked at him in confusion. The Great Golden Crow said, it's a gift money. I don't have anything good with me now. You should make do first. This sentence made Xianxia blush. She quickly retreated to Wu Sanger's side. While they were talking, no one dared to slow down. They quickly walked towards the northwest of the square. After passing through a passageway, they arrived in front of a dark and dilapidated ancient temple. They saw a figure walking out from the side hall. He was thin and wore a linen robe. It was Li Ying, the disciple of the Great Snow Mountain. When he saw Fangxing, he was shocked. His eyes were filled with joy. Boss, it's really you? He looked around warily, stepped aside, and said, let's talk inside. This little ghost king had always been bold. Now that he was so careful, Fangxing could not help but be unconcerned. They were not in a hurry to catch up. The group entered the side hall. The Great Golden Crow carefully closed the door. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Fangxing also hurriedly looked into the side hall. He saw that the side hall looked like an ordinary temple. There was a Buddha statue in the middle, but it was too dilapidated. He did not know how long it had been eroded. There was only an outline left. He could not tell which Buddha statue it was. In front of the Buddha statue, there were two people sitting cross-legged. They closed their eyes and adjusted their breathing. One was wearing a red dress, the other was wearing a green robe. They were none other than the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain, Li Hongyi and Haning. Both of them were covered with a murderous aura. There was even a black cloud between their eyebrows. They were sitting cross-legged and seemed to be using their mana to resist the strange murderous aura. They did not know that he had come. What happened? Fangxing frowned and hurriedly asked in a low voice. This is a long story, the Great Golden Crow sighed softly and said slowly. Fangxing said, pick the short one. This dilapidated temple is strange. We can enter, but we can't leave. The Great Golden Crow really explained their predicament in one sentence. Then, he stared at Fangxing and the others seriously. That's it? Fangxing was stunned. He looked at the Great Golden Crow blankly. The Great Golden Crow said, didn't you tell me to pick the short one? Fangxing jumped up. I'm going to beat you up now. Do you believe? Hey. Don't fight. The people at the side felt helpless and amused at the same time. They hurriedly separated the two of them. They thought to themselves, weren't these two rumored to have a very good relationship? Why did they fight twice the moment they met? Li Ying was the one who felt helpless. He lowered his voice and quickly told them what had happened after they entered the ancient temple. Although he was also unreliable, he was still much better than the Golden Crow. After listening to his story, the cultivators looked at each other with solemn expressions. Their experience was not complicated. After being forced into this mysterious ancient temple by the longevity sword, they had been exploring the ancient temple. However, they discovered that they could enter but could not leave. In the process of searching for other exits, they discovered that the ancient temple was extremely vast and was filled with Buddhist treasures. After a few explorations, all of them had gained something. However, they also discovered that there was a strange corpse devil inside the ancient temple. It was extremely terrifying. In the process of exploring, they had exchanged blows with the corpse devil several times. Li and Han were injured because of that. They're not seriously injured, right? Fang Xing looked at Li Hongyi and Han with a frown. They had been here for so long, but the two were still recuperating and had not woken up. They should be fine. I've already fed them this fruit. The great golden crow used his claws to pull out a few black round fruits on a small plate in front of Li Hongyi and Han. This is, Fang Xing pinched one in his hand and frowned as he looked at it. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Bodhi fruit. He and Xianxia blurted out at the same time and looked at each other. Through the yin-yang fiend god mirror, he was able to see the origin of these fruits. They were the legendary Bodhi fruits from the Bodhi tree where Gautama Buddha comprehended the Tao. They were top-notch natural treasured fruits, and it was said that they could allow one to comprehend the Tao and receive the blessing of Buddha essence, possessing supreme divine power. These fruits seemed to have been around for a long time, and it was unknown how many magical effects they still had, but it was still extremely rare to see them. Legend had it that the Bodhi fruit was one of the rare fruits in the world that was as famous as the Yaoqi flat peach. So it's called the Bodhi fruit. I found it when I broke into a dilapidated temple. There were only about 100 of them in total. They looked black and useless, so I didn't take them seriously. Later, I found that they could resist the evil aura of the strange corpses in this ancient temple, so I fed one to each of them. The situation has been stabilized. When they refine it, I fed 2 more to each of them. I think they should be fine, the great golden crow said casually. What about the others? Fang Xing and Xianxia knew the beauty of this fruit and asked nervously. The Bodhi fruit was such a treasure, and this crow found more than 100 of them at once. However, the great golden crow's next sentence made Fang Xing want to kill someone. He blinked and said innocently, I didn't know what use this thing had. There was nothing to eat in this broken place, so I ate them all as snacks. Bodhi fruit, the world's top rare and precious fruit. And there were hundreds of them, they were all eaten up by this guy as snacks. Fang Xing lowered his head to look at the 4 or 5 Bodhi fruits that were left on the plate and felt his heart ache. Then, he glared at the golden crow, who acted as if nothing had happened. It was no wonder that the golden crow had changed so much in such a short period of time. Not only had its vital energy and blood become several times more vigorous, but its body had also become golden and had a profound Buddhist aura. Even a proper Buddhist guardian Vajra like him was not as vigorous as the golden crow's vital energy and blood. It was actually, forcefully piled up with nearly 100 Bodhi fruits. Fang Xing's heart was filled with grief and indignation. He let out a cry and rushed toward the big golden crow. That's a Bodhi fruit. Alas, the chief monk of the Lingshan temple once broke into several secret places of Buddhism, but he couldn't get the Bodhi fruit. Master Wine and Meat traveled thousands of mountains and rivers, but he never saw it. I didn't expect that he would finally find traces of it here, and it was eaten like a fog mouth. Xianxia was also sad. He suddenly jumped up, pointed at the great golden crow, and shouted, "Beat it!" Even Liang seemed to be reminded of the sad past at this time. He sighed and said, "Fortunately, I found that for some reason, this damn crow was not afraid of the strange corpses in the ancient temple at all. At first, I thought it was because it was vigorous, but later I found out that it had something to do with this fruit, so I took the rest of it from its hand and fed it to my sister and Han Lao Er. Otherwise, the 2 of them might have been attacked by the evil spirit." The great golden crow was choked by Fang Xing and kept complaining. At first, who knew that this thing would be a treasure? It seemed that it had been there for many years and was almost rotten. I ate it because I couldn't stand it. At first, I offered it to them, but they refused. They were afraid that it would be poisonous. Later, I found out that this thing could resist the evil spirit of those strange corpses. What could I do? Damn it, if Senior Sister Li and Han Lao Er can't recover, I'll use its blood to save them. Fang Xing reluctantly let go of the great golden crow. In the end, he couldn't strangle it. This fellow cultivated the art of immortality, so his qi and blood were much more vigorous than ordinary people. However, he also felt hungry easily. It was a little similar to when he first cultivated the supreme spiritualization scripture. There was nothing to eat in this ancient temple, so it was reasonable to say that he was so hungry that he could not be choosy. However, no matter what, when he thought that he had eaten nearly 100 of those precious Bodhi fruits as snacks, Fangxing was furious. Are there many of those ancient corpses? Chu Xi, Wang Qiong, and the others didn't really care about this, and they calmly inquired about the situation in the temple. There aren't many outside, but the deeper we go, the more there are. It's hard enough to deal with one. The Great Golden Crow answered honestly and was eager to change the topic. What about the treasures? Are there really as many as you say? Fangxing also asked with concern. He thought that since the Bodhi fruits had been eaten, it was better to see if there were any other treasures. The Great Golden Crow became spirited when he heard that, and his eyes lit up. There are really a lot of treasures. You don't know, but this ancient temple is really amazing. It looks like an ordinary hall, but who knows what treasures there are inside. However, it has been too long, and many pills have turned into ashes. Even some of the scriptures have decayed. As for what we can find, it still depends on our luck. He felt a little proud as he spoke. When it came to luck, no one was better than him, the Great Golden Lord. After knowing that he had eaten the rare Bodhi fruits of Buddhism, even he was a little shocked and secretly delighted. Why didn't you die from eating it? Fangxing scolded with a dark face, and the Great Golden Crow didn't dare to speak again. The most important thing is to think about how to leave, Li Ying said with a sad face. If we are trapped here, what's the use of treasures? Is there really no way? Fangxing frowned. He really didn't think about the problem that Li Ying mentioned. We've scouted the surroundings. Most of the places we've come across are dilapidated Buddhist temples or some scriptures or treasures. However, we haven't found any clues that could lead us out of here. There's only one place that seems to be a Tao-seeking path in this ancient temple. However, not only are the strange corpses everywhere, there are also many checkpoints that are extremely difficult to pass through. We've tried to avoid the strange corpses and pass through them, but apart from my sister who made it to the third checkpoint, the rest of us stopped at the second checkpoint. Li Ying sighed softly. The road of Taoism? What is it? Xianxia asked curiously. It is an illusory mirror transformed by various great magical powers. Everyone encounters different problems. My sister said that it is full of Buddhist secrets, and only those who are profound in Buddhism can pass through it. Unfortunately, none of us has understood Buddhism. Only my sister has read some Buddhist scriptures, but she is not proficient in them. She barely passed the first 3 levels, and then she couldn't pass any more. Later, she was injured by the strange corpses, Li Ying explained and looked at Xianxia monk with some hope. In terms of proficiency in Buddhism, there was no one else except Xianxia monk in the field. If so, you can take me to have a look. Xianxia monk was also interested and said this frankly. Wait for a while. The evil spirit of the ancient temple is like a tide. Now it is the time when it is thick. If we go out, it is very likely that we will immediately encounter the strange corpses. Before we go, we have to discuss how to deal with those strange corpses. If a few more of us are injured by the evil spirit of those strange corpses, I am afraid that the Bodhi fruit will not be enough. Also, who are the people who entered the ancient temple with you? Enemies. It is a great hatred that will not rest until one of us dies. Fangxing answered resolutely, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Then we have to discuss a perfect plan. It is better to kill them first. Otherwise, after entering the depths of the ancient temple, we will not only have to deal with the endless strange corpses, but also have to deal with these people at the same time. How can we have enough energy, let alone think about those Buddhist secrets? The Great Golden Crow suggested fiercely, looking as if he was eager to show off. That's right, my sister and second brother Han are probably going to wake up soon. Let's wait for them, Li Ying also hurriedly suggested, and all the cultivators agreed. Fangxing also clapped his hands and made up his mind. In this dark and strange place, how could they not be more careful? With a great enemy on the side, it was indeed inconvenient to explore. Moreover, between the little monk and the arhat of the Paramitha temple, there was a situation where one of them would not rest until one of them died. Even if they wanted to make peace, the Paramitha temple would probably want to capture Xianxia and refine him all the time. Under such a situation, with Fangxing's temper, how could he not think of making the first move? Why don't we go and steal, he chuckled strangely and spoke in a low voice. However, before he finished speaking, his expression suddenly froze, and he looked outside the hall vigilantly. Silence. The great golden crow, young ghost King Li, and the others were also slightly stunned and raised their guard. I'll go take a look. Li Ying's figure was like a ghost, and he quietly pounced to the side of the hall door. For a time, no one in the hall dared to make the slightest sound, and Feng Xing directly circulated the aura concealment technique to form an azure mist that concealed everyone in the hall. After that, he strode to the side door and stuck his head out to take a look. To his surprise, he saw that at this moment, in the distance of the passageway, there was a monster that was over 10 meters tall slowly crawling over. Its entire body was wrapped in a dense baleful aura, and when he walked closer, he discovered that the monster was actually a rotten corpse. It looked rather humanoid, but it walked on all fours, and its bones were pitch black like steel. This ancient temple seems to have been a Buddhist holy land. How could there be such a thing? Feng Xing's heart was already full of doubts. Facing this monster, even he felt a strong sense of danger rising in his heart. Whoosh, the rotten corpse walked extremely slowly. Wherever it passed, the murderous aura on its body would condense in place and not dissipate for a long time. Watching the rotten corpse slowly crawl through the passageway, even someone as bold as Li Ying did not dare to breathe at this moment. Watching the rotten corpse turn around the passageway, it was quiet outside. In the side hall, the atmosphere, which was like a mountain pressing down on them, finally calmed down a little. Li Ying also looked at Feng Xing with a silent grin, indicating that he should go in first, and he would guard the door. But at this moment, Feng Xing suddenly raised his eyebrows, and his eyes were like torches as he looked out the window. Li Ying also looked, and his expression changed greatly. At this moment, the rotten corpse suddenly turned around, and its head was lowered to the ground, as if it was sensing something. Judging from the path it was taking, it was the path that Feng Xing and the others had taken. The monster seemed to have smelled the aura that Feng Xing and the others had left on the ground, and was following the aura. Judging from the path, it was only a matter of time before it found this side hall. These strange corpses usually don't come out from inside. Now, they must have sensed the aura when you came in, and thus lured them out. It's not safe here. Bandit boss, you and Jean Liuzi should take my sister and slip out from the back door first, and then find a safe place. I have the 9 lives ghost body, and I can resist its murderous aura. Let's go out and lure this monster away, and then come back to find you. Li Ying immediately stood up, and said to Feng Xing with a serious expression, and then pulled the door open to go out. It's too dangerous, let's go together, I'm not afraid of their murderous aura. The great golden crow also hurried over, eager to give it a try. The others did not expect the danger to come so quickly, and looked at each other, not knowing how to help. Looking at the golden crow and young ghost King Li's reaction, they knew that the monster outside was extremely difficult to deal with. You two stay here, let me go. At this moment, Feng Xing did not allow any hesitation, and directly smiled at them, and quietly slipped out from the back door. Hey, you don't understand them at all. Li Ying and the great golden crow were stunned for a moment, but it was too late to stop him. They were extremely anxious, and immediately followed him out. However, after seeing Feng Xing's action, they were suddenly stunned, and smiled bitterly without saying a word. Feng Xing did not think of using his own ability to deal with the strange corpse. After slipping out from the back door of the side hall, he leaped onto the roof of the side hall, and looked up. He saw that the strange corpse was following the aura, and it was only about 300 feet away from the side hall. He held his breath, took out the god-striking bow, picked up a talisman stone, aimed at a place, and shot it fiercely. Whoosh! The talisman stone flew more than 1,000 feet, and instantly hit the side hall where the cultivators of the Pure Land were. Now that we're in the ancient temple and the situation is unclear, it's not a good thing to keep that little devil around. I'm afraid that he'll cause trouble. Moreover, now that the 10 lifetimes debate has arrived, it's time for the Arhat to obtain the Buddha's fruit. As the Buddhist Jialan, we should do our best to help the Arhat to obtain the Buddha's fruit. In my opinion, even if we don't look for that evil spawn, he'll still come for us. Why don't we strike first? While they're not paying attention, we can come up with a foolproof plan. At this moment, in the side hall where Zhu Xiu of the Pure Land was, Bai Ming Xiao was discussing with the others. After entering the side hall, the Arhat had been frowning. No one knew what he was thinking. As Arhats and even Vajras of the Buddhist sect, they naturally had to start discussing how to deal with these matters. However, Bai Mingxiao was in favor of war. There are many strange things in this ancient temple. Even the Arhat can't explain them clearly. We haven't figured out the ins and outs of this place. If we fight with them rashly, it'll be a disaster and not a blessing. I think, why don't we temporarily? Bai Mingqingdi hesitated and spoke. He didn't want to stir up more trouble. Shut up. Bai Mingxiao scolded, you're still so indecisive at this time. If you don't think of a way to deal with that evil spawn, do you think he'll let you go? You saw it just now. That evil spawn actually has acquaintances in this ancient temple. They must have come in before us. The Arhat also said that there should be many opportunities hidden in this ancient temple. They must have fallen into the hands of that group of people. If we don't seize the opportunity, we'll lose the advantage. Bai Mingqingdi was speechless. He lowered his head and didn't speak anymore. But we don't know how many friends that evil spawn has in this ancient temple and how strong they are. The seven-eyed clan's god's son, Xianxia, spoke. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. So what if they have a few? The goddess of the Hua clan said calmly with a cold and arrogant expression, we're the divine princes of the ancient clan to begin with. There's hardly anyone who can match us in the Golden Core realm. Now that we've been enlightened by the Arhat and strengthened by the Dharma, our strength has increased again. Even if the divine princes of the central region come, we'll be able to fight them. Can the friend of that demon be stronger than the divine princes of the central region? If there's a surprise attack later, we only need to send 2 people to deal with the devil. Then, the rest of us will either kill the devil or attack the heart devil. As long as we work together, everything will be settled within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. When the others heard this, they nodded in agreement. They were originally the divine princes of the ancient clans. In the cultivation world of the Pure Land, their abilities were at the top. Their targets had always been the freaks in the central region of the divine prefecture. Now that they had been enlightened by the Arhat, their abilities had improved tremendously. Even the divine princes of the central region were not worthy of their attention, let alone the friends of Feng Xing who had popped out of nowhere. Based on their abilities, they had a 90% chance of winning. Silence. At that moment, the Seven-Eye Clan's godchild, who had the strongest divine sense, suddenly spoke. He gestured for the crowd to pay attention. He then leaped to the side of the door silently and peeked outside. His expression became extremely grave at once. The others followed him and were shocked to see a strange-looking corpse slowly walking out from the passageway of the side hall. It was emitting a dense murderous aura. There's actually such a monster in this ancient temple. Be careful. The expression of the divine prince of the Centaur clan changed drastically. He transmitted his divine sense as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The monster slowly walked out from the passageway on the opposite side. It was like a whirlpool filled with murderous aura as it slowly walked towards the cultivators of the Pure Land. There was a faint cold light in its almost rotten eye sockets. It looked towards the side hall in an extremely strange manner as if it had discovered something. Its speed obviously showed signs of speeding up, which gave Zhu Xiu of the Pure Land a fright. When he turned around, he saw the Arhat sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. He had yet to wake up. The Buddha's seal looked confused as well. It was obvious that he didn't know what it was either. The divine princes of the Pure Land immediately became vigilant. They wondered why they were so unlucky to encounter such a thing as soon as they arrived. Moreover, the strange corpse was clearly coming from the direction of Feng Xing's group. Why didn't it discover them? Don't worry, I have an idea. Amidst the panic, the goddess of the Hua clan smiled faintly and said to Bai Mingqingdi in a low voice, do you have any of that demon's belongings? Bai Mingqingdi was taken aback. She looked awkward and lowered her head in silence. The surrounding divine princes looked at her in an unfriendly manner. Their expressions were solemn and full of anger. I'll deal with you when we get back. Bai Mingxiao glared at Bai Ming. Qingdi and took out a white jade token from his storage bag. He handed it to the goddess of the Hua clan and said, this token was given to that evil creature when he begged her to spread the edict. It said that it was refined by the divine continent's sage. It can conceal one's aura when the mysterious realm descends to avoid being confined by the rules. It's similar to the illusory sky jade talisman that we use. It's considered a precious item. Since this token was obtained from that evil creature, it must have his aura on it. You can use it as one of his old belongings. Bodhisattva, please take a look and see if it's suitable. Time is of the essence. The goddess of the Wa clan took the white jade token and chanted an ancient incantation. Then, she stuck a talisman on it. After a while, a blurry figure appeared on the white jade token, which was obviously similar to Feng Xing. Then, the goddess of the Wa clan pointed at the outside of the hall. The little person flew out and rushed to the front of the strange corpse. He suddenly turned into ashes and scattered between heaven and earth. At this moment, where the strange corpse was, Feng Xing's aura suddenly became much stronger. The strange corpse that was about to walk toward the side hall suddenly stopped and raised its head, as if it was facing a formidable enemy. The aura only existed for a moment and soon dissipated. However, the strange corpse suddenly shook its head and searched around. After a while, it actually followed the subtle aura and stuck its head to the ground. Then, it continued the route that Feng Xing and the others had just left and walked toward the side hall where Feng Xing and the others were. Seeing this scene, the Pure Land Zhuxiu and the others breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Bodhisattva's wonderful technique has really broadened our horizons. Bai Mingxiao chuckled and said to the goddess of the Wa clan. It's just a little trick. How generous. The goddess of the Wa clan was indifferent and didn't seem to care much about it. However, just when they all breathed a sigh of relief, a scene that shocked them suddenly appeared. When the strange corpse followed Feng Xing's aura again and walked toward the side hall, they saw that the demon directly jumped onto the roof and pulled the slingshot. An object flew over with a rumble like a meteor and hit the side hall directly. F***ck. Flames rained down from the side hall and half of the side hall collapsed. The cultivators of the Pure Land inside were shocked and angry. They cursed loudly. The strange corpse that was originally walking toward the side hall where Feng Xing and the others were also suddenly turned its head to look in their direction. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar was heard, and then it directly turned into a murderous whirlwind and rushed over with a rumble. Ha 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 ha, I'm a little embarrassed. Help me deal with this disaster. Feng Xing was a little embarrassed. He chuckled and said, well, we're not on the same side. Take the Arhat and leave first. At this moment, the goddess of the Wa clan, the divine son of the Centaur clan, Bai Mingxiao, Bai Mingqingdi, and the others all roared and jumped up. Golden light shone from their bodies and rumbled toward the strange corpse. Buddha-in did not stand on ceremony with them. He bent over and picked up the black-robed Arhat. His expression froze and he retreated to the back. He frowned and didn't know whether he should be angry or cry. Isn't that demon a little too F***king direct? The goddess of the Wa clan used a powerful witchcraft to attract trouble, but that demon, he just F***king shot over with a slingshot, not to mention the anger in his heart, he really felt helpless and powerless. Boom. Boom. Boom, the cultivators of the Pure Land and the strange corpse fought. The battle was shocking and earth-shattering. Brothers, come out and watch a good show. Feng Xing squatted on the roof of the side hall and shouted with his head lowered. He called the Great Golden Crow and the others up and rode on the roof to watch the battle. Oh my, little bandit, where did you provoke such a group of powerful opponents? The Great Golden Crow was stunned. Heh, the divine son and divine daughter of the four ancient clans of the demon region, don't you think so? Feng Xing watched coldly from the sidelines, chuckling coldly. The Great Golden Crow's eyes lit up. Then, won't they have a lot of treasures on them? The little monk Xianxia stretched his head over and looked at the Great Golden Crow, then at Feng Xing. The Great Golden Crow immediately put on airs. Little bald donkey, why are you looking at your big golden lord? Xianxia said, I always feel that your thoughts are so similar to senior brothers. While they were fooling around and chatting, the battle between the cultivators of the Pure Land and the strange corpse had already come to an end. Bai Mingxiao threw off the golden chains and wrapped them around the strange corpse layer by layer. The golden Buddha's light formed a strong contrast with the strange corpse's murderous aura. The divine son of the centaur race rushed over and stabbed the strange corpse with the golden spear in his hand, directly nailing it to the ground. Roar, the strange corpse roared at the sky, and the murderous aura on its body spread out like a tide. Be careful. The Zhu of the Pure Land shouted at the same time. His body shone with a golden light, stabilizing his body and resisting the impact of the murderous aura. The strange corpse's murderous aura didn't cause any fatal damage to them. It was faintly suppressed by the Buddha's light on their bodies, so the Buddha's light on their bodies can resist the murderous aura. Seeing this, Fang Xing muttered in a low voice. He stood up with his saber, eager to give it a try. Why don't we take this opportunity to? His eyes flickered as he pondered. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked into the depths of the ancient temple. With one look, he immediately shrunk his head and quickly waved at the great golden crow and the others. Run, run quickly. Needless to say, the expressions of the great golden crow and the others changed greatly. They quickly slipped away and prepared to run. In the depths of the ancient temple, it was as if a great tide of evil aura was surging out layer by layer. Under that great tide of evil aura, there were countless strange corpses. At a rough glance, there were no less than hundreds or thousands of them. Each of them were sticking to the walls and climbing the roofs. Their eyes were filled with a faint cold light and an ominous aura was released. They were incomparably ferocious as they charged in the direction of the Pure Land cultivators like a magnificent army with thousands of horses and men. Had the strange corpses in the depths of the ancient temple been lured out? The great golden crow was so scared that his voice changed. They are unlucky. Let's take this opportunity to go inside. It's no longer safe outside. Under the joint efforts of the 6 experts of the Pure Land, the strange corpse was pinned to the ground by them before it could make a big splash. Even though the last bit of its evil aura was released, it didn't cause too much damage to them as it was blocked by the Buddha's aura on their bodies. However, the most terrifying thing happened next. The strange corpse's cry before its death actually attracted a large group of strange corpses from the depths of the ancient temple. They rumbled and rushed over like a tidal wave, drowning the cultivators of the Pure Land. Fang Xing and the others were so scared that their faces changed color. The strange corpses were extremely terrifying. To kill one of them, the 3 masters of the Pure Land had to work together. Now that so many of them were rushing over, it was a kind of power that made people feel hopeless. It was impossible to defend against. It was way beyond their ability. Even if a sage were here, he would frown if he saw this situation. They didn't have the time to launch a sneak attack as they were afraid that they would be involved. Fang Xing and the others jumped off the roof and took Li Hongyi and Haning, who had not woken up yet. They used the ghost concealment technique to cover their breaths. Then, they walked along the narrow path in the corner, bypassed the crazy strange corpses, and sneaked into the depths of the ancient temple. They could only hear the desperate screams of the cultivators of the Pure Land behind them. The great golden crow carried Li Hongyi on his back and flew at a low altitude. Li Guihua carried Haning on his right, the handsome little monk on his left, and Fang Xing brought up the rear. The group of people rushed into the ancient temple at lightning speed. According to the great golden crow, the strange corpses were not only powerful, but their evil aura was even more difficult to deal with. If they touched a little bit of it, it would be hard to get rid of it. However, it had eaten almost 100 Bodhi fruits and had not even refined 10% of them, but it was already covered in a golden light. Not to mention touching the strange corpses. Even if it ate the strange corpses, it would not be stained by the evil aura. Because of this, it was good to let this guy take the lead. Li Ying was not an ordinary person. According to him, he had the ghost body of 9 lives, so he was least afraid of these evil auras. To others, they might be poisonous and evil, but to him, they were no different from immortal elixirs. Even his cultivation had greatly improved after entering the ancient temple. If it were not for the fact that the strange corpses themselves were extremely difficult to deal with, he would have stayed in the ancient temple to cultivate forever. To him, the gloomy and strange ancient temple was no less than a blessed land of immortals. As for Fang Xing and Xianxia, one was the Arhat of Spirited Mountain, and the other was the guardian Vajra. They were enough to resist the evil aura. As for the others, it was extremely difficult to resist the evil aura, so they could only be protected in the middle and move forward together. The ancient temple was extremely vast. No one knew how far it extended. If they were to explore it, they would not be able to complete it in a short period of time. However, the great golden crow and the others had been here for a long time, so they had already explored the terrain of the ancient temple. Saving them a lot of trouble, they directly rushed into the depths of the ancient temple. Fortunately, most of the strange corpses had been lured away by the cultivators of the Pure Land, so they were much safer. I've seen these strange corpses before. Along the way, Fangxing looked at the strange corpses that came out of the darkness and pondered. Although these strange corpses looked strange, he vaguely felt that they were a little familiar. Soon, he remembered a scene he saw in the illusion when he was looking for the Great Golden Crow and the others. The Bodhisattva in white killed the demons and became a Buddha if he didn't save the common people. The demons in that illusion were somewhat similar to these strange corpses. However, in comparison, those monsters had intelligence and were much smaller than these strange corpses, but their strength was also much stronger. If one had to talk about the relationship between them, these strange corpses seemed to be the kind of ghosts that were born from the corpses after the death of the demons. Just like human beings and demon corpses, they were of the same kind but had different appearances. What is the origin of these ghosts? They don't look like living creatures in this world. Fangxing's brows furrowed tightly. He was shocked and doubtful, and his stomach was filled with puzzlement. It's here. Their minds were strained as they moved quickly. It was unknown how many passageways they had passed through, how many temples they had bypassed, and how many strange corpses they had avoided along the way. Finally, they arrived at the location of a great hall. This hall was located right in the middle of the ancient temple. From Fangxing and the others' point of view, if the ancient temple had a square layout, then the position of this ancient hall should be directly facing the main door. It was extremely majestic. The pillars were hundreds of feet high, and the top could not be seen. A vermilion red door was mottled and rotten, half covered and half closed. On both sides of the main hall, there should have been 2 Buddhist couplets, but at this time, they were seriously eroded by the wind and could not be distinguished. They could only vaguely see the words all living beings, become Buddha, Paramitha, freedom, and so on. They could no longer form sentences, and could only secretly guess the meaning. All living beings are suffering. What's the use of becoming a Buddha? My heart is free, and I can't see the Paramitha. On the other hand, when Xianxia saw such a couplet, he pondered for a long time. Suddenly, his expression was shocked, and he murmured a Buddhist phrase. What do you mean? Fangxing and the others looked at him in surprise. Xianxia seemed to be thinking about something and explained, these 2 Buddhist phrases were left behind by our Buddhist sect's Master Xitigarbha. It is said that Master Xitigarbha should have been the 3rd generation of Buddha, but he failed to become a Buddha in the end. Legend has it that at that time, his dharma was profound, and he had long reached the realm of becoming a Buddha. Even the ancient temple that led him to the west to become a Buddha had landed in front of him. But when he looked at the west, it was a pure land, and he could jump over it to be peaceful and free. Looking behind him, he saw all living beings were ignorant and immersed in the sea of bitterness. So he left these 2 Buddhist phrases on the ancient temple, meaning that all living beings are suffering, and it is useless for me to become a Buddha alone. If I am the only one in the world who can become a Buddha and be free, then even if I see the other side, I am not willing to go there alone. After that, he made a great wish that he would not become a Buddha if he did not save all living beings. Because of this, the position of the 3rd generation of Buddha is vacant. Master Xitigarbha has not become a Buddha yet. As he spoke, his expression gradually changed. The Buddhist words appeared here. Could it be, this is the legendary ancient temple? What is the welcoming ancient temple? Fangxing wished he could go up and beat Xianxia to make this bald donkey speak more clearly. The ancient temple is the ancient road before becoming a Buddha. Some people also call it the road to becoming a Buddha, or the bridge to the other side. The little monk Xianxia's eyes became more and more serious. Legend has it that 10,000 years ago, whenever a monk cultivated the Tao fruit, spiritual flowers would fall from the sky, and the wonderful sound of immortal music would lead the ancient temple to appear from the void. As long as you entered the ancient temple and passed this road to becoming a Buddha, you could reach the other side of the Pure Land and get the great freedom Buddha fruit. This Pure Land is not the Pure Land on the other side of the Devil Abyss, but the real Western heaven realm of Buddhism. However, for 10,000 years, the Buddha fruit has not been determined, and the last law has come. The ancient temple has not appeared for 10,000 years, Xianxia said in a daze, and suddenly a trace of panic appeared in his eyes. Senior brother, it seems that senior brother Huining is really a Buddha. If I helped him get the Buddha fruit at that time, the ancient temple would definitely appear in front of him and take him to the West Heaven to become a Buddha. But because you saved me, there was such a change. However, why is the ancient temple here, and why are there so many demons? How would I know? Fangxing widened his eyes and then looked at the main hall. He thought of a problem, and his eyes lit up slightly. He pulled the little monk's head and said, "Don't talk to me about other things first. Didn't you just say that one can become a Buddha after passing this road?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment and said, "Yes." The great golden crow also came over and interrupted, "Isn't this the same as the road to the golden throne hall in the mortal world? If you go up, you will become an emperor?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment and said with a wry smile, "That works too." Fangxing immediately became angry and slapped the back of Xianxia's head. "Then what are you talking about? Go quickly. The ancient road of guidance can only be taken by people with supreme Buddhist principles. Otherwise, we can't pass this road." Xianxia covered his head and explained with a bitter face. Dajin understood and said, "Oh, just like the Golden Throne Hall, only the emperor can enter. If his level is not good enough, he will be a eunuch. You talk too much." Fangxing kicked the great golden crow aside and said solemnly to Xianxia, "Junior brother, listen to me, your dharma is already very powerful. Don't worry about the Buddha of the Paramitha temple. He might have been torn to pieces by the strange corpse. There are only 2 crown princes in the Buddhist sect, so whoever passes this road first will be the emperor. Don't listen to Jin Liuzi's nonsense. I'll send you over now and snatch the position of Buddha." Xianxia's face was full of hesitation, as if he was not confident enough. "Little monk, you really have to take this road." At this moment, Li stood up and said solemnly, "My sister and I have already explored this ancient temple and realized that it is not easy to leave this place. The only way out is probably this ancient path. Unfortunately, this path is filled with Buddhist secrets and those who are not proficient in Buddhist teachings will not be able to pass it. My sister has studied the Buddhist scriptures but she has only passed 3 stages. If it's you, you should be able to pass through this ancient path and think of a way to save us. Otherwise, we can only be trapped here for who knows how long and how long we will be trapped here." When it came to such a practical problem, Xianxia's expression also became serious. After a long time, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go." In front of the reception hall, there were still 4 or 5 strange corpses scattered, but outside the reception hall, there was not a single one within 100 feet. It seemed that there was some kind of divine aura in the hall, forcing the strange corpses not to approach. Fangxing and the others hid their breath and sneaked all the way, not directly fighting with the strange corpses. But at this time, they could only rush over. No matter how difficult these strange corpses were, they had to fight them head-on. Only by sending Xianxia into the main hall and embarking on the road to Buddhahood would they have the hope of leaving this ancient temple. I have the Dharma to protect my body. I'll lure them away first, and then Jin Liuzi will use his speed to rush over. After a little discussion, they decided on a strategy. Fangxing carried the small cauldron and flew out. The 2 big wings of the sword demon spread out behind him, and he floated in the air majestically. He shouted at the strange corpses in front of the ancient temple, "Monsters, do you want to eat my meat?" The monsters in front of the main hall were stunned. After a long time, they suddenly chased after Fangxing with murderous intent. "Damn, it's true," Fangxing turned around and ran. He flapped his big wings as fast as lightning. As he ran, he did not forget to turn back and curse. Alas, in ancient times, Buddha cut his flesh to feed the eagle. Today, senior brother Fangxing sacrifices himself to lure the devil. It's really admirable. The little monk Xianxia shook his head and sighed with emotion. "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up." Without Fangxing, the great golden crow became a big master. Seeing that the little monk Xianxia was easy to bully, he patted Xianxia's head with his wings and threatened fiercely, "Listen, bald thief. If you can't become a Buddha, I'll kill you. Come and eat me." Fangxing used his high speed, his figure was like lightning, ethereal like an immortal, and with the cooperation of the 2 sword demon wings, he was even more unpredictable, appearing and disappearing like a ghost, almost reaching the golden core realm, and his movement technique was at the peak. Behind him, the 4 or 5 strange corpses had already developed into 7 or 8, roaring endlessly, and the black baleful aura was like 7 or 8 black whirlwinds chasing relentlessly. Even in front of Fangxing, on the roof ridge, in the passageway, and inside the broken hall, there were strange corpses rushing out from time to time, with cold baleful aura, and they surrounded and intercepted him, but they just couldn't touch him at all. In the beginning, Fangxing was still in awe of these strange corpses in his heart, but now he suddenly realized that although these strange corpses were boundlessly fast, they were after all evil creatures, and their movements were stiff. When dealing with ordinary cultivators, the baleful aura would affect them, but to Fangxing, he had the protection of the Dharma, and the baleful aura was blocked by the Buddhist light outside, so it couldn't hurt him at all, and he regarded the baleful aura as nothing. But even so, when the strange corpses behind him increased to more than a dozen, he couldn't help but be vigilant in his heart, knowing that it was almost time. Now he was only relying on his movement technique to deal with these strange corpses, like a fly flying and teasing among a dozen burly men. It looked easy and comfortable, but in fact, it was full of danger, and if he wasn't careful, it wouldn't be a good thing to be scratched. After all, these strange corpses were extremely powerful, and in terms of individual strength, Fangxing alone was good enough to kill one, and two would be enough. The little monk should almost enter the hall now. I'd better prepare to retreat. With this thought in his heart, he looked around, preparing to find a way to escape back, but it was also at this moment, his heart suddenly shivered, and he suddenly saw a majestic golden light in front, like a sun, slowly moving towards him. He was shocked in his heart, and faintly guessed something, so he changed his direction and simply rushed directly towards the sun, and when he was near, his heart was greatly shocked. Ma, and I, pad, me, hum. A deep but deafening Sanskrit sound rang out, and the golden light slowly moved over. They were the cultivators from the Pure Land who were thought to have died in the mouths of the strange corpses. They formed a simple formation with the black-robed Buddhist Huining as the center. They walked forward one step at a time. With every step they took, the Buddha's aura on the black-robed Buddhist Huining's body would light up and spread outwards, forming an extremely strong wave of Buddha's aura. The strange corpses that got close to them would be forced to retreat. Around them, the strange corpses covered the sky and the earth. It would make one's scalp tingle and heart palpitate. It's that monk again. Fangxing gritted his teeth in hatred, and with one look, he knew what was going on. Bai Mingxiao and the other god's sons were all injured, and it was obvious that they were badly injured. The reason why they were able to survive was because they borrowed the Buddha's aura on the Buddhist Huining's body to form a Sanskrit formation. This formation was indeed simple, but the Buddha's aura on Huining's body was not to be underestimated, and it actually blocked the strange corpses 30 feet away. This method was similar to how he usually used the ceiling Zen cauldron as the formation source to form a defensive formation. He obviously has no cultivation, but he's so difficult to deal with. Fangxing clenched his teeth in hatred, and he really couldn't do anything to the black-robed Buddhist Huining. When this fellow fell into his hands, he indeed had no cultivation, and he could bully him however he wanted. But now, it seemed that even though he had no cultivation, he was extremely capable. There was nothing that he couldn't solve in all kinds of dangerous situations. If it was his people who encountered the situation where the strange corpses were like a tide, other than forming the ceiling Zen formation and waiting for death, there was really no other way. But they used the Buddha's aura to deter the strange corpses. Huining was simply like a mobile formation source. As long as the formation and the Buddha's aura remained the same, they were practically invincible, and they could do whatever they wanted in this ancient temple. Since you guys are so difficult to deal with, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Fangxing shouted to himself, and a murderous intent rose in his heart. He glanced at his cousin and the black-robed Buddhist Huining. As for Zhu Xiu from the Pure Land, he couldn't wait to kill everyone else. But as for his cousin and the black-robed Buddhist Huining, he didn't have to kill them. Especially if he were to kill them himself, he would be even more troubled. But since the situation was like this, he had no choice but to be ruthless. He raised the dragon mark ominous saber and sped up. He formed a terrifying straight line and dashed towards the formation. Since you guys can hold on until now, then let me send you to hell. He let out a loud roar, and his voice was instantly raised to its peak. Behind him, nearly 20 strange corpses roared at the sky at the same time and chased after him. At first glance, this scene looked like he was leading the group of strange corpses in a charge. Rumble, he dashed towards the formation, and the dragon mark ominous saber fiercely slashed down from hundreds of feet away. The horrifying saber aura shook the ground and created densely packed ravines like a spider's web. It rushed towards the cultivators from the Pure Land. It's that devil again. The cultivators from the Pure Land had just survived a great calamity. They were concentrating their minds and chanting the 6-syllable mantra. They were using the Buddhist aura of the Arhat to scare the strange corpses and were moving forward slowly. Suddenly, they heard such an angry roar. They were shocked and their eyes were about to shoot out flames. He must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to provoke such a devil. Why is he everywhere? Boom! Buddhist Hui Ning, who was at the front, shouted angrily. He formed a fist and forcefully withstood the saber aura. His blood and chi were tumbling. This kind of formation should not be messed up. If it was during normal times, it would be fine. However, at this time, the strange corpses were surrounding them. If they were not careful, the strange corpses would rush towards them. Therefore, even though he knew that his real strength was lower than Fang Xing's, he could only forcefully resist the saber aura. However, it was not over yet. After Fang Xing rushed over, he saw that he was getting closer and closer to the strange corpses surrounding the cultivators of the Pure Land. When he was about to reach his head, he suddenly leaped up and stepped on the strange corpse that was trying to grab him. Then, he flipped over and shot into the sky like a meteor. The strange corpses that were chasing him from behind couldn't stop themselves and crashed into the group of strange corpses in front of them. They squeezed each other and caused the strange corpses surrounding the Buddha's light to crash into the group of strange corpses involuntarily. Bang! The force of the collision was so strong that the cultivators of the Pure Land could not withstand the pressure for a moment. The Buddha's light was shaken by the collision, and everyone fell down. The simple formation was shattered by the collision, and the power of the Buddha's light weakened a lot. Countless strange corpses that were staring at them and drooling with greed saw this opportunity. They subconsciously pounced on them, and all of them were in a terrible situation. Whoosh! 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 For a moment, besides Buddhist Hui Ning and Baiming Qingdi, everyone ran in all directions. They left the Arhat on the spot and tried to protect themselves first. If you guys try to form another formation, I will chop you all. Fang Xing, on the other hand, moved around the strange corpses and stared at the people from the Pure Land. Bastard, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Bai Mingxiao was extremely annoyed. He tried his best to resist the strange corpses while shouting. Hee, do you think I'll just kill you? Fang Xing relied on his movement technique to move around and said with a murderous look on his face. At this moment, Zhu Xiu from the Pure Land couldn't care about him anymore. Once the Buddhist formation that they used to scare the strange corpses was broken, they immediately fell into the crowd of strange corpses. Not everyone had Fang Xing's unfathomable skills and there were so many strange corpses around them. They immediately fell into a tough battle, especially Baiming Qingdi. In order to protect the Arhat, one of his arms had already been ripped off by a strange corpse. Once the demon arrived, danger arose again. In such a dangerous situation, some people even started to regret getting involved in this old Buddhist case. Just now, because of the Arhat's reminder, they risked their lives to set up that formation and barely resisted the strange corpses. Now, where would they find the energy to set up another formation? Moreover, the demon was right next to them and wouldn't give them another chance. All the divine sons and daughters of the ancient clans started to feel fear. Sigh, I still can't calm down and let nature take its course. However, it was also at this moment that the black-robed Buddha finally sighed softly. A helpless expression appeared on his face. Then, he slowly extended his hand and pressed towards the void. His movements seemed weak and powerless under the dancing, demon-like strange corpses. Beside him, Buddha Yin and Baiming Qingdi were on his left and right. In order to protect him, they were already covered in wounds and blood was splattering everywhere. Benefactor, you really have a demonic nature. After the black-robed Buddha raised his hand, he looked at Fang Xing and said plainly. So what? If you're so capable, ask the Buddha to come and hit me. Fang Xing laughed out loud and didn't think it was a big deal. A faint smile appeared on the Arhat in Black's face. No need. After a pause, he said, I'll do it. Fang Xing never thought that he would say something like this. He was a little speechless. He knew the abilities of this black-robed Buddha very well. He was indeed immortal, but he actually said that he wanted to beat him up. He wasn't bragging, but he could beat 10 of him with one finger. However, in the next second, he knew what the Arhat in black meant. Huining's extended hand formed a Buddhist seal in front of his chest when he retracted it. He lowered his head and chanted. At the same time, spiritual energy began to fluctuate on his body. In other words, he was already a spiritual movement realm cultivator. At this moment, he could no longer be called a mortal, but what was even more shocking was that the spiritual energy in his body was increasing at a terrifying speed. The Buddhist aura around him was surging like a tidal wave. During this process, the spiritual energy in his body was increasing at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had reached a peak. Then, his aura changed and turned into the aura of a foundation establishment cultivator. At the same time, it was still increasing at an unstoppable speed. Swoosh, the foundational aura increased to the extreme and changed into the aura of the golden core. However, this was not the end. The Buddhist connotation continued to revolve around his body, and the aura of the golden elixir in his body surged like a whirlpool into his body. In the end, it changed completely again. A golden light flew out from his forehead and turned into an indomitable golden body, which shocked the countless strange corpses around it. It was like the Buddha had come to the world, shining brightly and guarding the heavens and the earth. Yuanying, when Fangxing caught sight of this scene, he was scared out of his wits. After some time, he scampered off. It took 8 lifetimes of bad luck to provoke this thing. Fangxing was wailing in his heart. Compared to these corpses, this is the real monster. Yuanying was achieved in 3 breaths. With a single thought, one could transform from a mortal to a deity. The strength that Huining displayed simply frightened Fangxing. Cultivation had always been a road of sharpening. It required too much accumulation, elixirs, enlightenment, cultivation, and even luck and opportunities. How long was the shortest time for a mortal to cultivate to Yuanying? Fangxing couldn't remember this clearly. However, no matter what, it was impossible for it to be as short as Huining. Within 3 breaths, he didn't need any stage-breaking elixir, didn't need any cultivation technique, and didn't even use any resources. He only relied on his Buddhist aura and thoughts to break through to the next realm. He treated cultivation as simple as eating and drinking. This was simply terrifying. Because of this, Fangxing was so scared that he turned around and ran. With his current ability to slay the 6 realms, Yuanying was also worth a fight. However, that was only against an ordinary Yuanying. He didn't dare to fight against a Yuanying like Huining. That should be enough. In an instant, Huining, who had transformed from a mortal to a deity, also muttered to himself. He opened his eyes. When he closed his eyes, he was just a mortal. When he opened his eyes, he was already a Yuanying old monster. The aura on his body was so tyrannical that it was terrifying. The golden light that seemed to be a substance surged in all directions. Any strange corpses that were close to the cultivators of the Pure Land were knocked to the ground and fled in panic. As for the cultivators of the Pure Land who were trapped by the strange corpses, they were all shocked. Under the protection of Huining, even the injuries on their bodies were recovering rapidly. Whoosh! Huining looked ahead. Fangxing was like a black dot that was quickly fleeing among the strange corpses. He appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Buddha's seal, teach me a technique. Huining said faintly. His eyes were only looking at Fangxing who was fleeing in front of him. Yes. The Dharma protector of the Bayan temple was also stunned by the Arhat's transformation. When he heard what the Arhat said, he was stunned for a moment before he remembered that even though the Arhat had attained the nascent soul cultivation in an instant, the Arhat himself did not know any sorcery. The Dharma protector's reaction was also extremely fast. He immediately imparted the mantra of a sorcery into the Arhat's heart. Huining's mind pondered for a moment and he had already comprehended the mantra. He slowly raised his palm and then a bright light shone in the air. With a rumble, it became incomparably huge. It swept away the strange corpses along the way and headed straight for Fangxing F***ck. Are you going to let me live? Fangxing shrieked and his hair stood on end. Looking at the huge hand that was descending from the sky, he became ruthless. In an instant, he activated the ghost blind's eyes and the freedom scripture at the same time. His body became like a ray of light and his aura seemed to have escaped into the void. He could only watch as Huining's huge golden hand grabbed him. It was as if he could grasp the universe. However, when he grabbed him, a black shadow escaped from between his fingers. It was like a shooting star that quickly escaped into the black shadow. It was too late for Huining to grab him a second time. Hee, this wild monkey still managed to escape. Huining smiled faintly and looked at his right hand with slight mockery. After all, I've just learned this technique. I'm not familiar with it yet. Arhat, he was mocking himself. However, the cultivators from the Pure Land around him were stunned. They surrounded the black-robed Arhat and looked at him as if they were looking at a god. It was really too shocking. Forming a nascent soul in 3 breaths, and using a technique that he had just learned, he almost caught that insufferably ferocious little devil. They were all top geniuses in the world, but in front of the Arhat, they were nothing. You guys don't have to be surprised. I'm not mystical. It's just that when the conditions are right, success comes naturally. The black-robed Arhat seemed to understand what they were thinking and explained, the word cultivation is nothing more than enlightenment and resources. I cultivate the Dharma and understand the truth. Therefore, there are no obstacles in my heart. If I want to cultivate, there is no need to think about it. In terms of resources, I have been blessed by the Buddha for 10,000 years. Although not all of it belongs to me alone, I can borrow the power of the Buddha to stimulate my meridians and transform it into mana. It looks mystical, but everything is within reason. You guys don't have to be surprised in case it damages your Tao heart and delays your cultivation in the future. Thank you, Arhat. Zhu Xiao from the Pure Land was stunned for a while. He hurriedly thanked the black-robed Arhat. At this moment, they realized that the black-robed Arhat was afraid that they would be shocked and damage their Tao heart. He was trying to comfort them. Let's go in. The black-robed Arhat raised his hand and golden light surged forward, shocking the horde of strange corpses and opening up a straight path. He walked forward and his gaze slowly swept across the surrounding halls, palaces, Buddha platforms, bone pagodas, and even the horde of corpses. His voice carried a slight sigh. The ancient temple of reincarnation has reappeared. Does this mean that the Buddhist sect is finally coming to an end after tens of thousands of years of practice? At this moment, Fang Xing had lured the strange corpses away. The Great Golden Crow and the others had arrived before the ancient temple. Little monk, it's up to you whether we can get out or not. Wang Qiong and the others had high hopes for Xianxia. The Great Golden Crow even fiercely told Xianxia that he had to break through. Xianxia also let out a long sigh and tidied up his white monk robe. His figure was slender and handsome, and he had regained the elegant and holy appearance of an eminent monk. With a touch of solemnity in his eyes, he slowly walked towards the main hall and bowed at the threshold with his palms pressed together. If you want to be quiet, you must be at ease in your heart. Just as Xianxia took the last step before the main hall, the phantom in the void suddenly changed and revealed a skeleton monk. He was sitting under a withered Bodhi tree and meditating. When he saw Xianxia coming over, he suddenly raised his head. 2 ghost spots surged in the depths of his eyes, as if there was a gloomy gaze looking at Xianxia. The bone crane opened and closed, and a sound appeared in the void. Come, if you want to enter this hall, answer my question. What is Buddha? Xianxia stood in place obediently, put his palms together, and thought for a long time. Then, he said, I am Buddha. In the skeleton's eyes, the ghostly fire burned brightly, and there seemed to be a trace of power in his voice. Who is me? Xianxia replied attentively, the heart is me. The skeleton shouted again, where is the heart? Xianxia said, the heart is persistent. The skeleton seemed to be angry, and his voice carried a chill. Evil creature, do you want to say that Buddha is persistent? However, Xianxia did not care and replied calmly, if you are not persistent, how can you go through thousands of tribulations and achieve enlightenment? The bone and the monk asked and answered very quickly. In the blink of an eye, there were more than a dozen questions. The Great Golden Crow and the others were all tense and nervous. At first, they could still keep up with the conversation between the two. Later, they could even understand their words, but they did not know what they meant at all. They only found that Xianxia's face had been indifferent, and the skeleton was getting more and more annoyed. Something's not right, Li Ying watched for a while and could not help but say, on this path, all the checkpoints are different, and everyone encounters different Buddhist mysteries, but this first checkpoint is the same. It's the skeleton monk who asks you what Buddha is. Back then, I answered that achieving great liberation is Buddha. Jean Liuzi answered that I am greater than the heavens is Buddha. My sister answered that comprehending freedom is Buddha. Han Lao said that having no worries is Buddha. This skeleton did not ask too many questions at that time, at most 7 or 8 questions, at least 2 or 3 questions. After asking clearly about our understanding, he directly let us pass. In less than the time to drink a cup of tea, how could we be like this little monk, answering so many questions all at once? The more he spoke, the more worried he became. Don't tell me this little monk can't even pass the first test? These words caused all the cultivators to look at each other, feeling a little worried. If Li Hongyi and the others passed the test quickly, how could the handsome little monk take so long? They couldn't say that Xianxia's attainments in Buddhism were not as great as theirs, could they? It was easy for us to pass the test because we didn't touch the true meaning of Buddhism. At this moment, a voice sounded faintly. All the cultivators looked over and realized that it was Li Hongyi who had woken up at some point in time. He answered quietly, all living beings have Buddha's nature. Therefore, in theory, everyone should be able to pass this first stage. However, our answers were not able to trigger the Buddhist principles in the skeleton monk's heart. Therefore, he only asked us a cursory question and allowed us to pass. The fact that this little monk was able to debate with the skeleton monk for so long means that his Buddhist Dharma is much more profound than ours. He has his own understanding. There is hope for us to pass this stage. Sister, are you okay? Li Ying was very excited. He hurried over to check and told Li Hongyi about Feng Xing's return. As Li Hongyi said, the debate between Xianxia and the skeleton monk lasted for about half an hour before the skeleton monk stopped talking. After a long time, the ghost fire in his eyes finally extinguished. He nodded and disappeared. As for Xianxia, he faced the void, put his palms together, and walked forward again. Come, answer my question. Before long, another phantom appeared in the void. The female Bodhi in blood-red clothes sat on the lotus throne, holding a knife and asking. Xianxia stopped and answered quietly. After he stepped into the ancient hall, he walked further and further away. The cultivators could no longer hear his answer clearly, but they could see his shadow clearly in the darkness. They found that in the next few tests, the handsome little monk was really extraordinary. No matter what kind of illusion appeared, he just answered calmly. His steps were firm and his expression was calm. Although it took a long time, the momentum of breaking through the tests had never stopped. Second test, third test, fourth test, he easily surpassed the limit that Li Hongyi had reached in the past, and continued on his way. It seems that we really have a chance to get out. Li Hongyi's eyes also lit up. He looked at Xianxia quietly, feeling a little excited. Damn, he won't really become a Buddha, will he? The great golden crow was a little scared. I just scared him. Brothers, get the knife. While they were talking, they suddenly heard a roar. Everyone turned their heads, only to see Feng Xing jumping out of the darkness with a murderous aura. He was in a hurry, sweating profusely, and with an extremely fierce murderous aura, he shouted at everyone. What's wrong? Zhu Xiu was a little stunned and looked at him in confusion. Prepare to kill a Buddha. Feng Xing raised the dragon pattern ominous saber and answered with a murderous aura. Killing the Buddha? Feng Xing's words shocked everyone. However, they all knew that Feng Xing was fearless and fearless. Something big must have happened for him to be so serious. The great golden crow jumped up and stood beside Feng Xing. They looked into the distance. Beside them, the little Peking, Kong Kong Wang Qiong, Li Ying, Mountain Mouse Daozi, and the others also got into formation. Li Hongyi had not recovered from his injuries, so he stood behind with Wu Sang'er, Chu Xiai, and the others to take care of Han Ying. I don't think this is enough. Feng Xing glanced at his companions and felt slightly relieved. However, he still felt that it was not enough. He tore off the prayer beads around his neck and scattered them on the ground. Boom! 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 The prayer beads scattered in all directions, flying into the air and turning into giant great demons one after another. Demonic wind swept in all directions, covering the entire region. My God, what is going on? The cultivators of the land of demons were shocked. Even Kong Kong and the little Peking could not help but take a few steps back. The appearance of this group of greater demons was truly a ghastly sight to them. As greater demons, they could directly sense how terrifying these greater demons were. Although they were somewhat stiff, their auras were clearly powerful and terrifying. They were definitely greater demons when they were alive. With so many greater demons gathered together, this force could be said to have already surpassed the many orthodoxies in the demonic land. Just how terrifying was their strength? These are the demons that were suppressed in the Huangfu clan's Blackwater Lake. My uncle 11 and I rescued them and allowed them to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Their true spirits have already reincarnated, and their resentment has been left in the Huangfu clan's territory, which has turned into a demonic domain. These are their imprints, and they can be considered my repayment to me. They can be used as my clones. Fangxing could see the surprise in the hearts of these demons, so he hurriedly replied and explained a little. Little ancestor, with this, you will forever be the most distinguished guest in the demon land. The little Pun King's expression turned serious, and he bowed to Fangxing in a serious manner. Kong Kong also chuckled and said, Huangfu is the public enemy of the demon realm. You've saved so many demon clan seniors, I can help you 10 times for free. My God, now I really want to sell my life for you. Even the shadowless mountain rat Taoist spoke excitedly. Fangxing didn't expect the people of the demon territory to be so excited. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he smiled and said, enough with the nonsense. Hee, as long as you can help me kill this bald donkey, I don't need you to remember my kindness. I'll even remember your kindness, so difficult to deal with? All the demons were stunned. They could tell that Fangxing was not joking. The ancient temple has appeared, the opportunity of Buddhism has arisen. At this moment, a long chant was heard from afar. A golden light shone brightly and the monsters were running around. A group of people was wrapped in golden light as they walked over. Surrounding them were the divine sons of the 4 ancient clans. In the middle, the black-robed Arhat's aura surged and his true spirit manifested like a giant Buddha. Golden clouds accompanied him and flowers fell from the sky. Under the suppression of the golden Buddha's will, the countless terrifying corpses around him didn't dare to go forward. They could only wrap around them like a tide and split into 2 sides. The strange corpses were full of murderous aura, while the black-robed Arhat and the Bodhisattvas were covered in Buddha's light. The holy and the strange were clearly contrasted at this moment. It actually made the cultivators have the illusion of a quiet lotus flower growing in the mud. They couldn't help but feel awe. Monk, you're too late. My junior brother Xianxia has already entered the ancient temple and passed more than 10 rounds. He will definitely pass this ancient path earlier than you. Fangxing held the murderous blade in his hand and shouted sternly. His murderous aura caused the divine Buddha's will to dim slightly. The reverence in the hearts of the demons retreated and they once again raised their fighting spirit. They also became more vigilant in their hearts. They understood that the divine Buddha's light on the Buddha's body had subtly influenced them and actually affected their minds. It was as if the Buddha had enlightened the stubbornness and caused the peerless villains to be moved. To put it bluntly, it was a powerful illusion. It directly affected one's mind and made the evil god Blood Sea repent. He would never be able to use the butcher's knife again. The ancient temple has appeared and the path to Buddhahood has opened. The 2 of us have debated for 10 lifetimes and agreed to set the fruit of Buddha in this lifetime. However, in this lifetime, when the ancient temple has appeared, we have to fight again in front of this path. Could it be that fate has already been decided by the heavens? The black-robed Arhat looked at the main hall of the ancient temple and nodded slightly. He seemed to be quite emotional. That's right. You are destined to lose. What's the point of fighting? Let fate decide everything, big brother. Fangxing answered quickly and said to the black-robed Arhat with a smile. Fellow Fang, do you know that 10,000 years ago, junior brother Xianxia studied Buddhism for 100 years, but I was just a monk sweeping through the ground. My path to Buddhism was not as long as his, and the time I spent studying Buddhism was not as long as his. Now, 10,000 years have passed and I have wholeheartedly pursued Buddhism. I don't know how to cultivate. However, even though you guys have cultivated earlier than me, I can use the Dharma and reach first with a thought. It can be seen that the path of Buddhism and cultivation are not about who is earlier or earlier. What are you trying to say? Fang Xing said with a frown and stared at the black-robed Arhat with his strange eyes. The black-robed Arhat didn't seem to mind. He laughed softly and said, I want to say that you've spent so much effort to delay me so that junior brother Xianxia can have more time to pass through the ancient path. Your sincerity are admirable. Unfortunately, it's not very useful. As he spoke, he walked lightly toward the main hall of the ancient temple. Kill him. At the very least, we have to make him stay. Fang Xing didn't stand on ceremony. He glared and roared as he slashed with his blade. Behind him, nearly 100 demons roared in unison and rushed over with him. The Great Golden Crow, the Golden-Winged Little Rock, Kong of the Great Sage Mountain, the Shadowless Mountain Rat Daoist, and the others also used their magical powers and attacked fiercely. They were all heroes of their time, and their abilities were top-notch in the Golden Elixir realm. After entering the ancient temple, they had obtained many opportunities and their abilities were even more terrifying. As they rushed over, golden light, dark shadows, demonic wind, ghostly aura, magical powers, and magical treasures were all over the place. They covered the sky and earth like heavy rain. How terrifying was their power, there was no other way. They had also heard about the little monk Xianxia and knew why Fang Xing was so worried. This was related to the inheritance of Buddhism. How much karma was involved in the 10 lifetimes debate? It could be said that the little monk Xianxia was destined to be a sad and lamentable sacrifice to a certain extent. And Fang Xing was now using his own strength to break the 10,000 years of karma of Buddhism and save the little monk Xianxia's life. Unfortunately, no matter how capable he was, how many waves could he make in front of the 10,000 years of Buddhism? It could be said that he was a mantis trying to stop a chariot, doing something that was impossible at all. In fact, he had already done too many things that ordinary people didn't dare to think about, but the situation still hadn't improved. But now, there was still a chance. The ancient temple had reappeared in the world, and the road to Buddhahood was under Xianxia's feet. There was a cycle of karma in the unseen world. If before, Xianxia and the Arhat were fighting for the legal right to inherit, then now, the two of them had the opportunity to directly fight for the thing that needed to be inherited. In the words of the Great Golden Crow, they were fighting for the crown prince before, and now they were fighting for the throne. During the fight for the crown prince, Xianxia had already lost, and now, Fang Xing's understanding was so simple and direct. If he could fight for the throne, then it didn't matter if he was the crown prince or not. At this moment, what Fang Xing had to do was to kill the black-robed Arhat or delay him as long as possible. As long as Xianxia could successfully pass the Buddhist road, then everything would be settled. At the very least, he could get rid of the fate of being sacrificed. Karma was like a great tide, and now, Fang Xing was leading his friend to charge into the tide and cut it off. At the very least, he had to make the tide stagnate for a while and give Xianxia at the end of the tide more time to breathe. Boom! Fang Xing held the fierce saber in his hand, and his evil aura surged. The golden Buddhist light on his body seemed to have turned into a monstrous flame at this moment. He rushed to the front and jumped up high. An unparalleled saber chi slashed down. Within the saber chi, 9 dragon shadows appeared and soared into the sky. They covered an area and charged straight towards the black-robed Arhat. Behind him, the great golden crow spread its wings and shone with a golden light. It was like a sun. It didn't even look at who was in front of it. It relied on its invincible physical body and flying sword-like sharp beak to ram its head forward. Behind them, Li Ying, the little Pun King, Kong, and the others also used their divine abilities. They were ferocious and invincible. Not to mention the nearly 100 demons behind them. They were like an army. This little devil is so ferocious. Why is he so troublesome? Zhu Xiu of the Pure Land was already so angry that he was afraid. When he looked at Fang Xing again, he even felt panic in his heart. If this was any other time, they would rather admit defeat than continue fighting with such a ferocious devil. But at this moment, with the Arhat beside them, they had no other choice. They could only use their divine abilities and charge forward. The battle began. In an instant, it was a sea of blood, but during this process, the black-robed Arhat sighed, lowered his head, and slowly walked forward. His speed wasn't fast, and he didn't have much power. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. But against Fang Xing's ferocious flames and the attacks of the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain, his body showed endless magic. His feet almost didn't touch the ground. His body seemed to be faintly discernible. Fangxing's saber slashed down and passed through his body, landing on the ground. The great golden crow charged over and passed through his body, charging towards Bai Mingxiao, who was behind him. In this extremely mysterious movement, the black-robed arhat slowly walked to the front of the ancient temple. His body didn't have any karma. What is going on? Fangxing and the others were shocked. They all turned around as if they had seen a ghost. They originally wanted to stop this arhat, but he acted as if he didn't exist. How could they stop him? Cultivation sure is interesting. Since I became Yuanying, I used my own technique and my own will to create a divine ability. My body is nothing, the heaven and earth are illusions. If you want to stop me, how are you going to stop me? How are you going to stop something that doesn't exist? The black-robed arhat spoke softly. Then, he walked into the ancient temple. Fangxing's heart immediately sank when he saw how easily Huining had used his technique to deduce a mystique, turning into nothingness and easily passing through the line of defense that they had set up. Deducing one's own Dao technique was something that only an extremely talented person could do. Even Fangxing himself, with his countless opportunities and encounters, had not even perfected a single heaven and earth millstone. However, this black-robed Buddhist Huining had actually comprehended his own technique and formed his own Dao in less than 10 minutes since he had his cultivation base. Why? Such an opponent would make anyone feel hopeless. Since he embarked on the road of cultivation, a sense of powerlessness that had not appeared for a long time appeared in Fangxing's heart again. It was also because Huining easily passed through the line of defense and set foot on the ancient road that Fangxing and the others did not really fight with the cultivators of the Pure Land. At this time, it was meaningless to fight. If they could not stop Huining, it would be meaningless to kill all the cultivators of the Pure Land. Moreover, the cultivators of the Pure Land were not ordinary. If they really fought with them, it would only be a situation where both sides would suffer. Their chances of winning were not high. Don't worry, the little monk has too many opportunities, and he still has a chance to win. At this critical juncture, Li Hongyu walked over and consoled in a low voice, I've already heard about what happened to him. He should have died 10 times out of 10, but you've helped him snatch an opportunity and even given him such a huge advantage. You've already done your best. Yes, there is still a chance. Fangxing's lips trembled as he muttered to himself and looked into the ancient temple. Inside the ancient temple, there were many Buddhist principles and countless passes. At this time, the little monk Xianxia had broken through 13 passes in a row and was only 300 meters away from the end of the ancient road, while Huining had just walked to the gate of the ancient temple hall. He did not want to admit defeat, and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. On this road, Xianxia had the upper hand. Even if his dharma was weaker than Huining's, he should have a good chance of winning, right? The road to Buddhahood, 10 lifetimes of debate. At this moment, Huining was standing before the main hall of the ancient temple, and he was looking up as he muttered to himself. He actually didn't seem to be in a hurry to enter. There seemed to be a hint of doubt on his face. The ancient temple of guidance has not appeared for tens of thousands of years and has always been hidden in this broken world of the demon abyss. Just what is it for? Could it be that he's waiting for me and junior brother Xianxia? Perhaps this is the real 10 lives debate mechanism? Huining lowered his head and muttered to himself. He turned to look at Fangxing and said, could it be that your disturbance is also fated? It may seem like you've made a mess of things, but in fact, you've become a big hand that's pushing for the true Buddha fruit to descend. This is the merit that you've received from the Dharma? As Huining spoke, he shook his head lightly. With a faint smile, he lifted his foot and stepped into the great hall of the ancient temple. If you want peace and quiet, you must be at ease in your heart. In front of Huining, the illusion in the void changed and revealed a skeleton monk who was meditating under a withered Bodhi tree. In the depths of his eye sockets, there was a faint ghostly fire. As his jaw moved and closed, he made a sound. This was the first checkpoint on the road to Buddhahood. Come, if you wish to enter this hall, answer my question. What is Buddha? Huining waved his big sleeve slightly and said indifferently, Buddha is Buddha. What are you asking? Leave. Facing the first checkpoint on the road to Buddhahood, he suddenly shouted and waved his big sleeves to make the skeleton monk retreat. When he spoke, the Buddha's aura on his body surged like a newborn sun. Endless Buddha's light spread out slowly. Even the strange corpses that surrounded the people in front of the hall were shocked and took a few steps back. The skeleton monk in the illusion was also speechless at this moment. The ghostly fire in his eye socket stared blankly at Huining. After a while, the illusion dissipated and disappeared. How is this possible? Wang Qiong cried out involuntarily, her face full of disbelief. She had already heard from Li Ying that they had all tried to pass the checkpoint before. It was very easy for them to pass the first checkpoint, but when Xianxia passed the checkpoint, he had to debate with the skeleton monk for a long time before he could pass. Li Hongyi analyzed that it was because Xianxia's dharma was higher than theirs and touched the true meaning of dharma in the skeleton monk's heart. That was why the debate took so long. Logically speaking, even if Huining should not have taken longer than Xianxia, he should have debated for a while. But why did he dispel the illusion with one sentence and was faster than Li Hongyi and the others? Does that mean that his dharma is simply higher than everyone's imagination? Li Hongyi muttered to himself. There was a hint of worry in his eyes as he looked at Feng Xing. At this moment, Feng Xing was also staring at the back of the black-robed Buddha, Huining. His eyes were fierce and vaguely terrifying. Come, answer my question. All living beings are born with Buddha nature. Why can't everyone become Buddha? In front of Huining, a bodhisattva in blood-stained white robe sitting on a white lotus appeared and asked softly. The people of the world are stupid, ignorant, stubborn, and unable to let go. How can they become Buddha? How should they pass it? Huining strode forward and answered, I seek the tranquility fruit. The people of the world learn from me and pass it on their own. After passing the second checkpoint, Huining continued to stride forward as if his footsteps had not stopped at all. Illusions kept appearing in front of him. They were all checkpoints on the path to Buddha. They were all Buddhist mysteries that questioned the Dharma in his heart. However, unlike Xianxia, who passed every checkpoint slowly and arduously and debated for a long time, Huining passed at an extremely fast speed. No matter what kind of illusion appeared, the Dharma was broken by him with one sentence. Everywhere he passed, the illusions were all shattered, and he was unobstructed. Feng Xing's heart sank. The hand that held the saber seemed to be a little weak. It was only at this moment that he truly felt the height of Huining's dharma, as expected of the sweeping monk who had won the favor of Buddha 10,000 years ago, because he had already obtained the supreme dharma. All along, Feng Xing had forced Xianxia to compete with him. However, it was not until this moment that he understood where Xianxia's pressure was. He was facing an opponent who had mastered the supreme dharma. The other party's Tao was right, and the dharma was high. Competing with him was like relying on his persistence to stick to his own dharma and comprehend his own Tao. What he faced was an ending that he would definitely lose. However, Feng Xing did not understand. If you win, then you win. Why can't it be my junior brother's life? If it's preordained by the heavens, then how did my junior brother Xianxia offend the heavens? He was unwilling. His eyes turned red, his hands trembled, and his murderous intent rose. However, he was helpless, powerless, and unable to change it. He had already done too much, but this ending still appeared in front of him. Haha, evil creature, you're extremely bold and overestimating yourself. Do you really think that you can change the situation by yourself and stop the Buddha fruit from descending? What a joke, you're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Now that the Arhat has embarked on the road to becoming a Buddha, with his attainments in Dharma, it will be a piece of cake for him to pass through this road. When he catches up with the little monk, he will become a true Arhat. When he finishes this road, he will become a Buddha and prosper Buddhism. But your efforts have been wasted. Not to mention that no one can save you in the end, you've even taken endless sins for yourself. Bai Mingxiao and the others saw that Huining had easily embarked on the road to becoming a Buddha, and was moving forward quickly like a hot knife through butter. However, Feng Xing's heart sank to the bottom, his palms could not help but tremble. Damn, he had done so much, but in the end, nothing had changed. So what if he won? Feng Xing shouted and looked at Bai Mingxiao fiercely. I will kill you to vent my anger. Bai Mingxiao felt a chill in his heart. After a long time, he shouted angrily, having a son like you is a disgrace to my Bai Ming family. I must clean up the family. Friend, the karma has long been decided. Why are you so stubborn? At this moment, the guardian monk of Bayan Temple, Buddha seal, finally spoke. There was no anger in his voice, and even his gaze had calmed down. You are the guardian Vajra of Buddhism. This Buddhahood is real, and no one can deny it. Even if it is different from our Dharma, it is still an internal conflict of Buddhism. Now that the Buddha fruit is about to descend, no one can change the result, so why are you still so obsessed? The Buddha fruit is about to descend, and Buddhism is about to prosper. We need people. With your talent, if you join our Buddhism, you might be able to attain the Bodhi Buddha fruit. These words shocked Xu Xiao and even a bunch of Fang Xing's friends. It seemed like the two were already at loggerheads, but this Buddha seal actually revealed his intention to recruit him. But thinking about it, if Buddhism were to prosper, they would indeed need manpower, and no one could ignore Fang Xing's ability. Moreover, the Buddha seal's words were sincere, but faintly, there was the magnanimity and tolerance of a victor. As for Fang Xing, it was precisely this feeling that was the most difficult to bear. He looked coldly at the Buddha seal and said, "Damn monk, if my junior brother Xianxia dies, the only thing I'll have to do with your Buddhist sect is to kill you all. Do you really want to become a demon and become an enemy of Buddhism?" The Buddhist seal was also enraged, and he shouted angrily, as if he was exasperated at Xiaochen for failing to meet his expectations. Not necessarily, because I haven't admitted defeat yet. Fang Xing glared at the Buddha seal with a sinister gaze, and his voice sounded in a low voice. The one inside is my junior brother, the fourth leader of my robbery. I have him under my protection. As long as I haven't admitted defeat, how could he lose? Haha, stubborn and unrepentant. Bai Mingxiao scolded in a low voice, but there was a hint of relief in his eyes. Just now, the Buddha seal said that he wanted to recruit Fang Xing, which really scared him. In the North Deep, he did not want to have a disciple who was stronger than him, more famous than him, more meritorious than him, and who had become a guardian Vajra of Buddhism earlier than him. That would be a fatal threat to his status as the son of God, and he had to guard against it. At this time, Fang Xing turned a deaf ear to his sarcasm. His expression was solemn, and he looked around fiercely, as if he was making a difficult decision. Later, he looked at the road to Buddhahood, and saw the black-robed Buddha, Huining, who was rapidly closing the distance between him and Xianxia. He finally made a decision, and turned to look at his friends. You wait here, Jin Liuzi, Sanger, follow me. He strode toward the west of the ancient temple, his steps firm, his eyes fierce. The great golden crow and Wu Sanger were slightly startled, but immediately followed. Their eyes were puzzled, but they did not say anything. What do you mean by destiny? I don't accept it. Fang Xing's eyes were about to spit fire, and there was a faint trace of heart-palpitating madness. Since you play so hard, then I'll play even harder with you. In such a huge ancient temple, only the area in front of the ancient temple was peaceful. The strange corpses did not dare to invade. It was safe to stay here. However, at this moment, Fang Xing was planning to leave with the great golden crow and Wu Sanger. It was better to leave as soon as possible. After making up his mind, he immediately used the ghost veil spell and the carefree body movement technique. He rushed into the surrounding strange corpses. Beside him, Li Hongyi and Chu Xi were also surprised. They did not know what he was going to do. There were countless strange corpses. Almost all the strange corpses in the ancient temple had gathered here. There was no end to them. Even though Fang Xing had extreme speed and moved like smoke, he could not fully display his skills. After all, he had brought Wu Sanger with him, which affected his body movement technique. Although the great golden crow was fast, he could not change his body movement technique. It was even harder for him to escape from the strange corpses. When he was unlucky, the feeling of helplessness came one after another. It was so difficult to even get out of the strange corpses. Fang Xing even felt a sense of despair. He waved the saber in his hand crazily. A feeling of being wronged rose in his heart. Has this little devil lost his mind? The cultivators of the Pure Land looked at each other. They did not know what Fang Xing wanted to do. He actually took the initiative to rush into the strange corpses. Why should we care about him? No matter how many tricks he has, we just need to stay here and wait for the Arhat to achieve enlightenment. The Centaur race's divine son sneered. He was relaxed. Now that the Arhat was about to achieve enlightenment, they did not want to provoke Fang Xing. I don't think he can get out. Maybe he will be killed by the strange corpses. Bai Mingxiao looked at him coldly. His eyes were filled with coldness. Why do we have to do this? The Arhat is about to achieve enlightenment. If we cause trouble, it might cause more problems, Bai Mingqingdi said hurriedly. The other Pure Land cultivators, Zhu Xiao, nodded their heads. The little devil was obviously crazy. He was shouting and screaming in the strange corpses. Who would want to provoke him? He, Bai Mingxiao only glanced at Bai Mingqingdi, smiled coldly, and did not speak again. He's used to carrying everything by himself. Chu Xi looked at Fang Xing, who had been trapped by the zombies before he could get far. Her eyes were haggard as she looked at Zhu Xiao. This bastard has always been arrogant. Today, we'll let him know that we aren't that much weaker than him. Wang Qiong harumphed coldly and stepped forward with 2 wheels in her hands. Zhu Xiao glanced at each other and reached an agreement. Their eyes were filled with coldness. Looks like we still need help, just as Fang Xing, the Great Golden Crow, and Wu Sanger were having a hard time dealing with the strange corpses. A big stick rushed over and smashed a bunch of strange corpses, creating a gap for them. It was Kong Er. Little ancestor, where are you going? We'll help you. The Golden Wing Little Peking also rushed over. He waved his spear and helped Fang Xing open a path. Whoosh, a green spear pierced through one of the strange corpses beside Fang Xing, and it roared in anger as it was forced to retreat. Han Ning, who had just woken up, also rushed over with his spear. His face was pale, but his eyes were unusually calm. I heard anxiety and despair in your voice. If you can't do it alone, we'll help you. Why do you have to do this? Damn it, alright. If that's the case, let's go together. Fang Xing turned his head and saw Kong Er, Little Peking, Shu Daozi, Wang Qiong, Li Hongyi, Li Ying, Chu Xi who was riding on the green donkey, and Han Ning who had just woken up. They had all charged towards him without saying a word. There was no need for him to be courteous. He knew that this journey was dangerous and did not want them to take the risk. However, since they had all charged over, he was not a pretentious person. Hence, he led them and formed an arrow-shaped formation. He would lead the way while those who were enveloped in Buddha's light charged towards the place where there were fewer strange corpses. Little bandit, what are you going to do? The big golden crow yelled at the top of his lungs, give me an explanation first. Fang Xing rushed at the front. His body was covered in Buddha's aura. The dragon pattern ominous saber was invincible. The pilgrimage cauldron floated above his head and circulated Taoist connotation, protecting everyone around him. Hearing the great golden crow's question, he did not even turn his head. He replied in a low voice, I'm going to destroy this broken temple. What? The great golden crow was confused. He did not understand what Fang Xing meant. It's simple. I'm going to destroy this old temple. As Fang Xing rushed forward, his expression was calm, but there was an indescribable fierceness in him. He shouted in a low voice, since it is already destined that my junior brother Xianxia is destined to be a stepping stone for others on the road to Buddhahood, then I might as well destroy the road to Buddhahood. I want to see how the Arhat can become Buddhahood and refine my junior brother Xianxia without the road to Buddhahood. Since they want the throne, then I'll burn down their throne room. He replied in a cold voice as he dashed forward, but the content of his words shocked the surrounding cultivators. How to destroy it, Wu Sanger mumbled to himself after a long while. The great golden crow looked at Fang Xing with more concern. Little bandit, you're not talking nonsense because you're too angry, are you? He looked blankly at the layers of palaces around him, as well as the tide of strange corpses. He was at a loss. How are you going to destroy such a large old temple? You'll have to demolish them one by one. It'll take you at least a month. And even if you burn down all these halls, you won't be able to help the little monk at all. Li Hongyi and the others nodded in agreement. They felt that the great golden crow was right. At this moment, they even somewhat regretted following Fang Xing out. They should have stopped him. Usually, they trusted Fang Xing too much. That was why they disregarded everything and rushed over with him. But now, after listening to his plan, they discovered that what he wanted to do was too ridiculous. It was almost impossible. At this moment, he seemed to have lost his mind from anger and was doing something impulsive. I only understand one principle, and that is to build a house, you must lay a good foundation. In front of Zhu Xiu's astonished eyes, Fangxing actually answered very seriously. Similarly, it's impossible for this ancient temple to have no foundation. Furthermore, there's clearly no sign of life in this temple. On the road to Buddhahood, there are endless illusions and Buddhas appearing. How could all of these be born out of thin air? How could it be produced just by talking about it? In the ancient temple, there must be a great formation that can operate for 10,000 years to maintain all of this. That does make sense, Li Hongyi said calmly. In the ancient times, there were doctrines that were destroyed and reappeared tens of thousands of years later. The remnants of the array are still functioning. That is because the person who set up the array back then was channeling the energy of the mountains and rivers, allowing the array to have an endless supply of energy. Before this, we have stayed here for more than a month, and we have already explored most of the ancient temple. There were indeed countless arrays in the past, but now more than half of them have been destroyed. Only the illusory array in the ancient temple is still intact. This is also the reason why we deduced that it is the only way out. But. The more she spoke, the more confused she became. Even if we want to destroy it, where do we start? Destroying the array is very easy. I once saw a secret technique of the Biming family. It is completely different from how you usually destroy arrays. Directly extract the array source, and the array will self-destruct. Now, we don't need to investigate how the mysterious array in the ancient temple works. Fangxing was determined. Directly find his array source, and then extract it. So he is actually serious. When the cultivators heard this, they could not help but feel confused and fearful. On the other hand, the great golden crow was slightly excited. We can do this, but where is the array source? Fangxing said seriously. I have thought about it just now. This ancient temple appears in the void, and does not have a fixed location. It is obvious that it is not like a normal array that connects the mountains and rivers, but a world of its own. Therefore, there must be a core of the array source in this ancient temple. Based on my guess, this ancient temple will appear once in a while at the place where the earth veins converge. It should be absorbing the power of the earth veins to replenish the array source. As long as we can find the array source, I don't believe that we can't think of a way to destroy it. You're right, it's just that, this is the Buddhist sect's welcoming ancient temple. You've heard it too, it's said that it's a treasured place related to the Western Heaven realm 10,000 years ago. Even if there's an array, it's a great array that was set up by the Buddhist sect's great divine power back then. There must be countless restrictions to maintain the operation of this great array. With our abilities, how could we destroy the core great array of such a treasured place? A person cried out with a mournful face. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. It was the shadowless mountain rat Daozi. Damn it, why was he so stupid to follow this little devil to save him? This group of people were simply lunatics. They actually wanted to destroy a sacred Buddhist place related to the Western Heaven realm? What treasured place? It is just a broken temple. Fangxing showed disdain. It is already so rotten. The treasured Buddhist scriptures and Buddha statues are all rotten beyond recognition. How long has it been since anyone took care of it? It is said to be a Buddhist place, but even the strange corpses are running around. It is not difficult to guess that the original restrictions of this ancient temple have long been destroyed. If it was really a Buddhist place connected to the Western Heaven realm, there would naturally be a Bodhi strong man to drive the operation of the great array and maintain it at a fixed time. If someone came to break in, there would definitely be protector arhats to stop them. But now, this broken temple has been uninhabited for 10,000 years. No matter how strong a magic weapon is, after 10,000 years, it will become a piece of scrap iron. This kind of place that is maintained by a great array cannot withstand the ravages of time. I estimate that the remaining power is not even 10% of what it was 10,000 years ago. We are not stupid, can't we even tear down such a broken temple? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. He gave another example. It is like the imperial palace in the mortal world is heavily guarded. Ordinary people will die if they go to take a look. But if there is not even a guard in the imperial palace, would you not dare to go in and kill the old man next to the emperor? He did not know why, but after listening to his words, Zhu Xiu, who had a heavy heart, had a trace of hope. But how much karma would it be to destroy this sacred Buddhist place? He was just a golden core cultivator, and he wanted to destroy the Buddhist holy land of welcome. How daring was he? When Zhu Xiu thought of this question, even he himself felt that it was ridiculous. However, after hearing Fang Xing's nonchalant words, they couldn't help but have a feeling. Maybe, this ancient Buddhist temple could really be destroyed. The bandit was right. The Buddhist land of 10,000 years ago was not to be trifled with. It was not something that people with their cultivation could touch. However, how could they not destroy this broken temple that had been on the brink of death for 10,000 years? After all, this ancient temple was far too dilapidated. It was so dilapidated to the point where it would collapse with a single blow from someone. Taking a closer look at the surroundings, there were traces of battle everywhere. It could be seen that before this ancient temple was abandoned, it had already experienced a series of battles. Time was mottled, decaying all things. It was heavily damaged, and it had not been visited for 10,000 years. This ancient temple should have collapsed by itself, right? It was not hard to imagine that even if the array did not collapse, it must be extremely fragile. Alright, we will listen to you. Even if it's a dangerous place, I will help you. The big golden crow was the first to cry out excitedly. He raised his wings and claws to support Fang Xing's suggestion. His two round eyes shone brightly. Let's not talk about anything else. If we can break the great formation of the receiving ancient temple, then I, the big golden lord, can be considered the first person in history. The other Zhu Xiu's heart sank. Some of them were secretly excited. This was a treasure land that was related to the Western Heavenly Realm. Now, they were actually discussing how to destroy it. Damn it, I am too daring. I will help you. Me too. We can't not join in the fun. Let's do it. After a moment of silence, Zhu Xiu agreed. His slightly nervous voice contained a bit of ambition and excitement. Xu Daozi was about to cry. What kind of people are they? Once they decided to destroy the ancient temple, even the donkey was excitedly kicking its hind legs. Alright, the first step is to locate the core of the ancient temple. There was no time to lose. Since the decision had been made, there was no time to waste. The great golden crow flew up into the air and looked into the distance. It used both of its claws to identify the path of the surrounding Buddhist halls. Then, its eyes shone brightly and it began to calculate quickly. This guide ancient temple used to be a path of guidance, and there weren't many monks cultivating here. Why were there so many Buddhist halls built here? In fact, it was very simple. In the eyes of these people who were familiar with the core meaning of the formation, every hall and passageway had its own direction and purpose. It was like a formation flag with a Buddha statue inside, guarding an area, causing the formation chi to connect together, forming a large formation that had been operating for tens of thousands of years. At this time, it was not difficult for them to deduce the location of the array source by following the direction of the temple and the passageway. In the southeast direction, after a long while, the great golden crow was still trying to figure it out. Then Wu Sang'er's hesitant voice rang out, pointing timidly at a spot. Even her expression was a little frightened and hesitant, as if she hadn't expected that she would really be able to figure it out. Moreover, after calculating the result, he could not help but look at Fang Xing with a faint sense of admiration. If it's there, Fang Xing also looked in that direction. He took a deep breath and secretly activated the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror. Ever since he had formed his golden core, he had never activated this treasure with all his strength. At this time, as he continuously activated the mirror, he saw countless strange runes flowing rapidly in his eyes. The world in front of him was also constantly changing. First, it was ordinary Buddhist halls and stones. Then, he saw endless formation chi connected, and finally, he saw endless evil energy gathering in the sky. It's that lotus pond. Fang Xing's eyes suddenly flickered and fell on a withered pond between the Buddhist halls. The pond was about 100 feet wide, and it was full of withered lotus flowers, like lonely ghosts that had lived here for thousands of years. The pond was originally a spiritual pond, but now it had been contaminated by evil energy and had become a ghostly place. The evil energy was so heavy that even the surroundings were covered with layers of frost. Boom. 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 When the cultivators saw the lotus pond, they immediately rushed in that direction. The strange corpses in the ancient temple were originally everywhere. But after Xianxia and Huining entered the ancient temple, these strange corpses seemed to have sensed it and gathered outside the temple, eyeing them covetously. When Fangxing and the others rushed out, they were blocked by the strange corpses. But after rushing out of the encirclement, there were fewer and fewer corpses around them. Now that they were rushing towards the lotus pond, the strange corpses around them seemed to have sensed some gloomy aura in the pond and actually stopped quietly. This lotus pond is at the eye of the ancient temple's formation, just like the eye of an ordinary formation. If I'm not wrong, this lotus pond must lead to the suspended formation at the bottom of the ancient temple, which is also the formation that maintains the operation of the entire ancient temple. Wu Sanger came to this place and came to a conclusion after another round of deduction. In other words, if we want to enter the formation of the ancient temple, we must first enter the lotus pond. Fangxing pondered for a moment and swept his gaze across the area. Now that he was closer, he could feel the strange coldness of the water in the lotus pond. It was as if it had materialized into a baleful aura. It could be said that the baleful aura in this lotus pond was even stronger than that of the strange corpses. Ordinary people would be frozen by the coldness of the water if they just got close to it, let alone entering the pond. "Little bandit, are you really going in?" The great golden crow looked at the pond. Even though it was so vigorous, it couldn't help but shiver. "Will I die?" "I didn't say I was going in." Fangxing had a strange look in his eyes as he said casually. The great golden crow was stunned. "Then why are you breaking the formation?" Fangxing cracked his fingers and said, let's go in together, f*ck. Hearing this, the big golden crow was frightened. It turned around and was about to escape, but Fangxing laughed. He flew up and grabbed one of its claws. Then, he used a strange force in his arms and pulled the big golden crow back. Then, he threw the big golden crow into the pond and jumped in. It suddenly plunged into the water, popped its head out again, and looked up. He was a little shy and didn't want to ask for help. But his pitiful eyes showed that he wanted someone to come down and help. There's nothing to be afraid of." The big golden crow also popped its head out, but it felt that the pond water couldn't hurt it at all, so it was relieved. It flapped its wings and paws and swam one round in the lotus pond like a dog paddling. It shouted towards the top, "It's so comfortable. You guys come down and try it too." But looking at his sneaky look, it was obvious that he wanted to trick a few more people down. "Hee, don't worry, bandit boss. I have 9 lives of ghosts and I'm not afraid of the water. I'll go with you." Li Ying grinned and jumped into the pool, letting out a comfortable moan. The great golden crow was stunned. Compared to him, Li Ying was really not afraid of the murderous aura in the pond. "We've both taken the Bodhi seed and refined it. We can resist the water in the pond." Li Hongyi and Haning looked at each other and walked towards the pond. They had just woken up not long ago. Their faces were pale and their bodies were weak. But when they came to the edge of the pond, they were forced by the murderous aura in the pond. Their bodies glowed with Buddha light. It was as if the murderous aura in the pond helped them refine the Bodhi seed in their bodies. They also knew that this was a dangerous trip. The more people they had, the better. So they didn't waste any more time and dove into the pond. "Okay, you guys wait. Great-grandson and Big Monkey, help me protect them. Wait for our news." Fangxing was in a good mood. He smiled and was about to dive in. Only the few of them could resist the water in the pond. The others, regardless of their cultivation, would not be able to enter the pond without the protection of Buddha. "I'll give them a hand too." Right at this moment, Wang Qiong suddenly started laughing, and she held the wheels in her hands as she directly leaped into the pool. As soon as she entered the pool, the green and red wheels instantly transformed into 2 strands of green and red energy that coiled around her and kept the gloomy lake water outside. Moreover, she lightly heaved a sigh of relief and said indifferently, "I obtained these wind-fire wheels from an ancient temple when I was young, and they're able to help me resist baleful qi as well." Everyone knew that her weapons were a pair of wheels, but they didn't know where they came from. Now that she said it, they knew that it was related to Buddhism. But they wouldn't reject her. In fact, this was a dangerous trip. The more people who went, the better. Sanger, you can't resist the murderous aura. You don't have to follow us. Use this scripture to observe the array formation inside and help us push the pond. Fangxing agreed with a smile. He threw an ancient scripture over. It was the secret scripture of Buddhism, the Buddha visualization scripture. Wu Sanger's attainments in array formation were even better than the great golden crow's. She was a force to be reckoned with. Unfortunately, she couldn't resist the murderous aura. Even if she ate the Bodhi fruit, she wouldn't be able to refine it in time. She could only use this method to push the pond. Wu Sanger took it and nodded. Then she said, "If there's something, how should I tell you?" Chu Xi pinched her fingers together and transformed into a sword spirit. She flew nimbly to Fang Xing's side and said, "Let my sword spirit follow little Nine down. If Sister Sanger has anything to say, just tell me. My sword spirit and I are connected by heart and soul, so we can communicate even from thousands of miles away." "That's great." Everyone looked at each other and didn't say much. Then, they went their separate ways. The Great Golden Crow, Li Hongyi, Li Ying, Han Ying, and Wang Qiong accompanied Fang Xing to destroy the array formation. Wu Sanger stayed at the edge of the lotus pond and used the Buddha visualization scripture to check the array formation core. Chu Xi used the sword spirit to communicate with Fang Xing. Little Peking, Kong Kong and Shadowless Mountain Rat Daozi stayed at the edge of the pond to protect the two girls who weren't strong enough. The pond water was cold and unfathomable. It was as if it could freeze one's bones. But Fang Xing was excited. For some unknown reason, the thought of destroying this sacred place of Buddhism made him inexplicably excited. That lotus pond seemed to be no more than 1,000 feet in circumference and was filled with withered lotus flowers. However, the pond water was surprisingly deep. Fang Xing, the Great Golden Crow, Li Hongyi, Li Ying, Han Ying, Wang Qiong and the others were all cultivators and could dive down with their breath. Their speed was extremely fast, but it still took them about half an hour to reach the bottom of the pond. Then, the Great Golden Crow searched the bottom of the pond and found a monument of two boundaries in the southwest of the bottom of the pond. Then, they surrounded it and poured their mana into it. Immediately, the world spun, the cold and gloomy pond water disappeared, and a strange land of the netherworld appeared in front of his eyes. It was unknown how vast the space was, and the boundaries were unknown. In the sky, there were 6 huge statues that reached the heavens above and the netherworld below. At the same time, they stretched out their palms and pressed towards the center, protecting the sea of runes at the center. Among the 6 huge statues, one of them had a crown on his head. His aura was like that of the sky, and his body was surrounded by stars, giving off an unfathomable aura. A square, wide, and majestic ancient sword hung from his waist. His aura was dense, as if it represented the irresistible power of the heavens. This statue was facing the east and west, facing Fang Xing and the others. His eyes were indifferent and emotionless, as if they were eternally unchanging, looking at the heavens coldly. The second person was dressed in a cotton robe. He was clear and bright, full of vigor. His eyes were clear and bright, and his brows were tightly furrowed. He was determined and clear. His left eye was filled with wisdom, but his right eye was confused. His left hand was stretched forward, pressing on the sea of runes that vaguely appeared in the shape of a lotus. His right hand, however, was clenched into a fist and kept at his waist, as if he was holding on to something tightly and would never let go. The third person had a strange appearance. He had 9 heads and 4 arms, and a long tongue stuck out from his mouth, curling in the air. A long tail grew out from his back, sweeping like a whip. His legs were covered with scales, and his toes were full of barbs. His appearance was ferocious, bloodthirsty, and ferocious. His expression was wrinkled, as if he was in pain, but his eyes were calm and gentle. The fourth person had a hunched back and a flattened chest. His abdomen was bulging, and his veins were exposed, as if they were about to explode. His ribs were protruding bit by bit, as if he had been starving for hundreds of years. His eyes were filled with ferocity, and his gaze was unfocused, as if he had seen everything in his eyes. His greedy appearance made it seem as if he wanted to swallow the entire world into his stomach, but he was still not satisfied. As for the fifth person, he was born with 2 faces. One was a man, and the other was a woman. The woman was as beautiful as a fairy, and she held a bottle in her hand. Within the bottle, there was a lotus that was slowly blooming. The man was as fierce as a ghost, and there was a long snake coiling around him. His mouth was wide open, and he looked extremely ferocious. And this appearance, no matter if it was a man or a woman, had a resolute gaze, and they looked straight ahead. Their robes fluttered in the wind, and they seemed elegant yet cold. The sixth person was a towering man with a tall crown on his head. He was tall and sturdy, and he wore a long robe. His robe was covered with the patterns of mountains and rivers. His left palm was pressed forward, protecting the lotus-shaped sea of symbols, and his right hand was pressing down. Shockingly, there was a cage floating in the air below his palm, and within the cage, countless evil spirits were struggling with all their might, and they were anxious to squeeze out. What was even more terrifying was that a corner of the cage had been broken. It was these 6 statues that protected the lotus sea together, and they also suppressed the surrounding space. They were both dignified and sacred. These are the statues of the 6 Daos. Li Hongyi gazed into the distance, and his expression gradually changed. He explained in a low voice, I have read the scriptures in order to dispel the evil aura of the ghost kingdom, and to restrain the evil aura in my younger brother's body. I have read that the western heavenly realm of Buddhism was divided into 6 Daos, namely, the immortal Tao, the all-beings Tao, the demon Tao, the Asura Tao, the hungry ghost Tao, and the hell Tao. There are not really 6 Daos, but they represent 6 different concepts, and they encompass all living beings in the world. From what I can see, these 6 statues are in line with the 6 Daos recorded in the Buddhist scriptures, and they are the incarnations of the 6 Daos. Since they are related to Buddhism, it seems that I have come to the right place. Feng Xing looked to the side, and then at the great golden crow beside him. The great golden crow was usually glib, and he would never drop the ball at the crucial moment. At this time, he had already spread his wings, turned into a golden light, and circled around the area. The 2 claws under his abdomen were calculating rapidly, and he returned to Feng Xing's side. He said in a low voice, if you are right, this is the outer area of the ancient temple's core array. Unlike the Taoist array, which uses 8 as the foundation, the Buddhist array was developed by Dipankara Zen master to the extreme, and he used 6 as the foundation. These 6 statues happen to form a Buddhist array, and it is not an outer array, but an outer array that protects the sea of lotus-shaped runes. If you want to enter, you must first break this outer array. How do we break it? Feng Xing asked directly, and he was too lazy to listen to the theory of the array. The great golden crow said, tell me the pattern of this array. Feng Xing nodded, and activated the yin-yang godly demon mirror. Countless runes flashed in his eyes, and he said, the pattern of the celestial path god statue is from north to south, and the pattern of the all-beings path god statue is from west to east. Strange, every pattern is across the void, and there are very few changes. This is a little difficult. The great golden crow frowned. This is the death array space lock technique. Everyone around him frowned, and Li Ying scolded, stop showing off, hurry up and tell us. The great golden crow said, what do I have to say? This kind of array is the most troublesome. Normal arrays have countless changes, and they are always different. They are mysterious and complicated, but in order to allow the array to run, there must be a chance of survival. However, this kind of death array is different. It directly uses divine energy to seal and suppress, leaving no gaps. To put it simply, one is like a chain of 9 rings, and the other is like a big iron lock. Feng Xing said, even if it's an iron lock, it has to be broken. The great golden crow said, of course I know, but this lock is not easy to break, unless, at that moment, the golden sword spirit floating beside Feng Xing buzzed, and the strange metallic vibrations formed a person's voice. Brother 9, Sister Sanger said that to break this kind of array, you cannot just rely on deduction. You have to fight it head-on. This is an array outside the array. If you want to enter the sea of runes inside the array, you have to cut off the divine energy of the 6 statues at the same time. She suggested that the 6 of you split up, and each person will go to one statue. Find a way to cut off the divine energy, and then you will have the opportunity to enter the sea of runes inside. The cultivators heard this and looked at the great golden crow. The great golden crow's eyes darkened, and he said in a hoarse voice, this is the only way. Let's split up. Everyone knew that this trip was dangerous, but they also knew that the situation was urgent. They did not know when the little monk Xianxia would be refined. Since they were already here, there was no reason for them to retreat. So they threw away all distracting thoughts and nodded at the same time, and looked at the 6 statues. Haha, I can tell that the hungry ghost Taoist statue is fated to be with me. Don't fight with me. Unexpectedly, Li Ying was the first to laugh. He looked proud and was about to fly directly toward the hungry ghost Taoist statue. Whoosh! At that moment, Li Hongyi suddenly came over and reached out to slap Li Ying. Sister, why did you hit me again? Li Ying was startled, and wanted to shrink behind Feng Xing. But Li Hongyi only patted his shoulder and said, "Be careful, you can eat ghosts, but don't let them eat you." Li Ying was stunned. After a while, he nodded blankly and said, "Oh, got it." Li Hongyi also turned around and said, "The Hell God statue is suppressing evil ghosts. Let me go." The great golden crow rolled his eyes and said, "Isn't the Tao of demons referring to me? Then let me go." The other cultivators had no objections. Li Ying had a ghostly body of 9 lives, and was the most suitable person to deal with the hungry ghost Taoist statue. Li Hongyi, on the other hand, had suppressed her brother, who was an evil ghost, for so many years, and was familiar with dealing with the Hell God statue. The Great Golden Crow was the only demon among them, and no one was more suitable for the Tao of demons than him. These 3 did not even need to consider, "That Azure God statue is extraordinary, let me go kill it." Hanning also spoke at this moment. He held onto his spear and was filled with confidence. However, Wang Qiong flashed over and blocked in front of him. She said indifferently, "I feel that the Azure God statue is very similar to my state of mind. It's probably fate. I'll go. Then I'll choose another one." Hanning looked at Wang Qiong, and after a moment of silence, he did not argue, and quietly looked at the remaining 2 statues. "I don't like the Immortal Realm God statue. It looks like it needs a beating. Let me go, you choose the other one." Feng Xing's reply was even more direct, and he directly left the path of all-being statue to Hanning. When the other cultivators heard this, they smiled but did not say anything. They naturally knew that Feng Xing's words were funny, but in reality, he was also considering the strength of the 6 statues. Although they did not know if the 6 statues were as strong as the legends said, but if they were, then the Immortal Realm God statue, known as the head of the 6 paths, was naturally the strongest, and it would be the most dangerous to cut off the God statue's God power. Whatever. Hanning could not be bothered to argue. He knew that this was not the time to argue, but he could not help but reply, "I am not the weakest here." The other cultivators rolled their eyes at him, thinking, "Why is he acting like a tsundere at this time? If that's the case, then let's go. Remember, finish this quickly, the faster the better." Feng Xing shouted, and then the 6 of them flew up at the same time, turned into 6 rays of divine light, and went straight towards the 6 statues. Feng Xing rushed straight towards the Immortal Realm God statue that was facing him, and the closer he got, the more he felt that the statue was huge. In front of him, he felt like he was only the size of a fly. When he flew to the forehead of the statue, he realized that he was not even as big as a pearl outlined on the crown on the statue's head. However, at this time, he saw that in the center of the statue's forehead, there was a small bright mirror. The bright mirror was enshrouded in light, and it was as calm as a celestial lake, and it was slowly reflecting his figure, showing off his handsome features. "What a handsome young man." Feng Xing looked at the man in the mirror, who was wearing a black, tattered monk robe, and had messy hair, and turned his body in satisfaction. The heavenly Tao is vast, there are loopholes but no loopholes. Just as Feng Xing flew to the forehead of the deity statue and subconsciously admired his reflection in the mirror, a deafening sound suddenly rang out in his ears. At the same time, changes suddenly occurred in the mirror. He saw his reflection in the mirror shrinking rapidly, turning into the appearance of a 3- or 4-year-old boy. The environment he was in was also different. He was crouching beside a chicken coop, grabbing an old hen that was laying eggs, twisting its neck and running away. Where did this little bastard come from? How dare he steal our old hen that laid eggs? Behind him, a woman in ragged clothes rushed out with a kitchen knife in hand, cursing loudly as she chased after him. Why are the embarrassing things of my childhood being dug up? Feng Xing was also stunned when he saw this. The mirror was actually showing him stealing a chicken when he was young. Before he could finish his thought, he realized that his reflection in the mirror had grown up a little. He was digging a trap with his buttocks bent over, and then he put in the claws of wild beasts, caltrops, and other objects. He even covered it with soil and withered leaves. Later, he lured a strong farmer over and watched as he fell into the trap and broke one of his legs. He then clapped his hands and laughed heartily, even beating up his son. Fang Xing's expression became strange. This was also true. It was exactly what he had done when he was young. After that, the scene continued to change. Shockingly, it was all the things in his heart. Swindling a donkey, killing and robbing, all of them appeared. Even many things that he had forgotten also appeared in the mirror. It was as if all the memories in his heart had been dug out. And in this process, Fang Xing gradually felt that his spirit was being pulled into the mirror. He gradually became confused, and the pressure on his body gradually increased. The heavenly Tao is vast, there are loopholes but no loopholes, that voice rang out again. At the same time, Fang Xing saw more and more iron chains wrapping around his body in the mirror. It was as if he was bound by fate. He saw a peasant family starving because they had lost the hen that laid eggs. At the same time, he felt even more hungry in his stomach. It was empty, and the fire of hunger was burning his body. He saw the image of the farmer's leg in the mirror and felt a sharp pain in his leg, as if it was broken. He saw the image of a rich young master being stabbed to the ground by his knife in the mirror, and he felt as if a knife was being twisted in his chest. The endless fruits of sin fell upon his body. The sins he had committed in the past were now coming back one after another. Fang Xing, do you know your crimes? It was as if the great Tao of sin had come to judge him. An earth-shattering roar shook his divine soul. At this moment, Fang Xing was sweating profusely, as if he was about to be tortured by all kinds of pain to the point that he could not stand steadily. Even his divine soul felt confused. He felt that he was guilty. He felt that he had done so many wrong things and now he deserved it. He just wanted to bow down and admit his mistakes in order to repent. However, the obsession in his heart made Fang Xing stand still. He gritted his teeth, and his eyes were burning with anger. I admit my crimes. Fang Xing used almost all the strength in his body. He suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, looking at the vast void above his head. You have committed countless sins. Today, the heavenly Tao has descended to judge all living beings. Your sins have returned, and you still refuse to admit your crimes? There was a loud shout in his ears, as if it was the Buddhist voice of the heavenly Tao, interrogating his soul. If you say that I am guilty, then I am guilty. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Fang Xing was filled with anger. He did not know where the voice came from, so he simply cursed at the sky above his head. You stole other people's birds and caused harm to others, mother ***, so what if I stole their hen? At that time, our ghost Smoke Valley was surrounded by soldiers, and we couldn't even drink porridge. My uncle led the army to resist them with an empty stomach. I sneaked out and stole a hen. I ate 2 drumsticks and gave the butt to my uncle to fill his stomach. Am I guilty? Why do you say that I am guilty? Why don't you say that their hen is not fat enough? The voice obviously paused for a moment. You are cruel and ruthless. You dug a trap and broke a farmer's leg, ***. I only saw that I had broken his leg. How could you not have seen that he, a grown man, stood up for his son and chased after me and kicked me into the river? How could you not have seen that bastard secretly dug up the embankment to water his own fields, leaving the lowly people with no water to irrigate their fields? I also know that bastard slept with widow Zhang at the entrance of the village and hasn't paid her yet. The voice paused for a moment and sounded again. You killed people on the street, blood splashed 5 steps. ***. If you don't kill me, you will be waiting to be beaten to death by their evil servants. After a round of interrogation, not only did Fang Xing not admit his crime, he became angrier and angrier. His mouth was full of reasons, and he directly scolded, don't pretend to be a big shot in front of me. Do you really think that I don't know your messy Tao? You are just an illusion supernatural power. How can you represent the heavenly Tao? Obediently tuck your tail between your legs and take it back. Otherwise, I will smash you into pieces. The heavenly Tao is vast, there are loopholes but no loopholes, the voice sounded coldly. You despise the heavenly Tao. You deserve to die. If there is a heavenly Tao, it is the first to die. All living beings are sinless. They just want to live better. To do anything for one's own selfish desires is a big crime. If selfish desires are sinful, why does the heavenly Tao allow people to have selfish desires? Fang Xing's rage grew stronger and stronger, and in the end, he suddenly let out a fierce roar. His entire body shook, and the iron chains on his body were shockingly broken by the nameless flames on his body, breaking into pieces bit by bit. He was enraged like a madman, and he moved forward with all his might, smashing towards the mirror. But it was also at this moment that an endless illusion appeared before his eyes, and he shockingly saw a god that was 30 meters tall slashing towards him. That slash was earth-shattering. It was like the pressure of heaven and earth, and there was no way to avoid it. All living beings are sinners. If you don't repent, you will be destroyed. The voice resounded through the heavens, rolling like the sound of heaven, suppressing all living beings. Go to hell, Fangxing roared. He knew that he was no match for the opponent, but he couldn't help but swing his saber. The heavenly Tao is heartless, so all living beings are sinless. If you condemn all living beings as sinners, it means that you are not the heavenly Tao. Boom. The difference between his saber and the sword slash of the heavenly god was too great. It was like an ant against a giant elephant. But just as Fangxing shouted out his reasoning, something strange happened. In his knowledge sea, there was a misty area, where many strange treasures were hidden. They were all lying dormant, and were rarely seen. But when Fangxing slashed out with his saber and shouted out, he seemed to have touched upon some kind of concept, causing something in the mist to awaken. It was a ray of sword light. It was ethereal and unfathomable, and seemed to represent some kind of supreme principle of heaven and earth. It was the heavenly will sword light that had been lying dormant in the misty area of Fangxing's knowledge sea after he had refined the profound coffin decapitation image. As Fangxing slashed out with his saber, the ray of sword light actually awakened. In the blink of an eye, it traversed the void like an antelope hanging its horn, traceless, but just as the ray of sword light flashed, a crack appeared on the forehead of the heavenly god. From that crack, cracks gradually spread out like a spider's web, quickly covering his entire body. Rumble. When the heavenly god took one last look, there was a loud rumble, and the entire illusion completely collapsed. On the other hand, Fangxing suddenly awoke at this moment as well. He raised his eyes and swept his gaze around, and his expression instantly changed greatly. To his shock, he saw that the mirror at the center of the forehead of the incomparably enormous statue before him had already become dim and lusterless, whereas the entire body of the statue was crumbling bit by bit, transforming into boundless dust that dissipated into the air. In the end, only the mirror remained, and it transformed into divine light that silently flew towards Fangxing. That's it? Fangxing was very surprised, and he subconsciously reached out to catch it. That thing seemed to want to burrow into his body, but at that moment, a faint ray of sword light appeared between his eyebrows, illuminating the void, and the mirror that wanted to fly towards him suddenly shook, as if two invisible forces had collided. That feeling was extremely strange, as if there were two completely different principles, water and fire, that could never be intertwined. After the collision, the divine light that the mirror had turned into paused in the air, and the divine light dissipated. It actually turned into a jade mirror, and lightly fell into Fangxing's hands. Fangxing was stunned as well. He lowered his head to look, yet he saw that it was sparkling, translucent, and clean, without a speck of dust. It reflected the slightest hair on one's body, and it was indeed a precious mirror that was difficult to see in the mortal world. When he lowered his head to look, he could faintly see the words celestial reflecting mirror appear on the surface of the mirror. A mirror actually dropped. What is it used for? Fangxing held the mirror, slightly stunned. He looked around and found that at this moment, Li Hongyi, Li Ying, Han Ying, Wang Qiong, the Great Golden Crow, and the others were all floating in front of a statue, their eyes closed, deep in thought. They seemed to be experiencing some kind of illusion. He himself was the fastest person to escape from the illusion. Brother Little Nine, Sister Sanger said that there is no time to think, and she wants you to take this opportunity to immediately rush to the Sea of Runes. In the next second, Chu Si's voice sounded again, hurriedly urging. In fact, even without her reminder, Fangxing had already realized that this was a rare opportunity. Originally, to break this array, he should have cut off all the connections between the 6 statues, but no one expected that after he broke the statue would actually collapse, and the divine power of the other statues was being blocked by the Great Golden Crow and the others. This also caused a rare gap to appear in the array outside the array. And taking advantage of this gap, he could take the opportunity to escape to the Sea of Runes. Swoosh! Fangxing practically didn't have any time to consider before he put away the mirror and flew towards the sea of talisman markings that were shaped like a lotus flower, and a wisp of seriousness appeared in his eyes. There's still time. So long as I destroy this sea of talisman markings, then the little monk can be saved. From afar, the sea of talisman markings looked like a lotus, and it was formed from countless talisman markings that fluctuated indeterminately. At first glance, it seemed like the Milky Way in the sky, and it contained the brilliance of countless stars. However, at this moment, the sea of talisman markings that should be incomparably divine seemed to have condensed a boundless baleful aura, and its entire body was pitch black like ink, and it carried a ghastly and strange aura. At first glance, it felt as if this sea of talisman markings was simply like a black vortex that was extremely dense with baleful aura, and within the vortex, divine talisman markings flickered. It should have been the supreme formation of the Buddhist sect, but now it's like a ghost cave in the netherworld. Fangxing flew straight towards the sea of runes. When he got close, he felt the formation in front of him that was soft on the outside but fierce on the inside. He did not dare to approach it casually, and stopped to observe. He frowned slightly and sighed softly. He could feel that there were countless phantoms in the sea of runes. There were the skeleton monks that he had seen before comprehending the Tao, the blood-clothed bodhisattva killing demons, and even countless monks who had put down their scriptures, raised their butcher knives, and roared as they charged forward to kill. There were all kinds of phantoms, and it was bloody and terrifying. Eh? That's... With a glance, Fangxing saw countless phantoms. He could not distinguish them at all, and felt as if he was about to vomit. However, he hurriedly closed his eyes and shook his head. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the figures of two people inside the sea of runes. Who else could it be but Xianxia and the black-robed Buddha of the Paramitha temple, Huining? The two of them seemed to have shrunk countless times, as if they had been placed into the sea of runes. They were walking along a certain twisting path at the core of the sea of runes. The countless phantoms in the surroundings all surged towards them. As expected, I found the right place. This sea of runes is the core of the ancient temple's array. Fangxing's eyebrows trembled. He knew that he had found the right place. The Xianxia and Huining he saw now were not illusions, but soul projections. The scene in the sea of runes was what the two of them were experiencing in the ancient temple above. Now it seemed that their situation was clear at a glance. The path in the core of the sea of runes was full of illusions, and Xianxia had now walked through about 4/5 of the illusions. Huining had also caught up and walked through about 3/4 of the illusions. He was already very close to Xianxia, and the advantage he had left before was almost gone. However, Huining was no longer as powerful as he was at the beginning, and he was obviously much slower. In this sea of runes, one could not hear what the two of them were saying. They could only see that their expressions were unusually grave. Even Huining, whose expression had always been indifferent, was frowning at this moment. No one knew what he was thinking. Fortunately, we came quickly. Otherwise, Xianxia and little monk would be in danger. Fangxing sighed in his heart. Looking at the situation, it was only a matter of time before Huining surpassed the little monk. Although his speed had slowed down, he was still much faster than the little monk. Every illusion happened in a flash. However, after experiencing the illusion, he seemed to be deep in thought, which made his steps heavy. This gave the little monk Xianxia a chance of survival, and he had not been caught up for the time being. "Sanger, help me push him." Fangxing had no time to look closely and whispered, knowing that Wu Sanger could see him through the observing scripture. "Sister Sanger is pushing him." "Little Nine, don't worry." The sword spirit trembled and made the voice of Chu Ci, who also seemed very anxious. Fangxing took a deep breath. He also knew that this matter could not be rushed, so he forced himself to calm down and wait. But not long after, he suddenly heard an exclamation. It was the sword spirit. "Little Nine, it's not good. Sister Sanger, she is bleeding from 6 orifices. Obviously, she has consumed too much of her divine soul and can't hold on any longer." When Fangxing heard this, his heart was in his throat. "Please don't let Wu Sanger die before the little monk can be saved. Sister Sanger said that she is fine and will be fine after a short rest. But she said that the array in the Sea of Runes is too difficult to push. This array is called the Great Buddha Array. It contains countless karma and changes constantly, in accordance with the principles of Buddhism. There is no pause for a moment. This array is the same as the outer array of the 6 Tao arrays. The outer array was a death array that locked the void and remained motionless, suppressing the cycle of reincarnation. But this great Buddha array has pushed the changes to the extreme. Every rune is a change, and the overall changes have exceeded the limit. With the strength of her divine soul now, there is no way she can push through such a complicated array. What should we do? When Fangxing heard this, his heart could not help but sink. She had already come this far, but she still could not do it. In fact, when he thought about it, the great array set up by the great sage of Buddhism in the Western Heaven realm was probably beyond the realm of ordinary immortals. Even after 10,000 years, it was dilapidated. How could they, the juniors of the Golden Core realm, break through it? He had come up with this idea before because he was unwilling to admit defeat. There was no other way. After all, in his opinion, Wu Sanger and the Great Golden Crow were both geniuses in array techniques. Maybe they could help him do this, but now it seemed that he was still not strong enough. It was not that the Great Golden Crow or Wu Sanger were not strong enough. It was that his requirements were too high. But was it going to end here? Fangxing looked down at the core of the Sea of Runes, at the figures of Xianxia and Huining. Huining's speed was still faster than Xianxia's, and he was quickly guiding him. At this time, the little monk Xianxia was even crying, putting his palms together and walking slowly. The little monk is crying with fear. Fangxing was annoyed. He secretly made up his mind and looked at the Sea of Runes. It was also at this time, when he saw the Sea of Runes, that a bold idea suddenly arose in his heart. He had asked Wu Sanger to break through the array in order to discover the countless rules of the array power within the runes, so that he would not be immediately torn to pieces by the array power after breaking in. However, the array was really difficult to break through, so it was impossible for him to break in safely. But when he saw the Sea of Runes, Fangxing's heart suddenly moved slightly. What if I don't care about the array and break in directly? His eyes gradually turned cold. This is the core array of the ancient Buddhist temple. When it was first set up, it must guard against evil spirits and enemies, but it certainly won't target Buddhist disciples, right? Could it be that this Sea of Runes didn't need people to go in and inscribe the runes? And although I am called a devil, I am now a proper Buddhist guardian Vetra. I have the proper Buddhist Dharma to protect my body. If I carefully feel it, the power of the runes in the Great Buddha formation doesn't seem to hate me. More importantly, I have this. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He took out a Buddhist scripture from his storage bag. It was the Wisdom Sutra. The Buddhist array master was Dipankara Patriarch, and this Wisdom Sutra was said to have been written by Dipankara Patriarch, and it had the ability to break the array. With his identity and this precious scripture, could he safely break into the Sea of Runes? This great Buddha formation has already been contaminated by the evil spirit, and its nature has changed greatly. The Buddhist nature and the evil spirit are intertwined, which makes it even more dangerous. However, since the path to Buddhahood in the ancient Buddhist temple is still there, it means that the nature of the great Buddha formation hasn't changed. The original intention is still there, so it shouldn't be able to hurt me. Even if the evil spirit is difficult to deal with my ability, I should be able to defend myself. He frowned. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was, but the more he thought about it, the more dangerous it seemed. This was a matter of life and death. If he was not careful, he would probably be minced into pieces in there. Even Fangxing couldn't help but hesitate for a while. Then, his eyes gradually turned cold. Damn it, when have I ever been afraid of anyone? He actually became ruthless and took out the ceiling Zen cauldron. He thought to himself, if it doesn't work, I still have this cauldron to save my life. After making this decision, he sighed and said, Little wife, take back your sword spirit, lest it gets minced into pieces. Xianxia was shocked. The sword spirit buzzed and trembled, and its voice rang out, You, what do you want to do? Fangxing laughed and said, I want to break in and take a look. You. Are you crazy? Xianxia cried out in a trembling voice, as if she was scared out of her wits and couldn't control herself. You're the crazy one, Fangxing retorted, Your man, I have a trump card. As he said that, he took 2 deep breaths and didn't say anything more to Xianxia. He rushed into the great Buddha formation. Little nine, don't, Xianxia screamed, but Fangxing had already entered the endless runes. we're on the same side, we're on the same side, don't hurt him by accident, Fangxing kept muttering to himself. His mind was raised to the extreme, but he soon became excited. He had guessed correctly. After breaking into the Sea of Runes in the Great Buddha Formation, the Buddhist light on his body became even brighter, almost like a dazzling sun. In this pitch-black Great Buddha Formation that was filled with murderous aura, it was incomparably bright and holy. As for the messy array of runes in the Great Buddha Formation, when they got close to Fangxing, they rippled away like water, and didn't hurt him at all. Success, Fangxing let out a long sigh, spread his arms, and swam into the Great Buddha Formation as if he was swimming in water. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, fortunately, I'm brave. Ordinary people would be scared, how would they dare to come in? As he got closer and closer, he gradually approached the core of the Sea of Runes, and even approached the projection of Xianxia and Huining. In his eyes, the little monk Xianxia and Huining were as small as beans, as if they were within reach. At this time, Huining was less than half a finger away from Xianxia. In reality, it was only about 10 feet, which was very dangerous. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he could catch up. I really want to pinch this monk to death, Fangxing glared at Huining's projection and cursed in his heart. But he also knew that it was a projection, and it was useless even if he pinched it. So his gaze continued to look forward, and he saw a tiny lotus that was half pure white and half pitch black within the Grand Buddha Formation. That lotus was the core of the Great Buddha Formation. If it was destroyed, the little monk would be saved. Such a small lotus actually contained such boundless power. When he saw the tiny lotus flower at the core of the formation, Fangxing let out a low sigh and sighed at the profundity of the Buddhist sect. Although he didn't know much about formations, he wasn't completely ignorant. Taoist formations usually borrowed the strength of the mountains and rivers for one's own use, taking advantage of the situation and secretly complementing the great Tao. On the other hand, the Buddhist sect displayed the concept of being as small as a mustard seed and as big as the sky to the extreme. This Buddha formation was probably no less than 5 kilometers wide, and if it was covered, it was unknown how many tens of thousands of kilometers it could extend. However, the strength of the entire formation was inferior to the tiny black and white lotus flower at the core. Even an idiot would be able to guess that this lotus flower was the core of the formation. It could even be said that this small lotus was the real Great Buddha Formation. In front of Fangxing, the lotus seemed to have intelligence as it swayed gently and radiated brilliance. This even caused Fangxing to have a feeling that the lotus was looking at him curiously. Ha, don't be afraid, uncle is not a bad person. Fangxing grinned at the lotus, and then he started to wander around the lotus, trying to find its weakness. He sighed in his heart. I've never heard of it before, but the core of the formation seems to have intelligence. After looking for a while, he suddenly realized that the black and white lotus had no weakness at all. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment, and he had an answer in his heart. It seemed that it was actually the manifestation of the Buddhist light and the baleful aura within the Great Buddha Formation, and the black and white colors were proof. This also caused it to be illusory, and it was impossible to find a weakness like an ordinary object. After pondering for a moment, he became bold, and he directly took out the ascension cauldron in his hand. He glanced at the lotus, and then with a rumbling sound, he pressed it down. One is the Taoist sect's luck suppression cauldron, and the other is the Buddhist sect's Dharma protector lotus. Let's see who is more powerful. Fangxing said in a low voice, and he shouted fiercely. At the same time, he transformed into a pair of sword demon wings, and like a cocoon, he wrapped himself tightly inside. The black and white lotus was the manifestation of the Great Buddha Formation, and if he destroyed it, it was equivalent to destroying the entire formation. There was a loud boom, the pilgrimage cauldron flew above the lotus and emitted an endless amount of Taoist connotation, which flowed down like a river. Every strand of Taoist connotation carried a heavy aura as it flowed toward the black and white lotus. At that moment, even the space around the black and white lotus seemed to be compressed, and instantly began to distort and collapse. The lotus was startled, and its petals began to sway back and forth, as the surrounding spiritual chi surged. The slightest tremor in the Great Buddha Formation would cause the heavens and earth to turn upside down on the path to becoming a Buddha in the outside world. It was the same now. In the Great Buddha Formation, the two auras of Tao and Buddha interweaved and intertwined, directly causing a shocking tremor. With a sweep of the naked eye, One could clearly see that on the path to becoming a Buddha, Huineng and Xianxia both raised their heads in shock. They could not stand steadily, and the illusions around them quickly disappeared. Nonsense! At this moment, Huineng, who was inside, seemed to have guessed what kind of changes were happening outside. Within the great Buddha formation, his projection, which had shrunk countless times, looked directly at Fangxing as if his gaze was solid. He shouted angrily. At that moment, he seemed to want to directly jump out from the core and slap Fangxing, but after hesitating for a moment, he still did not do anything, and strode forward on the path to Buddha. At that moment, although the great Buddha formation had suffered a heavy blow, it had not collapsed, and the path to Buddha was also complete. From the looks of it, he seemed to want to quickly walk to the end of the path to Buddha, and then turn around to deal with Fangxing f*ck, work hard on the pilgrimage cauldron. Fangxing was wrapped up in the wings of the sword devil, and only his eyes were visible as he watched the battle between the pilgrimage cauldron and the black and white lotus. One was a god item that had been worshipped on the pilgrimage mountain for hundreds of thousands of years, and the other was the manifestation of the great Buddha formation, a sacred land of the Buddhist schools. Therefore, they were evenly matched, and the power of the two forces intertwined as they surged toward each other. It was like two needles against an awl, with neither side able to take the other down. The pilgrimage cauldron was fierce, and the black and white lotus was tenacious. It was like a Taoist fish of yin and yang. They interwove and rotated, creating streams of primal chaos palea energy that shot out in all directions like fireworks. In contrast, Fangxing was benefiting greatly from the fight, as he had scooped up all of the ancient energy. Furthermore, the pilgrimage cauldron and the black and white lotus were fighting each other. One was a Taoist reserve, and the other was a Buddhist light. They were different in nature, and yet, they were in perfect harmony. Now that the two energies were fighting to destroy all living things, Meng Hao gained new enlightenment. Great millstone of yin and yang. Great millstone of heaven and earth. His eyes glowed as he gained a deeper understanding of his natal sorcery. All kinds of Buddhist principles, all kinds of scriptures, all of them are integrated in one go. It was also at this moment that a voice that seemed to have traversed through time and space suddenly resounded out by Fangxing's ears, and it rumbled and shook his mind, causing him to be jolted awake from his comprehension. He lowered his head to look and noticed to his shock that within the grand formation, Huineng's projection had a dignified expression as he slowly walked towards the end of the path of Buddha. Huineng's sleeves hung low as his voice seemed to be filled with Buddhist principles. By nature, there is no Bodhi tree, nor is there a mirror. By nature, there is nothing, so how can dust be stirred? I cultivate Buddhism, so I cultivate great tranquility, great freedom, transcending the world, and not stirring dust. As he recited the Buddhist principles, even heaven and earth seemed to quiet down a little, and for a moment, it was silent. At this moment, Xianxia was standing behind him, as if he had already admitted defeat. He did not say a word, and stood with his palms together. In an instant, Fangxing was anxious. This was clearly a dispute on the Buddhist path. The winner was about to be decided, and Xianxia was still going to lose. Looking at the battle between the Buddhist path and the black and white lotus, it was obvious that they were still in a stalemate. How could there be an outcome in a short period of time? He had to make a move himself. With a whoosh, Fangxing spread his sword demon wings, and his body directly appeared in front of the cauldron and the lotus. Countless essence qi and chaotic airflows flowed past him, fluttering his clothes, but they did not hurt him at all. He was like a rock in the middle of a turbulent river. Buzz, the black and white lotus seemed to have noticed Fangxing's ferocious aura. It was trembling slightly, as if it was begging for mercy. This kind of spiritual performance was more like a little girl's. Now that Fangxing's ferocious aura had risen, how could he still give it any face? After thinking quickly for a while, he suddenly came up with a plan and became ruthless. I told you to be a little more obedient, but you refused. In that case, I might as well eat you up. The Supreme Spirit transforming scripture, boom, he actually opened his mouth and swallowed the lotus in one gulp. At the same time, the Buddhist cauldron flew directly above his head and suppressed him. In his body, the Supreme Spirit transforming scripture was running. It was like a huge black hole, refining and destroying all things. Firstly, it was because the outcome of the battle on the Buddhist path was about to be decided, and if it was delayed any longer, then everything he did would be useless. Secondly, it was because he'd noticed that it was different from what he'd imagined. Even though this grand Buddha formation was formidable, it didn't cause much harm or resistance to him who possessed the identity of a Buddhist protector. Moreover, he was deeply aware of the strength of his body at this moment, and there were even countless mysterious monsters in the misty area of his spiritual world. There really weren't many things that could cause trouble in his body, so he didn't believe that he couldn't suppress this lotus. Whoosh! In the instant that Fangxing swallowed the lotus, something strange happened. It didn't take him too much energy. The instant he swallowed the black and white lotus, the grand Buddha formation suddenly stopped operating. After a long while, the boundless sea of symbols rumbled and surged towards him. In an instant, numerous symbols that revolved like stars were formed around him. In the air, golden light shone brilliantly, and mysterious Buddhist chants descended from the sky, causing Fangxing to seem like a god. In Fangxing's body, there was a rumble in the consciousness, and golden light shone brightly. A Buddha, or rather, Fangxing, who looked like a Buddha, was sitting cross-legged in the consciousness. His eyes were lowered, his robe was tattered, and his hair was all over the place. He did not look like a monk at all, but he was as sacred as a real Buddha, which was extremely strange. At this time, in the outside world, on the Buddhist road in the ancient temple, Huining and Xianxia, who had just reached the end of the Buddhist road, were also looking up. Originally, in their eyes, the end of the Buddhist road was the Buddha fruit, and they could obtain the Buddha fruit after debating all the Buddhist principles. As they walked almost all the way to the Buddhist road, the Buddha fruit had been branded with their shadows, one black and one white, intertwining and turning. If Huining won the Buddhist road, the lotus would turn black. It was not darkness, but the color of the origin of the universe. If Xianxia won the Buddhist road, the lotus would turn white, but it was not true white, but the color of the human heart. Now, Huining clearly had a great advantage. The lotus was becoming more and more black, and it was time to pick it up. But suddenly, the Buddha fruit disappeared. It was as if an invisible big mouth had swallowed the Buddha fruit in one gulp, leaving behind only emptiness. Even Huining and Xianxia were surprised by this change, and their expressions were a little dazed. Where did the Buddha fruit go? In the great Buddha formation, Fangxing swallowed the black and white lotus in one gulp. The formation gathered around him and turned into endless stars. The sword spirit, which had been blocked outside the formation, finally flew in and flew around him, buzzing and making a vibrating sound. Chu Xi anxiously passed on what she was about to say to Fangxing on behalf of Wu Sang'er, but Fangxing rushed directly into the great Buddha formation and did not hear it at all. Little ninth brother, don't worry. Sister Sang'er said that this great Buddha formation is invisible. It's useless even if you rush in. It's different from ordinary formations. There's no heart at all. Even if you rush in, there's nothing to destroy and nothing to do. There's no heart. Fangxing suddenly opened his eyes, and his expression was a little dull. F***ck, if there's no heart, then what did I just swallow? What on earth did I just swallow? Floating quietly in the air, Fangxing smacked his lips and felt a little inexplicable in his heart. He vaguely felt that he seemed to have gotten into big trouble. Just as he was feeling confused, his figure had begun to change. He was surrounded by the light of the infinite Buddha, and the surroundings seemed to have become nothingness. Then he felt his body floating up, and there was a change of heaven and earth. When he reappeared, he was surprised to find himself sitting on a lotus platform. There were two monks standing in front of him, one in black and the other in white. One was Huining, and the other was Xianxia. The two of them also looked at him with a slightly strange expression, as if they felt that it was a little ridiculous. At this time, he looked around and was surprised to find that he was in the main hall. At the end of the Buddha road, Huining and the little monk Xianxia had worked hard to break through the formation, but in the end, he had arrived at the end of the Buddha road first. Senior brother, don't eat random things. Huining and Xianxia also seemed to have heard Fangxing's murmur, and their expressions were strange. After a long while, Xianxia sighed speechlessly. What the hell is going on? Fangxing was scared out of his wits. He had no idea what was going on. Haha, the 10,000-year-old Buddha fruit. I didn't expect that the Buddha fruit would be eaten by him. Junior brother, what do you think? Huining said softly at this time, a little helpless and a little emotional. He sighed softly, and his calm face also looked a little ridiculous. What? I ate the Buddha fruit? Fangxing couldn't care less about the nonsense that these two monks were saying. He was just shocked by the meaning revealed in Huining's words. He almost jumped down from the lotus seat. His face was full of disbelief. He was a little shocked just now, but now he was really shocked. What he just ate was actually a Buddha fruit. How could he eat the Buddha fruit? If he ate the Buddha fruit, wouldn't he be? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he felt. Fangxing's face twisted. Doesn't that mean I can't get a wife? Xianxia listened to Huining's words and also looked confused. He said with a wry smile, "Senior brother, I think Master is telling us something." Huining nodded and said quietly, "That's right. If even he can become a Buddha, then who in the world can't?" Xianxia nodded as if in deep agreement. F***ck, what's the meaning of this? Come here and explain it to me. Fangxing, who was deeply frightened, was instantly annoyed and shouted loudly. However, Huining and Xianxia ignored him at this time. Instead, they looked at each other quietly and did not speak for a long time. "Senior brother, I saw a lot of old things on my way here." After a long while, Xianxia was the first to speak in a low voice. He gently raised his hand and wiped away the tears on his face. "I've also seen a lot of things from the past. I understand what Master is trying to tell us," Huining said in a low voice and shook his head slowly. His expression was extremely solemn. "Little junior brother bald donkey, hurry up and come over here. I'll spit out the Buddha fruit for you." Fangxing thought for a long time and suddenly shouted loudly. His voice startled Huining and Xianxia, who were silent. They looked at him with a strange expression. Their eyes were helpless and ridiculous. "Senior brother, can you not be so disgusting?" Xianxia shrunk his head and rolled his eyes at Fangxing. "I'll give it to you after wiping it, but you still don't want it." Fangxing cried out bitterly, "Senior brother, I have several wives to marry. How can I be a real monk?" "Do it first. We have something to talk about." Xianxia looked at her senior brother helplessly and then looked at the black-robed Buddha. At this time on the Buddhist road, Fangxing was the first. He directly appeared and sat on the lotus platform. Huining was 30 feet faster than him and was already standing in front of the lotus platform. "Senior brother, when it comes to Buddhist principles and scriptures, you're still better than me. All the Buddhas have witnessed that this fruit is extraordinary." "What?" When Fangxing heard this, he frowned again and scolded, "You disappointing thing, do you want to admit defeat again?" On second thought, he shouted, "If I'm a Buddha now, then I'll warn the two of you not to fight anymore. Do you hear me? Can you be quiet for a while?" Even Huining couldn't help but frown and look at him. F***ck, you're disrespectful to Buddha, Fangxing shouted. He estimated his current ability and considered whether he should jump up and beat him up. Originally, Huining's Buddhist dharma was boundless and had already exceeded common sense. Fangxing really didn't want to fight with such a person. However, now that he had eaten the Buddha fruit, he felt that he could mobilize endless Buddha's power with every move and could even drive the great Buddha formation to cover the endless area. At this time, he was full of confidence and dared to fight with Huining, an unfathomable Buddha. "Senior brother, don't be anxious. The Buddha fruit is cultivated, not inherited," Xianxia explained helplessly, "that Buddha fruit is a weapon left to us by Master. You don't have to be nervous." Weapon? No matter how impetuous Fangxing was, he realized that something was wrong. According to his understanding, he swallowed the Buddha fruit that the two sons of Buddha fought for 10,000 years in one gulp. No matter what, they should be infuriated from the bottom of their hearts. But looking at the two of them now, why were they so calm? More importantly, looking at the two of them now, they didn't seem to have the vague feeling of being entangled by fate at the beginning. Instead, they seemed to be relieved and at ease. "My dharma is higher than yours. This is also the reason why Master wanted to pass the Buddha fruit to me back then." Huining saw that Fangxing was quiet, so he turned his head and said to Xianxia lightly. Then, he was silent for a while, then said, "But my method is high, and your method is right, so Master asked us to debate for 10 lifetimes, and in the end, we obtained a result, what we saw just now. Is it all true?" Xianxia opened her mouth and her voice seemed to be trembling. "It's true, the Western Heaven realm has been destroyed." Huining nodded gently and sighed, "In the Permitha realm, the flames of war burn all living beings. Senior brother, I'm willing to sacrifice myself. I wish you the great freedom body." Xianxia suddenly said firmly and put his palms together, as if he had made a big decision. Damn, little monk, are you crazy? Fangxing was shocked. He was so angry that he wanted to jump off the lotus platform and curse, but he suddenly found that he couldn't move. Huining and Xianxia actually ignored him. On the contrary, Huining quietly pondered for a while, and finally shook his head and said in a low voice, "It's useless. I can't become a Buddha if I don't cross the Great Tribulation, and I can't become a Buddha if I don't cross the common people. My Dharma can understand the meaning of the true Buddha, but it can't cross the Great Tribulation, and it can't cross the common people. Even if I have to bear the burden, I have to follow your path." Previously, in the process of fighting for Buddha, I had already thought that I could suppress the evil spirits and resolve the crisis, but in fact, everything I did was not in line with my peaceful intention. It wasn't until I saw all the karma on the road of Buddhism that I understood Master's painstaking efforts back then. Forget it, junior brother, if I want to follow your method, how can I compare to you? I don't want to bear this heavy burden. I'll give it to you. I'm willing to give you the Buddha fruit of this life. I hope you won't bear the heavy burden. Senior brother, Xianxia was slightly startled, and his voice trembled. I know that this is wrong and not in line with the teachings of our Buddhist sect. But when the Great Tribulation comes, who can stay out of it? Huining sighed softly and chanted, "If you want to be clean, how can you be clean? The clouds are not necessarily empty." After a long chant, he seemed to have made a big decision. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked solemnly at Xianxia's face. He drew a circle with his hands and slowly put them together in front of his chest. Then, his voice was like rolling thunder, crossing the sky and shaking the void. "Junior brother, now that the Tao throne is in front of me, I should have taken it casually. There is no such thing as compassion in the true Buddhist principles. With compassion, there is no peace, freedom, and transcendence. However, the Great Tribulation is coming, and all living beings are suffering. Even if I want peace, how can I be alone? That's too much, senior brother." Xianxia's face was full of tears. He put his palms together and bowed in a sorrowful manner. "There is no need to guard against it. The Buddhist sect will be led by you to survive the Great Tribulation and save the common people. It will also be up to me to change the teachings and prosper the Buddhist sect." Huining's expression was noble and magnanimous. His voice was like the morning bell and evening drum, shaking the endless Buddhist essence, as if he was engraving some kind of law into the great Tao. "In 3,000 years, I will return to take back the Buddha's position. In these 3,000 years, I will have to trouble you, junior brother." "What are you talking about?" Fangxing was puzzled and asked, craning his head. To ask. However, Huining still completely ignored him. Instead, he lowered his head and chanted the incantation. A strange scene appeared. As he bowed his head and chanted the incantation, the circles of Buddhist light behind him turned into wisps of Buddhist essence and flew towards Xianxia. However, they were borne behind Xianxia, looking extremely sacred. One after another, 9 rays of Buddhist light were borne behind Xianxia. In the end, even Huining himself became blurry. In the end, he turned into a black light and gradually grew behind Xianxia. 10 rays of Buddhist light in a row symbolized the perfection of the Buddhist Dharma. There were flowers falling from the sky, and countless Buddha shadows in the surrounding sky, all worshipping Xianxia. What the hell is going on? In a piece of Buddhist light, Fangxing was so anxious that he cursed. "Senior brother, the inheritance of Buddhism has been decided." The little monk Xianxia turned around, slowly bowed to Fangxing, and said in a low voice, 10,000 years ago, when the Dharma ending period came, the Buddha of the past destroyed his own Buddha fruit. He was willing to give up his peace and freedom to leave a trace of mystery for future generations. Now, I am also duty-bound to become the Buddha of the present. With my method, I will lead Buddhism through the Great Tribulation and save all living beings. As long as my body is not dead, Buddhism will not be destroyed, and all living beings will not be destroyed. Senior brother Huining will be the Buddha of the future. After the Great Tribulation of Buddhism, he will return to explain Buddhism and lead the teachings of Buddhism to perfection, Buddha of the present and Buddha of the past. Fangxing frowned when he heard this. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "Then what am I?" Hearing this question, even the little monk Xianxia frowned and asked in a low voice, "Are you here to join in the fun?" The real Buddha is born. At this moment, outside the main hall of the ancient temple, the cultivators of the Pure Land who were guarding outside all felt something. A majestic Buddhist power descended from the sky and gathered in one direction. As the inheritors of the Buddhist bodhisattvas and arhats, Xianxia of the Pure Land also felt something at this moment. It was as if there was an extra pillar between the heavens and the earth. It was as if the power of the Buddhist Dharma in their bodies was involuntarily sending out their own power of reverence in one direction, as if tens of thousands of Buddhas were paying homage to the sect. At the same time, they felt the earth shaking and the mountains shaking. It was as if the entire ancient temple was falling from the sky. The Sanskrit sound of the spiritual flower fell from the sky and covered the entire ancient temple. Everyone's soul felt relaxed as if they had been released from the extremely depressed and dark state of mind. It was as if a person had suddenly dived to the surface from the bottom of the water. Subconsciously, they let out a long sigh of relief. In the next moment, there was another rumbling sound. All the strange corpses roared at the same time. The strange and heavy roar shook the void and spread in all directions like ripples. Then, all the strange corpses retreated as if they were extremely afraid of some kind of aura coming from the ancient temple. After a while, they turned around and ran, disappearing into the darkness like a black tide. At this moment, Xianxia of the Pure Land looked at each other and saw the ecstasy in each other's eyes. The Buddhist light shone, the Sanskrit sound fell from the sky, and all the demons fled. There was only one explanation for all these strange phenomena: the real Buddha was born, and the Buddhist Dharma was condensing. At this moment, they were ecstatic. They hurriedly looked in one direction and waited for the arhat to appear, but unexpectedly, there was no movement in the main hall. Instead, it was pitch black. They could see the figures of Huining and Xianxia outside the hall, but they also melted into the darkness. They couldn't see any of their figures. It was as if the treasure light had dimmed. What happened in there? Did the arhat obtain the Buddhist fruit? Haha, the Buddhist fruit has appeared in the world. We have obtained the good fruit from the Buddha. At this moment, the cultivators of the Pure Land were excited and couldn't help but ask each other. Bai Mingxiao and the others were even more excited. They almost couldn't help but shout and congratulate Divine Son Wanting, young Master Xiao. It was also at this moment that they heard rumbling from afar as voices called out to them. All the cultivators understood that it was clearly the voices of their Tao protectors and servants, and they instantly heaved sighs of relief in their hearts. They knew that because of the descent of the Buddha fruit, even the ancient temple that was hidden in space had returned to reality, and it was their subordinates that had charged into the ancient temple to look for them. We're waiting here. The arhat is about to be born. Come and pay your respects. Bai Mingxiao was the first to stand out, unable to contain the joy on his face as he shouted towards the distance. At this moment, the fog that lingered in the ancient temple was gone. He could use his divine arts without worry. His shout could travel 10 miles. Soon, groups of people rushed in from the outside, and they all looked worried. After seeing Bai Mingxiao and the other divine sons and daughters of the Pure Land, they all knelt down to show their respect. They were the people of the Pure Land. In an instant, the square in front of the ancient temple was filled to the brim with people, and the deathly stillness in the temple was swept away. All of you, stop making noise. The arhat has obtained the Buddhist fruit and is about to come out. Quickly put away your weapons, lest they clash with the Buddhist aura. Bai Mingxiao's expression was solemn as he shouted at the cultivators of the Pure Land, as if he was a Buddhist Tao protector. The arhat. The arhat really obtained the Buddhist fruit. After 10,000 years, the Buddhist sect finally has the opportunity to rise again. How sad. It's a pity that our Taoist died in the hands of the demon to protect the arhat, and we won't be able to see this. The Xianxia of the Pure Land, after hearing the news, was also shocked. There were also people who regretted not standing out in time to obtain the Buddhist fruit. There were even people who cried bitterly. It was their friends or relatives who chose to help the arhat, but they were killed by the demon. Now that the arhat had obtained the Buddhist fruit, their friends and relatives wouldn't be able to get a share of the benefits. Bai Mingxiao looked at the side coldly, but he knew what everyone was thinking. He thought of a problem and immediately said, although the Buddhist fruit has been obtained, the demon who disturbed the Buddhist fruit has not been killed. All of you, immediately lead people to search for him. Regardless of your lives, capture that bastard and his friends. When the arhat appears, we can give him a generous gift. Yes, sir. Among the Zhu of the Pure Land, many people responded loudly and immediately set off. During this time, other than the servants and affiliated families of the North Dark tribe who followed the lead, there were also many people who treated capturing the demon as their last chance to get some good karma from the Arhat's appearance. Why wouldn't they try their best? However, when Bai Mingqingdi heard this, his expression suddenly became a little complicated. He begged, "Big brother, since the Arhat has already obtained the Buddhist fruit, the matter has been settled. Don't make things difficult for him. He is a member of the North Dark tribe after all." When Bai Mingxiao heard this, he immediately became angry. He shouted, "What North Dark tribe? How can our tribe have such an evil creature? Can't you see how many times he disturbed the Buddhist fruit? He has committed such a great crime, and you still have the face to save him? You're just making trouble." Bai Mingqingdi's expression became even more bitter. He begged, "Both of us have made great contributions to the Buddhist fruit. I think we can atone for his crime. We don't need to completely atone for his crime, but at least bring him back and let the ancestors deal with him." When Bai Mingxiao heard this, he became even angrier. He shouted, "Shut up. If I don't get rid of this evil creature today, how can I vent my anger?" After that, he ignored Bai Mingqingdi and shouted to the Zhu of the Pure Land, "Listen up, that evil creature and his friend are in this ancient temple. Kill this demon and restore the prestige of Buddhism. This is your last chance to make a contribution. Why don't you go and search now?" "Yes, sir." When the Pure Land cultivators heard this, many of them responded in unison. They split up into different formations and rushed to the surroundings. When Bai Mingxiao saw this, he couldn't help but feel satisfied. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. This time, he had gotten the Buddhist fruit. He was already an Arhat, but who knew how many benefits would fall on his head? There would definitely be a lot of merits. He could also get a large piece of land in the 100 Break Mountain, which would be a great thing for his family. Moreover, he could take this opportunity to get rid of that demon and get rid of one of his worries. How could he not be ecstatic when he had achieved 3 goals in one go? It's here, at this moment, the guardian monk of the Bayan temple, who had been guarding the entrance of the ancient temple, suddenly shouted excitedly. It attracted Zhu Xiu's attention. Even Bai Mingxiao felt a vigorous Buddhist aura spreading out at this moment. It was like a furnace was slowly moving out from the darkness of the ancient temple. They could all feel the change in temperature. "Welcome, Arhat. The guardian monk, the divine son of the Centaur tribe, the divine son of the Seven-Eyed tribe, the goddess of the Hua tribe, Bai Mingxiao, Bai Mingqingdi," and the others immediately took a step towards the ancient temple. They looked at the entrance of the ancient temple with respectful expressions. Zhu Xiu, who was below, was also extremely serious. He stood in rows, suppressing his excitement, and quietly looked at the golden light in the dark ancient temple. The golden light gradually became brighter and moved towards the entrance of the temple slowly. Bai Mingxiao and the others were extremely excited. But as the golden light got closer, their expressions suddenly became a little strange. The golden light had yet to appear, but there were already voices coming out from the main hall one after another. "Here to join in the fun?" An indignant voice chattered, "Damn bald monk, I'm your senior brother, a real Buddha. How dare you say I'm here to join in the fun? Believe it or not, I'll expel you from Buddhism right now, and you won't be able to chant for 100 years. Senior brother, being a Buddha is very tiring. Tens of millions of monks come to you for help. Do you really want to do it? If I don't want to do it, I can sell it for money. Why aren't you saying anything? By right, if you get the Buddha fruit, you are indeed a Buddha. But I'll hide you when I cultivate Buddhism in the future. Why? It's so embarrassing." In the midst of the quarrel, people gradually walked out of the ancient temple. The cultivators of the Pure Land all widened their eyes at this moment. The first person they saw was a man wearing a tattered monk robe. His hair was as long as a finger, and each strand of hair stood up like a sword. There was a string of white bone prayer beads hanging around his neck, and he carried a saber on his shoulder. He looked strange as he walked out first with a heavy breath. Damn, why are there so many people? As soon as he took a step out, he saw a large group of people in front of him. He was so scared that he took a step back with a strange expression on his face. And Zhu Xiu of the Pure Land and the divine son of the ancient clan looked even more strange. It's him? Why did this demon come back from the path of Buddhism? When did he enter the main hall? All of a sudden, they found that the little devil, who was about to send people to search the entire ancient temple, had swaggered right in front of them. For a moment, all the cultivators of the Pure Land were stunned. They even forgot to ask what was going on. Even the itinerant cultivators of the Pure Land, who were ambitious to kill this demon, were stunned and didn't know what to do, and when a person walked out from behind, they were even more shocked and speechless. The handsome little monk was dressed in white. 10 rays of Buddhist light flashed behind him, dazzling like the scorching sun. Buddhist chanting faintly sounded around him. The white robe on his body was so clean that it seemed as if it would never be stained by a speck of dust. His appearance was unusually handsome and dignified. When he walked out, there was a faint rumbling sound in the void above his head, and the phantom of a great Buddha was faintly discernible. The moment they saw the appearance of Xianxia monk, some of the practitioners of the Pure Land who couldn't see clearly directly knelt on the ground and shouted, "Welcome to the birth of the Buddha." They really felt that the little monk's Buddhist aura was too strong, and it had even surpassed the former Buddha of the Nirvana temple, Huining. Just the aura from his body could shake the void and turn into an indomitable illusion of the Buddha. How profound was this Buddhist aura? Even the guardian of rules of the Nirvana temple, whose cultivation had reached the crossing calamity realm, didn't have such monstrous power. More importantly, 2 questions kept echoing in the heart of Xianxia of the Pure Land. Didn't the devil head in the direction of return when he left just now? Why did he return from the Buddhist path? Since the arhat had descended, shouldn't the little monk, inner demon, be refined? Why is he still alive and well? All these questions made them come into contact with the truth. Then, their bodies and minds couldn't stop trembling. Even their blood seemed to freeze and they forgot to beat their hearts. They just stared blankly at Fengxing and Xianxia, who were standing at the entrance of the ancient hall, silent like the vast starry sky. How could it be the 2 of them? After a long time, the guardian monk of the Permitha temple cried out involuntarily. It was also this sentence that caused Xianxia to discuss in astonishment. How did they come out of the hall? This little monk's body is covered with treasure light. That's clearly the Buddhist aura that only the arhat would have. Could it be? The goddess of the Wa clan also widened her eyes and almost didn't dare to say it. Could it be that the arhat lost? Boom, this sentence was like a heavy hammer that smashed on their heads. Everyone's expression was as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? The arhat's dharma is boundless and has reached the highest level of Buddhism. How could he lose? How could this inner demon win against the arhat? I don't believe it. The arhat must be behind, it's them. They must have used some unknown method to harm the arhat, even if they saw Xianxia's appearance at this time, even if they saw that no one came out of the ancient temple for a long time, they still didn't want to believe this fact. Even when they heard the speculation of the goddess of the Wa clan, they subconsciously shook their heads desperately. For a moment, they felt extremely frightened, and for a moment, they felt ridiculous. For a moment, their murderous intent was boiling, and for a moment, they couldn't control their hearts. Senior Huining didn't lose. Facing this group of Pure Land cultivators, Xianxia said lightly, "He just let me take a step," although he said it with sincerity, without any complacency, but in the ears of Xianxia of the Pure Land, it was like thunder. He staggered back and felt that his chest was pressed by a big stone. He wanted to shout at the little monk for talking nonsense. Among them, Bai Mingzhao's expression changed from shock to anger. How is this possible? How is this possible? He staggered back, and his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. His pale cheeks had already turned red because of endless shame and anger. For a long time, he had contributed the most to the matter of the twin Buddha. From deceiving Bai Mingqingdi and tricking Xianxia to come over, to facilitating the matter of the twin Buddha's 10 lifetimes debate, to besieging Fengxing, and to forcing Xianxia to stay in the Pure Land, he had contributed the most. This was also destined to be the person who would receive the most merit after the return of the Buddha. But at this time, he suddenly realized that if Xianxia became a Buddha, then he would also become the person with the deepest sin. After all, he was the one who had shouted to capture and kill the demon just now. This was almost a dead end for him. This discovery almost scared him out of his wits. After taking a few steps back, his face was distorted and terrifying. Suddenly, endless killing intent rose between his eyebrows. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth, and with a loud roar, he punched out with both fists, rolling up endless murderous aura. Inner demon, how dare you impersonate the Buddha? I'll kill you. When he punched out with both fists, the Pure Land Xianxia was all shocked, but no one made a move to stop him. The divine son of the Centaur clan and the divine son of the Seven-Eyed clan took a step forward at the same time and used their supernatural powers to help him resist the enemy. However, the goddess of the Hua clan, the head monk of the Permitha temple, and Bai Mingqingdi looked conflicted at this time and did not move. When Fangxing saw this scene, he originally wanted to make a move, but when he saw the calm appearance of the little monk Xianxia, he also stood there lazily. Looking at the pair of fists that could split the mountains and the sky, as well as the situation of the surrounding divine son of the Centaur clan and the divine son of the Seven-Eyed clan secretly using supernatural powers, the little monk Xianxia did not dodge. His expression was as calm as an ancient well. He only slowly raised his hand, put his palms together in front of his chest, and chanted the name of Buddha. Boom! Before Bai Mingzhao's pair of fists could hit Xianxia, they were already blocked by the Buddha's light around Xianxia's body. A burst of light flashed, and then with a loud bang, the power on his fists actually doubled and surged back. This sudden scene made him unable to stand at all, and his body suddenly flew out, creating a deep ravine on the ground. It could be seen how heavy the force was. Beside him, the divine son of the Seven-Eyed clan was also affected in the blink of an eye. He only felt that the golden light in front of him shone brightly, and the 7 eyes on his chest were suddenly stung by the golden light at the same time. They closed tightly and could no longer open, and golden blood oozed out from the corners of his eyes. As for the divine son of the Centaur clan, because his attack was weaker, he only staggered a few steps back and was not seriously injured. Now, I am the real Arhat, the true Buddha of the world. Xianxia put his palms together and looked at the three people calmly. He spoke slowly, and at the same time, he walked towards Bai Mingzhao. His eyes were calm, but he had his own power. After he passed by, Foin and the others who were blocking in front of him hurriedly made way. You are a Buddhist Arhat. Hitting me is disrespectful to Buddha. I am different from senior brother. He cultivates tranquility, while I cultivate the body. I cannot forgive you. Return this Buddha's fruit to me. As he spoke, his palm, which was as holy as ivory, grabbed towards Bai Mingzhao. He suddenly grabbed the golden light around Bai Mingzhao's body, and then gently pulled it. It was as if he had pulled off a golden robe from Bai Mingzhao's body. It was clear that a ball of holy and mysterious golden Buddha's light was pulled off by him. At this moment, Bai Mingzhao's aura suddenly changed, and he returned to his mortal body. He actually has the ability to seize the Buddha's fruit. Seeing this, the cultivators of the Pure Land turned pale with fright. They all took a few steps back. Even Bai Mingqingdi wanted to help Bai Mingzhao up at this time, but when he saw Xianxia's expressionless face, he did not dare to do so. Why were they so willing to serve the Permitha temple? Wasn't it to obtain the Buddha's fruit so that they could obtain the blessing of the Buddha's fruit? At this point, they could all be considered as people who had benefited. The blessing of the Buddha's Dharma could at least give them a greater advantage in the same realm. According to the calculation in the longevity sword, it could almost make their strength break through another realm. But now, Bai Mingzhao had only punched Xianxia twice in anger, and he had easily taken away the Buddha's fruit. They had no choice but to be afraid. And you? Xianxia turned his head and looked at the divine sons of the Seven-Eyed clan and the Centaur clan. Whoosh, the two of them were shocked and rushed back at the same time. Their expressions were filled with fear. The divine son of the Seven-Eyed clan had already been severely injured. He was anxious and angry as he shouted, "Monk, how can you be so rude?" The divine son of the Centaur clan shouted sternly, "Your spiritual mountain temple has always been on the same side as the divine prefecture. Even if you're lucky enough to win against the Arhat, how can you be recognized by the clans of the Pure Land? Everyone, this person was originally on the side of the divine prefecture. How can he be recognized by the Pure Land? Let's attack together and kill this person first to avoid a great calamity for the Pure Land. Then, we'll choose another person to inherit the Buddha's Dharma of the Pure Land." His words really touched the secret worry in the heart of Zhu Xiu of the Pure Land. In the past, they helped the Permitha temple wholeheartedly and respected the Buddhism sect because the Permitha temple had been on the same side as them since 10,000 years ago. But now, the black-robed Arhat, who they thought would never lose, actually lost. The inner demon that they thought was destined to be refined walked out of the ancient hall safely. If they and the others recognized him, would he be loyal to the divine prefecture? If so, they would really be regarded as a great enemy by the Pure Land. They'd rather kill him and make another Arhat. In front of them, the surging murderous intent from the cultivators of the Pure Land had already surged crazily like a dark cloud that covered the sky. This group of bastards is quite bold. Even at this stage, they still insist on not recognizing me. Even Fangxing's heart was slightly heavy. He was ready to raise his sword and fight for Xianxia. There won't be another Arhat. Facing the murderous intent from Zhu Xiu of the Pure Land, the little monk Xianxia was as calm as usual. He spoke quietly as his gaze slowly swept across the faces of the Permitha Temple's Buddha seal, the goddess of the Hua clan, Baiming Qingdi, and the others. Although my cultivation is shallow and I don't dare to call myself a Buddha, I'm the only successor of the Buddhism sect in this world. You cultivators of the Pure Land can choose not to recognize me. Xianxia's voice was firm and deep. However, going against me is like going against the Buddha. At this moment, his voice was like spring thunder. A low roar fell on the heads of everyone like a thunderbolt from the sky. The little monk Xianxia had the spirit of a Buddha who was the only one in the world. For a moment, Zhu Xiu of the Pure Land was shocked. In their eyes, they could vaguely see the phantoms behind Xianxia. Among them, there was even the figure of the black-robed Arhat. This kind of feeling also created an illusion in their hearts that Xianxia was merging with Huaining. Going against me is going against the Buddha. Xianxia's words were like the emperor of the mortal world declaring his determination to rule over the Buddhism sect and cross the tribulation together. Just this kind of aura alone was enough to suppress the group of cultivators of the Pure Land who were ready to make a move. For a moment, they didn't dare to make any strange movements. However, Xianxia wasn't done yet. After intimidating Zhu Xiu, he looked into the distance and said in a low voice, but it triggered some kind of astonishing Buddhist aura in the depths of the void. An extremely powerful voice rolled out, Master of 6 Dao, 8 Division Heavenly Dragon, what are you waiting for? Master of 6 Dao, 8 Groups of Heavenly Beings, what are you waiting for? Xianxia's shout seemed to have awakened the ancient temple that was in deep sleep. Endless Buddhist connotation rose, and the sky and earth changed color. Above their heads, Buddhist clouds appeared. Almost at the same time, there was a sudden rumble in the distance of the ancient temple. Then, 5 beams of light rushed to the sky at the same time. After a while, they turned into endless divine light and fell to the ground, standing on both sides of Xianxia. Their expressions seemed to be a little surprised, but they were more happy after the enlightenment and Buddhist connotation. The one on the left was a fat golden crow. The demonic aura around it was shocking, and it fused with the Buddhist aura on its body, making it impossible to judge. The other person was a woman, but she was full of heroic spirit. Behind her were 2 azure wings that swept across the universe. The last person held a long spear in his hand, and his expression was firm. Above his head, there was a flame of life. On the right side, there was an evil ghost with an extremely dense murderous aura. The murderous aura was overflowing in all directions, coldly staring at the cultivators of the Pure Land. His murderous aura was extremely strange and evil, but it also had a sense of righteousness. On the other side, there was a woman wearing a red robe. Behind her, there were countless shadows of suppressed ghosts. It was as if she alone had brought a hell with her. The appearance of these 5 people even triggered a certain aura from Fangxing's body. A beam of light shot up into the sky. All the cultivators of the Pure Land saw a huge statue behind him. The statue's half-opened eyes looked at the cultivators of the Pure Land as if it was looking down on all living beings. Surprisingly, there was a power that could interrogate the souls of the cultivators of the Pure Land, and it shrouded the entire land. However, Fangxing didn't know it. He was picking his nose indifferently. When he turned his head, he was shocked. 6 paths of reincarnation. Among the cultivators of the Pure Land, there was no lack of knowledgeable people. In an instant, they recognized the aura of these 6 people, and they were in line with the legendary 6 paths. Celestial Path, Living Beings Path, Demon Path, Azura Path, Hungry Ghost Path, Hell Path. They had reached the end of the legendary 6 paths, and their cultivation was no less than that of the current Lord Buddha. In the past, when Buddhism suffered a heavy blow, the legend of the 6 paths disappeared. Now, the Arhat and the master of the 6 paths had returned. It wasn't over yet. While the cultivators of the Pure Land were still in shock, another group of people came from afar. They were a handsome young man wearing a golden armor, a huge ape demon wearing a black armor, a woman wearing a light golden dress, a girl wearing a green dress, a skinny and short rat demon with bright eyes, and a donkey wearing a silver armor. The fruit of Buddhism is today. Little monk Xianxia formed a lotus seal and gently pointed into the distance. A lotus appeared on the golden-winged little Pun King's forehead, and a faint golden Buddhist aura radiated from his body. The black light around Kong Kong of the Great Sage Mountain changed, and there was actually a faint golden glow, like a body of bristles, the luster flowing unstably. A golden lotus appeared in Wu Sang-er's hand, swaying gracefully. Chu Xi put on a golden cloak, which reflected the void and transformed into a colorful Buddhist light. Finally, Xianxia looked at Rat Daozi and the green donkey. He hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, "Fine, I'll give it to you." After saying that, he pointed his finger again, and a golden cloud appeared under the four hooves of the green donkey. It was extremely mysterious, and the shadowless mountain rat Taoist was pleasantly surprised as he obtained a golden kasaya and slowly draped it over his body. When the cultivators of the Pure Land saw this scene, their eyes were filled with envy and strangeness. They were speechless. Another 6 Buddhist Tao immortals had been given away just like that. Even the donkey got one. Oh my God, how could they be reasonable? Little monk, I came to help because of little ancestor. I don't want to be your subordinate, the little rock king with the golden spear shouted nonchalantly, which made people want to beat him up even more. Xianxia also laughed and said, "You are not from the Buddhist sect, so you are naturally not my subordinates. I was born to be the Buddha Lord only to survive the Great Tribulation. I don't care about seniority, nor do I care about internal and external affairs. Today, I will only give you the opportunity to survive the Great Tribulation together. That's good." The little rock king nodded in satisfaction and raised his hand to touch the lotus on his forehead. The 6 inheritances already had owners, and 6 of the 8 heavenly dragon Tao immortals were gone, leaving only 2. Xianxia's eyes were calm as he turned to look at Bai Mingqingdi. Bai Mingqingdi's expression changed drastically. He took a few steps back, bowed, and said in a low voice, "I know I have done many wrong things, and I almost have no face to see you again." He looked up at Feng Xing, then lowered his head again, and said, "When I see you and him again, there is no need to mention the past. If you want to kill me to vent your anger, you can do it. If you don't, I will return to my family, cultivate in seclusion for 100 years, and never show up again. If it weren't for your mistakes, there wouldn't be today's right," Xianxia said gently and pointed with the lotus seal. "You are one of the 8 heavenly dragon Tao immortals." A golden light wriggled out and landed on Bai Mingqingdi's right wrist. It was a small golden chain. It was exactly the same as the golden chain that Bai Mingxiao had received the blessing of Buddhism, but it was much smaller, and much more condensed. Bai Mingqingdi was speechless. She could only bow with tears streaming down her face. Then, Xianxia raised his head again and looked at the silent goddess of the Hua clan next to him. He said quietly, "The ancestors of the Hua clan once did Buddhism a favor, and one of the 8 heavenly dragon Tao immortals was specially set up for your clan. Today, my cultivation is insufficient, so I can only bestow 8 of them. There is still one left, and I will give this opportunity to you to thank you for your reverence for Buddhism. I wonder if you are willing to accept it." "Yes." The goddess of the Ndwa clan said calmly, "Our clan respects the Buddhist Dharma, regardless of the spirit mountain or the other world. You are the Arhat, so I respect you. Since you want to bestow me with the Buddhahood, I will naturally help you with the clan. When the Buddhist Dharma rises in the future, the Ndwa clan will naturally spare no effort to help." Xianxia smiled and said, "Very well." The lotus seal pointed again. The goddess of the Hua clan had already been blessed by Buddhism, and now the golden light was even brighter, making her look like an immortal. "Return the Tao immortals of the 2 of you." After Xianxia bestowed the Tao immortals, he looked at the divine son of the Seven-Eyed clan and the divine son of the Centaur clan not far away. He waved his hand slightly, and 2 rays of golden light flew toward him. No matter how hard the 2 of them tried to escape and resist, it was useless at this time. "Now, does anyone still have any objections?" Only then did Xianxia turn his head to look at Zhu Xiu of the Pure Land again. His voice was calm. For a moment, no one said anything. Now, besides Xianxia, the inheritors of the 6 paths of reincarnation and those who had obtained the 8 heavenly dragon Tao immortals surrounded him. Every one of them had an earth-shattering aura. Even the divine son of a clan did not dare to say that he could defeat them. More importantly, Xianxia's casual bestowal of the Tao immortals had already indicated that he had indeed obtained the recognition of the 10,000-year-old Buddha. At this time, who would dare to deny him? The Paramitha temple guards the last pure land of the Buddhist sect and only waits for the return of the Arhat. At this moment, it was the head monk of the Paramitha temple, Buddha Seal, who spoke first. Before this trip, the head monk warned me that no matter who obtained the Buddha fruit in the end, I had to welcome the Arhat back to the Paramitha temple. I originally thought that the Arhat of our sect was profound in Buddhism and would never lose. However, since you have obtained the Buddha fruit, I will follow the orders of the head monk and invite you back to the temple to accept this legacy. Return to the Paramitha temple to accept the legacy? This sentence caused Zhu Xiu of the Pure Land to be greatly shocked, and he could not control himself. What kind of existence was the Paramitha temple? It had been passed down in the Pure Land for tens of thousands of years, and its influence was far-reaching and decisive, and now, they were really going to invite this white-robed monk back to preside over the overall situation? Indeed, I have to go. Unexpectedly, when Xianxia heard this, he nodded gently without any hesitation. I was born to help the Buddhist sect survive the great calamity. I only care about Buddhist principles wholeheartedly. There is no distinction between the Paramitha spiritual mountain and I will not participate in the battle with the Pure Land of the Divine Land. It's fine even if I choose to cultivate in the Paramitha temple. Moreover, I have doubts in my heart, and I need to find the scriptures of the Paramitha temple to explore and solve the confusion in my heart. Hearing his words, Buddha Seal immediately let out a long sigh and cupped his hands. I'm willing to protect the Arhat. You want to go to the Pure Land? Now, Xianxia's position was almost unshakable. However, after hearing his words, Fangxing frowned. After all, the Pure Land and the Divine Land had been enemies for many years. Although Xianxia came from the spiritual mountain temple of Nanzhan, with the Pure Land cultivators' rejection of everything, they would definitely regard him as a member of the Divine Land. If he went to the Pure Land just like that, he did not know how many potential dangers there would be. Senior brother, I know you are worried about my safety, but I must go to the Paramitha temple. If I want to lead the Buddhist sect through the great calamity, I must integrate the Paramitha temple and the spiritual mountain temple. It can even be said that compared to the spiritual mountain temple, the Paramitha temple is more orthodox for the Buddhist sect. There are many things left behind by the sages in it that I need to verify one by one. Even though this trip is a little dangerous, I can't refuse. The little monk Xianxia sent a voice transmission with his spiritual will. Leave that Buddha fruit with you, senior brother. Your cultivation method is different. In your sea of consciousness, there is a world of its own, which can isolate the aura of the Buddha fruit from being perceived by others. I'm afraid this is also destined. Back then, Master didn't lead the Buddha fruit to senior brother or me because he wanted us to comprehend the true Mahayana Buddhist Dharma through the 10 lifetimes debate. However, he was more worried that if we obtained the Buddha fruit in advance, we would encounter a calamity within these 10,000 years. Rather than saying that the great Buddha formation was to protect the final path to Buddhism, it was more like wrapping around the Buddha fruit to prevent the Buddha fruit's aura from leaking out and triggering some kind of hidden existence. When he reached the end of his sentence, he smiled gently, and a hint of determination appeared on his handsome face. Now that I've become the only Arhat, I'm afraid that I'll trigger some sort of tribulation in the process of reinvigorating Buddhism. It'll be much safer to leave the fruit with you than with me. When I've accumulated enough merit and can become a Buddha, I'll ask you to return the fruit to me, senior brother. These words made Fangxing's heart heavy. With a sullen face, he said after a long while. You have to redeem it with money. Xianxia laughed, put his palms together, and bowed gently. He said with a low smile, senior brother, I dare not bargain. As he said this, he seemed to remember something. He took out a jade slip, tapped it on his forehead, and injected a ray of spiritual light into it. He handed it to Fangxing with both hands and said with a smile, this is the interest. Senior brother Huining obtained the supreme Qi scripture by chance. Please accept it, the supreme 6th scripture, I've finally got it. Fangxing took it casually, and then looked at the little monk Xianxia without saying anything for a long time. After a long time, Feng Xing turned around and glared at the Buddha seal and the cultivators of the Pure Land fiercely. His voice was filled with endless fierceness. My junior brother has gone to the Pure Land. You'd better behave yourself. After saying that, he put his hand on Xianxia's shoulder and shouted, don't forget, this monk is under my protection. Big brother, I really didn't slack off. Look, I've memorized a whole book for you. In the 100 Break Mountain area of the demonic abyss, behind the territory occupied by the cultivators of the divine continent, in a small valley along the Moon River, the current leader of the demonic Tao, Wu Yidian, a disciple of the primordial path, was sincerely handing a stack of small books to Feng Xing. His expression was so righteous that no one dared to look at him directly. All those who have snatched your territory, spoken ill of you behind your back, and bullied your brothers. Most of them are referring to myself. In short, I've memorized all those unpleasant fellows for you, clearly. After saying that, Wu Yidian sternly warned Feng Xing, if there are any benefits, don't forget my share. Alright, this is a divine artifact, take it and play with it. Feng Xing casually took out a magic treasure and gave it to him. Wu Yidian was so excited that tears came out of his eyes. He held it with both hands and went to play with it. Now, it was already the third day since the little monk Xianxia obtained the position of Buddha. After obtaining this position, Xianxia didn't even stay for a day. He followed the monks of the Permitha temple back to the Pure Land. He didn't even miss the opportunities in the demonic abyss. As for Feng Xing and the others, they immediately rushed back to the 100 Break Mountain area occupied by the cultivators of the divine continent. With a fire in their hearts, they came back to take revenge. Originally, they wanted to make a big fuss, but they didn't expect that Wu Yidian would actually give them a surprise. Those 3 books were filled to the brim with information about everything, big or small, clearly written down in great detail. Haha, using my name to seize control of the 10 mountains, and arranging people, it's quite fast. Feng Xing flipped through it and sneered. Swearing to kill me? It seems that the beating I gave to the North 3 Dao wasn't enough. Put out a bounty on everyone related to me? Has the Huangfu family finally cultivated another expert among the younger generation? Eh? He fought with Su Lingyun just to protect me. This Han family prodigy sure is something. As he flipped through the pages, Feng Xing clicked his tongue and seemed to find it very interesting. Although he was a little angry, he did not really lose his temper. However, when he saw a certain item recorded in the book, his eyes suddenly widened and he sat up. His face turned livid. He stared at the scene in the book and said to Chu Xi, that bastard bullied you? Even Chu Xi, who was resting at the side, was stunned for a moment. She glanced at the book and immediately blushed. She didn't expect that this matter would be recorded by Wu Yidian. It's just that he was full of nonsense. I scolded him, but he didn't say anything else. Don't, Chu Xi replied hesitantly. She did not want Feng Xing to delve into this matter. The furious Feng Xing ignored her and directly pulled Wu Yidian back. He pointed at a place in the book and shouted, tell me in detail. Wu Yidian glanced at it and said, oh, I eavesdropped on this matter. There was a female disciple from a sect in the central region who was holding a tea party in the 100 Break Mountains. I followed them to pour tea and water, but I heard them talking about a ridiculous matter. They said that Nanzhan, a little princess from the central region, didn't know what was good for her. She refused young Master Fusu's wish to keep her by his side to serve on an immortal fate. She just had to run to the demon province to die for a notorious devil like you. She even shamelessly ran to young Master Fusu and begged him to send troops to save you. As a result, she was scolded by Sanshu and left in tears. I heard that this matter is true, but I can't confirm it, so I drew a line for you. Hee hee. When Feng Xing heard this, he stuffed a precious pill into Wu Yidian's hand and let him leave. Then, he did not say anything and only sneered. Chu Xi couldn't help but worry. She tugged at the corner of Feng Xing's clothes and said, don't fight over this matter again. It's not worth it. If it's not worth it, then there's nothing worth it. Feng Xing put on a frightening face and threw the 3 books to the side. He stood up coldly and said, you'd just like to fight for women. That's right. If men don't fight for women, life will be so boring. At the side, the great golden crow ran over to join in the fun and said, big brother, where do you think we should start? Feng Xing said, how many territories does the Yuan family have now? Wu Yidian, who was unimaginably well informed, took the initiative to ask, 15 mountains. 15 mountains? Hearing this, the disciples of the Demon Land and even the Great Snow Mountain were slightly startled. They didn't expect there to be so many. Wu Yidian drank a mouthful of wine, shook his head and said, "You guys don't know, after you left, the 100 Break Mountains immediately became lively. The masters of the various families in the central region all rushed in to fight for territory. It could be said that it was a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. In just a short month, countless shocking battles between the Divine Continent and the Divine Continent, and between the Divine Continent and the Demon Province. It could be said that the cultivators of the Demon Province obtained the help of the surviving species of the Untainted Land in the Demon Abyss. It could be said that their strength was superior, but even so, they were still pushed back by the attacks of the various masters of the Divine Continent. Currently, there were close to 100 mountains in the 100 Break Mountains, and among these families, the Yuan family first occupied your 10 mountains, and then seized the original mountain of the Great Snow Mountain. They can already be considered a first-rate family with the most territory. Unfortunately, that young Master Fusu is still not satisfied. Later on, he attacked 4 more times and seized another 4 mountains. Now, there are a total of 15 mountains in his hands. Whether it is in the Demon Province or the Divine Continent, he can be considered the absolute number one. No family can compare to him. After listening to the words of this good brother who was lurking in the rear and scouting for information, Fang Xing and the others finally knew that the current situation had already developed to such a terrifying state. The masters of most of the Divine Continent had already arrived. At this moment, the 100 Break Mountains in the Demon Abyss could be said to be filled with masters and heroes. Apart from the battle between the Divine Continent and the Demon Province, there were also endless internal battles between the Divine Continent and the Demon Province. Now, it was unknown how many cultivators of the 6th Severance Realm and above were repeatedly fighting for the control of a valley or a river. It could be said to be in full swing, and in the central region of the Divine Continent, the Yuan family had taken the initiative in this battle, and had the control of a total of 15 mountains. What did this mean? The Yuan family monopolized 15% of the world's fated opportunities. This was already an exceptionally terrifying number. It should be known that ordinary orthodoxies and sects did not even have the qualifications to enter the 100 Break Mountains to fight. They could only fight in the periphery. Among those that could enter the 100 Break Mountains, which force was not considered a powerful ancient orthodoxy whose name shook the world, of course, even if this was so, the momentum of the Yuan family's territory expansion had already been stopped. At this moment, not to mention a mountain, even a valley was no longer so easy to fight over. Within the 100 Break Mountains, every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Even if he was one of the 4 great young masters of the central region, if he wanted to encroach on an inch of someone else's territory, there would be people who would fight him to the death. In other words, it could be said that the 10 mountains that Fang Xing had occupied back then had finally shown their true value. That was priceless. If a valley within the 100 Break Mountains was taken to the Divine Continent, it could even be exchanged for a small country with a population of 1 million. If that's the case, then I'm afraid it won't be easy to fight over it. Although the Great Golden Crow was also extremely daring, he was not reckless. After hearing this, he could not help but gasp. Things had already come to this point, and it was indeed not easy to fight over it. If he attacked the cultivators of the Divine Continent, not to mention what kind of resistance he would encounter, it would also directly trigger the resistance of the cultivators of the Divine Continent. He was afraid that he would incur the wrath of the masses. If he attacked the cultivators of the Pure Land, first of all, the Centaur race, the Seven-Eyed race, and other old opponents were there. What was more terrifying was that they had used some unknown method to form an alliance with the surviving species of the Untainted Land in the demonic abyss. Their power was not inferior to that of the Divine Continent. If he attacked them now, he would basically be courting death. Then what should we do? Our Great Snow Mountain and the primordial path of the Demon Land, we can't not get a share of the opportunity, right? Not to mention that during this period of time, we involved nearly 40% of the power of the Demon Land cultivators, which reduced the pressure on Zhu Xiu of the Divine Continent. This allowed them to fight for 60% of the territory in the 100 Break Mountains. Let's just talk about the bandit boss. He made a great contribution in the beginning. The dangerous terrain of the Tyene River was all settled by him alone. Now, he did not even get a bit of territory, and the 3 mountains that were given to the Great Snow Mountain were also snatched away. How can we explain this? Li Ying, the crown prince of the Ghost Kingdom, opened his mouth and said, as if he was eager to find someone to fight. He and the Great Golden Crow and the others had all obtained the amazing inheritance of the 6 paths in the receiving ancient temple, and that kind of inheritance had even surpassed the scope of the deity arts, almost reaching the level of the supreme immortal classics of the ancient families of the divine continent. Not to mention what kind of achievements they would have when they cultivated to the end. Just talking about the current situation, their strength had greatly increased, and they originally wanted to find someone to test their skills on. I know you have obtained the Ghost King Sacred Cannon, but your cultivation is too low. Don't fight with others. Li Hongyi glared at Li Ying and scolded him coldly. Li Ying heard and immediately rolled his eyes, not daring to speak. The inheritance that he had obtained was called the Ghost King's Sacred Melody, but Li Hongyi had obtained the Hell King's Suppression Scripture, and a considerable part of it happened to be able to suppress him, which made him more and more afraid of his sister. Seeing this, the other cultivators could not help but feel that it was funny, but they also understood that what Li Ying said was actually not wrong. In this period of time, the cultivators of the Great Snow Mountain and the Demon Land helped Fangxing participate in the battle for the Son of Buddha. At least 40% of the Pure Land strength was involved, and it was also because of this that the cultivators of the Divine Continent could easily seize close to 60% of the 100 Break Mountain territory, or else the 2 sides were evenly matched, and the Demon Province with the power of the primitive species would not lose to the Divine Continent overall, and they would not be able to seize so much territory. However, the people of the Great Snow Mountain, first to help the Great Golden Crow, and then to help Fangxing, caused all the direct disciples to not be able to occupy a piece of territory in the 100 Break Mountain battle, and the 3 mountains that Fangxing originally gave them were also divided, and now they could be said to be empty-handed, while the primordial orthodoxy of the Demon Land was bitterly occupied by the Fox Fairy and the others. Now, if the Little Poon King, Kong and the others returned, based on the Fox Fairy's temper, she would definitely not be willing to share the benefits with them, so they were too lazy to go back and be given the cold shoulder. Now, these people were like grasshoppers on a rope. It could be said that they were in the same boat, it could be said that they were bound together for good or bad. They really treat it like a treasure. When Fangxing heard this, he also sneered. With his personality, even if he did not mention the hatred he had for young Master Fusu, it was impossible for him to let the Demon Land Zhu Xiao and the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain lose a piece of the opportunity because of him. He immediately began to ponder in his heart, and after a while, he seemed to have thought of something, and grinned, saying, "But how can they not spit out double what they stole from me? How do we make them spit it out?" After hearing Fangxing's words, the group was a little confused. Fangxing directly stood up, and said in a high-spirited manner, "I'll go reason with them." Who could you reason with in this sort of matter? Fangxing's words left the disciples of the Demon Land and the Great Snow Mountain in a daze. Even if Fangxing's military merit was first and they had drawn away 40% of the Pure Land's cultivators, who would reason with him? More importantly, Fangxing's appearance didn't seem to be joking. This made them even more confused. Was he really going to attack when he couldn't reason with them? It had to be known that although their group had all obtained great fortunes and their strength could be said to be unprecedentedly strong, with as many experts as there were clouds in the sky, the fortunes they had obtained had not been completely digested. Their strength had not advanced by leaps and bounds. Now that they were up against the Divine Prefecture, they would probably stumble, but as they watched Fangxing excitedly rush out with his hands behind his back, they could only helplessly follow. To tell the truth, no matter how impressive Fangxing's actions were, his impulsive nature still made people uneasy. At this time, in the center of the Divine Prefecture in the 100 Break Mountains, there was a palace on an incomparably dangerous peak. Within the palace, the Tao children and God children of the various races of the Divine Prefecture were sitting cross-legged. At the head, on the white jade steps, there were 10 prayer mats. In front of each mat was a small table. They were clearly the most distinguished seats in the entire palace. Young Master Fusu of the Central Region's Yuan clan and General Red Embellishment of the Abyss Subduing Division were sitting on 2 of the prayer mats. In addition, there were 5 or 6 other people, leaving 2 or 3 empty seats. Everyone is here. What business do you have to discuss? I think we can begin. Zhu Shou quietly sat for a long while. Seeing that a stick of sandalwood had burned out, General Zhao Yadong opened her eyes and softly said. Didn't you say that young Master Fuyao would also come? Why is there still no sign of him? In the great hall, a man wearing a starry Taoist robe looked at an empty prayer mat and frowned. There's also Fairy Qingling of Lihan Heaven, Taoist Gu of Heavenly Tao, and Spiritual Master Yujizi of Heavenly Mystery Palace. Will we be able to come to a conclusion? Taoist Gu has an old grudge with the so-called #1 demon of the demon province, Luo Donghua. It is said that he has arranged to have a duel with someone in the demon abyss, but there is also no news of him. As for Yujizi of the Palace of Heavenly Mysteries, he has been at the Little Star Lake in the center of the demon abyss this entire time, and he will need at least 7 days to complete a cycle of divination. As for young Master Fuyao. At this point, General Zhao Yadong looked at a white-cloaked woman sitting cross-legged on a prayer mat and bitterly laughed. Young Master Fuyao said that a large group of people crowded together in the demon abyss to fight for some good fortune and all sorts of boring things. As a result, he slipped away halfway and ran to the North Sea to study the zither. However, Fairy Macho of Fuyao Palace came in his place, so it's the same. Went to the North Sea to learn the zither? The crowd of cultivators was somewhat speechless at General Red Embellishment's words. In their eyes, young Master Fuyao was naturally an important figure. They had been waiting for him for the past few days, but no one had expected that after waiting for a full 5 days, he would still not come. The grand opportunity of the mysterious coffin was right here, but he felt bored and ran to the North Sea to learn the zither? Wasn't this a bit too out of place? Moreover, how could a woman replace the status of Fuyao Palace, who in the world didn't know that the female disciples of Fuyao Palace were born to be concubines? Young Master Fusu of the Yuan family laughed at this and said, everyone might not know, but Fairy Macho is not an ordinary person. The world has changed. Fuyao Palace's Xiaositu's coming-of-age ceremony will be brought forward, and the position of Holy Maiden will also be decided ahead of time. Fairy Macho is the next Holy Maiden that all the seniors of Fuyao Palace favor. The current her is probably only one title away from the position of Holy Maiden. Holy Maiden? Upon hearing this, Zhu Shou was stunned and felt a deep sense of veneration. The status of the Holy Maiden of Fuyao Palace and an ordinary disciple was too far apart. One was like the sky, while the other was like the earth. The position of the Holy Maiden was almost on par with that of Xiaositu. If this was really the case, then Fairy Macho's status as a representative of Fuyao Palace to participate in this meeting was not bad. That's good. The man in the starry robe said, I'm here today to ask if we still intend to continue fighting with the Devil Province? Hearing his words, the hearts of all the cultivators trembled, and they fell silent at the same time. General Red Embellishment only nodded slightly and said, fellow cultivators, what do you think? Moreover, our spies have reported that the power of the Devil Province's cultivators has suddenly increased in the past few days. It seems that the ancient clans that were not at the front line have returned at the same time. Their power is no longer comparable to that of a few days ago. Moreover, out of the 100 mountain ranges of the 100 Break Mountains, 58 are now in the hands of the Divine Land, which has reached the limit of the Devil Province's cultivators. If we push them too hard, I'm afraid they will go all out. This loss cannot be ignored. Haha, we must eliminate all evil. What limit is there? The cultivator in the starry robe shouted coldly, this is a great opportunity that should belong to the orthodoxy of the Divine Continent. It's just that the cultivators of the Demon Continent ruined the formation, so they came to the Demon Abyss. In my opinion, we should take it all and not leave a single mountain for them, so that we can deal a blow to the arrogance of those demon bastards, and let them know that the weapons of the orthodoxy of the Divine Continent are not rusty. Hee, blood must be shed to eliminate evil. The opportunity is right in front of you. Are you willing to let your disciples die? Someone said sarcastically and sneered, secretly mocking him. Of course I'm not willing, but I'm even more unwilling that our barren mountain can't occupy a single mountain. The person who had spoken earlier immediately raised his voice and said angrily, why? You all came early and took all of your territories. But we, the barren mountain, are only here to help the saints protect the array in the extreme north. When we arrive at the Demon Abyss, we come empty-handed? If that's the case, then I'll stay here today. Either you give 3 territories to my great desolate mountain, or you help my great desolate mountain and start a war with the demon province. All the territories that we snatch will belong to my great desolate mountain. Fellow Taoists, this suggestion isn't too much, right? Hee. Inside the grand hall, no matter how many people laughed, no one spoke. They naturally understood what was going on. The barren mountain came late and didn't occupy a single mountain. Naturally, they were not satisfied. However, most of the other orthodoxies had already occupied their territories. If they wanted them to hand it over, who would be willing to do that? If they wanted them to send out their troops and help the barren mountain fight against the demon continent, they would bleed and die for the barren mountain's territory. After all, in the eyes of some people, the situation was pretty much set. Even though the demon continent's cultivators were weaker than the divine continent's cultivators, they wouldn't be defeated in one attack. More importantly, they had signed a contract with the primitive species. If the two sides worked together, it would be even harder to deal with them. Previously, the divine continent's cultivators were able to take over 58 mountains because most of the demon continent's cultivators were not at the front lines. Now that they heard that the demon continent's cultivators had returned, and the demon continent's cultivators were filled with anger, if they provoked them now, they would probably anger the demon continent's cultivators and both sides would suffer. However, those who gained benefits sought stability. Those who didn't, or those who were not satisfied with the territory they had, were unwilling. Thus, with the barren mountain as the leader, they argued endlessly. The Great Barren Mountain was not a nameless sect, it was a great sect in the western region of the divine continent. There were great cultivators who passed the tribulation in their clan, and their influence was decisive. Since they were not satisfied, the divine continent's orthodoxies did not dare to ignore them, and could only wrangle here. Everyone, please do not laugh coldly, and do not take this matter seriously. Today, the barren mountain will make it clear. With the current distribution, the barren mountain is very dissatisfied, and we do not agree. If you do not consider my proposal, then don't blame the barren mountain for taking what we deserve. If anyone has any objections, then bring the case to the saint. I don't believe that the barren mountain will ignore us when we, the barren mountain, defend the eye of the formation, get nothing in the end, and the saint will not care about this, the cultivator in the 7-star robe said coldly, then sat down with his arms crossed, and did not speak again. The surroundings instantly quietened down. They knew that this was the barren mountain's final warning: take back what belongs to me by myself. How? In the end, the big fish would eat the small fish. The barren mountain was making it clear that if they did not get a result today, they would immediately attack the other orthodoxies of the divine continent to seize territory, regardless of friend or foe. At that time, a slight move on one part would affect the overall situation. The territory of the divine continent would most likely be in chaos. Everyone would be arrogant, and they would no longer be able to work together to deal with the devil province cultivators. This might give others an opportunity to take advantage of them. However, the barren mountain was also an ancient orthodoxy, located in the western region of the divine continent, and had some kind of connection with the Kunlun Yaoqi. Even Zhu Shou did not dare to forcibly suppress them. For a moment, it was incomparably quiet, and no one spoke. Even the general red embellishment did not know what to say at this moment, and remained silent. The current divine continent, after experiencing the initial chaos, had formed a tacit understanding that the established territories were the main priority, and they were not allowed to attack each other to prevent the devil province from taking advantage of this. However, the orthodoxy like the barren mountain, which had previously made great contributions but had not obtained any territory, was a special existence. Their power was extraordinary, and they could not be underestimated. Moreover, they were in the right, and they were not afraid of a lawsuit being brought before the sages. Moreover, with the status and power of the barren mountain, it was indeed a joke that they had not obtained any territory. However, even if this was the case, who would be willing to give up the territory to them? Even the general red embellishment herself would not be willing. Once she gave up, the clan elders would definitely punish her. This also caused the atmosphere to become awkward for a moment. At this juncture, no one dared to speak, lest they attract trouble. However, at this moment, someone spoke up, and the general red embellishment was saved from a crisis. Oh, the barren mountain has made great contributions in defending the formation so our journey has been delayed, and we have not been able to enter the demon abyss in advance to seize territory. This is indeed illogical. However, now that the fortune is about to descend, and the divine continent has gained the upper hand in the battle with the devil province, it is not a good time to start a war rashly. Moreover, the orthodoxies of the divine continent have already formed an alliance, and we are not allowed to attack each other. If Cultivator Gusher of the Barren Mountain breaks this rule, I'm afraid that the divine continent's territory will be in chaos, and the rules will collapse, giving the devil province an opportunity to take advantage of. Young Master Fusu, who was sitting high above, spoke calmly with a smile on his face. He raised a cup of wine, and looked at the man in the 7-star robe of the Barren Mountain. Even so, the Barren Mountain has made great contributions, and if we do not obtain any territory, it will not be justifiable. How about this? Among the 15 mountains occupied by the Yuan family, we will give 3 to the Barren Mountain. Are you satisfied? Dividing 3 mountains from the Yuan family's territory and giving it to the Great Barren Mountain. For a moment, young Master Fusu's words made all the cultivators speechless. Those were 3 mountains, especially the 100-break mountain, which was at the center of the talisman. How many opportunities and fortunes did these 3 mountains represent? It could be said that some of the first-rate sects in the divine continent would be satisfied if they were able to occupy a valley in the 100-break mountain range. Only those supreme great orthodoxies and ancient families would be able to conquer the mountains and rivers and occupy 3 or 4 mountains. The reason why the Yuan family was able to occupy 10 mountains was purely due to luck. Even though he was from the Yuan family, because of these 15 mountains, he had suffered a lot of criticism and negative comments. However, it was also at this moment that young Master Fusu's words caused Zhu Xiu to feel deep respect. In order to appease the dissatisfaction of the Great Barren Mountain and the growing conflict within the Divine Land, he was actually willing to divide 3 mountains. What kind of boldness and heroism was this? Even the god of the Great Barren Mountain, Gusher, was stunned. After a long time, he said with a trembling voice, "Is this true?" Young Master Fusu raised a cup of wine and said with a smile, "If fellow Gusher agrees, how about drinking this cup of wine as a sign of the agreement?" His calm expression finally allowed the god of the Great Desolate Mountain, Gusher, to confirm this, and he was so excited that his hands started trembling slightly. He hurriedly poured a cup of wine and presented it with both hands before looking directly at young Master Fusu and saying solemnly, "To tell you the truth, I, Gusher, didn't care much about the reputation of the 4 great young masters of the Central Territory before this. But today, just based on the fact that you've given this cup of wine to the 3 mountains, I, Gusher, am convinced by you, young Master Fusu. You're generous and righteous, and your spirit is extraordinary. I, Gusher, will remember this favor, and so will the Great Desolate Mountain." After saying that, he covered his face with his sleeves, drank the wine in one gulp, and bowed again. Young Master Fusu drained his cup in one gulp as well, and then he said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Gusher, you're too kind. Even though I'm from the Central Territory, I've long since heard that you're a peerless scholar from the desolate mountain of the Western Territory, and your strength is extraordinary. You can be said to be an extraordinary genius in 1,000 years, and I've wanted to make friends with you since a long time ago." As he spoke, he faintly said to the yellow-robed maid standing behind him, "Inger, you go out now and pass on my decree. Order my subordinates to give up 3 mountains and hand over the array pivots of the 3 mountains to the people of the Great Desolate Mountain to control. There must be no mistakes." Huang Inger bowed slightly and said, "I understand." To put it bluntly, he left gracefully, naturally making friends with the people of the Great Desolate Mountain. Gusher, the god of the Great Desolate Mountain, was extremely excited. He drank a few more cups with Mr. Fusu. The surrounding cultivators looked at each other in dismay. They hadn't expected that this matter would be resolved so easily. In fact, for the current divine land, there were many orthodoxies that were dissatisfied with the Great Desolate Mountain. However, they didn't dare to make such a request because they didn't have enough strength. This time, they wanted to make use of the Great Desolate Mountain's influence to make a big fuss together. However, they didn't expect that Mr. Fusu would be so generous as to directly gift the Great Desolate Mountain 3 mountains. Not only did this eliminate a disaster, but it also firmly tied the Great Desolate Mountain to the chariot of the Yuan family. The Great Desolate Mountain probably wouldn't be able to repay the kindness of the 3 mountains even after several lifetimes. As for the other orthodoxies that were dissatisfied, without the Great Desolate Mountain to take the lead, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Mr. Fusu's reputation of gifting 3 mountains with a cup of wine would probably spread throughout the divine land in a few days. Hehe, it's good that the dispute has been resolved. Fellow Taoists, it's rare for us to gather together. Why don't we have a drink together? The General Red Embellishment raised his cup and toasted to Fairy Macho, Mr. Fusu, and the others. Good, the other orthodoxies that only wanted to maintain the status quo cheered loudly and toasted one after another. As for those who were dissatisfied with the status quo, seeing that the great desolate mountain had already benefited and wouldn't stand up for them anymore, they didn't dare to say anything or express their displeasure. They could only raise their cups gloomily. For a moment, the atmosphere was joyous and harmonious. However, at this moment, there was a sudden clamor outside the temporary imperial residence. After a moment of chaos, an extremely loud voice shouted, "What divine princes of all Daos are discussing important matters? Don't tell me I'm not qualified to enter? Don't force me to do anything. Let me tell you, I'm here to reason things out. If you dare to stop me again, believe it or not, I'll skin you bastard. Please allow me to inform them first." Hey, Jean Liuzi, where did you send him with your wings? Who wants to listen to his nonsense? Inform them my ass. Let's go in first. That makes sense. All the cultivators were stunned. Before they could send someone out to check, they suddenly saw a group of people barging into the palace. The one in the lead was a man with a large saber on his back. He wore a tattered gray robe and his black hair was tied into a simple ponytail. He had a pair of strange eyes and looked like he was ready to beat up anyone he didn't like. He barged into the palace angrily, and behind him followed a group of people. There were human cultivators, demons, ghosts, and monsters. It could be said that there was a wide variety of people. It's him. When General Red Embellishment saw this person, she smiled and thought to herself, he really came back alive. He's also on time. In that case, the large number of cultivators from the Devil Province who were restrained a few days ago must have something to do with him. This is going to be lively. When young Master Fusu saw this, he frowned slightly and his expression turned cold. Fairy Macho of Fuyao Palace, who was also sitting on the platform, had a look of disgust on her face. She felt that this person was rude. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you barge into the conference hall of the Divine Continent Orthodoxy? Before the people sitting on the high seats of honor could speak, someone below shouted and jumped up to block the way. I'm so famous, but you don't know me? The man in gray pointed at his own nose and said to the people blocking his way in disbelief. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as him. The cultivators blocking the way didn't know how to reply for a while. At this moment, General Red Embellishment, who was sitting on the high seats of honor, stood up with a smile and a cup in his hand. He welcomed Feng Xing from afar and said with a smile, "Feng Xing, fellow cultivator Feng, I heard that you were lost in the Devil Province a few days ago. I was really worried about you. Today, I see that you've returned safely. Not only are you uninjured, but your aura is even more vigorous. This is really worth celebrating. Come. Please come in and have a seat." He's Feng Xing? Upon hearing this, the cultivators blocking Feng Xing were shocked and took 2 steps back subconsciously. No wonder this guy was so arrogant. The name of Feng Xing, the devil, was really like thunder reverberating in the ears. But didn't the rumor say that he had died in the Devil Province? Why did he appear in the conference hall of Zhuxiu of the Divine Continent today? Let's talk about this later. I'm not here to drink wine today. Feng Xing didn't go inside. He just stood at the entrance of the temporary imperial residence with his hands on his waist and looked at Zhuxiu fiercely. General Red Embellishment held the cup of wine and said with a wry smile, "Then why are you here today?" Feng Xing replied righteously, "I'm here to reason." Pfft, some cultivators spat out the wine they had just drunk and hurriedly tried to cover it up. When the other cultivators heard this, they all had strange expressions on their faces. Feng Xing's name was quite well known. To some extent, he was almost comparable to the 4 young masters of the central region. However, who didn't know that the devil was famous for being unreasonable? Who would have thought that he would actually come to the conference hall to reason? What reason? General Red Embellishment was wearing a helmet, so no one could tell whether she was happy or angry. However, her voice was obviously trembling, as if she was trying hard to hold back her laughter. However, Fangxing was very serious. He rolled up his sleeves, looked at General Red Embellishment, and said, "I only want to ask you, what's my ranking in military merits now?" General Red Embellishment was slightly startled. However, she took out a jade book from her sleeve and flipped it open seriously. She said, "You seized 17 mountains with 3 drums and went to the dangerous Tyene River of the Demon Province. This is 1 merit. You set up a defensive array and stopped the Demon Province's cultivators from invading 14 times. Each time is 1 merit. So, this will be counted as 15 merits. Gifting 3 mountains and the Abyss Suppressing Division with troops is also 1 merit. Altogether, this military merit can be considered." Before she could finish speaking, the Great Golden Crow, who was standing aside, suddenly said, "Moreover, a few days ago, my brothers and I sneaked into the Demon Province's territory and attracted at least 40% of their troops. This created an opportunity for you to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, do you really think that it was so easy to seize so many territories from the Demon Province's cultivators? Do a calculation. Is this also considered a great merit?" General Red Embellishment's expression slightly froze. She said seriously, "Of course it's considered a merit. It's really a great merit." Fangxing waved his hand happily and said, "All right, then tell me what rank I'm at." General Red Embellishment flipped through the jade book seriously and replied with a solemn expression, "Among the Abyss Suppressing Division, you are the person with the highest military merit." Wow, Zhu Xiu's body moved almost at the same time. He was really shocked by this answer. Many people looked at General Red Embellishment with strange expressions, their faces full of doubt and disbelief. However, General Red Embellishment only smiled bitterly and said, "It's absolutely true. If you don't believe me, you can check it." Naturally, the cultivators would not check it out. General Red Embellishment could not have falsified the military merits of the Abyss Suppressing Division. It was even more impossible for him to have falsified the military merits of the Abyss Suppressing Division under the watchful eyes of the public for such a demon. However, the fact that this demon had such military merits was really surprising. Didn't this mean that his military merits were much higher than those of the Central Region disciples? As a result, the way they looked at the demon was a little strange. When Fangxing heard this answer, he nodded in satisfaction. Then, he stretched out his hand and said, "What about the benefits?" General Red Embellishment was slightly startled. She was speechless and cooperatively said, "This." Fangxing took another step forward and looked aggressively at Zhu Xiu, who was inside the temporary imperial residence. He especially looked fiercely at young Master Fusu, who was sitting in the middle. "I've risked my life to help you achieve so many military merits. Now, I don't mind counting how much you benefited from me. I just want to ask you one thing. Where's my territory?" "You want a territory?" The hall fell silent for a moment. Then, a strange smile appeared on Zhu Xiu's face. It was a mixture of disdain and mockery. No wonder this little devil had suddenly barged into the meeting hall and shamelessly said that he wanted to reason things out, then asked about military achievements. The reason was that his ultimate goal was no different from that of the Great Wilderness Mountain. He felt that the situation in the 100 Break Mountains had been decided, but he had ended up empty-handed, so he had come to reason things out. The cultivators could understand his feelings, but when they actually did it, they still felt ridiculous. Someone in the hall sneered. "What do you think the Land of Fortune is? You can get it just by asking for it?" The person who spoke was a youth that didn't seem to be very old. He wore a Taoist crown on his head and a crane robe on his body. He sat on a praying mat in the hall with a disdainful expression. Furthermore, there was unconcealable hatred in his eyes when he looked at Fangxing. "Who are you?" Fangxing looked at the young man and asked with a frown. "I am Li Xianyang, a true disciple of the pure Yang path from the northern region of the Divine Prefecture." "So what?" The young man raised his head. Even in the face of the incomparably fierce Fangxing, he refused to back down. "So it's him." When the surrounding cultivators heard this, many of them nodded to themselves. Many people knew about the grudge between Fangxing and the cultivation world of the northern region of the Divine Prefecture. Back then, in order to avenge his master, he had forced his way through the 10 formations of the Pilgrimage Mountain, from the first formation all the way to the 10th. He had killed countless true disciples of the various orthodoxies and clans in the northern region. In the end, even the divine child of the pure yang path, Song Guichan, had been knocked off a cliff and exposed his demonic cultivation. As a result, the pure yang path had no choice but to give up their treasure and suppress the peerless genius whom their sect had placed high hopes on in the back of the mountain. They had not let him out even until now. In the end, he had even snatched the pilgrimage cauldron and escaped, causing chaos in the northern region. Fortune had been scattered, and it had not recovered even after 10 years. This deep hatred could be said to have been buried deep in the heart of Zhu Xiu of the northern region, and he would never forget it. After Song Guichan was suppressed, Li Xianxia of the Pure Yang Path was a successor that the Pure Yang Path had spent countless efforts and 10 years to groom. It was said that he was also a peerless genius and his potential was not inferior to Song Guichan's. Since he had inherited the fortune of the northern region of the Divine Prefecture, he naturally did not have a good impression of Feng Xing. Perhaps he had been thinking about taking back the pilgrimage cauldron and restoring the prestige of the northern region. When the two of them met, it was quite interesting. Let's see how he deals with it. Northern region of Divine Prefecture? When Feng Xing heard this, he seriously pondered for a while. Then, he said in surprise, "Not all of your people are dead yet?" When Li Xianxia heard this, he immediately frowned in anger. He suddenly stood up and shouted at Feng Xing with his sword in hand, "Demon, you killed the cultivators of the northern region and stole our treasure. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. The tens of thousands of cultivators of the northern region want to kill you with their own hands. Sooner or later, we will kill you with our swords and take back the treasure of the pilgrimage mountain, then why don't they come? No one is going to pull their legs?" Feng Xing replied lazily, as if he didn't care at all. Li Xianxia was infuriated and shouted, "If not for the fact that you have disappeared for the past 10 years, you would have been killed by the cultivators of the northern region. It's not like I've disappeared. I'm standing right here. Why don't you come?" Feng Xing sneered and placed his hands behind his back, as if he was looking down on Li Xianxia. Li Xianxia was so angry that he could not speak. His face had turned purple from anger. "What about you? Now that I see you, I know that the cultivators of the northern region are all dead. Otherwise, how could it be your turn to enter the Devil's Abyss?" Feng Xing spoke slowly and unhurriedly, but each word struck the heart and just happened to stab Li Xianxia's sore spot. I will kill you right now and restore the reputation of the cultivators of the northern region." Li Xianxia was a hot-tempered person, but this was also a flaw that could easily occur when one cultivated the pure Yang Dao technique to great success. If one cultivated to the level of Song Guichan or the pure Yang Dao master, the fire will would be restrained, and the whole person would become deep and reserved. Li Xianxia obviously had not reached this level, otherwise he would not have been unable to resist mocking Feng Xing the moment he saw him. At this time, he was competing with Feng Xing in terms of verbal skills, and after a few words, he was enraged. His eyes were bloodshot, and in an instant, he raised his sword and attacked, charging forward. Whoosh! This sword strike seemed to have summoned a fire dragon in the hall. It traversed the void and wanted to pierce through Feng Xing's chest. As expected of Song Guichan's successor, the old monsters of the Pure Yang sect spent countless efforts to nurture him. At such a young age, he has already reached the late stage of the gold core stage. This sword strike has even deeply grasped the essence of the pure Yang fire intent. The surrounding cultivators were all ordinary people, so they could naturally tell that this child was extraordinary with a single glance. They could not help but exclaim in admiration. In the hall, there were already people who were interested. They wanted to see the result. With Feng Xing's status, winning against this child would not be glorious, but if he lost, even if it was only by one move, he would not have the face to live in this world. Facing Li Xianxia's explosive sword strike, Feng Xing still had his hands behind his back and did not even look at it. He watched helplessly as Li Xianxia's sword stabbed into his chest. His eyes were filled with killing intent, but Feng Xing still did not move. However, a person behind him moved. No, it was a donkey. The green donkey wore silver armor, and its 4 hooves stepped on a golden light that was like a cloud of fire. With a swoosh, it charged over from behind Feng Xing, turned its head, and its butt was facing Li Xianxia. After that, its two hind hooves kicked out with a whoosh. The strength was so strong that it was actually not inferior to the attack of a top expert in the Golden Core realm. In practically an instant, it fiercely stomped on Li Xuanyang's chest, directly trampling this young and vigorous genius to the point that countless bones in his chest shattered. With a muffled groan, he flew straight out, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. "Humph, any kind of person wants to challenge my master?" The green donkey spoke in an extremely disdainful manner. "If you want to see the true Buddha, you have to go through me, Donkey Fong." Wow, for a moment, the hall was in chaos. Many people were so shocked that their eyeballs fell out. The successor of the pure yang, Seksong Guichan, was actually kicked away by a donkey. This Motherf * King donkey had not even transformed yet. Some people were speechless. Why did the donkey call the devil? Could it be that the devil had accepted a donkey as his disciple? "Good disciple, you did well." Just as Zhu Xiu was shocked, Fong Xing patted the donkey's head with a comforting look. "Eh. He, it's because you taught me well, master." The ferocity of the green donkey disappeared. It shook its head and tail in front of Fong Xing like a pug. This kind and filial look of a master was really disgusting. "Fellow Fong has accepted a good disciple," a woman's voice sounded faintly. It was TT Fairy. When Li Xianyang was kicked away by the green donkey, she had reached out to catch the young man. However, when Li Xianyang saw that it was a donkey who had kicked him away, he was so angry that he fainted. As the goddess of the Yin spirit path and an ally of the Pure Yang sect, TT Fairy did not show any anger at this time. She only asked faintly, "Waha, it's alright. This disciple is very filial." Fong Xing laughed but transmitted his voice to TT Fairy. "You helped me before, I owe you a favor." TT Fairy also transmitted her voice. "Wufang, I don't like this person. Next time, find a chance to deal with him." Fong Xing was a little speechless. He glanced at TT Fairy and thought to himself, no wonder she did not stop Li Xianyang from attacking me. Now, does anyone still have an opinion on my territory? Fong Xing once again turned to look at Zhu Xiu in the hall and asked fiercely. This time, no one dared to speak. Those who were lacking in ability saw that even the donkey under his command was so extraordinary, and the group of demons and ghosts that followed behind him didn't seem to be kind people, so how could they dare to offend him lightly? On the other hand, those who were capable would conduct themselves with dignity and wouldn't jump out to make things difficult for him for no reason. After all, there weren't many people in this world who would work hard for no gain. If there had been anyone who had doubted whether Fong Xing was qualified to enter this meeting hall, no one had any doubts now. The green donkey had kicked Li Xianyang away. In fact, it was also showing off for Fong Xing. Now, it had become imposing. Many people, after hearing Fong Xing's words, had already secretly looked at young Master Fusu, who was on the high platform. Those who were trying to fish in troubled waters to gain more benefits understood that Fong Xing seemed to be asking General Red Embellishment and Zhu Xiu in the hall, but in fact, he was aiming at young Master Fusu, Yuan Buyu, who was also from the Yuan family. After all, Yuan Buyu originally had 10 mountains in his hands, but they were all taken over by the Yuan family. In this slightly awkward atmosphere, young Master Fusu did not raise his eyebrows. After a long while, he opened his eyes indifferently and glanced lazily at Fong Xing. Then, he gently waved his hand and said, "You go out first. I will look for you later." He looked like an adult chasing away a naughty child. "I am here to reason things out. If it doesn't work, I will not go anywhere." Fong Xing sneered. He simply took 2 steps forward and looked at General Red Embellishment. "Based on my military achievements, do I deserve a territory?" General Red Embellishment answered resolutely, "You deserve it." Fong Xing immediately asked, "What about my territory?" General Red Embellishment answered even faster, "Anyway, it is not in my hands." Fong Xing immediately scolded, "Then which bastard has it?" General Red Embellishment turned to look at young Master Fusu and laughed bitterly. Then, she sat down and drank gloomily, not answering. Fong Xing smiled and nodded. "Oh, so it is in this person's hands." The atmosphere suddenly became extremely awkward. Although Fong Xing had purposely left out a few words, Zhu Xiu was no fool. How could they not hear the trick in his words? The entire hall became extremely quiet. Zhu Xiu and the others looked at each other. thinking that this bastard was obviously referring to young Master Fusu. This devil was too bold. They heard that he was also the blood of the Yuan family. Did he not know what kind of position young Master Fusu had in the Yuan family? The ancient aristocratic families in the central region of the Divine Prefecture had strict family rules. The slightest act of disrespect would be severely punished. They could not help but sneak a peek at young Master Fusu's expression to see what the consequences would be. At this moment, young Master Fusu was expressionless. He held a wine cup and his eyes were slightly cold. No one knew what he was thinking. 19th Master, don't talk nonsense. Young Master asked you to leave, so leave. He will summon you here later. Young Master Fusu did not speak. Behind him, the servant in red, Xianxia, could not help but reprimand him in a low voice. She still addressed him respectfully as 19th Master and persuaded him to leave for the time being. But at this moment, Fangxing, who was laughing and cursing as if nothing had happened, suddenly had a drastic change in his expression. His eyes were like swords as he looked at Huang Ying'er. His voice was unbelievably cold. Lowly servant, I am talking to your young master. What right do you have to interrupt? As soon as he said that, the atmosphere in the hall became a little strange. Young Master Fusu had 3 servants by his side. Although they were servant girls in name, they were deeply doted on by young Master Fusu. Their status was naturally extraordinary. Even the female disciples of Fuyao Palace would treat them as equals when they saw the 3 of them. If they had taken young Master Fusu's decree and went out on official business, their status in an ordinary sect would not be inferior to that of a Taoist or a goddess. But now, they were being reprimanded like this, although in terms of status, Fangxing was indeed higher than her, but wasn't it a little rude to scold a servant girl like this? The people behind Fangxing suddenly understood something and turned to look at Chu Xi. At this moment, Chu Xi's little face was flushed and her body was trembling. She was deeply touched. Others might not understand, but she naturally knew. Back then, in order to save Fangxing, she had gone to young Master Fusu's palace to beg for help. In the end, she was humiliated by the 3 beauties. They reprimanded her for not being worthy to be a servant girl of young Master Fusu. Even if she was willing to follow him, she could only be a lowly servant girl by his side. This matter had originally been buried in the bottom of her heart, but it was dug out by the resourceful Wu Yidian. He then exaggerated and told Fangxing about it. And Fangxing had always been a vengeful person. At this time, he had purposely seized the opportunity to vent her anger on her behalf. For a moment, Xianxia was also embarrassed and indignant. Usually, no one dared to reprimand her like this, causing her to be unable to react for a moment. She lowered her head to look at young Master Fusu and saw that there was an additional layer of frost between his brows. However, he was fiddling with the wine cup in his hand and clearly had no intention of saying anything. She could only forcefully suppress her anger and said in a low voice, I am only passing on a message on behalf of young Master. 19th Lord doesn't have to. Isn't the servant girl passing on the message cheap? Fangxing replied coldly with a sneer hanging from the corner of his mouth. You. At this moment, Xianxia was really unable to catch her breath after hearing his words. You speak so viciously. What kind of noble status do you have? At this moment, even the usually quiet Zi Yuaner, who was standing beside Xianxia, could not help but reprimand her. This woman was quite impressive. With just a single sentence, she had accused Fangxing of not having the demeanor of a noble. However, she was still far from being able to compare to Fangxing. She placed her hands on her hips and scolded, I don't look like a noble, but I'm still a noble. Do you look glamorous or cheap? You. This sentence caused even Zi Yuaner to be unable to open her mouth. 19th Lord, that's where you're wrong. With your status, there's no need for you to argue with 2 servants here. If word of this gets out, not only will it ruin your reputation, even the reputation of the clan will be affected. The 3 of us are happy for you that you were able to return from the demon province alive, but you haven't returned to the clan after all. If your reputation is ruined here, it'll be difficult for us to call you 19th Lord in the future. However, at this moment, the servant girl in the yellow dress, Huang Ying'er, had also returned. When she saw this scene, she tried to persuade him gently. Unlike Xianxia and Zi Yuaner, this woman was full of smiles and her words were sharp. Her persuasion actually carried a hint of threat. "Who do you think you are to call me lord? I might not even agree to call you disciple." However, Fangxing did not fall for her tricks. He did not have a good impression of these three beauties and would scold anyone he could get his hands on. At this moment, the green donkey chimed in as well. "Calling me lord makes me seem old. Let's just call him uncle, it's full of vicissitudes." He, nephew, you don't understand. Calling me lord has a different meaning. Otherwise, why would there be so many lords in the brothels?" The big golden crow heard it clearly at this moment. He could not help but laugh sinisterly for a moment. It was already impressive enough that one master and one disciple joined the battle. Now, with the addition of the great golden crow, the effect was even more ruthless than a celestial spell. The three beauties were so angry that they almost emitted smoke. For a moment, a murderous aura rose in their hearts. They lowered their heads to look at young Master Fusu, only to see that he was still indifferent, as if he did not care about what was happening outside. They made a decision in their hearts. When the young master was angry, as long as he did not explicitly object, the three of them would be allowed to do anything. Furthermore, they were so angry that they did not have the time to explain in detail. "Feathered beast, how dare you spout nonsense in front of us sisters?" In an instant, Ziyuaner was the first to shout angrily. Her figure floated over like a cloud and she stomped on the head of the great golden crow. At the same time, Hong Keier also flew out. A bright sword shadow slashed down on the head of the green donkey. These two maids were also top-notch experts. Their cultivation was probably no less than 2 mirror realms. They were especially terrifying. "19th Lord, you've been standing for too long. Have a drink to relieve your fatigue." It was also at this moment that Huang Yuaner also moved. She held a cup of wine in her hand and her figure was light. In a flash, she appeared in front of Fangxing. She bowed gracefully and offered the wine with both hands. It seemed like she was just holding the wine, but her Taoist connotation surged with every move she made. Impressively, all of Fangxing's movements were sealed inside. Even the space around him had been sealed. She was using the name of offering wine to prevent Fangxing from rescuing the other two maids. After all, the three beauties were still wary of Fangxing's identity. However, they did not care about the lives of the great golden crow and the green donkey. At this moment, the three of them joined forces. Huang Ying'er would attack Fangxing so that he would not have the time to rescue them. Then, Hong Keier and Ziyuaner would attack the green donkey and the great golden crow respectively. Their murderous intent was surging. It was as if they wanted to vent their anger by killing the two maids and at the same time, give Fangxing a show of strength. If it had been someone else, they might have really achieved their goal with their arrangements and vicious attacks. Unfortunately, they had underestimated the abilities of these three people. In the face of Huang Ying'er's offer of wine, Fangxing did not dodge. He smiled and allowed her to stand in front of him. He even allowed her to seal the void around him. Then, his expression did not change. A faint evil smile hung at the corners of his mouth as he reached for the wine cup. It was also at this moment that Hong Keier and Ziyuaner's attacks had already reached the green donkey and the great golden crow. The green donkey was rather straightforward. The moment it sensed the murderous intent from the three beauties, it immediately turned and ran. Its hooves stomped fiercely on the back and it used the momentum to scuttle behind Li Ying. Ziyuaner rushed to where the donkey was, but her vision blurred. The donkey had already disappeared. Instead, an extremely ugly and foolish boy had appeared in front of her. He grinned at her, causing her to jump in fright and stumble backward. As for Hong Keier, she stomped her foot down on the head of the golden crow. The golden crow did not seem to move at all, but its claws stretched upwards, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. By the time she reacted, the claws had already grabbed onto her calf, causing her to tumble to the ground. Following that, the other claw made a tug and tore off Hong Keier's shoes and socks, revealing a pair of delicate feet that were as white as jade, with pearl-like toes. This caused the eyes of the thieving crow to light up as it clicked its tongue and let out a heartfelt sigh. "When you stepped on me just now, I knew that this was a pair of exquisite feet of the highest quality. When I pulled them apart to take a look, I was right." This sudden scene scared the three beauties out of their wits. They were rare experts and their abilities did not lose out to the average Dao child or goddess. How could they have imagined that such a scene would occur? Even an ordinary woman would panic if someone grabbed one of her feet and admired it, let alone them. Based on their status, everything on their bodies belonged to young Master Fusu. How could they allow another man to see it? This was simply flirting in broad daylight. In her shock, Huang Yinger immediately wanted to stand up and help Hong Keier. However, she suddenly realized that a powerful force was pressing down on her from above. It was so powerful that her bones began to crackle, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on her. She could not move at all. Then, she lowered her head and saw that Fang Xing had reached out to grab the wine cup in her hand. He did not make any other movements. He did not even use any techniques. Just by holding the wine cup in his hand, the powerful force had pressed down on her, causing her to be unable to move. For a moment, the atmosphere in the grand hall froze. Only Hong Keier's fair and tender feet were exposed to the air. It was as if she was a treasure that was being admired by everyone. This scene caused the cultivators to forget to breathe. No one was in the mood to admire that jade foot like the great golden crow. They could only feel a strong murderous aura. A storm was brewing in Huamanlu. What kind of person was young Master Fusu? What kind of status did his 3 handmaidens have? Forget about that green donkey. That damned crow actually dared to take liberties in front of everyone in the grand hall. She could not live. She definitely could not live. No matter who was backing this damned crow, she definitely could not live. However, when Fang Xing saw this scene, he could not help but let out a mischievous laugh. He wished that he could go up and hug the great golden crow. My brother knows me best. I can eat anything, but I can't lose out. If you dare to make my little wife unhappy, I will dare to take liberties with your precious handmaidens in front of everyone in the grand hall. This is called an eye for an eye. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was extremely heavy. Countless pairs of eyes stared at young Master Fusu like sharp swords. How could young Master Fusu tolerate the humiliation of having his maid's shoes and socks torn off by a damned crow in public? You're courting death. As expected, young Master Fusu had completely lost his previous gentle and refined demeanor. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes were as cold as a demon, and his killing intent was as dense as winter. At this moment, he suddenly waved his palm and slammed it heavily on the small table in front of him. A loud bang was heard, and a dense sword chi appeared under his palm. A dense white light appeared, and in an instant, it turned into a sword dragon that was over 100 feet long. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and it was lifelike. It roared soundlessly in the air, and suddenly, it was about to devour the golden crow, the sword dragon with his bare hands, and the killing intent was as cold as winter. So fierce? Young Master Fusu's sword chi dragon gave the great golden crow a fright. The great golden crow let out a strange cry and turned around to flee. At this moment, Fang Xing took a step forward and spread his hands apart, one above and one below, slowly drawing a circle. With a single thought from young Master Fusu, the sword dragon he summoned was extremely fast and full of spiritual chi. Its entire body was composed of fine and sharp sword chi. Every single tiny sword chi had the power to pierce through mountains. It was also because of this move that young Master Fusu was known as the strongest cultivator among the younger generation in the central region in terms of sword chi. Even Yuanying did not dare to take the sword dragon head-on. However, at this moment, Fang Xing went forward and pressed down on the sword dragon's head with his bare hands. A loud explosion resounded through the air. Before the cultivators could react, Fang Xing's hands had already pressed down on the sword dragon's head. This pair of hands, one yin and one yang, one heaven and one earth, contained an indescribably mysterious intent as they sandwiched the sword dragon between them. It was as if a shapeless grindstone had suddenly appeared in the air, and it had completely obliterated the supreme sword chi contained within the sword dragon. However, from other people's point of view, they couldn't see the existence of the millstone. They could only see Fang Xing's hands reaching out. His gray robe swelled up, and the strong wind made him look like he was flying in the wind. However, his hands didn't move at all, and he forcefully pressed down the head of the sword dragon. Countless cultivators straightened their backs and revealed looks of surprise. He actually dared to forcefully take on young Master Fusu's sword intent. This demon was indeed, as the rumors said, his strength was not ordinary. Come back. At this moment, young Master Fusu's eyes were piercingly cold like needles. He did not continue to forcefully attack, but instead shouted in a low voice. Bang! At this moment, the sword dragon instantly turned around and turned into a tornado. It forcefully swept up the three beauties and pulled them back to his side. He stood up and grabbed the ancient sword beside him. Then, he looked at Feng Xing coldly and said with an indifferent voice, "That thief is extremely audacious. He dared to disrespect my servant in front of everyone. I want to kill him. Do you really want to stop me? So what if he disrespected me? I taught him." Feng Xing did not back down. He stared at young Master Fusu and said, "As for why I did it, you should know the reason, right?" Young Master Fusu's eyes were slightly cold. He glanced at Chu Xi, who was behind Feng Xing, and was slightly surprised. "You dare to cause trouble just for a woman?" There was more or less a hint of surprise on his face, as if he didn't understand what was going on. Feng Xing, on the other hand, was suddenly enraged. He took a step forward and shouted, "This is my woman." Young Master Fusu was slightly startled. He nodded slightly as if he had understood something. At this moment, his murderous aura changed from a sharp edge to a surging undercurrent. In this matter, he was the one in the wrong. He knew that it was because of the joke that he had joked on the spur of the moment that this 19th brother of his had come to oppose him in the hall at this time. Although the anger in his heart had not diminished at all, he did not want to be entangled with him on this matter for the moment. He was worried that Feng Xing would ignore everything and reveal this matter in the hall. At this moment, the anger in his heart surged and became more and more intense. However, he did not show it on the surface and did not say anything. We've gathered here to discuss important matters, not to watch people fool around." At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It was Gusher, the god of the Great Barren Mountain. At this moment, he was also staring coldly at Feng Xing's face with unfriendly eyes. However, he was talking to young Master Fusu. "Elder brother Fusu, I have also heard about the story of this stubborn and unruly disciple of your Yuan family. Today, he has caused trouble in the hall, which is really rude. If you don't have the heart to do it, I can help you drive him out." He had just taken the 3 mountains, and now he was willing to help. If it wasn't for the fact that Feng Xing was the 19th son of the Yuan clan, and if it wasn't for the fact that young Master Fusu didn't continue to make a move because he cared about the Yuan clan's reputation, and didn't want to leave a reputation of killing his own clan, he might have already made a move. Taking off people's shoes and socks in the hall is really rude. If we don't kill him, won't we break the rules of etiquette? A woman's cold voice sounded. It was Fairy Macho of Fuyao Palace. At this moment, her expression was already rather impatient. She looked at Feng Xing and the others with disgust, and she glared fiercely at the Great Golden Crow. It was as if she was angered by the Great Golden Crow's teasing of Hong Kei. At this moment, a murderous aura was emitting from her. "That's right, we didn't come here to watch you cause trouble. Why don't you drive him out? This is the hall, how can we tolerate such rude people?" Shouts of reprimand could be heard from all around. It was obvious that they were all on Fusu's side. There were also some who truly disliked the Great Golden Crow's behavior. They didn't know about the joke that Fusu had made. They had only seen the Great Golden Crow tease young Master Fusu's maidservant in front of everyone. They had also seen Feng Xing protect him no matter what. They already felt contempt for this group of people from the bottom of their hearts. "Brother Feng Xing, they are right. This is the hall for the meeting. If we have something to say, let's talk about it. Let's not bicker with those 3 maidservants." At this moment, General Red Embellishment spoke softly. She didn't bat an eyelid, but she brought the topic back. Of course we have to talk about it." Feng Xing glanced at Fairy Macho of Fuyao Palace, the divine son of ancient stone of the Great Barren Mountain, and those who had just reprimanded him. He made a mental note of this. Then, he glanced at Zhu Xiao and said coldly, "I'm just trying to reason with you today. Who has the patience to talk nonsense with you? Let's be frank. Since my military merits are the most important, no matter how much territory you occupy in the divine land, I should have a share. Now, tell me where my territory is and how many mountains there are. After I get the answer, I'll turn around and leave." As soon as he said this, the hall fell into a dead silence again. Did he really want to forcefully divide the territory based on his military merits? Even Ancient Stone, the divine son of Ancient Stone of the Great Barren Mountain, couldn't ask for it. It was young Master Fusu who thought of the overall situation and gave him 3 mountains. However, this abandoned son of the Yuan family, the little devil Feng Xing, wanted to ask for benefits without saying anything. He was too naive. Is there anyone who wants to give it to me? Feng Xing shouted again, and he walked forward step by step in an overbearing manner. Haha, cold laughter rang out in the hall, but no one answered him directly. At this moment, General Red Embellishment also said, Brother Feng Xing, please forgive me for being powerless. Previously, the Abyss Suppressing Division did have some territory. However, after the major factions of the Divine Land came, they have already divided the territory according to their military merits. It can also be said that the Abyss Suppressing Division has already been disbanded. Now, all the affairs of the Divine Land are in this hall and will be discussed and completed by everyone. His attitude was clear. He said that he was powerless, and he also transferred the answer to Feng Xing's question to Zhu Xiu, who was in the hall. Our Meng family once obtained a part of the Abyss Suppressing Division's territory. However, it was obtained through military merits, so no one can take it away. A man sitting on the high platform sneered and then lowered his head to drink his wine. The enfeoffment has already been decided. Do you want to mess up all the distribution and give up another piece? What a joke. Another person sneered. It was the divine son of the Han family. The words of these two people caused many people to nod their heads in agreement. It could be considered a clear attitude. Someone even laughed softly and said, I heard that those 10 mountains have never fallen into the hands of outsiders. The things of the Yuan family still belong to the Yuan family. You don't want to discuss it among yourselves, but now you want to ask us for territory. Isn't it too ridiculous? This sentence was what most people were thinking. Countless people looked at young Master Fusu. Previously, young Master Fusu had given the 3 mountains to the divine son of the Great Barren Mountain for the sake of the overall situation. What would he do now? Stop fooling around. Young Master Fusu naturally understood Zhu Xiu's intentions, but he didn't avoid it. He seemed to think for a long time before saying calmly, the Yuan family is a place with rules. You are a member of the Yuan family, so your 10 mountains naturally belong to the Yuan family. Now that these 10 mountains are under my control, what difference is there between them being in your hands and me? When the creation comes, you can enter to seek it. Of course, it's just you. You can forget about your messy friends. Those who are not members of the Yuan family are not allowed to enter the Yuan family's territory. After saying that, he spread out his robe and sat down again. He glanced at Feng Xing indifferently and said, That's all I have to say. You can leave. Haha. Haha, when Feng Xing heard this, he laughed. Then, he felt that it was even more absurd, so he simply laughed out loud. Amidst the laughter, the hall was silent. Everyone looked at him. Who would want to share the creation with you? I just want to take back the territory that belongs to me. As Feng Xing laughed, his gaze became colder. He stared at young Master Fusu and said, Listen up, this is my territory. It has nothing to do with the Yuan family. Whoever I want to enter can enter, and whoever I don't can't enter. Since you have admitted that the 10 mountains are in your hands, let me ask you now, are you willing to return them to me or not? Young Master Fusu, given Brother Feng Xing's military merits, it's not impossible to give him a few mountains. General Red Embellishment said. She turned to look at the ancient stone divine son of the Great Barren Mountain and said with a smile, After all, I'd rather be a neighbor than a servant. Young Master Fusu interrupted the General Red Embellishment. His expression was as calm as ever, but there was a hint of anger rising. He looked at Feng Xing with a hint of coldness in his voice and said, You should be clear about your status. It's already a great favor to be accepted by the Yuan family and return to the family. In terms of status, you are a branch family member and a superior servant. Now, you don't want to serve the family and prove your loyalty to the family in order to be formally accepted by the family and raise your status. Instead, you cause trouble in front of me for a lowly servant. You don't care about the family's reputation. Now, you even want to ask for the territory back from the family. What use does the family have for such a shameless person? It was better to be a friend than a servant. Young Master Fusu's hateful words shocked Zhu Xiu, and no one spoke for a long time. If the Great Golden Crow flirted with young Master Fusu's maid in public, Zhu Xiu could vaguely feel the endless killing intent in young Master Fusu's heart. Then young Master Fusu's ruthless words made Zhu Xiu look forward to Feng Xing's reaction. Although all the children from big families knew that young Master Fusu's words were true, no one would say the truth. Big families had a large population and many branches, so it was impossible for everyone to be a master. Basically, after 3 generations, the status was similar to that of a servant. Even the children of the collateral family were inferior to some powerful servants in the family. They also had to fight for the family in exchange for their own status and resources. This was also the reason why some children of the collateral family ridiculed themselves as upper-class servants. As for Feng Xing, since he had not returned home for a long time, he wanted to return to the family. No matter how nice it sounded, his status was actually equal to that of the collateral family. Young Master Fusu said that he was an upper-class servant, which meant that even if he returned to the family, he would not be able to enter the main branch. As for Fusu's action, it was also understandable. He gave the 3 mountains to the barren mountain. First, it could eliminate a big crisis in the Shenzhou. In the future, when he met the sages, they would probably praise him for knowing the big picture. Second, this action, without any effort, helped the family to win a big alliance that could last for thousands of years. Third, the Yuan family occupied too much territory, which had already been faintly hated by others. Even some other aristocratic orthodoxies that were equal to the Yuan family began to feel indignant. Fusu gave away the 3 mountains to eliminate this crisis. As for giving the territory to Feng Xing, that was another matter. No one felt that a mere Feng Xing would be more useful than an entire faction like the Great Desolate Mountain. Moreover, as the leader of the younger generation of the Yuan family, if Fusu were to lower his head to Feng Xing, it would be extremely disgraceful. But understanding was one thing. But when the words were spoken, a good show was about to begin. Zhu Xiu's eyes lit up and they held their breaths, waiting to see what the little devil would do. He had only been accepted by the Yuan family for a few days, and now he had to shed all pretense of cordiality. Even the Great Golden Crow, Li Ying, Han Ying, Little Pun King, and Kong Kong who were extremely daring, couldn't help but let out murderous intent from their eyes. They were ready to fight. Based on their understanding of Feng Xing, it would be strange if he could endure this. They were ready to help. However, to their surprise, Feng Xing didn't fly into a rage. Instead, he was as calm as usual. I'd rather be a neighbor than a servant. In other words, in the Yuan family, I'm just a servant, right? He looked at Prince Fusu indifferently without any change in his expression. When young Master Fusu heard this, he only glanced at him indifferently, snorted, and didn't answer. Feng Xing chuckled, then glanced at the cultivators from the other clans, raised his voice, and said, "And you guys, you know that I'm the one with the most military merits. I took over the dangerous land of the Tying River, and I even caused a huge ruckus in the Demon Province. I helped you restrain a large number of troops. I don't know how much effort I've saved, and how many lives I've saved. In the end, you're not even willing to give me a single mountain? You're bringing up the past again." Zhu Xiu laughed in his heart, but no one answered. The atmosphere was heavy and awkward. Hee, let's make a deal. I don't want those 10 mountains. How about you give me 5? As if feeling a little awkward, Feng Xing scratched his head helplessly and said with a chuckle. Fusu looked at him coldly and frowned slightly, as if he felt that it was a little absurd. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, Hong Ke, who was beside Fusu, laughed coldly and scolded in a low voice, "Dream on." Zhu Xiu didn't say anything either. Their expressions were as cold and indifferent as the mountains. Feng Xing sighed helplessly and said, "Then how about 3? Zhu Xiu looked at each other, feeling that they were being ridiculed and disdainful, but no one said anything. Feng Xing, on the other hand, seemed to be helpless. He wiped his face and sighed, Fine. I'll give in one more time. I only want 1 mountain. 1 mountain is enough. It'll give my brothers a place to camp and they'll be able to obtain some opportunities. Based on my military achievements, I don't think that's too much, right?" For him to say such a thing, Zhu Xiu felt that it was both unexpected and absurd. Wasn't this devil always arrogant and domineering in the legends? Why was it that he no longer had the fierce and domineering appearance of the legends and instead looked pitiful like a kowtowing bug? Was he abandoning his dignity to beg Zhu to give him a mountain? Could it be that the power of young Master Fusu from the Yuan family had frightened this little devil? The more Zhu thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all, this devil had caused trouble everywhere and provoked countless enemies. Returning to the Yuan family was truly a good way for him to avoid calamity. However, he had believed that the Yuan family would value his military achievements and reputation and give him more tolerance. He hadn't expected that young Master Fusu's words would tear apart this false pretense, making him feel that he was not valued and weakening his momentum. Brother Fengxing, if you really need it, my clan has 4 more mountains. I'm willing to give you one. General Red Embellishment believed that Fengxing was truly at his wit's end. He sighed and opened his mouth to speak. These words left even Zhu stunned. General Zhao Yatong was too generous, wasn't she? Their Zhao family was not like the Yuan family. They had 14 mountains, but they only had 4. Was he willing to give up one? Wasn't he afraid of the clan's punishment? However, when Fengxing heard this, he simply turned his head and glanced at him, saying, "You're giving it to me personally?" General Red Embellishment was startled and nodded. "That's right." Fengxing smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, but I don't want the mountain for now." After saying this, he looked at Zhu and young Master Fusu and raised his voice. "Are you really not going to give me a single mountain?" At that moment, all the cultivators could no longer guess what Fengxing was thinking. Some of them even wondered if he had gone mad. The General Red Embellishment had clearly been willing to give him a mountaintop. Why was he still being so long-winded? Moreover, he looked extremely resentful, but he still wore a smile on his face. He was brimming with murderous intent, yet he was pretending to be as calm as still water. This made others feel even more uncertain. We are discussing important matters. Why should we allow this madman to disturb us? Let's chase him out. Gusher, the divine son of the great desolate mountain, coldly shouted as he loudly proposed. This madman has been causing trouble for a while. It's time for him to leave. Fairy Macho of Fuyao Palace said with a frown. She looked displeased. Little brother Jiu, let's go. Even Chu Xi came up to grab Fengxing's arm and tried to persuade him in a low voice. She felt sorry for Fengxing when she saw him like this. Little ancestor, why are you talking so much nonsense with them? If they don't want to return it, then beat them until they return it. Little Peking couldn't bear it anymore. He raised his golden spear and shouted loudly. Yes, kill them. Liang also shouted at the side, adding fuel to the fire. Even Han Ning, Wang Qiong, and the other seniors revealed their fighting intent and were ready to take action. However, the great golden crow was rolling his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Little Peking, Kong Konger, why are you fooling around with this madman? Come back quickly. In the corner of the hall, someone suddenly shouted. It was the fox fairy who had inherited the primeval path in the demon land. She shouted coldly. Bitch, it's none of your business. Shut up. Little Peking's expression was ferocious. He glared at the fox fairy with boundless anger. Even the fox fairy did not expect little Peking to speak to her like this. She was stunned and couldn't react. After a while, her cheeks flushed with anger and she shouted, do whatever you want. If you don't come back now, the opportunities that we are fighting for will not belong to Mount Guren, Mount Fusang, Great Sage Mountain, and Mount Wuying. You will regret it. Hearing this, Mount Wuying's rat Daozi rolled his eyes. After a while, he sighed softly and did not say anything. Since you are not willing to give it to me, I will. Fengxing's gaze swept across everyone, and then he spoke with a low chuckle, his voice slow, this guy is going to fight? With a loud bang, countless cultivators jumped up. With Mount Wuying as the leader, they were filled with killing intent. After all, this hall was a gathering of top experts. It could almost represent the strength of the juniors of the entire Divine Land. Now that they had increased their auras at the same time, it was simply terrifying. It was as unfathomable as a vast ocean. Even Yuanying would kneel if he came here. At this moment, the Great Golden Crow and the others naturally increased their auras, but they were clearly much weaker. Even though they had all obtained opportunities, they were still far from being able to fight the entire divine land head-on. If they really wanted to fight, half of the people in the hall could easily suppress them. After all, how extraordinary was the foundation of the divine land. However, just as the cultivators' auras were about to reach their peak, Fangxing continued. Then I'll be leaving. After saying that, he put his hands behind his back and walked out of the hall without looking back. He only muttered in a low voice, "Damn it, he won't even give me a single mountain." Zhu Xiu, who was in the hall, was stunned. His expression was extremely strange. The little devil actually left. Was this still the ferocious little devil? He actually left just like that. After all, Fangxing's reputation was too great. Seeing him give up so easily, the cultivators couldn't believe it. Hee, what devil? He's just like a dog, running away in fear. After a long time, the divine child Gusher of the Great Barren Mountain let out a cold laugh among the cultivators in the hall. Not bad. Hearing about him is not as good as meeting him in person. It seems that this little devil's reputation is also just a rumor. Doesn't he know what kind of occasion this is? Even if he's a real devil, he has to admit defeat. In the discussion, Little Pun King and the others were extremely aggrieved. Especially when they saw Fox Fairy and the others gloating, they were even angrier. However, the situation was like this. Even Fangxing had admitted defeat, so they couldn't challenge Fangxing on their own. They could only step out of the hall step by step gloomily. They felt uncomfortable as if there was a mountain pressing on their chests. They couldn't wait to roar at the sky. At this moment, Fangxing was still muttering expressionlessly, "Damn it, he won't even give me a single mountain." In the hall, Fangxing righteously demanded to take back what was rightfully his, but he was reprimanded and looked at with hostility by everyone. They thought that with Fangxing's personality, he would not be able to tolerate it and would make a scene. However, no one expected that he would withdraw so obediently in the end. This made Fangxing's friends extremely depressed, as if they did not recognize Fangxing anymore. They looked at him strangely. Although in their minds, this was the right thing to do. After all, they were weak while the divine prefecture was strong. However, even if this was the right thing to do, when Fangxing did such a right thing, they still felt uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. The devil Fangxing had always done things that made him happy. When had he ever done anything right? Now, all of them were going to come out empty-handed, and Fangxing was going to become the laughingstock of the cultivation world very soon. At this juncture, not to mention that everyone was depressed, they also felt a little lost. However, only the Great Golden Crow, at this time, was following closely behind Fangxing, looking a little excited. "Little ancestor, the golden-winged Little Pun King could not help but speak. He wanted to follow and say something, but was stopped by the Great Golden Crow. "Be quiet, wait for a good show." The golden-winged Little Pun King was speechless. He looked up and could only wait where he was. "Damn, not even a mountain for me," Fangxing grumbled, but he did not go down the mountain directly. Instead, he made a detour and arrived at one side of the temporary residence. After observing the terrain, he flew up to the roof of the temporary residence. When the guards at the side saw this, they wanted to stop him. However, the big golden crow easily waved them aside with its wings. Then, the group of guards all raised their heads and looked at Fangxing, who was standing on the roof of the temporary residence, in confusion. "Damn it, you won't even give me a mountain," Fangxing muttered, and then a sinister smile gradually appeared on his face. He opened his hand, and in the palm of his hand, a black lotus suddenly appeared. Clear light gathered, swaying, and countless tiny runes manifested around it. It was like a galaxy had shrunk thousands of times at this time, and then turned into the shape of a lotus, floating in the palm of Fangxing, containing the changes of the Great Path. When Fangxing saw the lotus, he smiled as well. He had a complacent expression on his face. Whoosh, his palm moved slightly, and suddenly, the lotus flower flew into the air. In an instant, it expanded to 1,000 feet in size, like a nebula. At this moment, Li Hongyi, who was below, seemed to have realized something and his expression changed. The Great Golden Crow was so excited that he almost jumped up and clapped his hands. "Devil, what are you doing? Hurry up and come down." In the palace, some people sensed the changes in the surrounding aura and rushed out, shouting at Fangxing above the palace. Damn it, you won't even give me a mountain. Looking at the people of the divine prefecture below, Fangxing's gaze swept across the faces of young Master Fusu, Fairy Macho of Fuyao Palace, and Godson Gusher of the Great Wilderness Mountain. Then, he laughed sinisterly and arrogantly. Then I won't even leave a mountain for you. Boom. 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 At this moment, he suddenly drew a circle with his hands, as if he was pushing an invisible giant grinder. Rumbling thunder surged. As he pushed his hands forward, the nebula above his head that was 1,000 feet in circumference suddenly expanded endlessly. 1,000 feet, 1,000 feet, 100,000 feet. It was like an incomparably huge dark cloud that was extending endlessly outwards. Wherever it covered, the world was filled with a bleak wind and bitter rain. A thick killing intent that was so thick that it made one's skin prickle began to appear out of thin air. At this moment, the cultivators of the divine prefecture were shocked, while the great golden crow and the others were surprised and delighted. It's the great Buddha formation of the Buddhist sect. Li Hongyi was the first to recite it in a low voice, a faint fear in his eyes. This little bastard, he was too bold, wasn't he? They had experienced the process of the ancient Buddhist temple with Fangxing, so they naturally knew what Fangxing was activating now. It was the core of the Buddhist sect's path to Buddhahood, the great Buddha formation. It was also the last barrier used by the Buddhist sect to hide the Buddha fruit in the past 10,000 years. Even Xianxia and Huining could not control this formation. Fangxing had also accidentally swallowed the Buddha fruit, and this great Buddha formation had followed the Buddha fruit, which gave him the ability to take it away and activate it. At this moment, it was completely activated. How big was this formation? The Buddhist sect's formation was as small as a mustard seed and as big as the sky, and this great Buddha formation was the greatest formation of the Buddhist sect. Moreover, it was not created by the Buddhist sect of the Tianyuan continent, it had descended from the Western Heaven realm to protect the Buddha fruit. Theoretically speaking, this formation could cover an entire star field. In the blink of an eye, once Fangxing activated it with all his might, the great Buddha formation had already enveloped the entire mountain, and at this moment, it was still spreading outwards. Oh no, stop him! At this moment, Sir Fusu and the others all felt a sense of fear. Although they still did not know what Fangxing was doing, they knew that they could not sit still and wait for death. Almost in an instant, Sir Fusu drew his sword, the divine son of the great barren mountain sacrificed his treasure, and Fairy Macho of the Fuyao Palace cast her spell. 3 rays of divine light shot toward Fangxing at the same time, trying to stop him from activating the strange nebula. You have to get past us first. At this moment, Fangxing was busy activating the formation and did not have the time to do anything. Moreover, he did not have any intention of attacking, so he left his back to others. The great golden crow and the others naturally did not disappoint him. At this moment, with a loud bang, they all rushed forward. The great golden crow, Li Hongyi, Wang Qiong, Li Ying, and Haning formed a circle and protected Fangxing tightly. Whoosh! Young Master Fusu's sword pierced over like a rainbow, bringing with it an indescribable beauty, like a flying sword falling down from the sky. Desolate demonic Tao. However, before his sword could reach Fangxing, the big golden crow let out a loud cry and flapped its wings to crash into him. It was rough and barbaric, and the strong preyed on the weak. As it flapped its wings, it revealed a fierce and barbaric aura that only existed in ancient times. Behind it, countless demons that were as tall as the sky suddenly appeared. They roared in unison and added their monstrous strength to the big golden crow's body. Good demon, but you are still far from being able to stop me. Sir Fusu's eyes narrowed. His murderous aura shot up to the sky. His sword will changed and surged over like a tidal wave. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the great golden crow's monstrous strength had already collided with his sword will. Something unexpected happened. Sir Fusu's sword, which should have split the great golden crow in half, was slapped back by the great golden crow. Not only that, but the remaining force also pushed him back in the air. He fell dozens of feet away in a sorry state. Is this damn crow so powerful? Zhu Xiao, who was watching the scene, was already scared out of his wits. Wahahaha, even if you can beat 10 of me under normal circumstances, I can still beat 3 of you under the cover of this array. The great golden crow was obviously excited. It cawed loudly and didn't give up. It flapped its wings continuously. Oh no, Sir Fusu's expression changed drastically. He gathered all his remaining strength and held his sword in front of him to block the great golden crow's violent attacks. He did discover a serious problem. Under the cover of the starry sky, the invisible array's power was like a mountain pressing down on him. The murderous aura in the array was all-pervasive and was trying to drill into his body. This caused him to have to use a large amount of spiritual power to resist this monstrous force. The great golden crow, on the other hand, didn't feel anything. Instead, it became more and more ferocious as it fought. He suddenly realized that this damn crow, which he could usually suppress with just a finger, now had the power to crush him. What kind of array is that nebula? Sir Fusu's heart skipped a beat. The look in his eyes became extremely strange. At this moment, two figures beside him flew back quickly. They were Fairy Macho and the divine son of the Great Barren Mountain, who had rushed up with him to stop Fangxing. The two of them were also shocked and confused. Obviously, they had encountered the same situation. One was beaten back by Li Hongyi, and the other's arm was almost torn off by Wan Qiong. They were all top experts in the world, especially Sir Fusu, who had even reached the Ascendant Seventh Slayer. When they met Fangxing's friends earlier, they had a feeling that it would be a piece of cake for them to suppress these people from small families. But now, they were being crushed like weak lambs. In this world, they were like outsiders who were being severely rejected. What was more serious was that the nebula was still spreading outwards. It had already covered almost 10 mountains, and the rejection and suppression they were feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Their strength was continuously being weakened. Not good, we can't let this strange nebula cover our territory. Stop him. At this moment, countless cultivators from the divine continent were roaring and rushing towards Fangxing's palace with all their might. They wanted to stop Fangxing. But at this moment, not only Li Hongyi and the other heirs of the Five Paths, even Little Pun King, Kong Kong Shu Daozi, Wu Sang Chu Ci, and the others had already stepped forward to stop him. A chaotic battle had already begun. There was a clear disparity in strength between the two sides, but the tables had turned. Even the green donkey realized that it could actually kill a divine son. At this moment, it was chasing a divine son of a certain orthodoxy and kicking him with its two hooves. All the cultivators from the divine continent were severely weakened. As for those on Fangxing's side, their bodies were covered in golden light. Their strength was being strengthened even more. As a result, no matter how many people there were on the divine continent's side and how many experts there were, they were still being held back by the divine continent's side. Under the situation where he was not being disturbed, Fangxing was expressionless. He had already taken out the sealing Zen cauldron and drew out the endless Taoist connotation from the cauldron as the source of the Great Buddha Formation. On one side was the endless source of the Great Buddha Formation, and on the other side was the infinite expansion of the Great Buddha Formation. Under the activation of the Great Buddha Formation, the starry sky was expanding endlessly. 10 mountains, 30 mountains, 50 mountains, 60 mountains, since I've already done this, I might as well take over the territory of the demon province. Seeing that the territory of the divine continent was in his possession, Fangxing muttered to himself and continued to activate the Great Buddha Formation. Who cares about the divine continent, the demon province? Who cares about yours? Under the cover of the Great Buddha Formation, all the territories are mine. In the Devil's Abyss, a miraculous image appeared. An incomparably huge nebula descended from the starry sky and shrouded the core of the Devil's Abyss above the 100-Break Mountain. The nebula was so huge that its starlight was boundless, as if countless stars were condensed within it. As it grew bigger and bigger, it actually looked like the starry sky from afar. Moreover, the nebula was spreading at an extremely fast speed, as if a huge jellyfish was stretching its body. Bit by bit, it flowed in all directions, shrouding the vast and empty 100-Break Mountain below it, and then separating it into two worlds. What exactly is that thing? Whether it was the people from the Divine Land or the people from the Pure Land who were opposing the Divine Land, Zhu Xiu was extremely terrified. It's a big formation, quickly stop it. Some knowledgeable people realized the nature of the nebula. As they shouted, they all took out all kinds of treasures to stop it. However, it was useless. Compared to the nebula, the divine light of those treasures was as insignificant as a stone thrown into the ocean. It could not stop the spread of the nebula at all. In other words, the formation that the nebula represented had already surpassed the limit of the power of the Golden Core cultivators. It was a kind of supreme formation that could not be touched at the Golden Core realm, and it meant that it was unsolvable. Therefore, they could only watch as the nebula spread over the sky above their territory. They could only watch as the surrounding area was filled with the power contained in the nebula, and they could only watch as their own power was suppressed and weakened, but they could not do anything. Is this the trump card of the divine land? A cultivator from the Pure Land wailed, "This is not fair. They at least used a celestial treasure that is beyond the limit. Quickly report to the ancestors in our clan. This is not something that we can deal with. We should have asked the saints to take action." This, the Taoists of the Divine Prefecture are simply cheating. The cultivators of the Pure Land thought that they were tricked by the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture due to their carelessness. Needless to say, they were filled with anger and despair. However, they did not expect that the Divine Prefecture was also in chaos at this moment. On a mountain peak in the central region of the Divine Prefecture, which was also the origin of the nebula, Fangxing was sitting cross-legged on the palace on the peak. An ancient ascension cauldron was floating above his head. On top of the cauldron, there was endless Taoist connotation flowing into the nebula, giving the nebula enough impetus to expand outwards. Zhu Xiu from the Divine Prefecture knew that he should step forward and interrupt Fangxing's channeling of the formation. However, he was blocked by Li Hongyi and the others. He could not get close at all. He could only watch as the nebula grew larger and larger until it reached a point where they could not see. There aren't many chances. Give it your all and slay this demon. Someone shouted sternly, calling on Zhu Xiu to gather all the forces and slay Fangxing. His words immediately attracted the response of many people. Countless experts formed into a formation and rushed forward with all their might. However, at this moment, as the top figure of the Divine Prefecture Zhu Xiu, Mr. Fusu's expression changed drastically. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. "Mr. Fusu, my magic power is being forcefully suppressed. Please lend me your magic power to channel this treasure together and slay the demon." Fairy Macho of the Fuyao Palace took out a bronze lamp and held it in front of her chest with difficulty. She shouted at Mr. Fusu who was beside her. No. At this moment, Mr. Fusu looked nervously at Fangxing who was sitting expressionlessly on the palace. He noticed that Fangxing's hand movements were gradually slowing down. As if he had expected something, he suddenly shouted, "Take this opportunity to leave quickly." In the blink of an eye, after letting out an angry roar, he gathered all his remaining strength and fled into the distance like a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, the three beauties and Fairy Macho were slightly startled. However, they also realized something and immediately followed. The nebula in the sky had already enveloped the entire 100-break mountain range. It was obvious that this was a huge array that was currently enveloping the entire 100-break mountain range. And within this array, the power of all the cultivators was being suppressed. They were like moths trapped in a spider's web. The more they struggled, the faster their power would be drained. All the cultivators were anxiously trying to break free from the spider's web, but who knew what the spider was going to do? "This is about all I can do. If I continue, the Great Pagoda Formation will go out of control and I won't be able to control it." At about this time, Fangxing muttered to himself and then opened his eyes. At this moment, he looked up and saw a vast expanse of stars in the sky. Countless mountains were enveloped within the Great Pagoda Formation. Within this formation, he could even feel that he, who had the Buddha fruit, could control the entire world in his hands. Around him, there were endless roars. Cultivators were rushing towards him like a tidal wave, but they were blocked by his friends and brothers. It was like a stalemate. No one could break in, and the Great Golden Crow and the others could not break out. Fangxing stood up and stood at the peak of the palace. His head looked up at the starry sky, and his body was like an ancient giant that could prop up heaven and earth. "Bastards, it's time to settle the score, isn't it?" Fangxing roared. At the same time, two sword demon wings appeared on his back, covering the sky and earth. Boom! He charged straight down the palace. In the northeast direction, Gushur, the divine son of the Great Barren Mountain, was holding two black iron truncheons. He was fighting Li Ying and Haning alone. Even though the formation had already enveloped the entire region, and this person's power had been greatly weakened, he did not immediately abandon his weapon and surrender. He actually still had some courage left. His two truncheons danced like a whirlwind, forcing Li Ying and Han Ning to the periphery. "You people from the Great Barren Mountain are very fierce, aren't you?" Fang Xing shouted coldly. He descended from the sky and stomped down heavily. Boom! This stomp of his seemed to have triggered the power of the entire Great Buddha formation. As he stomped down, it was as if all the power in the world had been drawn down by him. Under this kind of power, Gushur, the divine son of the great desolate mountain, was like an ant. He had almost no power to resist. He was stomped into the ground until he stepped into a deep pit. Gushur's bones were all shattered, and he lay in the center of the pit. "You bastard, you were the one who shouted at me to get out, weren't you?" Fang Xing turned his head and saw a man who was being chased by a green donkey. He slapped him with the back of his hand. Puff, the man spat out a mouthful of blood from his slap and flew far away. He turned into a meteor and flew out of the great pagoda formation. "And you, how dare you call me a madman?" Fang Xing turned his head again and saw Fox Fairy Lady, who was fighting with Little Pung King. He grinned. Fox Fairy Lady's heart was getting colder as the battle went on. Especially when she saw that young Master Fusu and Fairy Macho had escaped, she wanted to retreat. However, she was entangled by Little Pung King and could not escape. When she saw Fang Xing's gaze, she was even more frightened. She completely ignored Little Pung King's attack and turned to escape. Little Pung King looked at her back and did not kill her. "Fox, you really shouldn't have provoked me for the second time." Fang Xing gritted his teeth and chased after her. He then slapped the back of Fox Fairy Lady's head. "I was wrong, please spare me." Immortal Fox Concubine, who was running away quickly, sensed something and her heart jumped. Suddenly, she quickly made a decision. She gave up on escaping and turned to kneel on the ground. She prostrated herself on the ground and begged for mercy. He, take one slash from me and I will spare your life." Fang Xing didn't have the slightest bit of hesitation. He slashed out with his saber without the slightest bit of mercy. Fox Fairy Lady would not be able to withstand his full-strength slash under normal circumstances, let alone in the Great Pagoda formation. It was clear that he was determined to kill the fox. Fox Fairy Concubine also clearly understood this point. She knew that he was cruel and merciless. Even if she was an outstanding beauty, she was probably not worth a penny in his eyes. In fear, she saw the saber slashing towards her. The saber chi was surging like a long river. Knowing that she couldn't resist it, she actually completely gave up resisting. She leaped and rushed towards Little Pung King. She hugged his legs and shouted, "Save me." Her pounce was also ingenious. She used Little Pung King's body to block Fang Xing's slash. Moreover, she hugged Little Pung King's legs with her arms. Little Pung King was stunned for a moment and did not kick her away. What a clever move. Fang Xing's slash would definitely cut Little Pung King in half. He changed his slash and cut the nine-headed little saint, who was fighting with the great golden crow, into half. At the same time, he looked at Fox Fairy Lady with bright eyes and praised, "Fox, you are such a lowly person, but you can live for so long. It seems that there is a reason behind it." As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a hearty laugh and flew up into the sky, chasing after young Master Fusu. Only Little Pung King was left in the scene, and Fox Fairy Lady was sweating profusely. At this moment, young Master Fusu brought the three beauties and ran with all his might. They were already hundreds of miles away. They watched helplessly as they crossed the Tying River. In just a few more miles, they would be out of the Great Buddha Formation's range of influence. Fang Xing, who had a pair of sword demon wings on his back, chased after them. His body moved like the wind and landed on a lonely mountain peak. Looking at young Master Fusu and the others, a cold smile flashed across his eyes. Then, he took out the god-striking bow and pulled the bowstring. Whoosh! A pellet flew out, but it was not a talisman stone. He had used up all the precious talisman stones. This time, he only used an ordinary stone. However, with the divine power of the god-striking bow, even an ordinary stone had earth-shattering power. There was a loud boom, the pebble flew out at a rapid speed. When it was in the air, it had already been scattered by a huge force. The pebble had already disappeared, but the power imbued on it had shockingly transformed into a ray of divine light. Like a sharp arrow, it shot forward and struck Hong Keir's back with a flick. young Master Fusu was quick to react. He had sensed the murderous intent on Feng Xing's body and immediately fled the moment he saw that things were not going well. This also led to Feng Xing having already flown past 4 mountains by the time he activated the Great Buddha formation. He could escape from the formation in the blink of an eye. However, although his speed was fast, the 3 beauties beside him were not as fast. Not long ago, Hong Keir's shoes and socks had been ripped off by the Great Golden Crow and her calf had been grabbed. At this moment, her blood and chi were blocked and she was not wearing any shoes or socks. In this demon abyss, she could not fly directly through the air, so it was inevitable that she would borrow the terrain to fly. These various reasons caused her to be barefoot and her blood and chi were blocked to slow down. Among the group of people escaping, she was the slowest and the last. At this moment, Feng Xing's first slingshot was aimed at her. Whoosh! The projectile shattered as it flew out and transformed into a divine light. In the blink of an eye, it had already pierced through Hong Keir's abdomen. Young master! Save me! Hong Keir's body, which had been sprinting at a rapid speed, suddenly tensed up. Like a drawn bow, the vigorous blood and chi in her body quickly flowed out of the large hole in her chest. Her frail body froze in the air for a moment, before it began to descend at a rapid speed. During this process, she used all her remaining strength to cry out for help in a despairing manner towards Sir Fusu in front of her. Hunger! This cry of despair alarmed Huang Yinger and Ziyuaner, who were in front of her. They hurriedly stopped and turned around to save her. 19. You dare to kill my people? Even young Master Fusu stopped. His face was filled with shock and anger as he angrily shouted at Feng Xing, I wouldn't dare. Come back, I definitely wouldn't dare. Feng Xing shouted and threw another 2 stones. Whoosh! Whoosh! Huang Yuaner and Zi Yuaner turned pale with fright. They desperately summoned the divine light of their transcendent artifacts to defend themselves. On the other hand, young Master Fusu was filled with anger and hatred. His sword chi surged and almost turned into a sword cloud, rumbling as it floated above his head. 3 little bitches, how dare you scold my wife? If I don't chop you up today, I'm not a man. Feng Xing had wounded the 3 beauties with 3 bullets. He flapped his wings again and chased after them. The dragon inscription ominous saber in his hand carried a fierce saber aura. Abandoned. If you dare to hurt us, young master will definitely tear you to pieces. The 3 beauties were all injured by the stones shot out by the god's striking bow. However, the 3 of them were not weak after all. Moreover, the god's striking bow could only injure their physical bodies and not their spirits. The 3 beauties were not dead yet. They had fallen on a hillside and were clustered together. Their expressions were both shocked and angry. They could already see Feng Xing's murderous intent in his ferociousness. For a moment, they could only threaten him angrily, why don't you turn around to see where their young master went? Feng Xing sneered and waved the saber in his hand. The 3 beauties turned around in shock and found that young Master Fusu had already been dragged away by Macho. He did not turn around and was quickly leaving. 19th Lord, we are also, young Master Fusu's departure made the 3 beauties' hearts sink. The yellow-robed Huang Yinger swallowed and begged. Unfortunately, Feng Xing was not in the mood to listen to them. He laughed viciously and said, don't provoke my women in your next life. Whoosh! The ominous saber slashed across, and 3 beautiful heads flew into the air. Blood spurted out of their necks like fountains. Vile creatures, young Master Fusu, who had fled far away, shouted angrily when he sensed that the 3 beauties' auras had disappeared. You can't escape either. Feng Xing shouted and did not stop. He spread his wings and once again chased after Fusu. He used the carefree body technique and borrowed the power of the great wings of the sword demon to close in on Fusu and Macho. Whoosh! 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 Young Master Fusu was shocked and ran away. Even though most of his power had been suppressed by the Great Buddha formation, the Yuan family's secret technique was not ordinary. He turned into a ray of light and swam in the water. His body actually looked like Feng Xing's when he used the carefree body technique. However, the carefree body technique that Feng Xing used was ethereal and his body was like an immortal. Young Master Fusu's body moved erratically. To put it simply, the carefree body technique had a trace of immortal chi, while young Master Fusu's body technique had an indescribable Tao connotation, bastard, don't run if you have the guts. Fangxing scolded as he chased. Fusu had never been chased like this in his entire life. He could only clench his teeth in hatred. He shut his mouth tightly and continued to fly. Devil, you are so arrogant. Sooner or later, you will die without a burial place. Macho Fairy of Fuyao Palace also opened her mouth and scolded. Speaking of which, although Fangxing had been ignoring her all this while, this woman was also burning with rage at this moment. As the candidate for the Holy Maiden of Fuyao Palace, wherever she went, she was always high and mighty, and when she faced any strong enemy, she was always calm and unperturbed. When had she ever been chased to such a sorry state? Especially when the one chasing her was someone she had despised the first time they met. She had thought that he was a lowly person who could not be shown in public. Hey, bitch, you still dare to talk nonsense. You also scolded me just now, didn't you? Fangxing was angry when he heard that. He shouted and rushed forward, but the distance between them had already increased. Even he could not catch up before Macho Fairy and Fusu escaped from the array. Fortunately, at this moment, there was a sound of hooves behind him. It was the green donkey. The donkey was now covered with golden hair and its 4 hooves were stepping on golden clouds. Its speed was getting faster and faster, as if there was no limit to its speed. Master, come up, the green donkey rushed from afar and shouted at Fangxing. Fangxing was happy when he saw this. He shouted, good disciple. He turned around and got on the green donkey. Riding on the donkey, he chased after the donkey. Because of the opportunity given by the little monk Xianxia, the green donkey's hooves had golden clouds gathering and dispersing. Perhaps it was not fast at first, and it was not very skillful in the middle of the battle. But when it ran, its speed would borrow the momentum of the clouds, and it would get faster and faster. Now, it was several times faster than Fangxing, rushing forward like lightning. Where do you think you are going? Fangxing stood on the back of the donkey, waving his big knife. He looked majestic, like a god descending to the earth. Not good. Macho Fairy and Fusu had already rushed to the edge of the Buddha array, but they saw Fangxing catching up with them. They could even feel the strong murderous aura on his back. For a moment, they did not dare to let him get close to them, so they hurriedly turned around. Macho Fairy took out a bronze lamp and lit it up, illuminating the small world around them. It made people lose themselves when they looked at it. Young Master Fusu, on the other hand, hurriedly made a sword sign. Above his head, a cloud appeared, and the cloud was filled with sword chi. Unfortunately, Fangxing was much more ferocious than they were. With the help of his donkey disciple's speed, he directly rushed into the air, and then descended from the sky majestically. Under the bronze lamp, a green light gathered, emitting a soul-stirring light that could make people lose control of their minds. Even the green donkey, who was still hundreds of feet away from the bronze lamp, was faintly dazed, but now that Fangxing had swallowed the Buddha fruit, it was as if he were a part of heaven and earth, suppressing his mind. Now, he was almost completely immune to the erosion of mind magic and magical treasures. Even this lamp, which was the most precious treasure of the Fuyao Palace, couldn't affect him in the slightest. He slashed it down with his knife, grabbed the bronze lamp, and then turned around and kicked Goddess Macho far away. Wow, Macho Fairy spat out a mouthful of saliva, and plunged into the mountainside, leaving only her 2 legs trembling outside. Although she was not dead, she was in an indescribable state. Young Master Fusu was in an even worse state. Facing his sword cloud, Fangxing, who had borrowed the power of the Great Buddha formation, did not even look at it, and directly grabbed it. With a chi-la sound, the sword cloud burst open, as easily as tearing a piece of white paper. Fangxing's palm directly passed through the sword cloud, and then firmly grasped young Master Fusu's arm, and forcefully pulled, trying to forcibly pull him back. Puff, young Master Fusu knew that Fangxing hated him to the core, so how could he dare to be pulled back? He clenched his teeth and rushed out. Under the competition of strength between the two, Fangxing's pull was indescribably ferocious, and contained the power of the formation. Impressively, young Master Fusu's arm and half of his body were directly torn off, dripping with blood, and indescribably miserable. He staggered out of the range of the Great Buddha formation. Bastard, if you have the guts, don't run. Fangxing stood inside the Great Buddha formation with his hands on his waist, pointing at young Master Fusu and Fairy Macho outside, cursing loudly. Little devil, you will die for sure. Young Master Fusu and Fairy Macho were ashamed and angry, and could only tremble with anger as they scolded. I will die for sure, so what? If you have the guts, come in and chop me. Feng Xing was extremely arrogant as he stomped his feet and shouted. Devil, quickly return my green moon lamp, or I, Xiaositu of Fuyao Palace, will not forgive you. At this time, Fairy Macho was extremely embarrassed, but she still clenched her teeth and shouted at Feng Xing. Her face was palpitating, as if she had provoked a great disaster. Let him come, I will chop him no matter what. Feng Xing did not put her in his eyes, and looked as if he was the most powerful person in the world. Master, since they are injured, let's go out and chop them to death. The green donkey followed, and seeing that the two people did not escape, it became angry and wanted to go out and kill them. There is no need, go back, do not step out of the formation, but Feng Xing stopped him, and ordered in a low voice, then he scolded Fusu and Fairy Macho, until the two people left angrily. Little bandit, this is a bit troublesome. On the way back, he met the great golden crow, who was rushing over. His face was full of worry, but there was also a hint of excitement. Both the celestial and demon sex territories have been occupied by you, which means that the good fortune from heaven has not yet fallen, but has already fallen into our hands. This is tantamount to offending both sides, although it is exciting to think about, it is too troublesome. I am afraid that the ancestors of the celestial and demon sex, or even the sages, will not be able to sit still. What do you think? Regarding this doubt, Feng Xing only frowned and said fiercely, when the temper rises, who care so much? Things had gotten a little out of hand. Even the great golden crow and the others who were with Feng Xing were a little uneasy. The demonic abyss was the product of a compromise between the sages of the divine prefecture and the demon province, as well as several hidden forces. Because they interfered too much, the impact was too great, and it would cause some kind of backlash from the 9 coffins in the heavens, so they decided to let this group of juniors who could fight for the mysterious coffins fight for it themselves. Moreover, this result was probably also deduced in their minds. The demon province, divine prefecture, and even some hidden forces were almost equal. Even if there were some differences, there probably wouldn't be too big of a deviation. This was one of the reasons why Xiaositu of Fuyao Palace slipped away halfway and went to the North Sea to visit immortals and learn the zither. From the beginning, he knew that this was just a boring game where the big shots had decided the situation, and the juniors were just following along to perform. However, the situation on the sage's chessboard was a little off. It was originally a situation where they were evenly matched, but suddenly, a chess piece came out and occupied the entire chessboard. And even marked out a territory on it, not allowing other chess pieces to enter, and whoever entered would be killed. How the F***ck could they continue playing this game? I have a premonition that some of the big shots who originally wouldn't interfere will definitely not sit still. The great golden crow and the others all had this thought, and sat together to discuss countermeasures. Even until now, there hadn't been any cultivators beyond Yuanying or Tribulation Transcendence interfering with the process of them fighting for territory. However, they all believed that now that the news of this matter had spread, those old fellows would definitely not sit still. After all, no one would be willing to watch all the opportunities be occupied by a devil. The pressure from those Taoist masters and even the sages would arrive soon. When that time came, not only would they have to withdraw the Great Buddha formation, they might even be punished. No matter how brave Feng Xing was, no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to fight against those people head-on. Then let's play harder. Hearing this, Feng Xing also pondered for a long time, and then showed a ruthless expression. He slammed his fist on the table and shouted, I also know that there will definitely be people who will force me to remove the formation. I said that I don't care, but how can those old bastards really not care? Earlier, I didn't allow my good disciple to chase after others because I was afraid of being plotted against. Moreover, even though this grand Buddha formation is powerful, I still can't control it completely. It probably won't be a problem to bully these Golden Core Realm kids. I'm not afraid of Yuanying, but if it's transcending tribulation or a sage. Damn it, it's not safe to hide in this grand Buddha formation. If they force me to remove the formation, I really won't be able to do anything. Then what do you mean by playing harder? The great golden crow's eyes lit up and he asked with a weird smile. Feng Xing also revealed a trace of a proud smile. Made the situation to a point where even I can't control it. After saying that, he turned to look at Li Hongyi with a smug smile on his face. Senior Sister Li, why don't you release your precious corpses? Corpses? Li Hongyi was slightly taken aback. She activated the hell suppression scripture and a dark and eerie cage appeared behind her. Only a corner of the cage appeared. The rest of the cage was hidden in the void. However, just this corner alone was already thousands of feet wide. It hung on the peak of the mountain. Within the cage, there were one after another strange corpses. Each of them had a strange appearance and were terrifying. They struggled to squeeze themselves into the black cage. They kept stretching their arms and let out shrill cries and a thick murderous aura. These strange corpses were the strange corpses from the ancient temple. In reality, they were some of the monsters that were suppressed in the life treasure of the Tao Lord of Hell in the Western Heaven realm. As time passed, these monsters all died. However, their murderous aura did not dissipate and they turned into countless demons. After that, Li Hongyi obtained the inheritance of the Tao Lord of Hell. Because the real Arhat appeared and the golden light shone brightly, these demons were suppressed. This allowed Li Hongyi to successfully obtain the inheritance of the Tao Lord of Hell and suppress these strange corpses again. If she could master the hell suppression scripture, she could even control these strange corpses for her own use. Right now, I can only control about 10 strange corpses. If I release any more, I won't be able to take them back once I release them. Li Hongyi summoned the dark prison and whispered to Fangxing, it's fine. Release as much as you can. Fangxing did not care. He waved his hand and said, in the pagoda array, they can't escape anywhere. We can think of a way in the future. Now we need to think of a way to turn the 100 Break Mountain range into a place where no one can enter except us. By then, all the treasures that fall into the 100 Break Mountain range will belong to us. Even if we let them in, they won't dare to. Hearing this, Li Hongyi sighed softly and looked a little helpless. The Great Golden Crow, Li Ying, and the others looked at each other and then laughed. They had already understood Fangxing's idea. Although Fangxing controlled the entire 100 Break Mountain range with the pagoda array and the Sealing Zen cauldron, this matter was too big. It would probably attract the attention of all the Taoists and even the sages. At that time, due to the pressure, they might have to split up and not get much benefit. However, now Fangxing had instigated Li Hongyi to release all the strange corpses. At that time, the 100 Break Mountain range would become a ghost town, filled with strange corpses and poisonous spirits. It would be a land of death, at that time, except for those who were blessed by the Dharma, who would dare to come in, and the most important thing was that it was easy to release the strange corpses, but difficult to take them back. Li Hongyi had taken advantage of the fact that Xianxia had obtained the recognition of the Buddha's connotation and guided the Buddha's connotation into the ancient temple to subdue these strange corpses. That was a rare opportunity. Now that they were released again, even the little monk Xianxia, Fangxing, and the others would not be able to take them back, because there was only one chance to collect the countless strange corpses in the ancient temple. In this way, the situation would be out of control. Even the sages would not be able to pressure Fangxing to yield, because at that time, the 100 Break Mountain range would become a demonic domain, a real demonic domain. Even the initiator would not be able to resolve it. These strange corpses were really terrifying. Without the protection of the Dharma, just their murderous aura alone would give Yuan Ying a headache. And these strange corpses were endless. Once they were released, the 100 Break Mountain range would become a gathering place for countless strange corpses. At that time, whoever came in would die. Even a Taoist master would not be able to enter and exit this place calmly under the suppression of the Great Buddha formation and the strange corpses. Unless the sages had a way to break the Great Buddha formation and suppress the endless strange corpses, they could only pinch their noses and accept this fact, and at that time, Fangxing could use the blessing of the Dharma to resist the murderous aura, and he could borrow the power of the Great Buddha formation to drive away the strange corpses. Naturally, he would be able to travel inside and outside the 100 Break Mountain range at will. And the Great Golden Crow and the others who had obtained the Buddhist fruit throne all had the protection of the Dharma. If they could ensure that they would not be surrounded and killed by the strange corpses, they could also enter the 100 Break Mountain range, but they would have to take a great risk. As for the others, once they entered this place, they would be suppressed by the Great Buddha formation and be surrounded by the strange corpses. this was Fangxing's idea. Since they might force him to lower his head, then he might as well make the situation worse than he could handle. And he was the only key to solving this problem. Let's see how they would force him, or rather, even if they wanted to force him, he would not be able to help them. Li Hongyi naturally understood what Fangxing meant. She sighed softly and shook her head with a bitter smile. Only you could think of such a daring thing. You are basically plotting against the Taoist masters and the sages, forcing them to acknowledge you as the only one. After a moment of silence, she restrained her expression and a hint of hatred appeared between her brows. She said, "But this is the only way." After saying that, she flew into the air. Behind her was a corner of the cage that was thousands of feet wide. Then, she conjured a law. The gates of hell open, evil spirits come out. Her voice seemed to represent some kind of law of heaven and earth, rumbling and shaking the void. Clang, at this moment, a small door suddenly opened within the gigantic and boundless cage. From within the small door, an indescribably terrifying baleful aura violently surged out and rushed towards every corner of the 100-break mountain range. As the baleful aura landed on the ground, it shockingly transformed into countless savage and ruthless monstrous corpses. They struggled as they charged in all directions. In an instant, monstrous corpses could be seen scurrying across the mountains. The entire world seemed to have turned into hell. Hell, countless strange corpses were freed and held at the sky. Hell. Aya, Li Ying was also in a good mood and wanted to howl as well. However, the great golden crow slapped him on the head with its wing. What are you howling for? Hee, I can't help it. Li Ying covered his head and laughed embarrassedly. He looked at the 100-break mountain range as if he was looking at a paradise. I've thought it through. This place has turned into a demonic domain and needs someone to guard it. I will stay here to cultivate and guard the door. After Li Hongyi released all the strange corpses, she looked at the mountains that were filled with strange corpses. At this moment, they were surrounded by strange corpses. Their eyes were red and they seemed to want to devour them. However, Fangxing had borrowed the power of the Great Pagoda Array to create a domain around them. These strange corpses could only watch with bloodshot eyes, but could not approach them at all. And looking at the group of strange corpses, Li Hongyi said in a low voice, I have accepted the legacy of the hell. Dao, so I have to treasure this opportunity. Now that I have released all the strange corpses, next, I will refine them one by one and then retrieve them. When all the strange corpses have entered my prison and are under my control, my hell Dao will be completed. At that time, even if I am a sage, I will dare to fight. Sister, I will accompany you. Li Ying laughed strangely. To me, this is a paradise. I will cultivate to the great perfection of the ghostly body. My path is the Tao of Azura. The more I fight, the stronger I get. These strange corpses are a good opportunity for me to practice my skills. Wang Qiong spoke up. The three of them decided to stay here. What about you guys? What's the next step? After saying that, they looked at Fangxing and the others. Fangxing exchanged a look with the great golden crow. He chuckled and said, we are going to negotiate with those old fellows. On both sides of the demonic abyss, in the void, there were treacherous clouds. The clouds were vast and mighty, and the divine light of the immortal Tao was like an inverted galaxy. On both sides, there were powerful cultivators with white beards and vigorous auras. Any one of them, if placed in the cultivation world, would be a great figure that could shake the earth 3 times with a single step. Surrounded by this group of great figures, between the clouds on both sides, there were old men in ancient robes who did not make a sound and seemed to be guarding their minds, but their auras were always faintly discernible. It was easy to guess the identity of these old men. They were the rulers of the cultivation world, saints transcended and pursued the great Tao, ignoring the mundane affairs of the world. As for the leaders of orthodoxies, their eyes were limited to a single region, and they fought for resources and fortunes. These people who usually didn't show themselves but controlled everything were the true rulers behind the scenes of the major orthodoxies. Ancestor, we just received news from the demonic abyss. The orthodoxies of the divine prefecture have already occupied 60% of the land of fortunes. Little Fusu is even more outstanding. He has seized 14 territories for the Yuan family in one go. Are you satisfied with him this time? Among the elders, there was a tall and burly old man in an 8 trigrams robe. A man with a lion's face and purple eyes stood beside him carefully. He wore a loose purple robe, and he was as tall as the old man. The most impressive thing about him was his eyes, which seemed to contain a world. When they closed, there were countless souls struggling and dying in them, as if there were 2 worlds hidden in them. However, at this moment, the man smiled unusually comfortably and said to the old man in the 8 trigrams robe. The people of the other orthodoxies all stayed far away from them, not daring to get close. The purple-eyed man was Yuan Lingxiao, the master of the Yuan family, one of the 8 great families of the central region. He was also an outstanding figure among the younger generation, and he was young Master Fusu's father. The old man in the 8 trigrams robe was even more extraordinary. He was the old monster of the Yuan family who had not shown himself for thousands of years. No one knew what realm he was at now. Oh, they are quite outstanding. It's just that the little strange cat from Fuyao Palace didn't come. Otherwise, we could see who is more outstanding. Old Immortal Yuan said with a smile, looking like an amiable old man. Yuan Lingxiao also knew that Elder Ancestor was not convinced that Xiaoxitu of Fuyao Palace had been suppressing Fusu's reputation. He wanted to have a competition between the 2 juniors. If he won, he would have more bragging rights in the Jade Lake Fairy Society. However, regarding this matter, as a father and the head of the Yuan family, Yuan Lingxiao could not express his opinion. He only shook his head helplessly with a smile and did not continue this topic. He laughed softly and asked again, however, our Yuan family has occupied too much territory, I wonder if... He looked to the side and said hesitantly, isn't that a little too much? Old Immortal Yuan immediately blew his beard and glared at Yuan Lingxiao. What do you mean by too much? The coffins in the sky had been pulled down by them, and they were still not satisfied with letting those little kids take advantage of it? Don't tell me you want us old fellows to help them divide the benefits piece by piece? This is simply nonsense. Everything depends on the individual's ability. No one has any opinion on how much they take. Hearing this, Yuan Lingxiao smiled bitterly. He knew that the elder ancestor had become childish, so he could only smile bitterly and say, it's not that those kids have any opinion, but I'm worried about the sage's intention. A few days ago, that person who was hiding in Bohai country in Nanzhan showed up again. I don't know what he said to the sages, but at the same time, he indicated that he would not interfere in this matter. He even did not stay here to keep an eye on it. However, before he left, he said that he would not allow our orthodoxies to interfere. Everything depends on the abilities of the juniors. Obviously, he wants to share the fortune equally and benefit all living beings. With this intention, our Yuan family has occupied too much fortune, will it, you think too much? Old Immortal Yuan seemed a little displeased. The meaning of benefiting all living beings is to give all living beings a chance, but it doesn't mean that all the fortune should be divided equally. For this fortune, benefiting all living beings means that those who are capable can occupy it. Now that those seniors have left, we have an agreement with the old bastards in the Devil's Abyss. We are only here to guard the overall situation, and no one will care about what happens inside. As long as the child has the ability, no one will say anything even if he snatches all the fortune. What's more, this time's battle between gods and demons can be considered a fair contest. The divine land and the pure land have been fighting for too long, and it's time for a winner and a loser. Let little Fusu fight for it boldly. If anyone has any opinion, just come to me. Hearing the elder ancestor's words, Yuan Lingxiao was relieved and agreed with a low smile. By the way, you said that the child was previously trapped in the territory of the Pure Land, but now, he has escaped. At this moment, old Immortal Yuan suddenly spoke hesitantly, and a rare solemn expression appeared on his face. Yuan Lingxiao slightly froze, and said, I heard that he was involved in a Buddhist incident. I will send someone to investigate the specific situation. Old Immortal Yuan sighed and said, 700 years ago, I let him down a lot. This time I will try my best to make it up to him. Yuan Lingxiao agreed in a low voice, but did not say anything else. At this moment, in the Devil's Abyss, a spiritual light broke through the layers of taboos and rules. Seeing it, Yuan Lingxiao immediately spread out his sleeves and kept the spiritual light in his sleeves. He smiled at old Immortal Yuan and said, there's more news. Perhaps the discussion between the children about advancing and retreating has reached a conclusion. Let's see how Fusu will resolve the hostility of the other orthodoxies towards him. As he spoke, he took out a jade talisman, and traces of spiritual light appeared on it. As the information contained in the spiritual light was sensed by Yuan Lingxiao, his expression gradually changed. What happened? Old Immortal Yuan straightened his body and asked with a frown. Something big happened. Yuan Lingxiao was tongue-tied, but he could not speak for a moment. He handed over the jade talisman. Embarrassedly, Old Immortal Yuan snatched the jade talisman and used his divine sense to take a look. Immediately, he was so angry that his eyebrows trembled. Damn. This is really bad. Old Immortal Yuan also seemed to be frightened. With a whoosh, he flew directly into the sky. Then, with a flash of his body, he rushed directly into the demonic abyss. At the same time, around them, there were also several cultivators who were like immortals. They were either shouting, "How is this possible?" or "We are in big trouble." At the same time, they rushed into the sky like rays of divine light and rushed into the demonic abyss. Elder Ancestor, come back quickly. The fortune can fall at any time. You can't enter the devil's abyss. Behind them, Yuan Lingxiao and a group of sect masters all shouted, and their expressions changed in fear. At this time, the devil's abyss had been chosen by the 9 coffins in the sky. The 9 coffins could drop fortunes at any time, and at the same time, there would be supreme restrictive spells. Those restrictive spells were like the laws of the Great Tao, and they had a strong repulsive force against cultivators. Even those tribulation-passing cultivators like old immortals could not resist it. Therefore, at this time, the Devil's Abyss was basically a forbidden area that these experts could not enter. Many true disciples of orthodoxies had died in there, and as elders, they did not dare to enter to collect the corpses. Apart from not wanting to go against the will of the sages, it was also because they did not want to die inexplicably in there. At this time, these old fellows who could be called ancestors of the divine continent all rushed in as if they had gone mad. Boom. Boom. Boom, all the ancestors flew into the Devil's Abyss at the same time, as if they did not even care about the possibility of losing their lives. With their cultivation, the collapsed heaven and earth and the rules in the Devil's Abyss did not seem to be able to suppress them too much. They almost rushed all the way, directly flying into the deepest part of the Devil's Abyss. An ordinary golden core cultivator would need close to 10 days to reach the 100-break mountain range in the core of the Devil's Abyss, but to them, it only took them half a day to arrive. Then, they stood among the peaks outside the mountain, their expressions tense. In front of them was a vast and indescribable nebula. On one side of the nebula, countless miserable divine continent cultivators were gathered in groups, looking at the starry sky helplessly. When they saw the ancestors coming in, they were all shocked and came to greet them. "Ancestor, that demon is too daring. He used despicable means to seize our tribe's territory. Ancestor, please help us. Master, your disciple is useless. We were able to seize 2 mountains, but now they have all been taken away. Ancestor, please understand, it's not that your disciple is useless, it's just that the demon's means are strange. He forced us out of the 100-break mountain range." For a moment, in front of this group of old fellows, there were people crying bitterly, and it was a mess. "Ancestor, please punish us. That evil creature, he insisted on causing such a disaster. I wanted to persuade him, but I was injured by him." Even young Master Fusu, with the help of a servant, knelt in front of old Immortal Yuan and begged for forgiveness. At the same time, on the other side of the starry sky, there were also similar people here. They looked at the starry sky, dumbfounded. Old Immortal Yuan wiped his face, as if he was calming his thoughts. The group of old fellows were all looking at the group of old fellows on the other side of the starry sky. The 2 sides were separated by the huge 100-break mountain range, but their gazes seemed to be able to pass through the void and vaguely collided with each other. It stirred up endless killing intent and hostility, as if they were going to attack each other in the next breath. However, after a long time, the killing intent between each other strangely retracted at the same time. Finally, both sides calmed down, frowned, and looked at each other from afar. "Fellow cultivators from the divine continent, did you instruct this?" On the other side of the 100-break mountain range, a thunderous voice came, rumbling through the entire 100-break mountain range. It was not instructed by us. This matter is also beyond our expectations. Old Immortal Yuan also slowly opened his mouth. The people beside him didn't realize how loud his voice was, but his words resonated with the great Tao and slowly spread to the other side of the 100-break mountain range. Zhu Xiao, who was on the other side, heard it clearly without any effort. I think so too. On the other side of the 100-break mountain range, a voice came. Before I left, I, the great sage of the Pure Land, left a message. This battle is a good fortune, and it can also be considered as a fight between the younger generation on behalf of us. Naturally, it should be fair. If there is no fairness, then what is the point of this fight? Old friend from the divine continent, since someone has messed up the chessboard, then let's take action together to fix the mess and clean up the mess. What do you think? Old Immortal Yuan slightly froze. Before he could reply, someone beside him already shouted, "That's right." Sure enough, it's time for this devil to fall. When the ancestors of the gods and devils arrived and conversed with each other from afar, all the juniors heaved a sigh of relief. When the cultivators of the Pure Land saw the great Buddha formation attacking them and were forced to retreat from the 100-break mountains, they thought that the cultivators of the divine continent were immoral and used forbidden treasures. They were angry, but they were also afraid that they would get nothing. As for the cultivators of the divine continent, they were even more furious. They had already divided the territories in the 100-break mountains, and they were only waiting for the good fortune to befall them. Then, they would be able to enjoy the good fortune in their territories. But, all of their territories were suddenly taken away. Fortunately, the old ancestors were finally going to make a move. Upon hearing this news, even some cultivators who had not obtained much territory before were secretly delighted. This was a chance for them to start all over again. During this process, the General Red Embellishment, who had some friendship with Feng Xing, sighed softly. To be honest, when Feng Xing used the Buddha formation and took away all the territories in the 100-break mountains, he was somewhat shocked. However, he did not stop him, knowing that it was useless to stop him in that situation. However, after retreating from his territory, he could not help but worry. Although he admired Feng Xing's actions, he smiled bitterly in his heart. He felt that this devil, who had some friendship with his younger sister, was too forward-minded. If you had occupied 7 or 8 or even a dozen mountains, the big shots might have been able to tolerate it. At most, they would have gotten some benefits. However, now that you have occupied the entire 100-break mountains, it is equivalent to harming the interests of all the orthodoxies in the land of gods and devils. Who will tolerate you? I'm afraid that not only will they destroy your territory and take back your formation, but it will also be difficult for you to keep your life. The General Red Embellishment sighed softly and looked at a green-cloaked woman who was fluttering over. Wherever the woman passed, all the cultivators avoided her. They knew that she was the green spirit fairy of the Lihan heaven. She was also the sister of the General Red Embellishment and the daughter of the Zhao family. Previously, she had gone out to collect medicinal herbs in the demonic abyss. Now, she had just returned after hearing about the chaos. Brother, how could it be? I've only been gone for a short while, and such a mess has already happened? The green spirit fairy frowned, her expression somewhat emotional. You've made a good friend. He's much more troublesome than when you were young and naughty. General Red Embellishment sighed and said to Fairy Green Spirit with a wry smile, if no one can save his life, then I will take out the military merits of the Abyss Suppressing Division and tell everyone about the people who tried to bully him at that time. I hope I can ask the ancestors for mercy and spare his life. I haven't seen him for more than a decade, but he's still so good at stirring up trouble. But this time, he stirred up too much trouble. Fairy Green Spirit sighed softly. After a long time, she seemed to think of something. His identity? General Red Embellishment shook her head and said, this is a great disaster. The Yuan family can protect his life, but it will be difficult for him to escape severe punishment. After hearing this, Fairy Green Spirit sighed softly again. She looked at a white-clothed woman not far behind her with a wry smile. At this time, there was almost no need to say anything. The ancestors from the Divine Lands and the Demon Lands had already rushed toward the area enveloped by the nebula. To them, there was no need to think too much. They had to wipe out this chaos and start over again. In terms of timing, they had no time to think too much. In reality, after the formation was completed, the mysterious coffin phenomenon in the sky could descend at any time. At most, it would last for 3 months, or at least a day. Now that more than a month had passed, endless opportunities could descend at any time. Following the opportunities that descended from the sky were the mysterious coffin nomological laws. With their cultivation and lifespans, they were still rejected by the nomological laws. If they were enveloped by the nomological laws, they would die without a burial. Because of this, it was better to act as soon as possible to quell the chaos. This is a Buddhist mustard seed array. It has endless variations and no rules. If we want to break it, it will take a lot of time and effort. My old friends, let's be more direct and charge into the formation to capture that little demon. Once we capture that little demon, it will be the same as obtaining the core of the array. Otherwise, we can directly charge into the core of the formation, find the array source, and destroy it. The Buddhist mustard seed array is different from our Dao Sex array techniques. This array has no core, but its reliance on the array source is incomparably important. As long as its array source is cut off, the array will become rootless duckweed and will quickly disperse. From the divine continent's side, an old man in linen robes walked out. With a single glance, he saw through the details of the array and sneered. We'll enter from the east, west, and north. Even if that little demon wants to borrow the array to suppress us, he won't be able to split his attention. There were even people who casually added. In their eyes, this Buddhist sect's great pagoda formation was nothing. A powerful and brilliant array could only be used in the hands of the right person. When Fangxing activated the array, he could beat Sir Fusu and the others until they fled in panic. However, in the eyes of these old monsters, there were flaws everywhere and they could easily discuss countermeasures. Since the array could not be broken, then they could just charge in and capture the person who set up the array or destroy the array source. After entering the array, the person who set up the array had mobilized the power of the entire array to suppress them. Even they could not underestimate him. In that case, they might as well charge into the array from several directions. Even if that little demon completely controlled the entire array, he would not be able to take care of the end. Boom. 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 From the divine continent's side, 4 to 5 old men directly flew up and charged into the array without saying a word. At this moment, 5 to 6 old men from the Pure Land's side charged into the array at the same time. That demon is definitely going to die. From the divine continent's side, some people clenched their teeth and their eyes flickered. Elder, please help me retrieve the green moon lantern. I was careless, and it was snatched by that demon. Fairy Macho of Fuyao Palace also hurriedly begged an old man and got his permission. Elder Ancestor, please forgive me for my stupidity. I failed to persuade him to return to the family obediently and caused such a disaster. At this moment, Sir Fusu was kneeling on the ground and begging for forgiveness from old Immortal Yuan who did not enter the array. Old Immortal Yuan's face was solemn and he looked helpless. After a long while, he sighed. How did he cause such a disaster? Demon, you're asking for death. This time even Elder Ancestor can't protect you. Inadvertently, Fusu looked at the array and clenched his teeth. His expression was filled with hatred. In the minds of the juniors of the Pure Land and the Divine Prefecture, it was only natural for a few ancestors to make a move. No matter what kind of formation it was, it would be easy for them to break it. However, no one expected that there would be more than 10 old monsters from the Pure Land and the fiend gods rushing into the Buddha formation. However, there was no sound for a long time. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, there was a sudden roar from within the formation. There was a change at the corner of the formation. Suddenly, an old man in linen clothes staggered out of the formation. He kept waving his sleeves, causing green waves to ripple. Some sharp-eyed people had already noticed that when he came out, he was followed by waves of extremely strong yin qi that were like maggots attached to his bones. This old man waved his sleeves and was shockingly using his cultivation to forcefully push away these terrifying yin qi. This person is the Han family's elder ancestor. He hasn't shown himself for many years. Rumor has it that his cultivation is unfathomable. How, someone whispered, but he didn't dare to say the following words. However, the others naturally knew that he wanted to say, how could he be so weak? Before this thought flashed through his mind, the array fluctuated again. Another 2 people retreated, and they were also battered and exhausted. Boom, Xianxia, who was outside the array, was startled. He stood up straight and moved closer to the direction where the two people came from. Was this array really so powerful that even the elder ancestor had to retreat halfway? This array is not easy to break. Although it is indeed a Buddhist mustard seed array, it is mysterious and complicated. It has reached the pinnacle of Buddhism. In addition, I felt an incomparably strong aura of Taoist connotation in the array. It turns out that the Buddhist array is the branch and the Taoist connotation is the foundation. It is even more mysterious and incomprehensible. Fortunately, the person who set up the array couldn't control it at all. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to enter. It would be even more difficult to break into the heart of the array. The old monster in linen clothes had a gloomy expression as he shouted in a low voice. What's more frightening is the scene inside. Where did so many powerful strange corpses come from within the 100-break mountain range? They are endless, like a tide of sand. If we kill one, another one will be born from the murderous aura. What's more, with our cultivation, if we come into contact with it, half of our cultivation will be destroyed. In addition, the array will weaken our magic power, and it will be even more difficult to deal with the strange corpses. Another old man spoke, as if he still had a lingering fear. Let's be straightforward. This place has turned into a forbidden area. Even we can't trespass. The third old man's answer was even more resolute and decisive. However, it caused the surrounding people who heard his words to be dumbfounded. Where did that devil get such great ability to create a forbidden area that even the elder ancestors couldn't do anything about? Even the old cultivators on the side of the divine prefecture were silent. This matter was so difficult that it exceeded their expectations. More importantly, they didn't have much time. Good fortune could fall from the sky at any time. To them, staying here for too long was tantamount to courting death. Moreover, even if they really risked their lives, they might not be able to break this array. Boom, from the direction of the demon province, rays of divine light suddenly swept over. It was Xianxia from the demon province. Their gazes were also extremely solemn. One look and one could tell that there had been an accident during the process of breaking the array. At this time, they had come to discuss with the cultivators of the divine prefecture. However, when they saw the atmosphere here, they knew that they had agreed, so they simply kept quiet. Each of their expressions was solemn and strange. The divine and demon lands were fighting for good fortune, but in the end, it was snatched away by a little monster who came out of nowhere. Wahahaha, now you know the power of this great array? Just when the atmosphere was extremely solemn, following a strange laugh, the nebula suddenly split open, and a sneaky guy appeared from within. He squatted on the back of a big golden crow. He first looked around suspiciously to see if there was any danger before he relaxed. With his hands on his hips, he laughed at Xianxia. Now we can talk. Talk about what? As soon as they saw this person, an indescribable anger rose in the hearts of countless people. End of chapter 905. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.